Chapter 1. Dancing with Serpents in the Pitch-Black Night Sky. A bright moon hung high, its cold light piercing through the dark clouds to illuminate the village of Konoha, yet it could do nothing to dispel the unfathomable darkness that enveloped it. Within the shadowy corridor, a boy of approximately 14 bowed his head, walking at a leisurely pace towards the laboratory ahead. Standing around 1 meter 60 tall, he was clad in a white lab coat, his disheveled black hair cascading over his forehead, lending him an air of untamed nonchalance while partially obscuring the forehead protector of a ninja. Framed glasses perched upon his nose revealed a pair of deep-set black eyes that conveyed a maturity beyond his years. The corridor was cold and dim, the oppressive atmosphere causing Chien He to tighten his grip on his lab coat. Having spent over 3 years in this place, he still found himself ill at ease with the environment. Darkness and dampness pervaded, devoid of any trace of humanity or vitality. Only bloodshed, slaughter, and mindless puppets remained. Yet this was to be expected, for this was the very root of Konoha, where the roots buried beneath the lush branches and leaves could hardly be associated with sunshine and camaraderie. In Chien He's memory, such things had always belonged to the leaves upon the trunk, entirely unrelated to his current self. But having tasted the light, how could he willingly endure this perpetual darkness? In his past life, Chien He was an ordinary university student thriving in a tranquil and harmonious society, far removed from the horrors of war and bloodshed. He had once believed his life would be nothing more than a quiet existence, as serene and comforting as a placid lake. However, fate is often unpredictable. An unforeseen accident had transported him to this world, known in his previous life as the realm of Naruto. Though not an ardent fan, Chien He had indeed watched the entirety of Naruto, enjoying the protagonist's growth and victories, but those memories were now but fleeting wisps of the past, long dissipated. The present Chien He faced a harsh and unforgiving ninja world. The individuals he encountered were nothing short of ruthless and cold-hearted madmen. Surviving by any means necessary became Chien He's paramount objective. Stealing his emotions, he expressionlessly pushed open the door to the laboratory, revealing a well-equipped space within, where a figure stood. The tall, slender silhouette exuded a chilling aura, with long black hair cascading over its shoulders, the same white lab coat concealing the garments beneath, and pale hands grasping a test tube. Upon hearing the sound behind him, the figure turned. "Are you the one sent by Danzo?" The raspy voice sent a shiver through Chien He, who quickly bowed his head and replied, "Yes, Lord Danzo sent me to assist you, Lord Orochimaru." With a flick of his long fingers, Orochimaru agitated the liquid within the test tube, his gaze fixed thoughtfully on Chien He as he inquired, "What is your name?" "Root Code C." Chien He responded hurriedly, bowing deeper, acutely aware of Orochimaru's menacing presence. At this moment, Orochimaru had already embarked on his cruel and bloody human experiments. Having endured the trials of the Second Shinobi World War, Orochimaru had succumbed entirely to the pursuit of eternal life, no longer heeding the third Hokage or his already tenuous moral compass. Since being summoned by the third Hokage to join Root, he had leveraged Danzo's influence to embark on frenzied research into various forbidden techniques and perilous experiments long abandoned by Konoha. Orochimaru was unrestrained in his endeavors, and Danzo, being of a similar ilk, could hardly obstruct his research. Moreover, Danzo had his own ulterior motives, thus he not only refrained from interference but actively supported Orochimaru's various studies. However, Danzo was inherently suspicious, a man who would never trust others. Therefore, since the onset of their collaboration, he had continuously dispatched Root members to serve as Orochimaru's experimental assistants. These individuals were not only tasked with monitoring Orochimaru, but also with the ulterior motive of acquiring his biological knowledge and research findings. Yet, Orochimaru was not one for amicable relations. The previous Root personnel sent his way had vanished under circumstances unknown. Perhaps they had become test subjects or had simply been fed to snakes. None of Chien He's predecessors had left Orochimaru's side alive. But Orochimaru was indifferent. As was Danzo. In the midst of their fruitful collaboration, Danzo would not jeopardize his alliance over the lives of mere puppets or expendables. In Danzo's eyes, The lives of root ninjas were never considered of any worth, even if Orochimaru periodically found an excuse to dispose of those sent his way. Danzo would merely send replacements. Yet, this time, the one standing before him was Qian Hisi. Anxiety churned within Qian Hisi as he stood at the doorway, fully aware that there was no retreat. Root ninjas had but two fates: death or obedience to Danzo's commands. Failure? Then one must die. As for defection, Qian Hisi lacked the certainty to escape Root's grasp and flee Konoha. Moreover, the atmosphere in the entire ninja world was hardly favorable, with the Third Shinobi World War already ignited. Where could he possibly run? Furthermore, remaining by Orochimaru's side might not be entirely disadvantageous. Compared to Danzo, who would abandon his trusted aides at the first sign of danger, never trusting anyone and devoid of any redeeming qualities, at least Orochimaru was willing to generously share his research achievements and resources with loyal and useful subordinates. And at this moment, Qian Hisi was in dire need of such resources in the ninja world. Being weak was an original sin. In this cruel world, lacking strength rendered one equally vulnerable, no matter the location. See, a commendable codename. Placing the test tube on the rack, Orochimaru regarded the boy clad in white and asked, "Danzo has sent you to be my assistant. Then what skills do you possess?" The chilling inquiry made Qian Hisi's heart race. He knew the moment of truth had arrived. Naturally, Qian Hisi could not feign loyalty to Orochimaru from the outset. Such deception was beyond even his own self-deceit, let alone fooling Orochimaru. Thus, to fulfill Danzo's task while gaining Orochimaru's favor, he could only rely on his genuine abilities to capture Orochimaru's attention. To Lord Orochimaru, I possess no remarkable talents, but I am quite adept in biological technology, particularly in cellular research. Individuals immersed in science often harbor a longing deep within for like-minded souls with whom to share their thoughts. This sentiment was not lost on Orochimaru. Therefore, upon hearing Qian Hisi's response, a flicker of interest ignited within Orochimaru. It was rare to find someone within Konoha who shared his fervor for scientific exploration. Chapter 2. The Brain Fruit. Throughout the ninja world, since the establishment of the Hidden Leaf Village, the realm has experienced significant developments in technology, particularly following the First and Second Shinobi Wars. Some specially crafted household appliances have begun to emerge in affluent households. While war brings about misfortune, it also stimulates technological advancement. Nevertheless, the overall technological level of the ninja world remains relatively modest, with advanced scientific knowledge confined to a select few. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The most pressing issue is the general disregard for science among the upper echelons of the ninja world. The chakra system has always been the foundation of the ninja realm, with even the existing scientific creations built upon it. In such a context, the number of individuals who can be deemed scientists within the entire ninja world is scant, and even fewer embark on the path of science. Given the rarity of those pursuing this avenue and the absence of a competent scientific framework, finding a talented scientific assistant to aid in experiments is a daunting challenge. Having spent considerable time at the roots, Orochimaru has yet to discover anyone who meets his criteria. It is worth noting that Orochimaru, in his relentless pursuit of immortality, conducts numerous experiments daily, and currently finds himself in need of more hands. An experimental assistant is precisely the talent he has long yearned for. Of course, there is a prerequisite. One must be a qualified assistant, capable of assisting Orochimaru flawlessly in his experiments. Otherwise, the individuals previously sent by Danzo were all beneath Orochimaru's notice. They possessed little capability, failed to execute even simple tasks, and engaged in covert maneuvers beneath Orochimaru's watchful gaze, discreetly relaying information to Danzo. In light of this, he could only make use of them as mere experimental subjects. As they were lacking as assistants to the laboratory, Orochimaru leaned against the edge of the experimental table, his serpent-like gaze sweeping over Hisa, who donned a white lab coat, presenting a commendable fa. Since this is the case, I shall grant you an opportunity. Step forward. After having eliminated numerous individuals, it was evident that anyone sent by Danzo must possess some skill, but would their abilities meet my expectations? With his back turned, Orochimaru contemplated the experimental items on the table. Should he consider a different specimen? Meanwhile, Hisa, hearing these words, maintained a composed exterior, but internally breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, Orochimaru harbors a strong desire for talent. Stepping forward, Senhisa approached the experimental table, where the items were illuminated clearly under the bright light. What lay before him was a severed hand. The pale arm's surface exhibited wooden textures and cracks, resembling dried bark interwoven within it, with sharp wooden thorns piercing through flesh and slender vines spiraling from the thorns, entwining the arm. Although Senhisa had never encountered such a specimen before, he immediately recognized its nature. The cells of Hashirama. Beside him, Orochimaru reached a final decision and addressed Senhisa. I am uncertain if you have encountered this before in Danzo's circle. However, this shall be your test. He extended a half-open scroll from the experimental table towards Senhisa, stating, Did you not claim to have some proficiency in cellular research? This is your task. Periodically collect the cells from this specimen for observation, then compile a report for me. His tall figure loomed over Senhisa, cold eyes casting a chilling gaze. Senhisa hastily accepted the scroll, replying, Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Though he was unsure why Orochimaru had resumed research on Hashirama's cells, considering that it had been 3 to 4 years since the infamous experiment involving 60 infants and the transplantation of Hashirama's cells. It was entirely plausible that Orochimaru had conceived new ideas and decided to revisit the subject. Moreover, this could very well present an advantageous opportunity. The do not disappoint me. Otherwise, that hand may very well become yours. A slender hand patted Senhisa's shoulder as Orochimaru leaned in closer, his icy, merciless serpentine tongue flicking in Senhisa's direction, sending chills down his spine. After casting a final glance at Senhisa, Orochimaru offered no further instructions and vanished in a blur of movement. As Orochimaru departed, the overwhelming and ominous chakra that permeated the laboratory gradually dissipated. Phew. He has finally left. Truly, the cold lord among the 3 legendary ninjas is indeed frigid. Gripping the scroll tightly, Senhisa took a moment to steady his nerves before regaining focus. The first hurdle had been cleared, but whether he could remain securely by Orochimaru's side in the future would depend on the outcomes of subsequent events. Of course, Senhisa felt quite confident about this matter. While the original identity lacked lineage, secret techniques, or background, essentially a person of no distinction, he had been absorbed into the roots from a young age as a mere tool for cultivation, rendering him exceptionally ordinary. Fortunately, as a transmigrator, Senhisa was timely endowed with an extraordinary advantage. A treasure from the sea, the devil fruit that on the very night he transmigrated into the original body, he found himself in possession of a devil fruit. Although he was initially unaware of its nature, upon familiarizing himself with the circumstances, he ultimately took a gamble and consumed the fruit. Fortuitously, his gamble paid off. The fruit was the paramecia-type brain fruit, the very devil fruit consumed by the world's greatest scientist, Vegapunk. In the pirate world, by consuming the brain fruit, he not only acquired its inherent abilities, an infinite brain capacity capable of storing boundless information, but also regained access to various memories and knowledge from his past. He could even vividly recall things he had casually glimpsed before. Most crucially, fragmented memories related to Vegapunk surfaced within his mind, surfacing intermittently over the past 3 years, thereby granting Senhisa a wealth of scientific knowledge. It was through this newfound understanding that Senhisa found the confidence to survive in the ninja world and even aspire to ascend to its pinnacle. Chapter 3. The Pursuit of Power Within the Laboratory. Shortly after Orochimaru's departure, Senhisa commenced his work. With practiced ease, he harvested a piece of partially petrified flesh from the severed hand and, after meticulous processing, placed it into a specialized instrument for observation. Through the magnification of the device, the Hashirama cells became distinctly visible. What a terrifying rate of corrosion! Under the scrutiny of the instruments, the pallid interstitial cells relentlessly assimilated the remnants of the severed hand cells, resembling pathological white blood cells, mercilessly devouring healthy red blood cells. Yet, the robust and vigorous red blood cells were powerless to resist, silently enduring as the white cells incessantly extracted nutrients, thereby fortifying themselves. In light of this scenario, Senju Hashirama observed the unfolding events with unwavering focus, meticulously documenting them upon a scroll. His diligent and meticulous demeanor was indicative of profound professionalism. Naturally, Hashirama's fervent interest stemmed not solely from Orochimaru's influence. Interstitial cells were inherently worthy of thorough exploration. It is well known that in the world of Naruto, lineage is of great significance. The closer one's bloodline approaches that of the Sage of Six Paths or the Tsutsuki clan, the stronger their potential becomes. That as the reincarnation of Ashura, the biological son of the Sage of Six Paths, Hashirama cells concealed immense secrets. The exquisite Yang release and the renowned Wood release, both coveted by Hashirama, were treasures he yearned to uncover. Ever since entering this harsh ninja world, the environment had consistently reminded him of the importance of strength. Only true powerhouses could live without restraint in this realm. Consequently, Hashirama had never relented since his arrival, and although he had achieved considerable accomplishments in secrecy over the past 3 years, it remained insufficient. This opportunity to engage with Hashirama cells was indeed a monumental stroke of fortune. Although it was perplexing why Orochimaru had so readily permitted him access to these cells, perhaps due to his affiliation with Root, considering even Orochimaru's Hashirama cells had been procured from Danzo, it was indeed a curious circumstance. It would seem illogical for Orochimaru to allow a Root ninja to engage with Hashirama cells without caution. Alternatively, it could be that should Hashirama fail to fulfill Orochimaru's directives, the latter would have no qualms about eliminating him. Regardless, under Orochimaru's fleeting whim, Hashirama found himself in contact with the cells. Without pausing in his actions, he meticulously recorded the various reactions of the Hashirama cells onto the scroll and then unexpectedly turned his attention to other tasks. After extracting another sample of Hashirama's cells from the severed hand, he surveyed the experimental apparatus around him, feeling a tinge of nostalgia. Truly, it was a testament to Orochimaru's laboratory, equipped with an abundance of resources. The disparity between this place and the Root laboratory where Hashirama worked was astronomical. This was entirely understandable, as Hashirama had concealed much of his prowess before Danzo, resulting in Danzo not placing significant value on him. Otherwise, he would not have dispatched Hashirama to Orochimaru's domain. Over the 3 years spent within Root, Hashirama had carefully cultivated his abilities in secrecy, only revealing a fraction of his talents and potential to Danzo once he felt assured of his capabilities. Logically, upon entering this perilous ninja world, Hashirama should have been striving earnestly to enhance his powers to safeguard his life. However, the unfortunate reality was that his immediate superior was the self-serving Danzo. Had it been anyone else, even Hiruzen Sarutobi, Hashirama would have endeavored to showcase his excellence to procure greater benefits and investments. Yet it was futile. Danzo was not worth the risk that a man consumed by selfishness. Should he ever discover the extent of Hashirama's knowledge, he would not hesitate to dispose of him, employing various methods to exert complete control. Thus, Hashirama had continuously concealed his true capabilities from Danzo. In fact, to mask the side effects of the brain fruit and prevent excessive information from enlarging his brain, drawing undue attention, Hashirama had developed a unique cell division technique. While users of the brain fruit possess virtually limitless cerebral capacity, the drawback is that the more information one accommodates, the larger the brain becomes. In ordinary moments, Hashirama would record various pieces of information, and with sporadic inheritances of Vegapunk's memories, his brain had already begun to expand. Yet, none noticed this anomaly, for upon realizing he had consumed the brain fruit, Hashirama sought to mitigate this flaw. In the world of pirates, Vegapunk resolved this issue by separating his consciousness from his brain. And Hashirama similarly drew inspiration from this concept, albeit with a twist, as this world also possessed the enigmatic chakra. The mind division technique was a specialized form of cell division Hashirama developed based on his unique circumstances. A perfected division technique, though not commonly seen in the ninja world, was not without its practitioners, from the second Suchikage division technique to the Slug's division technique, even the hellhounds summoned by Pain's animal path. And indeed, Orochimaru's shedding technique could be considered a unique form of division. Ultimately, division techniques involve splitting one's physical form through chakra, akin to a specialized form of shadow clone technique. Despite the absence of a refined division technique within Root, some related knowledge was available, and through Hashirama's diligent search, he acquired a modicum of information that by synthesizing this knowledge with his own explorations and Vegapunk's insights on brain separation, he developed this extraordinary technique. He could use this technique to detach a portion of his brain, storing it externally, akin to an external brain repository. However, unlike Vegapunk's bank records, Hashirama could divide his entire brain into multiple segments. each capable of functioning independently or merging to form a superbrain. Naturally, this was only necessary under dire circumstances, for with the continual refinement of his mind division technique, Hashirama could now remotely control his other brain segments using self-manufactured signal receivers. This allowed the separated devices to connect across distances, operating as a cohesive entity or independently manipulating individual segments. This was merely one of the many achievements Hashirama had realized over these 3 years. Throughout this period, he had been surreptitiously amassing strength, seeking opportunities to subtly reveal his abilities to garner attention from others. After obtaining the limited guidance and investment from those around him, he would leverage these resources to further his development. This cyclical process, from a small team leader to the root commander and finally to Danzo, was how Hashirama had navigated his journey to this point. And now, it was time for Hashirama to capture Orochimaru's attention and esteem. Chapter 4. The state of the ninja world. The bright sunlight cascaded from the sky, illuminating Konohage at this moment. Within the Hokage Tower, in the office, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, clenched a pipe between his teeth. His brow furrowed, troubled by the recent succession of events that had amplified the pressure he felt. With the second great ninja war not yet a distant memory, a new round of conflict in the ninja world seemed imminent. The situation across the entire ninja world had deteriorated significantly. Beside him, one of the Hokage's advisors and the leader of Root, Danzo Shimura, slammed a report onto the table and addressed Hiruzen. "What are you still hesitating for?" "Hiruzen, according to the intelligence gathered by your esteemed pupil Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze, IWA has no intention of backing down. They have even dispatched the Four Tails and Five Tails." "Indeed," Hiruzen echoed Koryudatane, "from the current movements of IWA and Suna. They show no signs of retreating. I am well aware of that. But now is not the time for such discussions. Rather, what course of action shall we take next?" With a plume of thick smoke escaping his lips, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his gaze to sweep across the 3 Hokage aides beside him, eager to hear their counsel regarding the current tumultuous state of the ninja world. Ever since the inexplicable disappearance of the third Kazekage from Sunagakure, the entire ninja realm seemed to have erupted like a powder keg. Initially, the third Raikage of Kumobikure attempted to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos in Sunagakure, leading an elite force to launch a surprise attack on the village. Regrettably, the third Raikage's efforts were thwarted. The vigilant shinobi of Sunagakure, despite the absence of their leader, rallied under the command of Chiyo and the elder Heizo, successfully repelling the assault. Concurrently, the third Kazekage's apprentice, Raza, stepped forth to forge an alliance with the third Tsuchikage, Onoki of Iwagakure. Consequently, Iwagakure mobilized its forces, intending to encircle and eliminate the third Raikage and his contingent from behind, that end this fierce confrontation. The third Raikage, valiantly chose to sacrifice himself, fighting against 10,000 Idai shinobi for 3 days and nights, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. Thanks to Raza's diplomatic success in Iwagakure, he was recently appointed as the 4th Kazekage of Sunagakure, temporarily unifying a village that had been in disarray. However, such developments posed a significant dilemma for Konohagakure. The war-ready Sunagakure and Iwagakure were not likely to relinquish their ambitions easily, with the third Kazekage missing and the Raikage's attack. The external conflicts faced by Sunagakure may have subsided for the moment, yet internal strife persisted. Raza's only viable path forward was to extract sufficient benefits from external warfare while simultaneously alleviating the myriad internal conflicts within Sunagakure. As for the IWA shinobi, having mobilized their forces at great expense only to gain a mere third Raikage, they could hardly be expected to yield without securing the anticipated rewards. Thus, in order to satisfy the objectives of both parties, ample resources and benefits were imperative to pacify their internal discord that in this ninja world. Only one entity could cater to the needs of both Sunagakure and Iwagakure. Konohagakure, nestled within the Land of Fire, boasted the richest resources in the ninja realm and had long been the envy of other villages. Given the historical enmity between Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and Konohagakure, it was only natural that they would aim their sights upon this lucrative target first. However, Konohagakure was not to be trifled with. Although the legendary White Fang had fallen in recent years, the village still had the third Hokage, and the legendary Sannin remained within its borders. More importantly, the new generation of shinobi had matured to the point where they could protect the great tree that was Konohagakure. The present-day village feared no adversaries to as always. Hiruzen, Danzo impatiently interjected, I propose we take the initiative. Before Sunagakure and Awagakure make their move, we should strike first. Gather all the forces within the village and allow me to lead a full-scale assault on Sunagakure. Once we eliminate one, the remaining Awagakure will pose little threat. Impossible, Danzo. Your plan is far too reckless. Sarutobi Hiruzen firmly rejected Danzo's suggestion. Such an irresponsible and frenzied attack was far too perilous. Have you not learned from the fate of the third Raikage? You are being overly cautious, Hiruzen. Danzo slammed his hand on the table, raising his voice towards the third Hokage. This is an opportune moment. The new Kazekage has just ascended, and Chiyo and the others are not formidable. As for the one tail, that would be child's play. We possess the 9 tails. Enough. Gripping his pipe tightly until it shattered, Sarutobi Hiruzen abruptly stood, shouting at Danzo. Yes, Danzo's old comrade. Hiruzen was not oblivious to Danzo's ulterior motives. Otherwise, he would not have kept Danzo under control all these years. While he had occasionally turned a blind eye to Danzo's actions, such as allowing him to cultivate his influence under the guise of the ANBU training division, there were boundaries Danzo could not cross. After all, it was Hiruzen who held the title of Hokage. Matters regarding the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails and the future of the Hokage position were ultimately within Hiruzen's jurisdiction. Observing the escalating tension with his old comrade, Mito Gate Inuzuka hurriedly stepped forward to ease the atmosphere. Dio, not be angry, Hiruzen. You know Danzo's nature. He simply thinks a bit more aggressively, but it is ultimately for the sake of Konohagakure. Indeed, Tsunade added, meeting Mito's gaze, that Danzo's intentions are not entirely without merit. Rather than facing the invasions from both Sunagakure and Awagakure simultaneously, why not concentrate our forces to eliminate one threat first? The counsel of these two old friends helped Hiruzen regain his composure. After a moment of contemplation, he surveyed the 3 aides around him and ultimately reached a decision that in that case, we shall divide our forces. Jiraiya will lead a contingent to the front line in the Land of Grass to prepare against Awagakure, while Orochimaru will command an elite unit to head to the Land of Rivers to confront Sunagakure, striving to repel them swiftly. Agreed. I support your decision. Mito Inuzuka promptly voiced his approval upon hearing Hiruzen's resolution. Tsunade pondered briefly before nodding in agreement, acknowledging that this was indeed a preferable arrangement. After all, the ninja world was not solely comprised of Sunagakure and Awagakure, although the third Raikage had fallen. The majority of Kumogakure's forces remained largely intact. Moreover, the threat posed by Kirigakure, lurking over the seas, was also a concern. Thus, this arrangement appeared to be the most prudent course of action. However, unlike the other two, Danzo was exceptionally dissatisfied. Hiruzen, Orochimaru is currently one of my root members, the BY writes. Not anymore, Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, cutting off Danzo's protest that asked the third Hokage. I hereby order that Orochimaru be reassigned from root and promoted to the position of commander of the front line in the Land of Rivers. Additionally, I will be reallocating some of your root personnel to accompany Orochimaru to the front. How dare you? Danzo bellowed in response to Hiruzen's orders. That was the organization he had painstakingly built, and he had poured countless efforts into bringing root to its current prominence. Now, Hiruzen casually sought to strip away his hard-earned achievements. Hiruzen, you are going too far. Clenching his hands into fists, Danzo's knuckles turned pale from the strain. Yet, even in the face of Danzo's escalating fury, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed no signs of relenting. Danzo, I am the Hokage. You will regret this, Hiruzen. Danzo's cold voice echoed as he turned away, striding towards the door. At that moment, he lacked the standing to confront the third Hokage of Konohagakure, the hero of the ninja world, the esteemed master of the Sannin. Also, keep a watchful eye on Hanzo in the Land of Rain. Danzo, Hiruzen called out as Danzo prepared to leave. Beyond the great nations of fire, wind, water, lightning, and earth, there existed several smaller nations interspersed among them. For instance, the Land of Rivers lay between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire. With these smaller countries typically relying on the protection of the larger nations for their survival, in times of war, they often found themselves unwillingly embroiled in the conflicts of the great powers. Their territories invaded, and their people subjected to the ravages of battle. The sovereignty of these nations was often deemed inconsequential in the face of the 5 great powers. However, not all nations were so vulnerable. In contrast to the land of rivers and the land of grass, which was sandwiched between the land of fire and the land of earth, the land of rain, located at the intersection of the three countries, boasted the formidable Hanzo the Salamander, often regarded as a demigod of the ninja world. Although the Second Great Ninja War had severely diminished Hanzo's former glory, the proverbial lean camel is bigger than a horse, and Konohagakure, already preoccupied with the threats from Sunagakure and Iwagakure, had no desire to provoke the Rain Shinobi. Nevertheless, should Iwagakure attempt to traverse the land of rain to assault Konohagakure, it would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge, necessitating precautionary measures to at present. However, the furious Danzo paid no heed to Hiruzen's words. With a slam, he forcefully shut the office door behind him. As he strode down the corridor, memories of past events flashed through his mind, culminating in the moment the second Hokage had passed the mantle to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen, had I not hesitated and spoken up sooner, perhaps the title of Hokage would now belong to me. Shimura Danzo, yet it mattered not. If you refuse to grant me the position of Hokage, I shall seize it for myself. Even now, your loyalty lies with Orochimaru, and should you send him to Root, it is clear you are preparing for contingencies. Should any issues arise, alas, Hiruzen, I wonder if you will come to regret your decisions when you finally uncover the true nature of your beloved apprentice. That I eagerly await that day, Hiruzen. Heavy footsteps echoed in the corridor, gradually fading away until they vanished completely. The two individuals remaining in the office exhaled a sigh upon witnessing this. Such matters were beyond their capacity to engage deeply, as Hizashi had stated. He was the Hokage while they merely served as advisors. There were issues they could intervene in, but there were also matters best left unmentioned. The Nine Tails was one such issue, as was the position of Hokage itself. Perhaps in the future, when a new Hokage ascended, and if they remained in their advisory roles, their seniority might afford them greater influence. However, at this moment, it was not feasible with Hizashi. Never mind, Hizashi. Danzo is currently in a foul mood. I shall address this matter with him later. Tsunade's words broke the stalemate. Hizashi, recognizing the situation, nodded and shifted the topic. Now that a decision had been made, I will convene a meeting of the Jonin, where I will formally present this issue. Tsunade, please compile the list of personnel who will participate from the land of rivers and the land of grass. Ensure that all necessary supplies are prepared promptly. After fully delegating responsibilities, Tsunade and Mito departed, each immersing themselves in their respective tasks. I in the office. Only Hizashi remained, standing by the window, gazing outside. There, on the Hokage rock of the mountains behind, stood the statues of the three Hokages, resilient against the drifting leaves that cascaded from the sky. The architecture of the Hidden Leaf Village was beautifully arranged, with lush greenery providing a tranquil and picturesque atmosphere. Meanwhile, the streets bustled with life. Children played joyfully, brimming with vitality, creating a scene of harmony and merriment. Where the leaves danced, the flames of life endured. This was indeed the scene long yearned for by the previous Hokages. Yet, regrettably, such a life had no connection to Chikaz at this moment. After a night of toil in Orochimaru's laboratory, Chikaz had finally made preliminary progress in his research on Hashirama cells. Truly, these were the pinnacle of enhancements among Hokages. The latent yang release power within these cells held immense value. Not to mention the incomplete sage body would release and the potency of sage techniques. Naturally, comprehending all of this in a single night was unrealistic, even with the powers granted by the brain fruit. That would be quite an exaggeration. Furthermore, the Hashirama cells were not complete. Upon his examination, Chikaz discerned that these cells seemed to have been castrated, with many attributes significantly diminished. This was, of course, entirely normal. Orochimaru had indeed processed these Hashirama cells, reducing their strength and compromising some internal components. Otherwise, these cells would have long since consumed the severed limb, leaving no room for research or observation. Nevertheless, Chikaz's achievements today were considerable. That it seems you have made quite a significant discovery. A chilling voice startled Chikaz, making him jump to Orochimaru. Turning around, Chikaz respectfully acknowledged Orochimaru, who, after glancing at him, proceeded to the experimental table, showing a keen interest in the various items laid out, nonchalantly picking up a piece of equipment. Orochimaru remarked, "You are indeed intriguing. Did I not instruct you that your task was merely to document the changes in these cells?" "Yes, Orochimaru-sama. I have documented everything, Chikaz replied, not allowing Orochimaru to continue. Bowing, he presented the scroll to Orochimaru. Chikaz was not afraid of Orochimaru seeking trouble. He understood that Orochimaru was quite patient with talented individuals. After reviewing the content of the scroll, Chikaz was confident that Orochimaru would not dwell on minor issues. Chapter 6. Experimental Results in the Laboratory. Orochimaru observed Chikaz, who was bowing low. His long fingers accepted the scroll, and he perused it with keen interest. He was eager to ascertain the level of this newcomer. The scroll opened with records of the changes in Hashirama's cells over the past period, detailing everything from cellular activity to morphological transformations, and the various developments regarding the cells consuming the severed limb. Chikaz's documentation was remarkably thorough, with professional terminology and data presented comprehensively. Even Orochimaru could find no fault with it. Truly fascinating. Offering a glance of mild appreciation towards Chikaz, Orochimaru continued to flip through the scroll, now curious about what further surprises Chikaz might unveil. The scroll presented a hypothesis proposed by Chikaz regarding the application of the yang release power contained within the cells, that he envisioned a device capable of extracting this power to aid in healing the wounded. In Chikaz's conception, this device could vary in size and be collectively referred to as a medical pod. You came up with this in a single night, skimming through the theoretical data on constructing the medical pod. Orochimaru inquired with surprise. Indeed, Orochimaru-sama. This is a projection I devised based on my previous observations of the cellular data, though I did take the liberty of utilizing your laboratory for some preliminary verification. Chikaz responded, raising his head to meet Orochimaru's gaze. Though it was merely a preliminary verification, I am confident I can successfully research it. Observing Chikaz, a subtle smile graced Orochimaru's otherwise stoic visage. Chikaz, is it? You have indeed surprised me that I in less than a day. Not only had he flawlessly accomplished the task assigned to him, but he had also innovated from these findings. You are quite the remarkable individual. As for why Orochimaru did not suspect that Chikaz had previously researched Hashirama cells and prepared this concept in advance, it was because Chikaz's theoretical data for constructing the medical pod was entirely derived from his prior observations and recordings of the Hashirama cells. Moreover, these cells have been specially processed by Orochimaru. He was already aware of what might transpire in this experiment, which is why, after reviewing Chikaz's records, he deduced that there was no fabrication in Chikaz's documentation of the task assigned to him. The details matched perfectly with Orochimaru's own deductions. Stowing the scroll away, Orochimaru addressed Chikaz. From this day forth, you shall be my research assistant. That a talent of such caliber was not one Orochimaru wished to overlook. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. Chikaz, maintaining a stoic expression, replied in a subdued tone, a result he had anticipated. Subsequently, Orochimaru turned his gaze back to the items on the experimental table and, after surveying them, stated, I fear I shall have no need for these items for quite some time. Chikaz, you may keep them, including that severed limb. Displaying no sign of regret, Orochimaru understood that his duties, having been commanded by the third Hokage to depart from Root and head to the front lines, would likely prevent his return to this laboratory. The ordinary research materials within held little value for him. He could acquire as many as he desired, knowing that he possessed more than one laboratory. As for the severed limb containing Hashirama cells, it was rendered useless. His experiment had failed to meet expectations, and even if not given to Chikaz, he would have discarded it as waste. Instead, he offered it to Chikaz, curious to see what further surprises he might conjure. Orochimaru was not one to be stingy with capable subordinates. Chikaz, hearing this, was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated Orochimaru's generosity. Has something transpired that I am unaware of? Not lingering on his thoughts, Chikaz promptly expressed his gratitude to Orochimaru. Thank you, Orochimaru-sama. I will devote myself to successfully researching the medical pod. That is unnecessary. Orochimaru swiftly turned his back on Chihase. For the research proposed by Chihase held little significance for him. Extracting the yang release power from Hashirama cells to heal injuries was akin to a medical ninja performing a healing jutsu. For Orochimaru, he was not in need of such trivial healing prowess as for applying it elsewhere. That was utterly out of the question. Orochimaru was not one to seek trouble in idle hours. Nor did he entertain the notion of severing ties with Konoha. The true strength of a medical capsule lay in its universal applicability. Imagine if each ninja in Konoha was equipped with a simple medical capsule. It would be tantamount to having a medical ninja at their side at all times. The impact of such a development would be monumental. However, achieving such a feat was impossible due to a critical flaw. The core of the medical capsules was derived from the cells of the first Hokage. It was well known that the experiments involving Hashirama's cells were conducted in secret, and prior to Orochimaru's endeavors, the third Hokage had also ordered similar would-release experiments, which were shrouded in secrecy. After expending considerable manpower without yielding results, the third Hokage had ceased these experiments. All experimental materials and data were classified, only to be resurrected by Orochimaru and Danzo in the present. To conduct experiments using the body of the first Hokage in the open would be indefensible to the entire populace of Konoha and its ninjas. Should such matters become widely known, even the third Hokage would struggle to bear the weight of public scrutiny. Furthermore, utilizing the first Hokage's cellular material as medical supplies would certainly meet with the third Hokage's disapproval, as such actions would fundamentally undermine the sanctity of the Hokage position. That if Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage and current leader of Konoha's medical system, were to discover this, it would spell disaster. While Orochimaru might remain indifferent to such matters, it was evident that the medical capsule could never gain traction within Konoha. The obstacles presented by the third Hokage and Tsunade rendered it nothing more than a superfluous object, tasteless yet regrettable to discard. Nonetheless, despite its perceived futility, Orochimaru held Chiyase in high regard, valuing the individual's capabilities, which Chiyase had duly demonstrated that, of course, if he wished to continue his research, he was free to pursue it independently. As Orochimaru made his way out, he did not entirely shut the door on the conversation, for after all, Chiyase's former superior was likely indifferent to such matters. Danzo, consider this my gratitude for your support during this time. And thank you for providing me with such a competent assistant in the end. Upon stepping outside, Orochimaru glanced back at the industrious Chiyase and called out, "Very well, let us conclude matters here. Gather your belongings and follow me that I acknowledge your intellect. I hope your abilities can keep pace." Inside the laboratory, Chiyase did not keep Orochimaru waiting long, swiftly clearing the room of all its contents. As Orochimaru's visible laboratory within the Root organization, significant experimental results and research data were certainly not stored there. Thus, Chiyase collected all the research tools, which Orochimaru dismissed, but for Chiyase, this was a much-needed boon. After organizing everything with storage scrolls, Chiyase hurriedly turned to catch up with Orochimaru. Regarding Orochimaru's dismissal of the medical capsule, Chiyase felt little turmoil within. The medical capsule was inherently flawed. It could never gain widespread acceptance in Konoha, a fact Chiyase was well aware of. Yet, it was precisely because of this that he chose to present such a seemingly useless item to Orochimaru as a demonstration of his capabilities. As for the truly valuable items, they resided solely within Chiyase's mind. And as for Danzo, Chiyase, who was intent on distancing himself from the Root organization, would never consider enhancing the strength of an adversary. Chapter 7. Graduates of the Ninja Academy. Obediently following in Orochimaru's wake, Chiyase accompanied him to a training ground. Traversing the dense forest, the view suddenly opened up with bright sunlight illuminating the earth, and a lush carpet of verdant grass blanketing the ground that a gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the shadows of the thicket, while drifting leaves danced gracefully in the air, and the whispers of the wind crafted a melodious symphony in the distance. Jiraiya's legendary tale, the Toad Sage, has arrived. What do you think of this grand entrance? In the training ground, a tall figure, adorned with a forehead protector inscribed with the word oil, white hair cascading to his waist, red markings beneath his eyes, and clad in a red outer robe over a brown tunic, stood atop a toad's back, striking an odd pose while inquiring of several silhouettes before him. "You truly are insufferable." Jiraiya. Orochimaru had leaped from the trees into the training ground, expressing his disdain from behind Jiraiya. "Dada, Orochimaru." Startled by the voice from behind, Jiraiya quickly turned to face the newly arrived Orochimaru at that moment. The shadow clones of Orochimaru were dispelled, leaving only 3 young figures standing across from him. Upon retrieving the memories of the shadow clones, Orochimaru's gaze turned to the trio of newly graduated Ninja Academy students he had just accepted. "Your teacher truly is entertaining." Due to the impending war, the third Hokage had decreed that the senior students of the Ninja Academy would finally graduate. Among this batch, The third Hokage had specifically selected a few students for Orochimaru to take as apprentices. As for the reasoning behind this, bonds were something his teacher had always cherished. Perhaps it was a means to convey his will of fire, fearing that Orochimaru might linger too long in the route. How tiresome. Regardless, Orochimaru had no plans to sever all ties completely. His aspirations for the Hokage position still lingered in his heart. Since that was the case, certain matters must be conducted according to his teacher's wishes. After casting a glance at the three young ones, Orochimaru directed his attention to his old comrade. Instead of preparing to depart for the Ida on ninja front, "What brings you here, Jiraiya?" Upon encountering the main subject. Jiraiya seated himself cross-legged on the toad's back, dropping any pretense and scratching his head with a hearty laugh. "It's been a while since we last met. Now that I've found you, let us get going." Without further ado, Orochimaru led Chihase to the trio of Ninja Academy graduates, and at that moment, Chihase finally got a good look at the three youngsters, two girls and one boy. The trio were not particularly tall, appearing to be under 10 years of age. "Now, let us introduce ourselves." Cutting straight to the point, Orochimaru dispensed with any superfluous chatter. Simultaneously, the three youngsters, realizing the moment, eagerly responded. With the first girl raising her hand excitedly, "That I am Mitarashi Anko." With her blackish-purple hair, netted top, and orange shorts, she held in one hand a half-eaten rice dumpling, explaining herself with unabashed enthusiasm, "That I'm 9 years old. I love rice dumplings and red bean soup, and I excel in fire release techniques. That my dream is to become the first female Hokage of the village." "Ah, a remarkable dream, young lady," Jiraiya interjected, giving her a thumbs up. "I believe you will succeed." Really? Receiving recognition from one of the legendary three, coupled with the possibility that her future master might be the renowned Orochimaru, Anko was visibly thrilled. Unfortunately, the other girl standing behind her abruptly shattered her daydreams. Of course, that is impossible. Beneath her long, sleek black hair, she wore a forehead protector bearing the leaf symbol. Her demeanor cold, clad in a black top displaying the Uchiha clan's emblem. Complemented by shorts, her prominent nose and deliberately narrowed eyes exuded an air of pride. The elegant figure radiated an imposing presence. "The title of the first female Hokage belongs to me." Uchiha Aya, 9 years old, had no particular likes, excelled in fire release techniques, specifically Uchiha-style fire release, and possessed proficiency in shuriken throwing. "My ambition, or rather my goal, is to become the first female Hokage of the village, and also the first Hokage from the Uchiha clan." Without a hint of modesty, she dismissed Anko's aspirations, her haughty expression betraying her lineage. "You!" Hondo glared at Uchiha Ling, her cheeks puffed up in indignation. This fellow had the audacity to trouble her right from the start, which was exceedingly infuriating. However, given the presence of Lord Orochimaru and Lord Jiraiya, she refrained from expressing her anger. Observing the two girls at odds with one another, Jiraiya found it inappropriate to interject, while Orochimaru's gaze shifted towards the last individual, with short hair and the Konoha forehead protector perched upon her brow. She was enveloped in a chestnut-brown coat. The raised collar obscured much of her face, complemented by sunglasses that rendered her presence almost imperceptible if one were not attentive. Yamanaka Shikoku, at the tender age of 9, had a penchant for nurturing a variety of insects and was proficient in her family's secret technique. The insect manipulation jutsu, in a mere few sentences, she succinctly introduced herself, then fell silent once more, prompting Orochimaru to withdraw his gaze, a customary tradition of the Yamanaka clan, that as he surveyed the trio before him, a cold smile crept across Orochimaru's face. The three individuals his teacher had assigned to him were indeed formidable. First and foremost, Uchiha Ling, whose lineage alone ensured her exceptional nature. The Yamanaka clan was a significant faction within Konoha, their secretive techniques being the backbone of the village. As for Mitarashi Hondo, she represented the burgeoning class of civilian ninjas since the establishment of the shinobi villages. A force to be reckoned with. His teacher had truly arranged a well-rounded selection of disciples. "Well, it appears that the old man has taken your potential into careful consideration," Jiraiya remarked, noting Orochimaru's prolonged silence. He was acutely aware that the death of Senju Rope during the Second Great Ninja War had not only dealt a devastating blow to Tsunade, but had also affected Orochimaru deeply. Ever since Rope's demise, Jiraiya had sensed that his old friend was becoming increasingly unhinged. Hence, he hoped that Orochimaru could overcome this mental barrier and perhaps find solace in mentoring a new group of students. I understand that particular incident weighs heavily on your heart, but even Tsunade has taken on a pupil that I had the opportunity to observe, that girl from the Akato family. She seems quite promising. Jiraiya encouraged. You need not instruct me on that matter, Jiraiya, Orochimaru interjected. Since this is the old man's arrangement, I shall abide by it. Furthermore, your disciple has also been assigned to lead a small team today. Has he not? Oh, you mean Minato. Jiraiya scratched his head, a hint of pride in his voice that it's nothing too exceptional. The old man deemed his qualifications and strength sufficient, hence the assignment. Jiraiya was quite pleased with his disciple. The talented Namikaze Minato, whom he had personally trained, that's so. It appears he is leading quite an impressive group. Orochimaru mused. Point one from the Uchiha clan, a civilian ninja, and the son of Konoha's White Fan. That team is indeed remarkable. Chapter 8, Strength Assessment 1. Not at all. In the training ground, Uchiha Ling vehemently retorted, Lord Orochimaru, our team is the strongest, as one of the only two surviving Uchihas. She had graduated as the top of her class, far surpassing that fool Obito. Even Kakashi, the son of the White Fang, paled in comparison to her prowess. In her eyes, even Kakashi's rank as a Chunin did not intimidate her. When it came to battle, the outcome was uncertain. And why is that? Orochimaru inquired, a smile gracing his lips rather than anger. Uchiha Ling boldly replied, It is simply because I am part of this team. What arrogance! Mitarashi Hondo could no longer contain herself and scoffed. Kakashi has long been a Chunin, while it seems someone here has just graduated. That's because my family wouldn't allow me to graduate early. Otherwise, a mere Chunin would be no challenge for me. Uchiha Ling shot back, refusing to relent. Anyone can boast. Hondo snapped. Enough. Orochimaru interjected sharply. It seems you are quite confident in your abilities. In that case, Shikaku, why not spar with him for a couple of rounds? Standing silently behind Orochimaru, Yamanaka had gone unnoticed until now. Upon Orochimaru's command, she stepped forward and replied, Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Ninja from the root, even those from the sealing and logistics divisions, were known for their decisiveness and formidable strength. Weaklings did not survive in the root. What are you thinking, Orochimaru? This is unacceptable. Jiraiya recognized Shikaku's cold demeanor and immediately understood that she was a root ninja. Allowing a root ninja to spar with these three youngsters could lead to unforeseen complications. Orochimaru, undeterred, coldly remarked, Jiraiya, this is my decision. Besides, this is merely a fundamental assessment. They are preparing for the battlefield, and if they cannot even withstand this, it would be better for them to return from whence they came. Jiraiya was left speechless by the harshness of Orochimaru's words. Indeed, to follow Orochimaru's path, one had to embrace the battlefield. Even if Orochimaru did not send them to the front lines, their roles in logistics would still expose them to the harsh realities of war, where anything could happen, and even Orochimaru could not shield them entirely. With a cold gaze, Orochimaru turned away from the sighing Jiraiya and addressed the trio. Let me be clear. If you fail, you will return whence you came. I do not tolerate incompetence here. Having said that, Orochimaru swiftly departed, leaving the stage to Shikaku. Jiraiya, casting one last glance at Shikaku, warned the three, be careful. That one is no ordinary opponent. With that, Jiraiya leaped from the back of a toad to join Orochimaru, who promptly dispelled the summoning technique, leaving nothing but a cloud of smoke in their wake. Thus, the vast training ground was left with only Shikaku and the three girls facing each other. Without initiating an attack, Shikaku regarded Hondo and her companions with a cold stare, commanding, Come at me! Ugh, another infuriating individual. Hondo grimaced at the disdainful look Shikaku cast her way, after swallowing the last of her rice dumplings. She pulled a kunai from her ninja tool pouch and prepared to speak to her companions. However, she soon realized that Uchiha Ling and Yamanaka Shikaku had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, the training ground was left with only Hondo and Shikaku facing off. Those two bastards left me behind. A gentle breeze swept through, and Hondo felt the world's hostility directed at her, further fueling her frustration. Fine. Even if I'm alone, I shall prevail. Here I come, with unwavering determination. Hondo charged at Shikaku with her kunai, leaving Uchiha Ling hidden nearby, exasperated. Was that girl truly foolish enough to rush into battle without knowing her enemy's strength from the grass? Yamanaka Shikaku spoke rarely, There's no turning back now. It seems we must rely on ourselves. Abandoning the idea of pulling Hondo back, Uchiha Ling instructed Shiko, "Wait for my signal." Having conveyed her message, she turned and disappeared into the thicket, observing the distinctive red and white fan insignia. Shikaka felt a twinge of admiration. What a decisive woman, she mused, before leaving behind a single insect and vanishing into the dense forest. Meanwhile, Shikaka toyed with Hondo like a cat with a mouse. Effortlessly disarming her kunai and tossing it aside, she pinned the kunai into the ground, for kunai now adorned the grassy expanse, all seized from Hondo's grasp. "Your strength does not match your bravado," Shikaka mocked, adjusting her glasses as she stood her ground. Meanwhile, Hondo, battered and bruised, slowly rose from the ground, wiping the blood from her face with the back of her hand as she defiantly declared, "Don't underestimate me, you jerk. You'll soon witness my true power." With hands pressed together, 10 fingers methodically formed the hand seals of ninjutsu, causing Kiyohise to wear an expression of utter disbelief at such leisurely speed. At this rate, should he encounter a genuine adversary, he would surely find his throat slit before he could even complete the seals. However, this was not a true life-and-death struggle. Kiyohise refrained from seizing the opportunity to strike, instead standing still and allowing Yushoshi Hondo to finish her seals. After all, one must provide these little ones with room to demonstrate their abilities. As Kiyohise waited, Yushoshi Hondo finally completed her seals. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. A blaze ignited before her, flames shooting forth in a straight line towards Kiyohise with alarming speed. Observing this, Kiyohise hastily formed his own seals, inhaling deeply before unleashing a torrent of water towards the roaring flames. Water release. Water chaos wave. The water gushed forth from his mouth, creating a small pool that collided with the flames, swiftly dousing them in a cascade of steam and mist. "This is impossible," Hondo exclaimed incredulously as she witnessed her carefully crafted ninjutsu being effortlessly dismantled. "This cannot be." The enemy's voice resonated from below, startling Hondo into looking down. But alas, it was far too late. Earth release. Heart decapitation technique. A hand suddenly emerged from the ground, gripping her ankle and pulling her down into the earth, leaving only her head exposed. Trapped within the soil, Hondo struggled desperately, striving to break free, yet her efforts proved futile. And she ultimately succumbed to despair. "It seems this is all you are capable of," Kiyohise remarked as he approached the ensnared Hondo. "Let us call it a day. After all, having lingered here for so long, those two should be ready by now." Following Kiyohise's gaze, one could see a dense forest shrouded in mist, obscuring the circumstances within. Chapter 9. Strength Assessment. 2 Sunlight filtered through the thick canopy, casting dappled patterns onto the forest floor and illuminating the not-so-tall figure of Kiyohise, that a gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, and the patches of light danced upon him like playful spirits, imparting an air of mystery. The crunch of fallen leaves underfoot echoed as Kiyohise walked solemnly through the woods, his eyes scanning the surroundings. What surprises would these 2 little imps have prepared for him? Towering trees cast long shadows, and in the corners of these shadows, hidden dangers lay in wait for unsuspecting prey. Bang! The wire beneath his feet snapped taut, ensnaring him as if it had captured its quarry. As Kiyohise spotted the explosive tags affixed to the wires, he hastily leapt aside that a series of explosive tags ignited in succession, enveloping the area in swirling smoke as a massive explosion erupted. The shockwave shattered surrounding trees, scattering branches and leaves in every direction, obscuring vision with a thick cloud of dust. Just as Kiyohise regained his footing, several threads sprang up from beneath him, binding him in place. "Got you," a voice called from above, and Uchiha Ling descended from the treetops, landing on a branch and gazing down at the restrained Kiyohise without hesitation. She swiftly formed several hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Chakra gathered in her throat as Uchiha Ling unleashed a massive fireball toward Kiyohise. With his hands bound, he would surely find himself at a loss. Observing Kiyohise immobilized by the wires, Uchiha Ling chuckled lightly, confident in her meticulously crafted web that had left no gaps, even separating his hands, that a ninja unable to form seals was devoid of the ability to resist. Yet, unbeknownst to Uchiha Ling, Sometimes forming seals does not necessitate the use of both hands. With his right hand bound in midair, Kianhisi deftly manipulated his chakra, executing a jutsu. Water release. Water barrier, but a torrent of water erupted from his mouth, forming a wall that intercepted the blazing fireball. As the mist enveloped the area, the wires began to snap one by one, signaling the failure of Uchiha Ling's plan. "This is impossible," Uchiha Ling exclaimed in astonishment, unable to fathom how Kianhisi could perform ninjutsu while so restrained. Yet she quickly regained her composure, retrieving a kunai from her pack and eyeing the mist warily. As the mist dissipated among the towering trees, Uchiha Ling found herself unable to spot Kianhisi. However, she soon caught sight of him perched casually on a nearby branch, one hand in his pocket. "That you're not bad, at least better than that reckless fool. Who would compare themselves to that idiot?" Uchiha Ling retorted sharply, incensed that Kianhisi would dare to juxtapose her with Yushoshi Hongdo. In a flash, she lunged forward, kunai in hand, aiming directly at Kianhisi. Swish! Kianhisi deftly dodged the incoming kunai, retaliating by seizing Uchiha Ling's wrist. "It seems I've misspoken. You appear to be no different from her. Stop underestimating me." Uchiha Ling shot back, her eyes narrowing dangerously. Suddenly, her pupils began to spin, transforming her once black eyes into a mesmerizing crimson adorned with a single tomo. "This is the Sharingan," Kianhisi recognized, understanding the formidable power of the Uchiha clan as bloodline limit, one of the three great ocular jutsu in the ninja world, granting enhanced perception, replication, and hypnotic abilities. Reacting quickly, Kianhisi averted his gaze and exerted force, flinging Uchiha Ling away. Although her single Tomo Sharingan would pose little threat to him, caution was prudent, especially since his outward demeanor did not reflect a particularly powerful ninja. Uchiha Ling steadied herself in midair, using chakra to stabilize on a tree branch, her expression tinged with frustration. "I was so close just now. If only I had been a fraction quicker, I could have ensnared him in an illusion." But alas, failure is failure. However, she reassured herself that with her eyes, the final outcome would remain unchanged. Regaining her resolve, Uchiha Ling charged toward Kianhisi once more, while he unsheathed his own kunai, ready to engage in combat. Sparks flew as the two kunai clashed, the immense force of their contact sending tremors through Uchiha Ling's arms, nearly causing her to lose grip on her weapon. Even more alarming was Kianhisi's accelerating speed, which left her struggling to keep pace. Bang! The kunai collided again, forcing Uchiha Ling back several steps. As she steadied herself against the tree trunk, she noticed another kunai hurtling towards her with alarming speed. "Damn it!" Uchiha Ling thought, her instincts urging her to evade, but her body failed to respond in time. The sharp tip of the kunai halted just shy of her throat. "That you've lost," Kianhisi declared nonchalantly. "Having subdued Uchiha Ling, to awaken the Sharingan at your age is commendable, but unfortunately for you, you encountered me. Losing to me is not unjust." Casting a sidelong glance at the kunai poised against her neck, Uchiha Ling bristled with indignation. "To declare I've lost now is premature. Let us go," Uchiha Ling exclaimed. Secret technique. Insect sphere. A swarm of insects erupted from the tree trunk beneath Kianhisi, ensnaring his ankles. While from every part of the trees, a multitude of parasitic insects surged forth like a tidal wave towards him. Kianhisi's expression shifted dramatically. The sheer number of insects was repulsive, and he realized he could not retaliate in time. The swarm quickly enveloped him, temporarily immobilizing him, and seizing the opportunity, Uchiha Ling leapt backward, drawing several shurikens from behind her and launching them directly at Kianhisi. In the dense forest, the shurikens flew, interconnected by wires, spinning gracefully through the air under Uchiha Ling's control, closing in on Kianhisi's figure. Realizing the dire situation as the wires zipped past him, Kianhisi understood he was in a precarious position, unable to act due to the parasitic insects binding him. Manipulate the shurikens. Under the manipulation of Uchiha Aya, the threads surrounding Kianhisi intertwined and ensnared him, forcefully pulling him backward and binding him tightly to the massive trunk of a tree. "Now let us see how you will respond." Fire style, dragon fire technique. Beneath the tree, the ever-prepared Mitarashi Anko unleashed the fire ninjutsu once more towards Kianhisi. Simultaneously, Uchiha Aya, unwilling to be outdone, employed the same ninjutsu. Fire style, dragon fire technique. Following the threads, Uchiha Aya's pillar of fire surged towards Kianhisi, and the two colossal flames collided with a resounding crackle. The flames intertwined, forming an immense fireball that ignited the bound Kianhisi. The searing heat enveloped his body, and the excruciating pain ultimately became unbearable for him, causing him to erupt into a cloud of smoke with a loud bang. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were struck with astonishment. Shadow clone? As Kianhisi's figure transformed into a puff of smoke, the three who had thought themselves victorious cried out in alarm. Could it be that I have been battling nothing but a shadow clone all this time? Uchiha Aya, standing atop the tree trunk, was filled with fury. An intricate series of maneuvers had only succeeded in dispelling a mere shadow clone, and she could hardly accept such a defeat. Clap, clap, clap. A sound of applause rang from above, and the three looked up to see Jiraiya enthusiastically clapping atop the treetops. Beside him, Orochimaru stood with his usual cold demeanor, while behind him, Kianhisi adjusted his glasses, the sunlight glinting off them, obscuring the gaze behind them. Chapter 10. A turn of events. What a splendid collaboration! Jiraiya exclaimed as he leapt down from the treetops, landing gracefully on the ground, his thumb raised in generous praise. For a freshly graduated ninja school student to possess such prowess is truly remarkable. Surely, they are far stronger than he had been upon his own graduation. While the other two remained unresponsive to Jiraiya's commendation, Anko, the carefree spirit, burst into laughter. Raising her chin proudly, she declared, "Of course. Have you forgotten who I am? I am Mitarashi Anko, the future Hokage fool." From behind, Uchiha Aya descended from the branches and promptly retorted, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "With that brain of yours, you think you can become Hokage? It was a mistake to even compete with you. You are utterly unworthy to be in my presence." Upon hearing Uchiha Aya's cutting remarks, Anko placed her hands on her hips, ready to retort. Noticing that the two were about to engage in a quarrel, Jiraiya quickly raised his hands in a gesture of peace, saying, "No need to argue. Your collaboration earlier was truly commendable in my eyes. First you, Uchiha Aya." Jiraiya pointed a finger at Uchiha Aya, praising her. "What an impressive tactical arrangement. You remained calm, set traps, and lured your opponent into a favorable position for combat, all while leaving yourself a backup plan. Ultimately, you triumphed through cooperation with your teammates that in every regard. You are an exceptional ninja." "What?" Standing aside, Anko, upon hearing Jiraiya's praise for Uchiha Aya, felt a surge of resentment, her cheeks puffing up like steamed buns as she kicked at the ground, causing the fallen leaves to rustle. It seems as if all the credit is going to her. Observing Anko's discontent, Jiraiya continued, "And you, Anko, you displayed remarkable bravery in battle, decisively striking against a formidable enemy, creating opportunities for your teammates. This is also worthy of commendation." Anko, who had been feeling slighted by Jiraiya's earlier praise for Uchiha Aya, brightened at his words, her previous displeasure evaporating. She lifted her head, scratching her head bashfully, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue that, "Oh, really?" Then, turning to Ninja Sure Foam, Jiraiya said, "And now you." After calming Anko, Jiraiya faced Ninja Sure Foam. "You worked well with your teammates, maximizing your abilities, and even returned to rescue your comrade without compromising your own safety. Young man, I acknowledge your will of fire." Ninja Sure Foam, his face partially concealed beneath his collar, remained still, hands tucked in his pockets, rendering Jiraiya somewhat awkward. Indeed, the stoic demeanor of the Ninja clan made interaction challenging. Not wanting to prolong the discomfort, Jiraiya turned his gaze to Orochimaru, still perched in the treetops. However, at that moment, Jiraiya failed to notice Ninja Shurfing's trembling hands hidden in his pockets, nor the slight flush that crept across his collar-hidden face. The gleam in his eyes, concealed behind sunglasses, sparkled with excitement. How could he not be thrilled by the acknowledgement of his will of fire from the legendary Sannin? Unfortunately, Jiraiya had already turned his attention away, calling out to Orochimaru. "So, Orochimaru, do you think they are qualified?" As Jiraiya's voice rang out, the three youngsters looked up, awaiting the final verdict. After all, they would still be following Orochimaru in the future. In the treetops, Orochimaru stood cold and aloof, the breeze tousling his long hair, his expression inscrutable, leaving others guessing his thoughts. However, Kianhisi recalled that in the original story, Orochimaru had indeed taken Mitarashi Anko as a disciple, so it was likely that he would accept these three youngsters. What do you think? Without acknowledging Jiraiya, Orochimaru turned his back to Kianhisi and inquired. Did I in response to Orochimaru's inquiry, Kianhisi, equally perplexed by Orochimaru's thoughts, replied, I leave the decision to you. Lord Orochimaru, it is best to remain silent on such matters. After casting a glance at Kianhisi, Orochimaru refrained from further questioning, instead leaping down to the ground and addressing Uchiha Aya and the others with a chilling tone. To be frank, you three appear utterly inadequate in my eyes. Dismissing Jiraiya's presence with a wave, Orochimaru's gaze fixated on Mitarashi Anko, his serpentine eyes glinting with a cold, ruthless light. Such a gaze left Anko frozen in place, cold sweat trickling down her forehead uncontrollably. First, you, Mitarashi Anko, you acted foolishly, charging into battle without even grasping the basic details of your opponent's situation. You wish to die. In a battlefield, with your kind of stupidity, you wouldn't survive a day. The once emotionless tone of Orochimaru gradually revealed his ire as he scolded Anko. Observing Orochimaru's harsh reprimand, Jiraiya, for once, fell silent at his companion. He understood the depth of Orochimaru's anger. The incident with the rope tree had profoundly impacted Orochimaru. And you, Y Ninja Shurfo. Since when has the Y Ninja clan produced someone as foolish as you? Unreservedly scolding Anko, Orochimaru shifted his focus to Y Ninja Shurfo, berating him for daring to turn his back on an unknown enemy to render aid. Did you think that one insect could reveal every detail? Were you not afraid of the enemy setting traps? This time, your adversary did not lay any tricks, but in battle, will your opponent grant you such an opportunity? When you find yourself lured to your demise, will you regret your actions? Faced with Orochimaru's ferocious rebuke, none dared to interject. Anko and Y Ninja Shurfo lowered their heads in silence. Meanwhile, Kianhisi was taken aback, unable to comprehend Orochimaru's intense reaction. The cold-blooded serpent was not supposed to exhibit such emotions. Finally, you, Uchiha Aya. Shifting his focus to the last person, Orochimaru's voice grew, increasingly furious. Your practical experience and tactical arrangements were decent. But that is all. But who gave you the audacity to continue your aggressive assault even when your own traps had failed? Was it your Sharingan? Contrary to Anko and Y Ninja Shurfing's responses, Uchiha Aya's face flushed with indignation as she retorted directly at Orochimaru. Indeed, before these eyes, I shall. Before Uchiha Aya could finish her sentence, a wave of murderous intent erupted from Orochimaru, wrapping around her like an icy serpent's den. An overwhelming chill that sent shivers down her spine. Uchiha Aya found herself paralyzed by Orochimaru's formidable presence, unable to move. Only when Orochimaru retracted his aura did Uchiha Aya collapse to her knees, her hand supporting her weight on the ground as she gasped for breath. Overwhelmed. How terrifying. It seemed your body is not as resilient as your bravado. The frigid words once again escaped from Orochimaru's lips, as if the indignant individual from moments prior was not the very Orochimaru standing before them now. The fluctuating emotions left Jiraiya momentarily taken aback, yet he understood that matters had stabilized. If Orochimaru had no intention of becoming the guiding Jonin and mentor to these young ones, he would not squander his breath here. However, unlike Jiraiya, the trio across from him, consisting of Akane, remained oblivious. Faced with Orochimaru's disparaging remarks that rendered them utterly worthless, they stood dejectedly in place, clearly destined to retrace their steps. Meanwhile, the now composed Orochimaru cast a chilling glance over the three before finally uttering, although you have yet to meet my expectations, I can offer you a chance. His serpentine gaze fell upon Chihoko, and he instructed, Chihoko, starting today, you shall temporarily assume the role of their guiding Jonin. This unexpected decision left Jiraiya thoroughly astonished, and even Chihoko was taken aback. What in the world was happening? Chapter 11. Confrontation with Orochimaru, that a twist of fate brought an uncontrollable joy back to Akane's despondent face. Elated, she leaped into the air, exclaiming, Hooray! We don't have to go back to school. For Akane, who had long aspired to graduate and become a ninja, the thought of returning to the classroom was utterly unwelcome. However, not everyone shared Akane's singular ambition. Uchiha Aya, her spirit revived, glanced at Orochimaru and then at Chihoko, harboring a sense of indignation. Could this bespectacled fellow truly be reliable? His abilities seemed rather mediocre. Yet, despite her discontent following Orochimaru's recent reprimand, Uchiha Aya dared not voice her grievances immediately. She was well aware of the distinction between obstinacy and provocations. Fortunately, someone else raised their concerns on their behalf. Jiraiya, caught off guard by the situation, expressed his doubts. Orochimaru, this hardly adheres to protocol, does it? Can he truly fulfill this role, given his strength and position? I am not your good disciple, Minato, Orochimaru retorted, turning to Jiraiya. Even on the front lines, you have a capable mentor to lead the troops that I have many matters to attend to. That I in truth, Orochimaru did not hold the trio in high regard, yet he had no desire to dismiss them outright. After all, their presence afforded him considerable political leverage. The position of Hokage intrigued him, but given the multitude of tasks at hand, he found himself unable to devote the necessary attention, hence the compromise he proposed. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya realized his misstep and scratched his head, acknowledging, "You're right. After all, you'll be leading the troops on the front lines." However, what Jiraiya was unaware of was that Orochimaru had far more pressing matters beyond this one. The clandestine experiments he was conducting likely represented the true reason for his lack of time. Watching Orochimaru's retreating figure, Chihoko felt an urge to voice her frustrations. That it was worth noting that her own time was also quite limited. "What do you think, Chihoko?" Orochimaru turned to her once more, inquiring. Chihoko replied with the same words as before, "I leave the decision to you, Lord Orochimaru." She lacked the standing to defy his orders, and besides, this task hardly seemed critical. Taking care of the children was, in comparison to other missions, rather simple. "Very well." Orochimaru nodded to AS for strength and position. He then asked Chihoko, "What is your current rank?" "Reporting to you, Lord Orochimaru, I am a Chunin." Chihoko answered that a Chunin, "Is it rather low?" Orochimaru mused, stroking his chin. "How about this, Chihoko? Let us engage in a match." Taken aback, Chihoko looked up at Orochimaru, then fell silent. Indeed, Orochimaru would undoubtedly want to assess her abilities personally. After all, she would be one of his long-term companions. Yet what level of strength was appropriate to display in front of one of the legendary Sannin? Ignoring Chihoko's reaction and dispensing with superfluous dialogue, Orochimaru swiftly unleashed his serpentine technique, that serpent shadow technique. From his sleeve emerged a snake, the thickness of a small arm, which unexpectedly lunged at Chihoko, coiling around her with alarming speed, its conical head revealing menacing fangs. The hissing of its forked tongue echoing in her ears, the razor-sharp fangs sank mercilessly into her neck. Yet unlike the flesh of a human, the wound did not bleed. Instead, a fine stream of water erupted forth. In an instant, the standing Chihoko transformed into a stream of water, dissipating onto the ground. "That a water clone?" Orochimaru remarked with a grin, his interest piqued. His serpentine gaze scanned the surroundings, and he spotted a branch swaying unnaturally in the dense foliage, indicating that Chihoko had just escaped. "Found you." Activating the body flicker technique, Orochimaru dashed towards Chihoko with incredible speed. But as he approached, Chihoko's expression turned contemplative. The current Orochimaru was no ordinary adversary. Based on her deductions, he likely had not yet mastered those forbidden techniques, including Edo Tensei, curse seals, and the like, but that did not imply his prowess was trivial. Trained under the third Hokage and possessing mastery over all 5 chakra natures, Orochimaru may not frequently employ those elemental jutsu, yet it did not mean he lacked the ability to use them. Moreover, Orochimaru had developed his own snake-based jutsu and summoned snakes from the legendary Rigakure. This was merely the tip of the iceberg. He had also dabbled in sealing techniques, jinjutsu, and even medical ninjutsu. That in a sense, Orochimaru could be deemed an all-round ninja, devoid of significant weaknesses. After all, he had yet to delve into the complexities of Edo Tensei and cursed seal soul division, which would leave him spiritually vulnerable. Yet, even under those circumstances, only top-tier jinjutsu could effectively subdue him. Facing such an individual was indeed a headache. That Orochimaru closed in. Chihoko, initially intending to create distance to devise a strategy, found herself at a loss for effective tactics. That if that's the case, I shall test the waters. Swiftly forming hand seals, she inhaled deeply and unleashed a torrent of water towards Orochimaru. Water release. Water surge. A small pool of water surged forth, aimed directly at Orochimaru, who, sensing the attack, responded with his own swift hand seals, gathering chakra. Fire release. Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. 3 fire dragons erupted from Orochimaru's mouth. assaulting the advancing water pool from three directions: left, center, and right. The raging flames collided with the water, instantly vaporizing it, and a thick mist enveloped the forest in an ephemeral shroud. What an exaggerated display of ninjutsu power! The humid vapor lingered, and Chihoko, now devoid of a target, pulled a kunai from her ninja tool pouch, scanning her surroundings warily. The rustling of leaves echoed ominously, yet her keen ears detected an unusual sound. Chapter 12. A Shark. What is this? Reacting quickly, Chihoko turned to face the source of the sound. Within the dense fog, Orochimaru's form, though still humanoid, slithered across the ground like a serpent, and as he drew near, Orochimaru's pale lips parted. And from his mouth, a snake shot forth toward Chihoko with alarming speed. Another one of those tricks. Gripping her kunai, Chihoko hurled it directly at the approaching snake, determined to see whether its fangs were sharper than her kunai. Just as the sharp kunai was about to pierce the snake's mouth, a glimmer of cold steel emerged from within, and a blade unfurled from the serpent's belly that in an instant, the sword elongated. Its tip striking the kunai, sending it careening off course and into the tree behind her. Barely evading Orochimaru's ambush, Chihoko's eyes narrowed as she quickly leaped aside, distancing herself from the blade. That was close. Drawing another kunai, she remained vigilant, fixating on Orochimaru and the sword he wielded. The Kusanagi? How troublesome. As Orochimaru stood upright, having failed in his stealthy assault, he retrieved the Kusanagi and wore a sly smile. Licking his lips, he remarked, "Your reflexes are commendable, but do you intend to keep evading me indefinitely?" With nimble steps, Orochimaru did not afford Kiin Hisi an opportunity to respond, brandishing the Kusanagi sword as he charged towards him. Sensing the imminent danger, Kiin Hisi had no choice but to confront him directly. Gripping his kunai with determination, he successfully parried Orochimaru's blade. The clash of metal resonated through the air, sending a shower of sparks flying. Amidst the branches, the two engaged in a relentless exchange of blows. Kiin Hisi utilizing his commendable taijutsu to deflect every attack from Orochimaru. However, as time elapsed, the ferocity of Orochimaru's assault intensified, causing Kiin Hisi to gradually feel the strain. Yet, this was not the most perilous aspect of the confrontation. The kunai in Kiin Hisi's hand had endured several clashes and was on the verge of breaking. It is worth noting that the sword wielded by Orochimaru possessed a sharpness capable of slicing through even the most resilient of materials. And although Kiin Hisi had modified his kunai, it still paled in comparison to the Kusanagi. Clang. Ultimately, as expected, Kiin Hisi's kunai succumbed to Orochimaru's blade, shattering into two segments with a crisp sound at "Oh, are you unable to hold on any longer?" Orochimaru remarked with a light chuckle, watching the kunai fly away, that if he wished to concede, it would be prudent to admit it now. His movements remained unimpeded by his words, as Orochimaru raised his sword once more to strike at Kiin Hisi with full force. Fortunately, Kiin Hisi was not defenseless. The remaining half of his kunai intercepted Orochimaru's attack. I appreciate Lord Orochimaru's concern, but I assure you, I possess some abilities of my own. Kiin Hisi replied solemnly. "Oh, is that so?" Orochimaru's interest was piqued by this response. He delivered a powerful kick to Kiin Hisi's abdomen, sending him sprawling backward. "Then let me witness your prowess." Although Kiin Hisi was propelled into the air by Orochimaru's kick, he sustained minimal injuries, performing a backward somersault. He regained his footing upon landing. Standing on the fallen leaves, Kiin Hisi gazed at Orochimaru perched upon the branches, ultimately deciding to reveal some of his true capabilities to Asa Chunin. He had been in this role for a considerable time. It was permissible for him to showcase some of his strength and talent at this juncture. Biting his thumb, Kiin Hisi swiftly formed the hand signs for the summoning technique, subsequently slamming one hand onto the ground. Summoning technique. Boom. A thick cloud of white smoke erupted from beneath Kiin Hisi's hand, and Orochimaru, observing the summoned creature, appeared momentarily taken aback as the smoke dissipated. A towering merman, approximately 3 meters tall, materialized before Orochimaru. The youthful visage of the creature bore wild eyebrows and sideburns. Styled in a topknot, with a robust physique, beneath its blue skin lay gills, and 2 prominent fangs protruded from its jaw. Its limbs resembled those of a fish, complete with webbed hands and feet. And it donned a white karate gi, wooden clogs adorning its feet. This is quite intriguing. Witnessing the extraordinary creature summoned by Kiin Hisi, Orochimaru felt a surge of astonishment that in the ninja world, typical summoned beasts were merely wild animals captured or modified by ninjas. Called upon to assist in battle, such creatures were generally temporary, lacking the capacity for thought or language. Conversely, advanced summoned beasts possessed the ability to think, analyze, and communicate, with some even existing outside the ninja world. Like the summoning beasts of his mentor, the third Hokage, from the Sarutobi clan. Even further were those referred to as sage beasts, like the ones Orochimaru had contracted from the Rigakur, wielding formidable powers known as senjutsu. Regardless, Orochimaru had never encountered a summoned beast resembling a merman in the entire ninja realm. It seemed that only certain ninjas from the Mist Village exhibited such characteristics, yet those individuals still belonged to the human category, albeit with some fish-like traits. Was the creature before him a product of fish evolving to possess human features? If so, let me put it to the test. Perched on the branch, Orochimaru sheathed the Kusanagi sword and, after biting his finger, formed the hand signs for the summoning technique. Rather than summoning the myriad snakes, Orochimaru called forth a nearly 6-meter-long red-striped serpent. Within the Rigakur, beyond the sage-powered serpents and intelligent ones, countless ordinary snakes existed, devoid of wisdom. These creatures were abundant in the Rigakur, at Orochimaru's disposal. The colossal serpent coiled around the tree trunk, letting out a deafening hiss towards Kianhisi. The merman positioned itself in a defensive stance, while Kianhisi, observing the scene, calmly adjusted his glasses. This was his first time showcasing this ability in front of others, but assuredly not his last. His angel project was steadily progressing. Revealing some aspects was of no concern. Although he had yet to fully inherit all of Vegapunk's memories, those he had received included pertinent details regarding the Angel Project. How could this not entice Kianhisi? Chapter 13. Angel Project in the World of Pirates. The Angel Project could be described as clones created by Vegapunk based on the lineage factors of the 7 members of the Shichibukai, which, when combined with various modifications and infused with the bloodline of the Lunarian race, culminated in its final form. The core of this achievement undoubtedly lay in the lineage factors, also known as the blueprint of life. Thus, Vegapunk had thoroughly researched and cloned the lineage factors of the 7 Shichibukai, which resided within his memories. Upon acquiring these blueprints of life, how could Kianhisi refrain from formulating ideas? According to his plan, he intended to use the blueprints of the 7 Shichibukai as a foundation, integrating his own advantages to perfectly replicate them within the ninja realm. The entity before him was the very first angel he had successfully created, a clone based on Jinbei, one of the Shichibukai, known as Angel S. Shark. Although this version lacked the infusion of Lunarian blood, green blood, or laser modifications, rendering it akin to a blank slate, the constraints of time and limited resources had only allowed Kianhisi to accomplish this much thus far. Nonetheless, even in its current state, S-Shark possessed formidable combat prowess, the latent power within the lineage factors granting it tremendous strength, while adeptly harnessing the techniques of Fishman Karate and Fishman Jiu-Jitsu. Bang! With a wide palm, S-Shark firmly restrained the serpent's powerful jaws, preventing its sharp teeth from advancing any further. Standing his ground, S-Shark successfully countered the red-striped serpent's assault without yielding an inch, subsequently turning to Kianhisi, awaiting further instruction. Observing Orochimaru's thrashing form, Kianhisi cast a glance at him before addressing S-Shark that no need to hold back. Understood. S-Shark nodded, then added a condition, but afterward, you must treat me to 10 seafood feasts. 10. Upon hearing this, Kianhisi feigned surprise, then pretended to ponder before reluctantly agreeing. Very well, 10 it shall be. Indeed, Chianasi has retained the consciousness of S-Shark, which stands in stark contrast to the original version of the Seraphim, who had their wills diminished, even subjected to authoritarian chips to ensure their roles as humanoid weapons. The Seraphim crafted by Chianasi are not merely utilized as humanoid weapons, in a strict sense. They can also be regarded as extensions of his own being. It is noteworthy that Chianasi had previously separated a portion of his brain, and subsequently, using diminutive brains as a foundation, he engineered Seraphim clones that, while akin to the avatars of Vegapunk, possess even greater prowess. Since these entities are endowed with Chianasi's own brain, he is capable of controlling all bodies with a singular consciousness, akin to the 6 paths of pain. However, despite this, Chinese has chosen to preserve the consciousness of S-Shark, allowing a single mind to govern all Seraphim, thus ensuring a level of security against betrayal. Nevertheless, this decision may hinder Chinese from fully unlocking the innate abilities of each Seraphim. Unlike the abilities of the six paths of pain, which are entirely derived from Nagato's Rinnegan, the strength of the Seraphim is intrinsic to their very essence. Each Seraphim has its own unique focus, with 7 individuals embarking on 7 distinct paths, although Chinese has yet to produce all 7 Seraphim. Ultimately, Chinese is but one individual, and given his frequent explorations into various other matters, he cannot devote his entire energy to a single pursuit. Retaining the consciousness of these Seraphim not only enables them to cultivate autonomously, maximizing their potential, but also allows them to improve themselves independently. At this juncture, the Seraphim can be likened to blank slates, as Chinese has yet to bestow upon them the powers of the devil fruits. The replication of these fruits is a monumental endeavor, and the Seraphim, imbued with consciousness, serve as excellent and competent assistants. Possessing a fragment of Chinese's brain, they inherently possess formidable research capabilities that, of course, Chinese has not left himself without contingency plans. The consciousness-switching neural circuitry, invented by Beijiapanka, allows for a dual personality-like switch of consciousness, a technology that Chinese has employed here to ensure that he can reclaim ownership of any Seraphim's body at will. Furthermore, it may be due to their use of Chinese's brain that he can instantly perceive the thoughts and stored memories of each Seraphim, eliminating the lag experienced by Beijiapanka's avatars, who transmit memories only once a day. This capability guarantees that each Seraphim is utterly incapable of betraying Chinese IDS for why S-Shark has made certain coercive demands at this moment. It is because Chinese has instructed him to do so. Orochimaru is observing from a distance, necessitating some theatrics and precautions. Naturally, in more mundane matters, Chinese is willing to acquiesce to the minor requests of the Seraphim, as he is not a malevolent fiend. Meanwhile, the prearranged S-Shark has initiated action, his hands gripping tightly around the upper and lower jaws of the snake, exerting immense force that causes the red-spotted snake to writhe in agony. Alas, all efforts prove futile. The Fishman Karate, tide pull over the shoulder throw, that S-Shark steps back on one foot, vigorously swinging his arms, the tremendous force propelling the massive serpent into an over-the-shoulder throw with unparalleled strength. S-Shark slams the red-spotted snake down onto the ground, the impact creating a dull thud as the serpent collides with the earth, instantly fracturing the surface, dust billowing forth, and scattered debris nearly striking the retreating Chinese. As the dust settles, the once smooth earth is transformed into a crater, within which the red-spotted snake lies limp, its forked tongue devoid of life, the nearly 6-meter-long serpent having been slain by this single maneuver. Observing from a branch, Orochimaru is not only unperturbed, but rather intrigued. Such formidable strength, such unique martial arts. How did this summoning beast come to be? Fascinating. Chapter 14. Fishman Karate. With a single move, the long snake is dispatched. S-Shark, with eyes as dark as black beans, gazes at Orochimaru from the branch, and without hesitation, he swiftly advances, springing towards Orochimaru. Fishman Karate. Thousand-tile straight punch. Merely an ordinary straight punch, yet Orochimaru dismisses such an attack. His form is that of a soft-bodied creature. However, as S-Shark unleashes his straight punch, a peculiar airflow rises from his fist, instilling a sense of foreboding in Orochimaru, having never witnessed S-Shark's martial prowess. Orochimaru initially believed it to be mere physical technique. Yet as the wind from the approaching punch brushes against him, he suddenly feels a wave of discomfort within his body, and in that moment, he realizes this is far more than simple martial arts. His soft body cannot withstand it. But just as Orochimaru attempts to evade, it is already too late. The straight punch connects, striking Orochimaru's abdomen. Although the soft-bodied nature of Orochimaru mitigates much of the blunt force trauma, the unique shockwave emanating from the punch penetrates his form, propelling him away with tremendous force. His serpentine body crashes into a nearby tree, which splinters upon impact, and Orochimaru skids across the ground for quite a distance before finally colliding with the trunk of a massive tree, coming to a halt. Leaning against the tree, Orochimaru grits his teeth against the pain, struggling to rise, but his body refuses to obey. This fellow's martial arts can actually injure me. Orochimaru mutters through clenched teeth that it is worth noting that Orochimaru's body has undergone soft body modifications, rendering him nearly immune to blunt force impacts from pure martial arts. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the essence of Fishman karate lies in manipulating the water present in the surrounding air, transmitting the shock waves through the water within the enemy's body to inflict damage. Even a being impervious to blunt force like Orochimaru contains water within. At this moment, Orochimaru senses a strange force surging within him, as if it seeks to break free from his body. His internal organs churn violently, and even the blood coursing through him cannot help but surge chaotically. Faced with such harm, an ordinary individual would have long since succumbed, yet Orochimaru is not easily defeated. The snake substitution technique. With a pallid visage, his mouth gapes wide, and akin to a snake shedding its skin. Orochimaru slowly expels a new image of himself, covered in slime. Orochimaru pays it no mind, shaking off the viscous substance from his face. His injuries fully healed, and he gazes at Shina-C and S-Shark with a smile. With such a summoning beast at his disposal, his strength is indeed sufficient that I end that case. Let us conduct one final test. Lying low to the ground, Orochimaru expels a multitude of gray-spotted snakes towards Shina-C and S-Shark. The serpent array of 10,000 snakes, spewing forth serpents like swords, the familiar technique. Yet this time, the scale is vastly greater. Observing the snake horde sprawling across the ground, Shina-C's pupils constrict, sensing that things are about to get serious. Shark, take action! At Shina-C's command, S-Shark's expression turns grave, his hands forming a gesture of embrace, water release, gun wave, heavy rain. This is yet another distinguishing feature of Shina-C's S-Shark. He possesses the ability to refine chakra and is highly skilled in water release techniques. A torrent of water is conjured between S-Shark's palms, forming a colossal sphere of water. With a sweeping motion of his arms, he directs the water sphere towards the advancing snake horde, unleashing an endless barrage of water columns. Simultaneously, Shina-C is not idle, quickly forming hand seals, lightning release, lightning net. Azure lightning crackles in his palms, resembling a net-like structure that clings to the emitted water columns, amplifying the potency of the technique. Countless serpents, their robust bodies, are effortlessly pierced by the onslaught of water columns, their once impenetrable scales unable to withstand such overwhelming force, their bodies shattering into segments. More terrifying still, the snake horde is not only subjected to the penetrating attacks of the water columns, but the accompanying electric currents leave them paralyzed, rendering them immobile, helpless to resist. Ultimately, as the water accumulates, the lightning coursing through the water columns intensifies, intertwining to form an immense electric net. This densely woven lightning net envelopes the snake horde. The currents ravaging their forms, emitting crackling sounds, utterly obliterating them. Each serpent within the horde writhes in agony, yet none can escape the terror of this assault that I end mere moments. The once thriving snake horde lies lifeless upon the ground, leaving only the imposing figure of Orochimaru and the charred remains of serpents, wafting the aroma of cooked flesh. Indeed, regarding the dissolution of the myriad serpents' formation, Orochimaru exhibited no signs of anger. Instead, he gazed at Shina-C with admiration and remarked with a smile. Though this power is not entirely derived from your own abilities, it is nonetheless impressive. Let us conclude the test here. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Shina-C ceased his actions and approached Orochimaru's side, humbly stating, "This modest strength hardly warrants praise from Lord Orochimaru. And besides, it is primarily the result of the shark's efforts that do not belittle yourself so see." Orochimaru chuckled lightly that a summoning beast is indeed a part of a ninja's strength. Regarding your position, once you are transferred from the root, I shall elevate you to Special Jonin. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru. After receiving Orochimaru's assurance, Shina-C smiled gently, realizing that Orochimaru was far more generous than Danzo. In less than a day, Shina-C had gained an abundance of advantages from Orochimaru, rendering his efforts worthwhile. "There is no need. This is what you deserve," with a dismissive wave of his hand. Orochimaru was not inclined to prolong the topic. For him, such matters were trivial. It is worth noting that Orochimaru currently held the position of Supreme Commander at the front lines of the Land of Rivers, granting him the authority to promote ninjas on the battlefield. Furthermore, it was not an abuse of power, as Shina-C's abilities were indeed sufficient for the role. However, at this moment, Orochimaru appeared particularly intrigued by China C's summoning beast. With his serpent-like eyes gleaming with curiosity, Orochimaru scrutinized the shark's form and inquired of China C. C. How did you acquire this summoning beast? The shark, China C. feigned recollection and replied, was an accidental discovery when I stumbled upon a summoning scroll during a mission. After signing my name on it, I was able to summon it.is that so? You are indeed fortunate. Orochimaru harbored little skepticism towards such a claim, having encountered individuals who procured summoning beasts through even more ludicrous means. In the past, Jiraiya had inadvertently invoked the summoning technique and found himself transported to one of the three great sanctuaries, Mayaboka Mountain, where he subsequently obtained his current summoning beast, a toad from that very place. Such absurd occurrences were not beyond Orochimaru's own experience. Chapter 15. The Establishment of Team 9S. Shark felt a wave of discomfort as Orochimaru's scrutinizing gaze roamed over him. Although he was aware that Orochimaru had not yet developed the technique of impure world reincarnation, such scrutiny was still quite irksome. Furthermore, his original self desired to prevent Orochimaru from delving too deeply into his secrets. Consequently, Shark slapped China C on the head with his fin, feigning anger as he declared, "Kid, is there anything else to discuss? If not, I shall take my leave, and do not forget the promises you made. Otherwise," clenching his fin, Shark extended his fist toward China C before dissolving the summoning technique, vanishing without a trace. Upon witnessing this, Orochimaru's expression turned serious. Realizing that Shark was indeed a troublesome creature to see, your summoning beast is truly difficult to deal with. That is simply how it is, Lord Orochimaru, China C replied with a resigned smile. Orochimaru had no grounds to argue further. If the summoning beast lacked intelligence, it would be a different matter. However, those with intellect comparable to humans, especially the powerful ones, could prove exceedingly challenging for ninjas to manage. Not to mention, Orochimaru's own summoning beast, the myriad snakes, was a colossal nuisance, demanding offerings or rewards each time he was summoned. Failure to meet its conditions would result in the myriad snakes outright refusing Orochimaru's summons. After all, summoning beasts are not equivalent to slaves. Nevertheless, Orochimaru's interest in C's summoning beast remained high. Thus, Orochimaru proposed, "C, should I wish to contract your summoning beast, would you acquiesce?" In response to Lord Orochimaru, "I have no objections. However, this matter is not solely my decision, and the summoning scroll has been reclaimed by the shark that I see." Sighing, Orochimaru did not entirely abandon this notion that he enticed China C. "How about this, C? If you can persuade that fellow to provide me with periodic blood offerings, I would allow you to sign a summoning contract for the Dragon Cave. What say you, C?" Upon hearing this, China C was taken aback by such generosity. The Dragon Cave was one of the three great sanctuaries of the summoning realm, one of the few places in the ninja world that possessed knowledge of sage arts. However, despite his excitement, China C maintained a facade of difficulty, ultimately replying, "I will give it a try, Lord Orochimaru." Then let us conclude our discussion here. Satisfied with China C's agreement, Orochimaru set this matter aside. That as for why he did not resort to coercion against the shark, it was simply because it was one of his subordinates summoning beasts. He merely wished to study it further. After finalizing their discussion, Orochimaru turned his gaze toward a corner of the tree and called out coldly, "You've been watching for quite some time. Come out." From the branches, Jiraiya and Hondo, among others, revealed themselves and leaped to the ground. After a cursory glance at the four individuals, Orochimaru addressed Hondo and the others, saying, "From this day forth, C will temporarily assume the role of your guiding Jonin. Do any of you have objections?" Hondo, Uchiha Ling, and Yun Shifeng exchanged silent glances and shook their heads in unison. "Very well. Team 9 is now officially established. You may consider yourselves my students. Although I cannot personally accompany you on missions for the time being, there are still lessons I can impart." Retrieving 3 scrolls from his robe, Orochimaru handed them to the trio. "These are gifts for you 3 that I hope that when I visit next, you will not disappoint me as you have today." With that, Orochimaru departed in a flash, leaving Jiraiya to wave at Hondo and the others, wishing them well. "That I wish you all smooth sailing on your path as ninjas. Farewell, little ones." With that, Jiraiya hurried to catch up with Orochimaru, calling out, "Hey, Orochimaru, wait for me." The gentle breeze rustled the leaves, carrying Jiraiya's voice into the distance. That in the wake of their departure, Chinasi remained with Hongdo and the other two, exchanging bewildered glances. After a moment of contemplation, Chinasi addressed the trio. I am familiar with each of you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chinasi, 14 years old, with no particular dislikes, and I enjoy studying ninjutsu. That is all. Do you have any questions? After a brief introduction, Chinasi turned to Hongdo and the others that in response. Hongdo remarked, that was essentially saying nothing at all. However, teacher, may I inquire if I could contract your summoning beast? Seeing that Chinasi was not difficult to approach, Yusho Washi Hongdo boldly posed her question. The other two eagerly awaited Chinasi's response. They had witnessed the recent battle and were well aware of the summoning beast's immense power. Hongdo was particularly envious of such a formidable and impressive creature. As for Uchiha Ling, her interest in Sharp stemmed not only from its strength, but also from its striking appearance. The youthful visage was simply irresistible, evoking a desire to embrace and cherish it. Meanwhile, Yun Shifeng, despite her clan's affinity for insects, found the prospect of acquiring such a powerful summoning beast to be enticing. Observing the trio's eager expressions, Chinasi couldn't help but smile wryly, understanding Orochimaru's perspective. What a commotion these little ones are making. That summoning beast is my companion, not a mere pet. Yet, despite his internal musings, Chinasi maintained an expression of reluctance, stating, I must consult with that fellow before making any decisions. I cannot act unilaterally. That's so. Hearing this, Hongdo hung her head in disappointment. In response, Chinasi quickly sought to redirect their attention. How about this? To celebrate the establishment of Team 9, I invite you all to a feast. What would you like to eat? Upon hearing the mention of food, Hongdo perked up, exclaiming, yes, teacher, let's have glutinous rice balls and red bean paste. They're absolutely delicious. What? Those things are too sweet. Uchiha Ling interjected with a frown. Be careful, or you might end up as plump as a sweet potato. I won't. All right. Chinasi pressed his hand down and chuckled. In that case, let us go for some ramen. I have yet to experience the delights of Ichiraku ramen. With the three little ones in tow, Chinasi made his way towards the bustling commercial street. Chapter 16. Movements of the roots. Though night had descended and the bright moon had gradually risen, the commercial street in Konoha seemed untouched by the looming specter of war. On the contrary, it was more illuminated and vibrant than ever before. After emerging from the small Ichiraku ramen shop, Chinasi strolled leisurely with Hongdo, Ling, and Shifeng through the bustling street. As they wandered, it became evident that the number of ninjas among the throngs of people was remarkably high, each accompanied by family members, laughter, and joy resounding all around. Hotels, restaurants, and various shops were teeming with patrons. And despite the crowd, Chinasi continued to explore with the three children. Was this multitude a reflection of the impending battle? After spending a considerable time in the commercial district, Chinasi was not merely indulging in leisure. Amidst the cacophony of the crowd, he discreetly gathered a wealth of information. Earlier that day, the third Hokage had officially issued orders to mobilize a significant number of ninjas from Konoha to both the Land of Rivers and the Land of Grass in response to the incursions by Sunagakure and Iwagakure. This action signaled the commencement of the Third Great Ninja War, with Konoha officially entering the fray. This also meant that Chinasi would have to journey to the Land of Rivers. However, fortunately, he would likely not step onto the front lines, as he had already been prearranged by Orochimaru. Accompanying the children could be seen as a form of protection to some extent. Yet, Chinasi was acutely aware that such protection was limited. After all, as the Third Great Ninja War progressed and Konoha faced a shortage of manpower, these very children would eventually be dispatched to the front lines. Casting a glance back at Hongdo and the others, Chinasi couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating sigh. The world of ninjas was indeed harsh. Well, let's call it a day for now. Observing the frolicking Hongdo and Uchiha Ling, Chinasi interjected. It's getting late. You should all head home. Hongdo, puffing her cheeks while clutching a skewer of sweet rice dumplings, replied reluctantly, but we haven't explored many places yet, teacher. Beside her, Uchiha Ling, holding a large plush toy, surprisingly concurred with Hongdo, nodding in agreement. Fools, you are now officially ninjas, Chinasi remarked, hands on his hips, reprimanding them. Starting tomorrow, you will be executing ninja missions, which are quite arduous. You certainly don't wish for Orochimaru to return and find you in the same disheveled state as today. We don't want that. The trio immediately shook their heads in response. Noticing their reactions, Chinasi nodded and said, "Then heed my words. From tomorrow onwards, do not expect me to go easy on you." Understood. After arranging matters for the three children, Chinasi watched as their figures disappeared at the end of the street before he turned to make his way back. That he owned no property in Konoha, as the root ninjas typically resided within the root base. Walking leisurely past the commercial street and various buildings of Konoha, Chinasi returned to the root base. Upon arrival, a cacophony of sounds greeted him. He observed the hurried and frantic movement of root ninjas, their voices tinged with tension and anxiety. Although their masks obscured their features, Chinasi could still sense the turmoil within them. What was happening? When did the cold and ruthless root become so animated? Confused, Chinasi refrained from inquiring further and proceeded to his quarters. Noticing some ninjas training while others gathered in discussion, that a peculiar atmosphere seemed to permeate the entire route. As if something significant was about to unfold, at that moment, someone approached Chinasi, Yamanaka Ryoma, clad in a black cloak, wearing dark sunglasses, with a purple mark on his right cheek and a ninja forehead protector adorning his brow. Ryoma, a close aide to Danzo and a former superior of Chinasi, stood before him, de Ryoma Dano. Upon seeing the visitor, Chinasi halted, bowing his head in greeting. Ryoma stood in front of Chinasi and handed him a document. Receiving it with both hands respectfully, Chinasi noticed it was a transfer order concerning himself. After a brief scan, Chinasi's expression shifted to one of surprise. Has Orochimaru's action come so swiftly? Do not be astonished. Perceiving Chinasi's surprise, Ryoma explained, "Many members of Root are being reassigned to follow Orochimaru to the front lines. Danzo merely expedited your transfer. I see. And oh wonder Root has been so unusual today. I thought Orochimaru would only take me." After storing the transfer order carefully, Chinasi cautiously inquired, "What about Danzo?" Ryoma replied coldly, "Your mission remains unchanged. Danzo wishes to see you." With that, Ryoma turned and walked ahead. Chinasi hastily followed. Meeting Danzo was indeed a troublesome affair. As they traversed the dim corridors, they eventually arrived at a laboratory filled with various scientific instruments and experimental apparatus. Numerous large glass containers housed unknown biological specimens, while experiment tables overflowed with tools, test tubes, and flasks glowing with strange luminescence. The walls were adorned with intricate diagrams, and dozens of Root members in lab coats busily moved about. At a steel observation platform stood an elderly man exuding an aura of coldness. "Danzo Dano, I have brought C," Ryoma reported respectfully, bringing Chinasi to Danzo's side. Upon hearing Ryoma's voice, Danzo slowly turned, glancing past Ryoma before fixing his gaze on Chinasi. "How have you fared in your mission?" Standing behind Ryoma, Chinasi bowed his head and replied respectfully, reporting to Danzo Dano. The mission proceeded smoothly. Chinasi, like a well-oiled machine, detailed all that had transpired, including Orochimaru's delivery of experimental equipment and his temporary role as an instructor to the Jonin, as well as matters concerning summoning beasts. Listening intently, Danzo nodded, his expression unchanging. "Good. See that at least you have not deceived me." A chilling aura emanated from Danzo, enveloping Chinasi, who felt the weight of Danzo's piercing gaze. "I wouldn't dare, Danzo Dano." That it was evident that Danzo had likely conducted a thorough investigation into Chinasi's recent activities. However, some matters, particularly regarding the cells of Hashirama and Chinasi's research results, were beyond Danzo's knowledge, as Orochimaru seldom divulged every detail to him. Both were merely utilizing one another. As for why Danzo felt the need to investigate Chinasi privately, such behavior was typical for someone with Danzo's level of paranoia. He trusted no one completely, not even his subordinates. For a spy, the greatest fear of a controller is the loss of control. Thus, Danzo employed various methods to tighten his grip on his subordinates, including sealing techniques, coercion through loved ones, and brainwashing. Nevertheless, Danzo could not guarantee that Chinasi would not rebel if he spent too long by Orochimaru's side. After all, Orochimaru could undo sealing techniques, and Chinasi had no one he cared for deeply within Root. As for brainwashing, Danzo harbored doubts. Emotions and thoughts inevitably change as individuals experience life, rendering such methods unreliable. However, it was also impractical for Danzo to withdraw Chinasi at this juncture. Orochimaru was preparing to leave Root. and Danzo needed someone to monitor him to prevent any detrimental actions in the future, especially given their shared history of unsavory dealings. With Orochimaru no longer in his sight, Danzo felt a sense of unease. Hence, Chinase had to remain with Orochimaru, especially now that an Uchiha had appeared. Danzo had always harbored significant animosity towards that clan. Thus, issuing a timely warning to Chinase to prevent him from breaking free from Danzo's control was deemed necessary. Chapter 17. Danzo's mission. You have received your transfer order, Danzo stated, looking at Chinase. From now on, you are no longer a member of Root. Go serve under Orochimaru. Upon hearing these words, Chinase exhibited no signs of joy or any other reaction. Danzo would certainly not so easily allow him to go free. However, as expected, Danzo's tone shifted as he ominously declared, though you are no longer a member of Root, once a part of Root, always a part of Root. Chinase, remember your true will and your duties. Yes, Chinase knelt on one knee, proclaiming loudly, no name, no emotions that no past, no future that my heart is solely devoted to the mission, for it is the will of the Roots that supports the grand tree of Konohagakure, deeply embedded in the earth. Upon witnessing this, Danzo nodded in acknowledgement. Yet unbeknownst to him, Chinase was no longer the same original individual who had grown up within Root. The will of the Roots. He mused inwardly. Even the will of fire pales in comparison. Had the time not yet come, I would have made you all witness the strength of my resolve. Despite the tumultuous thoughts swirling within, Chinase maintained an outward demeanor of utmost loyalty. Danzo continued, as for Orochimaru, you must keep a vigilant watch on his movements. Report to me immediately should anything seem amiss, and it would be prudent for you to learn all of his techniques. Understood, Lord Danzo. Furthermore, he added, Uchiha Aya. This unexpected yet reasonable command prompted Danzo to issue another directive. You are currently acting as her guiding Jonin. Are you not? From today onward, you are to closely monitor her. And all intelligence regarding her must be reported to me. Yes. Though Chinase verbally acquiesced, the execution of these orders would be approached with discretion. Good, Danzo remarked, observing Chinase's response that he then retrieved 3 scrolls from within his robes and tossed them to Chinase. Within these scrolls is detailed information regarding Uchiha Aya, as well as your reward. Remember, do not entertain thoughts of betraying Root. Your connection to your summoning beast is a one-time allowance. Do not presume you can conceal anything from me. Chinase. With a threatening tone, Danzo raised an index finger, forming a hand seal, and a sharp pain coursed through Chinase's tongue, leaving him with a tingling sensation that restricted his movements. You know the consequences of defiance. Having delivered this warning, Danzo turned his gaze back to the laboratory scene and waved his hand dismissively. That will be all. This place is no longer suitable for your work. The items on your workstation have been placed within the scrolls. And the scientific equipment from Orochimaru's lab is now yours to go. Danzo had no intention of reclaiming Orochimaru's possessions, aware that the latter would not leave anything of value behind in that laboratory. Moreover, those items were merely experimental tools prepared by Danzo himself. To him, they were simply instruments of research, available in abundance. Hearing this, Chinase, now regaining his mobility, lowered his head, clutching the 3 scrolls as he slowly retreated. Exiting the laboratory, he felt no lingering attachment to this place where he had once labored. It held no significance for him. Outside, he turned and made his way directly to his quarters that moment. Chinase finally felt a temporary reprieve from Root. He had awaited this day for what felt like an eternity, as he recalled the precarious existence he had endured, filled with ceaseless training and performing various meaningless tasks under Danzo's watchful eye, all while facing oppression and exploitation. Having grown weary of the oppressive darkness of that place, Chinase was eager for his impending liberation from the clutches of Danzo. He envisioned the day when his power would surpass all others. And then it would be his will that reigned over the ninja world. Upon returning to his room within the Root base, Chinase did not rush to rest. He placed the 3 scrolls on a small wooden table and began to examine each one in turn, eager to uncover what treasures Danzo had bestowed upon him. Unrolling the first scroll, he found it contained a selection of commonplace scientific instruments from the laboratory. Nothing particularly remarkable. After all, what could one expect from the items he had left out in the open? Yet, even the smallest morsel has its worth. He gathered the experimental materials obtained from Orochimaru's work and stored them in a special scroll, temporarily concluding that endeavor. Next, Chinase unfurled the second scroll, which detailed a high-level water release technique. Water release, water-severing wave. Developed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, this technique unleashes a high-pressure water column in a straight line, capable of severing its target with the precision of a blade. Its destructive power is immense, easily tearing through obstacles, and it can be used for long-range attacks. Chinase recalled how Tobirama had employed this technique to pierce Sarutobi Hiruzen's Earth-style wall during the later conflicts in Konoha. In the Fourth Great Ninja War, Tobirama had similarly used it to sever the roots of the God Tree. It was indeed a formidable jutsu. Danzo, it seemed, had a modicum of sagacity after all. After a thorough reading, Chinase decided to set it aside for now. A sweet-coated bullet, albeit not abundant, is better than none. Finally, Chinase opened the third scroll, which, as anticipated, contained detailed intelligence on Uchiha Aya. After scanning the contents, he finally grasped why Danzo placed such significant emphasis on the young girl. Uchiha Shinai, the eldest of the Uchiha clan, and the first among the faction's hawks, was the granddaughter of Uchiha Shana. It was no wonder that Danzo was so apprehensive. The relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village had long been fraught with tension, a situation that had existed far before the Night of the Nine Tails. It had been a persistent issue since the founding of the Hidden Leaf Village. The Uchiha clan had always harbored a desire for the Hokage position and greater authority within the village. However, there were differing opinions within the clan regarding how to achieve these aspirations. Some sought peaceful coexistence with the village, aiming to attain their goals through diplomacy, while others favored more violent means to reclaim what they believed rightfully belonged to them, including the title of Hokage. This faction was informally referred to as the Uchiha Hawks. Uchiha Shana was undeniably the most prominent figure among them, having once incited rebellion among the Uchiha in his youth, and even attempting to assassinate the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Ultimately, his actions were discovered, leading to his arrest and imprisonment by the second Hokage. However, following Tobirama's death, the newly appointed third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, released Shana from custody to appease the Uchiha Hawks, allowing him to rise to prominence within the clan as their elder. Regardless, the scrutiny and suspicion surrounding him were never absent from the minds of Hiruzen and Danzo. This wariness and distrust had now extended to Uchiha Aya. By that logic, any Uchiha should be regarded with caution. As for why Sarutobi Hiruzen had appointed Orochimaru as Aya's guiding jonin, it was simple enough to deduce that it was merely a tactic to placate the restless elements within the clan, a gesture of goodwill to quell their unease. Chapter 18. Uchiha Shana. Beneath the sparse moonlight, the entirety of Konoha was alive with activity. Yet unlike the bustling areas filled with vibrancy, the Uchiha compound at the heart of the village appeared rather desolate. Scattered yet orderly, the houses of the clan stood within this territory, the cool moonlight casting long shadows upon the ancient structures. Skillfully navigating through the shadows, Uchiha Aya cradled a cat-shaped plush doll that was nearly as tall as she approached a quaint villa. Cautiously peeking through the door's crack, Uchiha Aya stealthily assessed the situation within the courtyard. Through a nearby window, upon observing that the lights in one of the rooms had been extinguished, she let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Patting her chest, she tiptoed across the stone-paved courtyard, traversing various flowers and plants until she finally reached the eaves of the wooden house, making her way toward her room. You do know how to come back, don't you? A voice, aged and devoid of emotion, startled Uchiha Aya, causing her to jump. Reflexively, she spun around and stammered, "Grandfather, I was just in a moment of haste." Uchiha Aya found herself at a loss for words. Should she confess to her grandfather that she had missed training because she had been indulging in leisure outside? However, without Aya uttering a word, Uchiha Shana could discern the situation simply by observing the doll Aya clutched tightly. With its white, bristly hair, featuring a chilling half-mask and draped in the long, dark robe of the Uchiha clan, it exuded an aura of predatory vigilance, its piercing gaze making it difficult to look directly at. Yet beneath those unyielding eyes, a shadow of gloom flickered momentarily. Such an entity was something Aya had never encountered in her life. Who could it be? Instead of erupting in anger, Uchiha Shana let out a soft chuckle and said to Aya, "Never mind, consider today a day off." Aya, it's been a while since you've had a proper conversation with your grandfather. Why don't we engage in some lighthearted chatter with a smile gracing his face? Uchiha Shana led Aya back into the house, where they sat cross-legged around a small wooden table, sharing laughter and stories. Before long, Uchiha Shana was well aware of all that Aya had experienced that day. Upon learning that her guiding Jonin was Orochimaru, he felt little surprise, as he had already been informed of this by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had orchestrated this arrangement. However, the matter of Chikahoshi temporarily taking over as Aya's guiding Jonin caught him off guard, especially when Aya mentioned hearing from Jiraiya that Chikahoshi hailed from the Rude organization. Uchiha Shana's previously jovial expression darkened instantly. Danzo, you wretched creature, I had thought it was some brat, but it turns out to be you. You scoundrel. Observing Uchiha Shana's sudden change in demeanor, Aya timidly inquired, Grandfather, what's wrong? It's nothing. Uchiha Shana quickly regained his composure at Aya's concerned question and replied with a touch of tenderness. You did well today. What of Orochimaru? As a member of the Uchiha clan, Aya, you must understand that an Uchiha may fall in battle, but we shall never bow our heads. However, Aya lowered her head, murmuring in a dejected tone. But grandfather, I couldn't withstand his presence today. This is not your fault, Aya. Gently patting her head, Uchiha Shana reassured her. The Sannin are indeed beyond your current capabilities, but know that you will surely catch up to them in the future. For you are the daughter of Uchiha. After soothing Aya, Uchiha Shana encouraged her to rest early. Alone at the small wooden table, Uchiha Shana sat cross-legged, gazing quietly out the window. His eyes were filled with contemplation and concern. Elder, a voice suddenly resonated in the room, and a figure with long brown hair, clad in a deep blue robe adorned with the Uchiha clan's fan emblem on his back, materialized before him. Proposing with a lethal intent, shall I eliminate that fellow? Futile. Uchiha Shana dismissed the suggestion that as the esteemed elder of the Uchiha clan and a prominent figure among the Hawks, he was well guarded. Uchiha Dawa, a member of the current Konoha police force and a youthful representative of the Hawks, was also one of Uchiha Shana's most valued juniors. Danzo, he murmured the name, a complex emotion welling up within him. He was acutely aware of Danzo's schemes and ambitions, as well as his intentions toward the Uchiha clan. That Chikahoshi was merely a pawn. Even if you dispose of him, Danzo will not relent. Moreover, the most critical factor is Orochimaru's stance that I don't understand, Elder. Uchiha Dawa, gazing at the elder seated before him, voiced his confusion. Is it really that significant to become Orochimaru's disciple? Our Uchiha warriors are not inferior to him. It is entirely normal for you not to comprehend, Uchiha Shana replied as he rose and approached the window, observing the scenery outside, that I am vying for the position of Hokage, Dawa. Since the founding of Konoha, the position of Hokage has been passed down through brotherly ties between Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, while Sarutobi Hiruzen acquired it through a mentor-disciple relationship with Senju Tobirama. Presently, the recognized candidates for Hokage include Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. There was once the Leafs' white fan, Kakashi Hatake, but alas, he has passed that DOUC, Dawa. The Hokage position will likely continue to be transferred through a mentor-disciple relationship. So your intention is, upon hearing this, Uchiha Dawa began to grasp the situation, to have Aya contend for the position of the 5th Hokage. Precisely. From the current perspective, Orochimaru has a significant chance of assuming office. Uchiha Shana elaborated on his plan. As the apprentice of the 4th Hokage, if Aya were to compete for the 5th Hokage, bolstered by the support of the Uchiha clan, her chances of success would be greatly enhanced. This also elucidated why Uchiha Shana did not refuse when Sarutobi Hiruzen informed him that Orochimaru would take Aya as his guiding Jonin. Even if it were a trap, Uchiha Shana still chose not to decline. But this, raising his hand, Uchiha Shana interrupted Dao's words, a self-deprecating smile escaping him. Do you believe my actions are cowardly? Not at all. Uchiha Dao lowered his head respectfully in response. Witnessing this, Uchiha Shana shook his head and chuckled. It's only natural. When have we ever resorted to such cowardly means? It makes me feel like one of those deluded, weak-willed surrenderists from other clans. Yet Daohua, it's not that this old man has become indecisive, that it's that the current Uchiha cannot withstand turmoil. The Uchiha, as they stand now, cannot confront the entirety of Konoha alone. Moreover, you have not lived through that era, Daohua. Uchiha Shana gazed out at the Uchiha clan's territory, as if explaining to Dawa while reminiscing. After Madara's death in the Valley of the End, Hashirama did not linger long before departing this world. In response, the Uchiha clan adopted rather radical measures to contend with Tobirama in pursuit of the Hokage position. But what was the outcome? Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Reikage, Uchiha Baruru, Uchiha Naka. 4 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan annihilated one another, depleting the pinnacle of Uchiha strength, leaving only this incapable old man behind. Dawa, you must understand, if I were to engage in such radical actions once more, the first to suffer would be the Uchiha clansmen. The Uchiha cannot afford to spill the blood of their kin any longer. Can you comprehend the old man's plight, Dawa? With his head bowed and teeth biting his lip, Uchiha Dawa found himself engulfed in guilt and conflict. He understood the elder's concerns and hardships, having devoted his entire life to the Uchiha clan, but could such arrangements truly succeed? Setting aside the question of Danzo's tolerance, what of Chikahoshi's fate? Let us keep a watchful eye on him. Uchiha Shana's resolute voice cut through the air. The warm-hearted elder transformed once again into the decisive Uchiha elder. Should he exhibit any actions detrimental to Aya, eliminate. The position of Hokage for the Uchiha clan is not to be compromised. Chapter 19. The secret experimental base at this moment. Chien Hesse, within the confines of the root base, remained blissfully unaware that he had unwittingly become the object of someone's attention that as was his custom. He tidied up the cramped quarters, made his bed, and nestled under the covers for an early rest. However, unbeknownst to outsiders, this was merely the commencement of Chien Hesse's true endeavors that as consciousness transitioned to another perspective. The seemingly slumbering Chien Hesse slowly opened his eyes in a different guise. His small, black, bean-like eyes scanned the surroundings as he temporarily occupied the body of a shark, arriving at his clandestine laboratory. Rising from the vast wooden bed, he surveyed the bustling scene within the lab. White mice scurried about in a frantic yet orderly manner, some pushing carts laden with various experimental materials, others wielding cloths to meticulously clean the instruments. While a few were engaged in the ongoing expansion of a laboratory, yet a greater number clustered around a diminutive figure at the workbench, diligently following his commands and swiftly executing tasks, the tool mice. Bred and modified from ordinary lab mice, showcased enhanced cognitive abilities and physical prowess, enabling them to adeptly manage the myriad tasks within the lab and assist Chien Hesse with his experiments. A tall figure, clad in wooden sandals, navigated through the industrious tool mice, issuing a few directives before approaching the workbench where a smaller silhouette was intently calculating something, muttering to himself, almost there, just a bit more. Standing approximately 1 meter tall, this individual wore a red shirt adorned with stars and deep yellow striped trousers. With golden hair concealed beneath sunglasses and sharp-toed shoes, he sat at the workbench. A broad, exaggerated grin stretching across his face, emitting an eerie laugh. Known by the codename S. Flamingo, he was a clone engineered from the genetic lineage of one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Don Quixote da Flamingo, the heavenly demon that appeared that the experiment was nearing fruition. Observing the scene at the workbench, Chien Hesse approached S. Flamingo and inquired. Upon hearing the tone, distinct from that of S. Shark, S. Flamingo immediately responded. You have arrived, original. Indeed, Chien Hesse replied, casting a glance at S. Flamingo before directing his query forward. How much longer until they both fully awaken? Before him, 2 colossal cylindrical devices contained figures suspended in a viscous liquid. One figure, less than a meter tall, boasted black hair and eyebrows that flowed like eagle's wings. Clad in a white shirt and black shorts, with black shoes adorning his feet. Even in slumber, he radiated a sharp aura, reminiscent of a sword without a sheath, capable of cleaving through anything. This was S-Eagle, created from the genetic material of Dracul Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Beside S-Eagle stood another figure, towering nearly 3 meters high, donning a trapezoidal white hat adorned with scattered brown spots and 2 bare ears. Sporting frameless glasses and curly black wool hair, he wore a black coat emblazoned with yellow stars, complemented by white pants featuring brown spots and brown boots. This was S-Bear, engineered from the genetic lineage of Bartholomew Kuma, another of the 7 warlords of the S.E. It was for these 2 individuals that Chien Hesse intended to reveal S-Shark. Unlike S-Flamingo, who lacked combat prowess due to his absence of a line fruit, S-Eagle, even without his quick-slash fruit, possessed the unparalleled swordsmanship inherent in his lineage, providing Qian Hesse with considerable confidence. As for S-Bear, the inherent physical capabilities of the Bacania clan were formidable enough to rival both S-Flamingo and S-Shark, even without the pawpaw fruit. Almost there, just a few days, S-Flamingo replied, hands in pockets. After addressing Qian Hesse's inquiry, he couldn't help but ask, so, when do you plan to let me out? I'm not like that patient shark. I could barely endure my confinement here. The ninja world is waiting for me. As a creation based on the bloodline of Doflamingo, S-Flamingo's personality was hardly one to tolerate solitude, diligently engaging in experiments. Such a notion was utterly implausible. Moreover, keeping him confined was a considerable waste of potential. However, releasing him indiscriminately was not an option. Given S-Flamingo's current capabilities, venturing alone into the ninja world would be quite perilous. That will wait a few days until S-Eagle awakens. You two will act together. Qian Hesse instructed that's so? S-Flamingo exclaimed, erupting in a joyous laughter. Ever since his creation, Qian Hesse had kept him in this place, although he had benefited from Qian Hesse's intellect and his own commendable research skills. His temperament was not suited for a tranquil existence. He was uninterested in scientific endeavors. Rather, he relished the sensation of domination, the construction of power, the management of enterprises, and the aspiration to become a king. He recalled that the ninja world also had an underworld, didn't it? Just wait. Your master is coming. Observing S-Flamingo's exuberant laughter, Qian Hesse made no effort to quell it, for it was precisely this exuberance that had prompted him to create S-Flamingo. He envisioned him establishing influence, managing enterprises, and supplying the resources necessary for his research. Scientific experimentation was a costly endeavor. Qian Hesse had already stretched his resources to the limit in constructing this secret laboratory. He had relied on tool mice to surreptitiously gather discarded materials and pilfer resources from Danzo's laboratory. Unbeknownst to him, over the past 3 years, he had employed countless means to develop the laboratory into its current state. Even producing for Seraphim, that he was already financially strained, particularly after severing ties with Danzo, losing a lucrative opportunity for resource acquisition that, on the other hand, Orochimaru had provided him with a new chance. Yet, despite this, the materials required for his experiments remained in short supply, especially as the knowledge accumulating within his mind prompted an increasing number of research projects. The desire to acquire various precious materials and resources grew ever stronger. Now, having finally awaited an opportune moment, Qian Hesse was naturally inclined to release S-Flamingo. With S-Eagle by their side, he was confident that, despite their youth, the combination of S-Flamingo's cunning and S-Eagle's strength would yield results that would not disappoint him. Chapter 20. The chakra version of the artificial devil fruit within the laboratory. Qian Hesse meticulously reviewed a comprehensive array of experimental data regarding S-Eagle and S-Bear, ensuring that every aspect was foolproof before pausing his work. At that moment, several tool mice, dispatched to retrieve storage scrolls, returned. They collectively hoisted a storage scroll high above their heads for Qian Hesse, as adept burrowers. The tool mice had already excavated a long tunnel between Qian Hesse's root chamber and this laboratory, serving as a vital conduit for transporting pilfer materials. Upon receiving the scroll, Qian Hesse extracted various experimental instruments it contained. Every little bit saved was a boon, especially now. Moreover, it held not only instruments, but also the severed hand containing Hashirama-S cells from Orochimaru. Carefully placing the hand with Hashirama-S cells in a secure location, Qian Hesse couldn't help but display an excited smile. This was his most significant discovery thus far. So this is Hashirama-S cells? S-Flamingo leaned in with keen interest, asking Original, what do you intend to do with it? You're not planning to clone Senju Hashirama, are you? These alone are insufficient, Qian Hesse replied, gazing at the Hashirama cells before S-Flamingo. To perfectly replicate the life blueprint of the first Hokage, the god of the ninja world, these specially treated cells won't suffice. There are too many deficiencies within the cells. Even if I were to clone Senju Hashirama, it would be far from perfect, likely only possessing would release abilities, failing to compare to the legendary god of the ninja world. That there's a saying. The first Hokage used would release to conquer the world, while Yamato used it for greening. The perfect sage body is the key. What do you plan to do about the original body? Upon hearing Qian Hesse's rejection of his proposal, S-Willian Yao continued to press for answers. However, Qian Hesse did not respond to S-Willian Yao's inquiries. Instead, he cradled the cultivation vessel that contained the severed hand and moved to another experimental table. Unlike the previous table, which was cluttered with analytical graphs of experimental data. This new table was adorned with Kianhisi's homemade experimental tools that at the forefront of this workspace stood several devices, the most striking of which was a head nearly the same height as Kianhisi's own, submerged in the cultivation liquid and connected by various wires. This was a bank record. Much like Vegapunk's external brain, Kianhisi had combined several unusable brains into one, placing them here for sustenance. After all, the 4 Seraphim avatars only required 4 brains, and with his own, that made 5. Discarding the surplus was not an option. Thus, establishing a bank record was indeed necessary. However, Kianhisi's version of the bank record differed from Vegapunk's, which encompassed his entire being that if Vegapunk's bank record were to be destroyed, it would mean his actual demise. Kianhisi, on the other hand, still possessed a brain within his body, so even if this bank record were to be destroyed, it would not affect him or the Seraphim, though the information stored in the external brains would likely be lost. Therefore, safeguarding this bank record remained essential. Additionally, between the bank record and the experimental table, 3 distinct devices stood erect. 2 spherical devices, each contained a palm-sized cylindrical glass tube at their core, filled with a green liquid. The third was a circular device brimming with nutrient solution, within which a peculiar fruit bobbed. These represented Kianhisi's current priorities. The artificial devil fruits, placing the severed hand on the experimental table, Kianhisi first circled around the 3 devices, making slight adjustments to each before returning to observe the various readings on the instruments. Soon, amidst the intense reactions of the experimental apparatus, Kianhisi halted the experiment and, deep in thought, scratched his head as he pondered. Meanwhile, Eswalian Yao, noticing the experiment's cessation, approached and inquired with concern, "How is the progress with the fruit?" It was no wonder Eswalian Yao was so invested. These 3 fruits contained his line fruit, that it was clear that localizing the devil fruit within the ninja world was no simple task. In the world of pirates, Vegapunk could create artificial devil fruits through the use of bloodline factors. Among these, the Zoan type included the artificial mythical Zoan fish fruit, Azure Dragon form, derived from Kaido's bloodline factor. The Paramecia type also had applications for the Seraphim, enabling them to utilize Paramecia abilities through green blood, S for the Logia type. For reasons unknown, even Vegapunk could not replicate it. Regardless, these artificial devil fruits shared a common trait. An individual could not simultaneously possess 2 devil fruit abilities. Even green blood adhered to this rule. A single seraph could only house one type of green blood, as for the issue of devil fruit users being vulnerable to seawater. This was not a concern for Kianhisi, as the ninja world lacked the pyrobroin factor. The vulnerability of devil fruit users to seawater stemmed from the presence of sea prism stone and other elements in the ocean. However, since the ninja world did not possess these, seawater would not incapacitate Kianhisi. Thus, this was not a problem. The true dilemma for him was that he had already consumed a brain fruit, rendering him unable to eat a second devil fruit, including artificial ones. Otherwise, he would perish due to the conflicting powers of the fruits. That he was not like Blackbeard, and moreover, he did not have Vegapunk's research on this matter in his mind. Nevertheless, Kianhisi was not without solutions. After much contemplation, he devised a method. The bloodline limit did not specify that an individual could only possess one. Indeed, Kianhisi believed the solution lay within the chakra system. In his hypothesis, the bloodline limit was, to some extent, a special bloodline factor hidden within the ninja's body. Each human in the ninja world harbored different designs for life within them. Thus, Kianhisi's goal was to use the devil fruit as a blueprint, integrating it with the chakra system to develop a new ninjutsu through the fusion of 2 chakra natures, a method akin to the bloodline limit, to localize the devil fruit within the ninja world. This would allow him, who had previously consumed a devil fruit, to again consume different devil fruits. Though unlike those who had consumed devil fruits before, he would acquire the bloodline limit instead. Previously, utilizing the fruit's ability consumed physical strength. Now, it would consume chakra. Furthermore, this approach would grant him insight into the mysteries of the Logia-type devil fruits, which Vegapunk had deemed untouchable. After all, the chakra system naturally aligned with certain elemental forces of nature. This research was termed by Kianhisi as the chakra version of artificial devil fruits, or chakra fruits. However, despite the promising idea, reality proved to be a harsh teacher. After considerable effort, Kianhisi found himself still lacking. The three chakra fruits he had developed thus far, the line fruit, swimming fruit, and the spark fruit intended for himself, had yet to achieve complete success. Chapter 21. The initial success of line release in the laboratory. Kianhisi scribbled fervently on paper with a pen, while the bank record operated at high speed, progressively clarifying and reasoning through various experimental data that be why the late hours of the night. He tossed the pen aside on the experimental table and, gazing at the papers before him, erupted with joy, exclaiming, "It worked! It finally worked!" His exuberant cheer roused Eslian Yao from his slumber, who, stretching and yawning, languidly inquired, "What worked?" "Of course, your ability." Upon hearing this response, Eslian Yao instantly perked up, a wide grin spreading across his face as he emitted a strange, cackling laughter. "Really original body. I've been waiting for quite a while." With a slight lift of his hand, Eslian Yao's 5 fingers began to dance peculiarly, creating an illusion of lines that left him feeling vexed. The paramecia-type line fruit granted its user the ability to produce nearly transparent filaments, which could be manipulated with delicate finger movements, allowing for control over threads invisible to the naked EYE.IT was nearly complete. The conclusions drawn were entirely successful. Ignoring Eslian Yao's antics, Kianhisi turned to the artificial line fruit situated before the green blood apparatus and began to make further refinements to the device. This was all thanks to the inspiration provided by the Hashirama cells. For the perfect paramecia-type chakra fruit, Kianhisi had been researching for a considerable time. Yet he had struggled to grasp the final intricate details, always hitting a wall. Originally, Vegapunk had mastered the abilities of the paramecia-type devil fruit through green blood. Kianhisi not only aspired to perfectly replicate this, but also sought to transform it into a chakra version, ensuring it could seamlessly integrate into Eslian Yao's being. The difficulty of this endeavor was evident. Fortunately, Kianhisi was no slouch. After extensive research, he had successfully replicated the ability of the line fruit's green blood. Moreover, he infused this green blood with chakra energy. However, this led to a new dilemma. How could he perfectly integrate it into Eslian Yao's body to form the bloodline limit? Line release? Just as ninjas develop new ninjutsu with chakra, the newly formed ninjutsu would be recorded in the ninja's genes. But how was this process recorded? In what form did the new ninjutsu, chakra, reverse influence the ninja's genes? Kianhisi had no relevant data on this intricate process that in the ninja world, few ninjas could independently develop a new ninjutsu. And even if they did, the secrets of their development were likely closely guarded. Leaving Kianhisi in the dark, this posed a significant challenge. As for directly applying the green blood onto them, akin to the original version of the Seraphim, to be frank, Qianheshir could indeed undertake such an action. However, this approach possesses an imperfection. The development of these beings in the future would likely be significantly impacted, for green blood is, after all, an artificial devil fruit. Whether it can reach an awakened state remains in question. Should it be flawlessly transformed into a ninjutsu or a bloodline limit, it could maximize the potential of this ability, perhaps even to a level unattainable by the former warlords of the sea. Given the lofty nature of the chakra system, to forsake the future for the present is not a display of short-sightedness that Qianheshir would exhibit that if there exists a superior method. Why settle for mediocrity? Such a compromise is unacceptable for Qianheshir, a meticulous scientist. Moreover, aside from this consideration, Qianheshir harbors his own ambitions. He desires a bloodline limit rather than the powers of a devil fruit. While chakra constitutes a bloodline limit, a devil fruit grants one the abilities of the fruit. These two are fundamentally distinct. This essential difference pertains to Qianheshir's bloodline limit and certain future endeavors, necessitating a wealth of experimental data to underpin his forthcoming research. The modification of the artificial devil fruit, the line fruit, and the green blood is merely the first step in his grand scheme. If he cannot even take the initial step, what future can he hope for? Fortunately, the heavens do not completely forsake one. Qianheshir has now resolved this issue. This is also a reward from his research on the Hashirama cells, sufficient for him to perfectly realize the creation of the superhuman line chakra fruit, allowing him to obtain the bloodline limit of line ninjutsu after utilizing the S-Flamingo. During his investigations into the Hashirama cells, he inadvertently glimpsed the intricate processes by which the chakra of the Hashirama cells assimilated the severed hand cells. That it is known that in its complete form, The Hashirama cells assertively devour the severed hand cells to augment their own strength. However, the currently weakened Hashirama cells lack such overwhelming power, compounded by the peculiar nature of the severed hand cells. Consequently, during the experiments, some notably feeble Hashirama cells did not exhibit the tendency to directly consume the severed hand cells. Instead, they infiltrated the severed hand cells by emitting the chakra contained within, continually enticing those severed hand cells to undergo transformation towards the Hashirama cells that in the eyes of Orochimaru. The outcome of such an experiment was decidedly a failure. After all, he had weakened the power of the Hashirama cells precisely so that other cells could adapt to their assimilation abilities and inherit some of the powers from within the Hashirama cells. He did not intend for other cells to be wholly assimilated into Hashirama cells. Yet unlike Orochimaru, who solely focuses on results, Chien Husher seeks the process by which the chakra from the Hashirama cells acts upon other cells, altering them. The secret of how cellular genes are transformed by chakra was thus partially unveiled to Chien Husher. With this insight, he finally completed the ultimate research on the superhuman line chakra fruit. His activities did not cease. From fine-tuning devices to major modifications, Chien Husher immersed himself in his work within the laboratory, that he paid no heed to the other two artificial devil fruits as compared to the superhuman line fruit. Those two were considerably more specialized. The shimmer fruit, being of the natural type, presented numerous complications that as for the swimming fruit, also known as the water fruit, while it is classified as superhuman, the peculiar nature of water, coupled with Chien Husher's alternate plans for this fruit, led him to temporarily set it aside. Focusing entirely on perfecting the line chakra fruit was paramount to be the way, cultivate and propagate that severed hand cell for me. We must not allow the Hashirama cells to consume it entirely. Suddenly realizing this, Chien Husher called out to the S-Flamingo. Upon hearing this, the S-Flamingo promptly took action, skillfully extracting some intact severed hand cells from the severed limb and commencing their cultivation. After all, these belong to a ninja with a bloodline limit. They must not go to waste. Indeed, the severed hand used by Orochimaru for experimentation did originate from a ninja possessing a bloodline limit. Specifically the unique underworld release bloodline absent from Konoha. This bloodline enables the user to directly convert their opponent's ninjutsu into chakra, storing it within their own body. It is likely that Orochimaru procured this severed hand from outside the village, aiming to determine if the cells of a ninja with the ability to absorb ninjutsu could withstand the power of the Hashirama cells. Unfortunately, the results were disappointing, although the severed hand was not entirely consumed by the Hashirama cells. It was only a matter of time. The underworld release bloodline ultimately could not withstand the remnants of the sage body cells. Chapter 22, Journey to the front lines of the land of rivers. The morning sun bathed the Hokage rock in its golden glow. In stark contrast to the bustling atmosphere of Konoha village just days prior, the village now appeared somewhat desolate. With a substantial number of ninjas withdrawn from the village and dispatched to the front lines of the land of rivers and the land of grass. This situation is likely to worsen in the days to come, leaving each household in mourning. War is indeed a brutal affair. Presently, Chien Husher has also become one among these individuals, yet at least others will mourn and grieve for them in death. What of Chien Husher? It seems he shall be forgotten. With a heavy heart, gazing at the task token in his hand, Chien Husher slowly shook his head, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within him. Therefore, he must absolutely avoid death. Otherwise, his existence in this world would have been in vain. After organizing his gear and ensuring everything was in order, Chien Husher stepped out of Orochimaru's abode, making his way toward his destination. Indeed, Chien Husher has moved away from the Root base. Since receiving his orders from Root, he is no longer technically a member of Root, thus he need not linger in that dark, haunted place any longer. The issue lies in the fact that he lacks sufficient funds to purchase a house in Konoha. Consequently, Orochimaru generously offered Chien Husher accommodation in his home, facilitating both their collaborative experiments and the dispatching of tasks to Chien Husher. For the past few days, Chien Husher has spent his days assisting Orochimaru with various tasks and his nights aiding in experiments, leaving him little time to focus on his own endeavors. It nearly exhausted him. Fortunately, this routine did not persist for long, as Orochimaru eventually departed for the front lines of the land of rivers, leading a considerable number of ninjas. However, this does not imply that Chien Husher can now relax. That wretched capitalist Orochimaru, bestowed upon him yet another unfortunate task before leaving. The entire 9th Squad has been temporarily assigned to the combat forces, specifically to the Frontline Logistics Transport Unit, tasked with transporting various supplies from Konoha to the front lines of the Land of Rivers. As the saying goes, when the cannons roar, gold flows. The consumption and demand for supplies during wartime are immensely significant, and to ensure stable logistics to the front lines and prevent any hindrance to ultimate victory, Konoha will undoubtedly establish a logistics unit for supply transport. For reasons unknown to Orochimaru, he ultimately decided to incorporate this newly formed 9th Squad, which had only completed a few D-rank missions, into the logistics operations in a rather grandiloquent manner. He declared that to truly become his disciple, one must first endure the trials of the battlefield. Damn it, Qian Hashir harbored profound disdain for this arrangement. After all, sending children barely 10 years of age to the battlefield is merely the norm in this world. He is unable to prevent this matter, in that case, we might as well proceed. Moreover, Qian Isi is aware that as the war progresses, those children will inevitably be sent to the battlefield. Thus, early exposure could be considered a form of preparation. The rising sun illuminated Qian Isi's face as he traversed the streets of Konoha, holding the mission documents, and arrived at a warehouse located not far from the Hokage building. Awaiting him at the entrance of the warehouse were Yushui Hongdo, Uchiha Ling, and Yun Jifeng. However, unlike the usual scenes where Yushui Hongdo and Uchiha Ling would bicker, Uchiha Ling was currently confronting a small silver-haired figure, with long silver hair, wearing a black mask, clad in black combat attire, and a short blade strapped to his back. He emanated an aura so cold that it seemed to warn others to keep their distance. This was Hatake Kakashi, the future 6th Hokage, who would later be renowned across the nations as Konoha's foremost technician. The Copy Ninja and Sharingan Kakashi. Naturally, none of this pertained to his present self at this moment. Kakashi was emotionally closed off due to the legacy of his father, the White Fang of Konoha, which led him to be excessively rigid regarding missions and rules, disregarding his companions during task execution. Consequently, in the current Konoha, few were willing to undertake missions alongside this prodigy. Ultimately, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to assign Kakashi, who graduated at 5 and became a Chunin at 6, to a class with his contemporaries from the Konoha Ninja Academy, namely Uchiha Obito and Noara Rin, who had only just graduated this year. Their supervising ninja was none other than the future 4th Hokage. Namikaze Minato, as Qian Isi surveyed the surroundings. He did not spot the cheerful boy or the one wearing goggles. Only a girl stood behind Kakashi, anxiously gazing into the distance, as if anticipating someone's arrival. With short brown hair and large, deep brown eyes, devoid of bangs, she wore a light pink dress with safety shorts underneath, dark red knee-high socks, red bracelets on her wrists, and 2 purple markings on her face. Noara Rin was visibly anxious as she observed Kakashi on the verge of conflict. It was worth noting that although Uchiha Ling was not in the same class as her at the Ninja Academy, Rin recognized her due to Ling's graduation as the top student and her familial ties to Obito. However, the crux of Rin's concern was not merely that, it was Kakashi's potential to hurt Uchiha Ling, who was flanked by several figures dressed in black combat attire, adorned with green jounin armor, and bearing the Uchiha clan emblem. The Konoha police force, also members of the Uchiha clan, that if Kakashi were to injure Uchiha Ling, it would spell trouble. Yet unlike Rin's anxiety, Kakashi addressed Uchiha Ling, who obstructed his path, saying, "I'll say this one last time. Move aside." "How amusing. I have long wished to engage you," with hands on her hips. Uchiha Ling boldly blocked Kakashi's way, taunting, "Are you afraid now, coward? I have no interest in fighting with a freshly graduated brat." "Who are you calling a brat?" Uchiha Ling retorted sharply, feeling indignant at being referred to as such by someone her own age. "Humph." With a dismissive scoff, Kakashi turned away, disregarding Uchiha Ling, which only intensified her ire. "You insufferable brat." However, before Uchiha Ling could act, Yushui Hongdo rushed forward to embrace her, exclaiming, "You fool! How can you fight at a time like this? Don't you forget why we're here?" Regrettably, Hongdo's strength alone was insufficient to restrain Uchiha Ling. "Hey, Jifeng, hurry and help." As Uchiha Ling struggled to break free, Hongdo urgently called for assistance. Observing this, Yun Jifeng stepped forward and grasped one of Uchiha Ling's arms, pulling her back a few steps. Such a spectacle, coupled with the notable figures involved, Uchiha and the son of Konoha's White Fang. The most renowned genius of recent years drew a crowd. Soon enough, a throng gathered before the warehouse entrance, captivated by the unfolding drama. Chapter 23. Namikaze Minato before the warehouse doors, amidst a gathering of onlookers. Hongdo and Jifeng struggled to pull Uchiha Ling back, that it was inappropriate to engage in conflict in such a public setting. Yet, Uchiha Ling was unfazed. Raised under the teachings of Uchiha Shisui, she had internalized the belief that the Uchiha were the strongest. Although she graduated at the top of her class, she had never faced Kakashi, who graduated early. This was intolerable for her. The title of the strongest Uchiha demanded proof through action. The first step was to establish herself as the true leader among her peers. Let go of me. Do you think I would lose? So what if he is the son of the White Fang? Before Uchiha Ling could finish her statement, Kakashi, standing opposite her, furrowed his brow upon hearing that title, sprang into action, delivering a powerful kick toward Uchiha Ling. Did you not mention that name in front of me? The forceful kick was blocked by Uchiha Ling's arm just in time, but due to her hasty reaction and the added weight of Hongdo and Jifeng clinging to her, she was sent flying along with them. Bang! The three figures crashed onto the ground, and seeing her new clothes stained with dirt, Hongdo shouted in exasperation, "What the hell? Kakashi, I was trying to help you deal with this fool. Is this how you treat your former classmates? I should have let this idiot teach you a lesson." Rising from the ground while brushing off the dust from her clothes, Hongdo complained to Kakashi. However, unlike Hongdo's character, Uchiha Ling was not the type to merely complain when struck. She believed in an eye for an eye. Half crouched on the ground, Uchiha Ling fixed her gaze on Kakashi, then charged forward, launching a fierce punch at his face. Kakashi, in response, did not hold back. He ducked to the side while raising one leg in a swift kick aimed at Uchiha Ling's head. So fast, watching the whip-like leg, Uchiha Ling quickly crossed her arms to protect her head. The kick struck her arms with enough force to send her staggering backwards several paces. That seems your strength is not as formidable as you claim. Forcing Uchiha Ling back, Kakashi observed her coldly, lowering his leg while mocking her. "Let us find out," she replied, her eyes widening as the blood-red Sharingan appeared, revealing the Tomo, drawing a kunai from her ninja tool pouch. Uchiha Ling assumed a combat stance. "Hey, you idiot." Just as the situation escalated, Hongdo attempted to intervene but was halted by young Jifeng. "What are you doing?" Hongdo looked at Jifeng, confused by his obstructive gesture. Jifeng did not respond directly. Instead, he tilted his head to the side, indicating the presence of Qian, Hisui, and members of the Uchiha Guard among the onlookers. Following Jifeng's gaze, Hongdo's expression shifted upon realizing the spectacle. "What on earth? They're here to watch the show." Though she grumbled, Hongdo ceased her advance. Thus, the conflict between Uchiha Ling and Hatake Kakashi unfolded unhindered as Uchiha Ling executed a backflip to evade Kakashi's kunai. She swiftly produced several shurikens, hurling them at him. The whistling sound of the wind filled the air as the shuriken struck Kakashi mercilessly, and Uchiha Ling's lips curled into a smile. Yet, moments later, the figure of Kakashi that had fallen to the ground transformed into a cloud of smoke. Shadow clone? When did he? Realizing the ominous presence behind her, Uchiha Ling turned just in time to see the masked Kakashi, exuding a deadly intent, hand poised on the hilt of his sword at his back. Damn it, there is no time. As a glint of cold light erupted before her, Uchiha Ling, resolute, thrust her kunai backward without a second thought. "Come on, I'll trade my life for yours," the surrounding crowd gasped in shock. These two youngsters, in that very moment of urgency, two figures swiftly appeared beside Kakashi and Uchiha Ling, each grasping the wrist of Kakashi's hand that was reaching for the sword hilt and the wrist of Uchiha Ling, who held a kunai, effectively halting the unfolding conflict. Fortunately, no unforeseen accidents had transpired. Witnessing such a scene, everyone exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that no lives were lost. Clad in a green vest and a snug blue outfit, with a head of golden hair, the man exuded a sunny and cheerful aura despite the absence of a smile on his face, instilling a sense of comfort in those around him. This was Minato Namikaze, the esteemed pupil of the legendary Sannin Jiraiya, destined to shine brilliantly on future battlefields as the fourth Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village and the father of Naruto Uzumaki. The child of destiny. It was truly an honor to meet him. Pulling Uchiha Ling behind him, Chihisai bowed his head slightly, expressing, "I sincerely apologize for the trouble my subordinate has caused you." In response, Minato Namikaze shook his head, a bright smile illuminating his face as he replied, "Ultimately, it was Kakashi who initiated the confrontation. Logically speaking, it is also our fault." Observing Minato's sunny disposition, Chihisai nodded in agreement. "In that case, let us consider this matter settled," Minato-san. "We have tasks to attend to and cannot linger here any longer." With that, Chihisai led Uchiha Ling away towards the warehouse, not glancing back. Minato stood rooted in place, watching Chihisai's retreating figure, his expression tinged with curiosity as he pondered the peculiar nature of the individual. However, before he could take any action, a figure came rushing towards them from the streets. Panting heavily, with black hair, clad in a sports jacket and donning goggles, the Uchiha clan's fan insignia emblazoned on the back, it was Rin. "You're late again, Obito." Now that the conflict had subsided, Rin, her mood lightened, playfully chided Obito with a smile, "That I'm terribly sorry. I was helping an old lady cross the street, which caused my delay." With a bashful grin, he scratched his head, drawing Minato's attention as the laughter filled the air. By the time Minato regained his focus, Chihisai and the others had already vanished from view. It seemed he would have to wait for another opportunity to converse with them. Chihisai guided Akamichi and the others deeper into the warehouse. The heavy footsteps echoed in the corridor. The atmosphere among the three following Chihisai grew somewhat tense as they observed his silent demeanor. Finally, Akamichi gently nudged Uchiha Ling, gesturing towards Chihisai's figure, urging her, "Go on, you silly goose." Understanding Akamichi's intent, Uchiha Ling hesitated momentarily before retorting, "Are you trying to get us into trouble? You're the foolish one." After a brief exchange, Uchiha Ling chose not to dwell on it further, instead glancing shyly at Chihisai's back. However, gathering her resolve, she quickened her pace and proudly addressed him. "Thank you for your assistance, Chihisai-sensei." With no further words exchanged, Uchiha Ling simply expressed her gratitude before falling silent. Akamichi, feeling the tension, averted her gaze, pondering if this was truly appropriate. Shouldn't Uchiha Ling apologize for instigating the conflict? Yet, unlike Akamichi, who was still getting to know Uchiha Ling, Chihisai regarded her with mild surprise, wondering when the Uchiha clan had become so agreeable. Nevertheless, he merely shook his head, indicating that he bore no ill will regarding the incident. "You need not thank me for this. Even without my intervention, you would have been unharmed. The Uchiha Guard is not composed of mere idlers. They would never allow the granddaughter of the Uchiha clan's elder to come to harm. Moreover, it is likely that their presence was specifically to protect you." Chihisai was not one to overlook details. During their recent rank missions around the village, he had noted the consistent presence of Uchiha guards shadowing them, although they often appeared in pairs or trios with varying faces. Chihisai had discerned a constant trio among them, who would patrol alongside another fluctuating Uchiha member during their tasks. Over time, it became evident that their watchful gaze aligned precisely with the moments Chihisai and Uchiha Ling found themselves in. A discerning individual would recognize the irregularity, let alone Chihisai. While Uchiha Ling was indeed the granddaughter of Uchiha Shursui, such stringent surveillance seemed unwarranted. Thus, it was likely that their interest extended beyond her alone. Possibly due to Chihisai's affiliation with the Root organization, the Uchiha clan had emerged as yet another source of complications for Chihisai, a source of vexation indeed. He found himself caught between Orochimaru and Danzo, and now he was ensnared within the web of the Uchiha and Danzo. This predicament left him at a loss for words. That also explained why he had been somewhat dismissive towards Minato earlier. Currently, he was aligned with Orochimaru, having taken residence in his abode, a fact that was obvious to all. The tension between the fourth Hokage, a prominent candidate, and the future true fourth Hokage, Minato, was palpable. Chihisai's situation was already precarious. He certainly did not wish to find himself caught between Orochimaru and Minato in the future. Lacking formidable strength, becoming embroiled in such turmoil could lead to disastrous consequences. As they proceeded down the corridor, Uchiha Ling, seeing Chihisai dismiss her gratitude, misinterpreted his expression as one of lingering anger. She was no fool. She understood Akamichi's intentions. However, as a member of the Uchiha clan, she could never apologize for engaging in combat with Itachi Kakashi. Her grandfather had taught her that the pursuit of strength must never be self-denying. that if one believes in the righteousness of their actions, they should be prepared to stake their life on it. For Uchiha Ling, defeating Hatake Kakashi was an essential step on her path to becoming the strongest. Thus, yielding was out of the question. Nevertheless, addressing Chihisai, Uchiha Ling continued, "How about this, sensei? Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me. Considering it my way of expressing gratitude for your earlier rescue." Turning to face Uchiha Ling, Chihisai felt a flicker of interest. The Uchiha clan's upbringing seemed commendable. "Did I in that case? I happen to have a task for you." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Ling's face lit up with joy as she confidently declared, "Rest assured, I will handle it all." With the matter concluded, Akamichi and the others followed Chihisai to the depths of the warehouse, where they encountered a massive metallic door adorned with intricate patterns and an array of sealing techniques that dazzled the eyes. That in front of the grand entrance stood a wooden counter, behind which a ninja was diligently scribbling notes. As Chihisai and his companions approached, they presented their tokens and various documents. The ninja examined the items, conducting comparisons and confirmations, before processing a series of formalities and returning some completed paperwork. Shortly thereafter, he produced 4 substantial storage scrolls. "Here, this is your Team 9's mission. These scrolls contain supplies. Your task is to transport them to the front lines." "Understood. We are aware of our mission." Accepting the information sheet from the ninja, Chihisai signed his name. After the ninja confirmed everything, he nodded. "All is in order here. You may depart. Quite frankly, it would have been better had you arrived earlier. The main supply convoy has already set off. Even if you hurry, you may not catch up." The ninja cast a sympathetic glance at the 3 young ones behind Chihisai, acknowledging the inherent risks of heading in a battle without the safety of the main force. In response to the ninja's goodwill, Chihisai smiled and replied, "No worries. Perhaps those sand ninjas looking to ambush us won't even regard us as a threat. One could never tell that in the end." The ninja shook his head, unwilling to say more, and turned away to busy himself with other matters. Observing this, Chinasi ceased to intrude, and as he turned back, he gestured to the 3 little ones behind him, saying, "I leave this to you. And Ling, did you not say you wanted to thank me? I entrust my share to you as well." With that, Chinasi turned and walked out with a smile, leaving the 3 little ones to exchange glances at the enormous scroll that towered over them and was 3 times their width. That I should not have agreed so readily. Gazing at the 2 colossal scrolls, Uchiha Ling felt tears welling up in her eyes. Chapter 25. The actions of the clones. As they traversed the streets of Konoha, they completed the final procedures at the village's gate. Chinasi led Hongdo and the others along the broad path leading out of Konoha towards the land of rivers. The enormous scrolls were strapped to the backs of the 3 little ones. And compared to the others, Uchiha Ling found herself somewhat unfortunate, as she carried the 2 massive scrolls organized neatly behind her, resembling someone bearing a small mountain from a distance. Fortunately, the storage scrolls sealed the materials within, meaning their weight did not burden the scrolls themselves. Thus, despite their size, they were not excessively heavy, making it manageable for the trio. That it should be noted that during regular transport of goods, such conveniences were not commonplace. The production costs of storage scrolls were quite substantial. From the materials of the scrolls themselves to the sealing techniques applied, creating a storage scroll was undeniably labor-intensive and time-consuming. Consequently, during ordinary times, transport units relied on carts and horses to move supplies in bulk. It was the combination of numerous carts and a large escort team that constituted the main force of Konoha's transport units. While individuals like Chinasi and his companions were essentially akin to temporary workers, during routine operations, they could independently carry out tasks to deliver supplies to the front lines or accompany larger units. Providing them with a storage scroll facilitated their transport capabilities. Otherwise, with just the 4 of them, how much could they possibly carry? As for why Chinasi did not accompany the main transport unit, aside from his experiments from the previous night, Orochimaru had instructed him to conduct operations separately with the 3 little ones. While following a larger transport unit offered safety, it also significantly reduced opportunities for training. A gentle breeze rustled through the tall trees lining the road, while the bright sunlight bathed the surroundings, imparting a sense of endless tranquility. Leading the way, Chinasi glanced back at Uchiha Ling and the others, noting that their movements appeared untroubled, and thus shifted his focus elsewhere. His experiment from the previous night was far from concluded. Deep within the underground laboratory, Chinasi's consciousness occupied the body of S. Shark. At that moment, the already cramped laboratory felt exceedingly bustling. Beside an apparatus resembling an operating table, S. Bear was handing a test tube filled with liquid to S. Flamingo, who sat connected to various diagnostic lines on the apparatus. Inside the test tube, strands of silver-like filaments floated within the white liquid, and S. Flamingo cautiously accepted the test tube, his expression radiating joy, as though he had received a long-awaited treasure. Yet he was also filled with trepidation, knowing that this substance required one final step to be deemed a true success. Clad in wooden clogs, Chinasi approached and inquired of S. Flamingo, at this moment, "How do you feel?" This was the first genuine physical experiment of the superhuman chakra fruit. After days of tireless research, Chinasi had finally succeeded in creating the superhuman line chakra fruit. However, success in creation did not guarantee success in experimentation, and no matter how meticulously Chinasi had theorized beforehand, the unpredictability of clinical trials loomed large. Such matters are trivial. The original body, my ambition does not permit me to stagnate here. As Chinasi arrived, S. Flamingo no longer hesitated and consumed the liquid from the test tube in one gulp. Without reservation, the mixture of the filamentous white liquid slid down his throat and into his stomach, and unlike the original devil fruit, which was notoriously difficult to swallow, S. Flamingo merely felt as though his esophagus were being brutally pierced by sharp steel needles. Intense pain radiated from his esophagus to his stomach, then spread throughout his body. Each part of his body, nay, each cell, felt as though sharp filaments were piercing through their membranes, tearing and reconfiguring the genes within. The unending agony drove S. Flamingo into a frenzy, thrashing about on the operating table, his long fingers clenched into fists, sweat beading on his forehead, and the overwhelming pain contorted his features beyond recognition. Yet, even in such a state, S. Flamingo erupted into wild laughter. Is this all there is? There is still much to go. Beside the apparatus, a multitude of instruments flickered with lights. While S. Eagle, with his keen hawk eyes, casually surveyed the data displayed on the instruments, reporting in a calm tone, "All indicators are normal." Hearing S. Eagle's composed words, Chinasi appeared far more anxious than S. Eagle. His large hands rubbed together nervously, his uneasy gaze fixed on S. Flamingo, who writhed in agony upon the apparatus. "Do not worry, original body. A being like him will not fall here." Observing that S. Bear, who had no part in the ordeal, was seated nearby, casually flipping through a book with gloved hands, Chinasi remarked, "You two are remarkably calm." Adjusting the instruments slightly, S. Eagle replied, "It's merely a commonplace occurrence that if he were to perish from such a thing, then he would simply be of that caliber." Upon hearing S. Eagle's words, Chinasi surveyed the surroundings, from S. Eagle to S. Bear, and finally to S. Flamingo on the apparatus, shaking his head. Though these beings were his clones, their individual consciousnesses did not align with Chinasi's temperament. Compared to him, their personalities leaned more towards their own bloodline's origins, akin to the temperament of the 7 warlords of the sea. They were not inherently docile. The ninja world would likely see some excitement in the future. Of course, Chinasi paid little mind to this, as long as they did not betray him, the original body. Everything could be negotiated. As time passed, amidst the cacophony of the instruments, S. Flamingo's cries gradually subsided, the ceaseless torment dissipating like a long-awaited rain quenching a parched land, a sense of comfort radiating throughout his body. Finally concluding the experiment, S. Flamingo slowly rose from the operating table, reveling in the invigorating sensation of newfound power. His fingers unfurled slightly, and beneath the lights, a faint white glow emerged from his grasp. It appeared that he had succeeded. Gazing at the filament produced by S. Flamingo, Chinasi smiled, realizing that from this moment onward, he would truly master the power of the superhuman lineage. With a sinister grin, S. Flamingo flexed his fingers, detaching all the monitoring instruments from his body, and eagerly inquired, "Original body, when can we set out?" Now that he had grasped his powers, S. Flamingo could hardly contain his excitement. "Right now," Chinasi replied, not hindering S. Flamingo any longer. That he turned to S. Eagle and asked, "What are your plans? Will you wait for me to create the quick/fruit before emerging, or do you wish to accompany S. Flamingo immediately?" Initially, Chiana had refrained from allowing S. Flamingo to act independently because his power was still too weak, that he had intended to produce S. Eagle to accompany them for added safety. However, now that S. Flamingo had acquired the power of line release, his current strength was far beyond what it once was. Therefore, Chiana no longer felt compelled to insist that S. Eagle act at this moment. Yet in contrast to Chiana's considerations, S. Eagle was far more straightforward. With his shoes firmly planted on the ground, he answered without a moment's thought, his sharp hawk eyes scanning Chiana. A swordsman does not need such things. The quick-slash fruit does not require preparation for me. Upon hearing this, Chiana had anticipated such a response. Given that S. Eagle had inherited some of the traits of the world-renowned swordsman Dracula Mihawk, it was unsurprising that he would refuse the quick-slash fruit. Chiana did not press the matter. After all, a swordsman's power was no trifling matter. Very well then, you both may depart. The Land of Iron is currently an excellent place for development. As the S. Eagle made its decision, Chiana wasted no time and promptly issued orders. Chapter 26. The Land of Iron and the Land of Rivers. The Land of Iron, being one of the foremost nations aside from the 5 great powers, stands at a juncture where the Third Great Ninja War is on the brink of erupting. Indeed, there exists no place more conducive to development than this nation, a country of samurai. The Land of Iron maintains a neutral stance politically towards all ninja nations, bolstered by a long-standing ninja treaty. Consequently, it is quite challenging for the Land of Iron to be embroiled in the upcoming conflict among the 5 great nations. Regarding incursions from smaller nations, although the Land of Iron does not possess ninjas, it is nonetheless defended by a group known as samurai, whose combat prowess ranks among the highest among all smaller nations, second only to the 5 great powers. Naturally, the primary reason Chiana and the Flamingo chose the Land of Iron as their destination is its favorable business environment. The external conditions ensure that the Land of Iron remains undisturbed. And internally, even though it is governed by samurai, trade is not prohibited. In fact, they engage in commerce with various countries. Geographically, it is situated at the confluence of the Land of Fire, the Land of Earth, and the Land of Lightning, bordering the Land of Waterfalls and the Land of Rice. This makes it an inherently prosperous hub for commercial development. Furthermore, the Land of Iron is rich in natural resources, particularly iron ore. During this period of the Third Great Ninja War, there is no more opportune place for profiting from the war than the Land of Iron. To ignore such a location would be a grave oversight. We are about to set off. My original self, the Dio, you have anything else to say? In the laboratory, the S. Flamingo, having tidied up the surroundings, donned a pink feather coat and inquired of Chiana. Standing beside the S. Shark, who was occupied with deep contemplation, Chiana momentarily had nothing to add. However, after some thought, he reiterated the previously planned matters. Upon arriving in the Land of Iron, prioritize organizing our forces, developing industries, procuring supplies, and most importantly, expeditiously assist me in reconstructing another laboratory. The resources and materials required to manufacture your line fruit have completely depleted all my assets, and my other experiments are on the brink of suspension. Leave such matters to me. You need not worry. The S. Flamingo confidently assured, for arms trading was indeed his forte. Meanwhile, the S. Eagle approached, disdainfully gripping a small knife, and remarked, "It is evident that you are rather impoverished. My original self, not only have you failed to provide me with a proper sword, but there isn't even a decent blade to be found in the laboratory." Observing the small knife in the S. Eagle's hand, which seemed to have been scavenged from who knows where, Chiana awkwardly smiled. "Is this not a time of hardship?" "Very well." Securing the knife to his belt, the S. Eagle addressed the S. Flamingo. "Let us depart. I hope the swordsmanship of the samurai in the Land of Iron is not lacking. For a swordsman destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the world, how could he not test his blade against the world?" Truly an interesting character. Watching the S. Eagle's retreating figure, the S. Flamingo followed suit, striding with a swagger that exuded confidence. Before long, the two figures ventured into the passage, disappearing from the laboratory. Upon witnessing this, Chiana turned to the still-present S-Bear and entrusted him. "This task is in your hands along with the shark. Also, commence the experimental data simulations for your meatball fruit. Although current resources are insufficient for production, preparing in advance will expedite the actual manufacturing process when the time comes." "Understood." Setting down the book in hand, the S-Bear replied before rising to commence his duties. Thereafter, Chinasi conducted another inspection of the laboratory and, withdrawing his consciousness, returned his body to the S-shark. Outside the laboratory, within a dense forest, the S-flamingo and S-eagle emerged from a tunnel concealed beneath a pile of stones. Ignoring the guiding tool mouse, the duo swiftly confirmed their direction and hastened their departure. Although their current exit was not located within the confines of Kanagacore, it was still relatively close, posing the risk of being discovered by patrolling Konoha ninjas. It would be prudent to leave promptly. Striding forward, the two traversed the dense forest towards the land of iron. Meanwhile, on the path to the land of rivers, Chinasi and the trio of Akane accelerated their pace. Time passed steadily, and after a relentless day and night of travel, Shinha and his companions crossed the land of fire. Heading westward, as they drew nearer to the land of rivers, the warm and comfortable breeze of the land of fire had long since dissipated, replaced by a dry heat, and the towering trees gradually gave way to low shrubs. They had arrived at the land of rivers, that is the mountainous nation that spans between the land of fire and the land of wind. The imposing giant stone mountain range is a defining feature of this country. The contiguous mountain range not only shields the land of fire from the encroachment of the land of wind's relentless sands, but also serves as an excellent stronghold for Konoha ninjas to thwart invasions from the sand ninjas. The stifling gusts of hot air slapped against their faces, creating a sense of discomfort, while the rocky, fragmented path hindered their progress. After a day and night of arduous travel, Akane and her companions were utterly exhausted. And now they could no longer hold on. "Teacher, can we take a break?" Plopping down onto a stone, panting heavily, Akane swiftly retrieved a water bottle, draining its meager contents in one gulp. Refreshing. Turning around, Chinasi observed the three little ones behind him. Aside from the already prostrate Akane, the remaining two were not faring much better. Uchiha Aya, burdened with two scrolls, was already bent over, drenched in sweat, unable to utter a word. Yet, refusing to concede, she persisted in silence, gritting her teeth in determination. Meanwhile, Aburame Shurfong fared slightly better, but after such an ordeal, he too was soaked in perspiration, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, thoroughly dampening his collar. Nevertheless, Chinasi had no intentions of halting for rest. This place could be considered a battlefield, that on a battlefield, one can never exercise too much caution. Moreover, at present he was solely responsible for three little burdens, making it imperative to avoid delays. He was also uncertain whether members of the Uchiha clan had followed from the village to monitor covertly. If that were the case, it would be somewhat reassuring. After all, should they encounter danger, there might be a chance for rescue. Yet, Chinasi was genuinely unsure about this matter. Throughout the journey thus far, he had not encountered any unusual circumstances, but logically speaking, Uchiha Shana would not easily entrust his granddaughter to a member of the route, would he? Let us endure a little longer. We are not far from our destination. Temporarily suppressing this concern, Chinasi addressed the three little ones. Quickly transport the supplies. The sooner we complete this task, the better. Hearing Chinasi dismiss her suggestion, Akane let out a sigh, but what could she do? Chinasi was her teacher, after all. Reluctantly rising, she dusted off her clothes and mustered her spirits. Accompanied by the trio, Chinasi pressed onward. Chapter 27. Sand Ninjas. On the stony road, Chinasi hurriedly advanced with Akane and the others. Yet, fate did not align with their desires. The concerns that Chinasi had harbored ultimately materialized. Accompanied by the howling winds and sand, three indistinct figures raced towards them from the rocky expanse of the Gobi. Crack, crack, a series of eerie sounds suddenly echoed in Chinasi's ears, prompting him to retreat hastily, sensing impending danger. Amidst the swirling sands, two puppet arms emerged like malevolent specters, their wooden bodies armed with steel blades mercilessly lunging towards Chinasi. Bang! The sharp, resilient blades struck the ground, sending debris flying several meters into the air, while a cloud of dust billowed forth, obscuring the vision of those present. "What is happening?" startled Akane, who had just regained her senses. Hastily tossed aside the scroll on her back, drawing a kunai with vigilance as she gazed ahead. She then turned to Uchiha Aya, who was already on high alert beside her. Observing Akane's bewildered expression, Uchiha Aya responded helplessly. "Fool, enemies are attacking ahead." Chinasi gazed as the dust gradually settled, revealing three silhouettes, a bittersweet smile escaping his lips that it seems that what one fears the most inevitably comes to pass. Though they currently found themselves behind the Konoha camp, this hardly guaranteed their absolute safety, that in light of the ever-increasing reinforcements at Konoha, the shinobi of Sunagakure would undoubtedly take action, provided they were not fools. For instance, they might resort to a flanking attack on the supply convoy. Such a strategy would not only undermine Konoha's strength, but also replenish Sunagakure's already meager war supplies. This twofold tactic would not escape the attention of Sunagakure's commanders. It appears our expedition today has not been in vain, that as the smoke dissipated, the 3 sand shinobi came into clearer view. 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men bore striking resemblances. Seemingly twins, save for one whose face was marred by a long scar, his visage twisted into a deranged grin, accentuating the gruesomeness of his injury. Both appeared to be around 25 or 26 years of age. Clad in black gloves that left their fingers exposed, manipulating 2 human-like puppets with 6 arms each, reminiscent of spiders, through 10 chakra threads. Puppeteers from Sunagakure, indeed. Observing the 2 puppets at the forefront, Chinasi's expression darkened. This development was rather unfortunate, in stark contrast to Chinasi's somber demeanor. The sand shinobi displayed expressions of delight that a mere child, accompanied by 3 other youngsters. Is there truly no one left in Konoha? One of the unscarred puppeteers glanced disdainfully at Chinasi and his companions, deridingly proclaiming, "Look at these fledglings sent to the battlefield." "Who are you calling fledglings?" In a defiant stance, Hondo stepped forward, retorting, "You 2 look just like dried, waterless bitter gourds, and yet you dare speak of us." "Indeed," Uchiha Ling interjected, her hand resting behind her, fingers brushing against her tool pouch, her gaze vigilant upon the 3 sand shinobi. "It seems you sand shinobi have not even the means to water your plants, allowing you to grow into such grotesque forms." With retreat no longer an option, they had no choice but to engage these foes. Before the battle commenced, unsettling the enemy's psyche was imperative. Observing the furious expressions of the 2 puppeteers, Uchiha Ling silently assessed, 2 irritable individuals. The identity of the one at the back remained elusive. She scrutinized the sand shinobi woman standing behind the puppeteers, her face adorned with purple paint, her hair tightly bound with bandages, and a drab sand shinobi vest cloaking her figure, coldly observing them from the rear. Just as the 2 puppeteers prepared to strike at Uchiha Ling, the sand shinobi woman urgently halted them, exclaiming, "Come now, can't you 2 be a bit more composed? Can't you see this is the enemy's ploy?" With the 2 puppeteers restrained, the sand shinobi woman turned to Uchiha Ling, saying, "What a clever little sister you are. You intend to use your 3 companions to stall my 2 teammates while your master swiftly deals with me. Correct?" You saw through it. Uchiha Ling cursed under her breath. Indeed, she had harbored such intentions, for the sand shinobi woman before her did not appear particularly formidable. Alas, Uchiha Ling had not anticipated that this very woman was the one issuing commands within this sand shinobi squad, indicating that she was a strategist of considerable merit. Upon hearing Uchiha Ling's curse, the sand shinobi woman chuckled lightly. Without further ado, she swiftly made a decision. After all, they were still behind enemy lines, and completing their mission promptly was paramount. "You 2 handle that one. I will take care of these 3 little ones." With a kunai thrown from her hand, the woman dashed past Chinasi towards Uchiha Ling and her companions. "Let me see just how capable you 3 truly are." Simultaneously, the 2 puppets, under the control of the sand shinobi puppeteers, launched a fierce assault on Chinasi, instantaneously dividing the battlefield into 2. A blade coated in venom sliced through the air before Chinasi, who quickly evaded by sidestepping. However, the other puppet swiftly maneuvered to his side, unleashing a barrage of poison bone Senbon aimed directly at him. "Gotcha!" the scarred man exclaimed triumphantly at the ease of the attack. Yet Chinasi was no pushover. With a quick motion, he grasped a kunai, his sharp gaze fixed on the rapidly approaching bone Senbon. And with a flick of his wrist, he deflected the rain of Senbon with remarkable speed, creating the illusion of afterimages that in a single motion. He sent the entire flurry flying away. The clattering sound of steel against bone Senbon echoed in the air. "This is impossible." The 2 sand shinobi puppeteers stood dumbfounded, astonished by the unexpected turn of events. Such speed. This is no ordinary opponent. Initially, the puppeteers had assumed Chinasi, with his youthful visage, would possess only mediocre strength. However, it became evident they had gravely miscalculated. Exchanging glances filled with gravity, they silently confirmed their resolve, and with dexterous movements, manipulated the chakra threads attached to their 10 fingers. The two spider-like humanoid puppets, under their command, unleashed a myriad of deadly mechanisms from their 6 arms. Spinning blades, poison knives, and reflective kunai, all lethal instruments of death. "Brother, I'll take the lead. You provide support," the scarred man commanded in a low voice. Sensing the seriousness of the situation, the other puppeteer nodded in agreement, replying, "Understood, brother. Hurry and finish him. Saori needs us." After imparting the last instruction, the scarred man acknowledged with a grunt and directed his puppet towards China-Si. Chapter 28. Confrontation with the puppeteer upon the Gobi of the Land of Rivers. The puppeteer, controlling his lethal constructs with a stoic demeanor, deftly maneuvered his fingers. The puppets, tethered by chakra threads, surged forward like a gale, their sharp weapons glinting ominously. Yet China-Si stood unafraid, his figure flickering as he evaded the initial assault of the puppet. With a swift motion, he hurled several kunai directly at the puppet. "Are you a fool? My puppets can withstand even stones weighing 100 pounds. The steel kunai flew through the air, prompting the scarred sand shinobi to stifle a laugh, neglecting to pull the chakra threads taut. Allowing the kunai to impale his puppet, the airborne puppet remained motionless, its 6 agile arms swaying as though mocking China-Si's audacity. However, China-Si's intentions were far from simple. Adjusting his glasses with a finger, a slight smirk gracing his lips as if anticipating this moment, he coldly remarked, "Has no one ever told you that your puppets are poorly constructed in certain aspects?" With his mechanical prowess, China-Si could dissect and analyze such creations with a mere glance. The steel kunai pierced through several joints of the puppet, akin to a precision instrument facing interference. The suspended puppet abruptly halted, its 6 nimble arms freezing in place. The puppeteer, witnessing this, was struck with disbelief, exclaiming, "What the hell is happening?" Unwilling to accept reality, he frantically tugged at the chakra threads, desperate to restore movement to his puppet. How could a leaf shinobi possibly understand puppetry better than a sand shinobi like me? Yet to his dismay, as he furiously pulled the threads, instead of reviving the puppet, the relentless tugging caused it to shatter midair, splintering into pieces dead on the gobi. Gazing at the scattered remnants, the scarred puppeteer stood frozen, eyes wide with incredulity. Meanwhile, China-Si, observing a dismembered puppet arm rolling to his feet, chuckled softly as he bent to retrieve it. Extracting the weaponized blade it clutched. "Now that I have seen your methods, it is time for you to witness mine." Grasping the sword with one hand, China-Si fixed his gaze on the scarred shinobi, his form blurring as he charged forward like a wraith. Slash! In the blink of an eye, the icy steel blade approached the scarred shinobi's head, leaving him momentarily paralyzed in shock. The scar on his face throbbed painfully at that moment. This is White Fang. However, the scar-faced ninja was not alone in his battle. Beside him, witnessing his brother's dire situation, another puppeteer hastily maneuvered his puppet towards the scar-faced ninja. The puppet's arms enveloped the waist of the scar-faced ninja, forcefully hurling him away. The sharp tip of the blade left a profound scar across the face of the scar-faced ninja, while the gleaming weapon cleaved the puppet below into 2 halves with an overwhelming ferocity. It was only then that the fallen scar-faced ninja regained his senses. Gazing at the figure wielding a sword amidst the swirling remnants of the dismembered puppets, that he clutched the wound on his face. His eyes filled with astonishment that is so strikingly similar. The same Leaf Village headband, the same unparalleled speed, the same awe-inspiring swordsmanship that I in the eyes of the scar-faced ninja. The silhouette of China-Si gradually merged with that of the man who once resembled a malevolent spirit. "What is your relation to White Fang?" Slowly rising from the ground, disregarding his brother's concerned inquiries, the scar-faced ninja solemnly questioned China-Si. Meanwhile, China-Si, amidst the scattered puppet fragments, did not pursue the advantage. He swung the blade he held with force, still unaccustomed to wielding a sword for the first time. Upon hearing the scar-faced ninja's grave inquiry, China-Si looked up, somewhat surprised, and replied, "There is no connection." "Do you know him?" This question left China-Si slightly puzzled. Kikishiboku? China-Si had never encountered that individual, so how could there be any connection? "Is that so?" The scar-faced ninja retorted with a fierce expression. Do you think I believe you? Pointing a finger at the bloodied scar on his face, he seethed with anger. Do you know? This scar was left by that damned man that it was on a rainy night. I remember it vividly. Ignoring Chin-Hsi's reaction, the scar-faced ninja, revealing his inner demons, began to ramble on, his ghastly visage accompanied by the blood seeping from his face, resembling a demon clawing its way out of hell. Just like your attire, just like your swordsmanship, that accursed man came alone. Just one man, wielding his short blade. Yes, a short blade he charged into our puppeteer's camp. Blood, severed heads, dismembered bodies, lost in recollections. The scar-faced sand ninja seemed to have fallen into madness. Standing there laughing and crying. The Leaf Village's White Fang, Kiki Shibuku, the Fath upon hearing those words, another puppeteer exclaimed in shock. His parents had long perished on the battlefield, and the man before him was his last remaining kin. Yet, the scarred-faced ninja did not wait for his brother to finish speaking, brusquely interrupting him. Be silent. We must leave at once. By any means necessary that we must return. And you must inform all the Sand Shinobi that the White Fang of Konoha has returned. With a single arm, he shoved his brother aside, and despite his injuries, the scarred ninja lunged forward, confronting Chin-Hsi. You seek my life? The White Fang of Konoha will not fall so easily. Connecting his fingers to the chakra threads, he summoned the scorpion puppet to his side, a bloodied visage adorned with a resolute smile of self-sacrifice. What is your name? Chin-Hsi, regarding the Sand Shinobi before him, straightened his posture that a true adversary should not be underestimated. I am Jin Kunzhengsheng. Spitting blood, he maneuvered the scorpion puppet towards Chin-Hsi, the sharp scorpion tail piercing forward. Bang! The scorpion tail struck the rocky ground as Chin-Hsi deftly evaded, solemnly eyeing Jin Kunzhengsheng. Jin Kunzhengsheng, I shall remember you. Today, Chin-Hsi shall escort you on your journey. With a brilliant flash of lightning, Chin-Hsi charged at Jin Kunzhengsheng, his short blade enveloped in lightning chakra, effortlessly deflecting the shurikens launched by the puppet. Ha! Witnessing the blade crackling with electricity, Jin Kunzhengsheng erupted into laughter. Come forth. The new White Fang of Konoha, crack. The final thunderclap echoed in Jin Kunzhengsheng's ears as he felt a dizzying disorientation, his gaze inexplicably shifting backward. Observing his brother's silhouette, Jin Kunzhengsheng, regaining his senses, allowed a faint smile to grace his face. That I entrust everything to you that as the lightning dissipated. Chin-Hsi paused, casting a final glance at Jin Kunzhengsheng's lifeless body before pursuing the two fleeing Sand Shinobi. After confirming that Hongdo and her companions were relatively unharmed, he resumed his chase, unwilling to find himself ensnared in the relentless pursuit of the Sand Shinobi. Chapter 30. The battle concludes on the barren expanse. Three figures engaged in a fierce chase, the two Sand Shinobi glancing back at the ever-approaching silhouette of Chin-Hsi, the remaining puppeteer's expression growing increasingly grave. This cannot continue. Observing the face of the nearby Sand Shinobi woman, the puppeteer's footsteps gradually halted. Shaori, you must leave. What are you saying, Jin Kunzhengsheng? The Sand Shinobi woman shouted in protest. Stay. You will die, I know. The puppeteer turned, each hand controlling a puppet, gazing intently at the approaching Chin-Hsi. Hurry, Shaori. Please ensure the message reaches back home. This intelligence was bought with my brother's life, that I beg of you. Bowing his head, the puppeteer's resolute face flickered with a tinge of shyness. I wish you a happy life ahead. Shaori, that I may not be able to accompany you anymore. Without further words, controlling the puppets, Jin Kunzhengsheng charged toward the incoming Chin-Hsi. Watching the figure of Jin Kunzhengsheng rushing toward his demise, Shaori's face contorted with profound sorrow, tears streaming from her eyes. She understood that this farewell might be everlasting. Yet she also realized that her presence here would serve no purpose other than to sacrifice another life. Intelligence regarding that ninja was of utmost importance. The reappearance of the new White Fang of Konoha on the battlefield posed a potential threat to the Sand Shinobi. Particularly for their puppet troops, it was a calamitous disaster. Hence, for the sake of the frontline puppet brigade and the Sand Village, she must deliver the information back home, no matter the cost. Biting her lip, suppressing her grief, Shaori turned and sprinted into the distance. Unfortunately, a solitary puppeteer could not withstand the relentless advance of Chin-Hsi. The azure lightning erupted behind her, causing her to shudder. Disquieted, Shaori instinctively glanced back. The dark-haired figure, The broken blade, shimmering with lightning, was unmistakably visible that it's over. Realizing the danger, just as Shaori formed the hand seals for a jutsu. A sharp pain pierced her shoulder. Looking down, she found the broken blade embedded deeply within that moment. The figure still crackling with lightning appeared before her in an instant, grasping her neck with one hand. He lifted her effortlessly, observing the furious sand shinobi. Chinase did not immediately strike, instead raising 2 fingers to his chest, executing a jutsu, sealing technique. Binding seal, that a common sealing jutsu within Konoha, often employed to immobilize captives, rendering them powerless while sealing their chakra. Black stripes emanated from Chinase's hand, rapidly enveloping Shaori's entire body. Thus, the trio of sand shinobi was entirely subdued. Realizing she had failed to escape Chinase's grasp, Shaori felt a surge of indignation, ready to utter a curse. Yet clearly, Chinase had little interest in her protests. A swift strike of his blade rendered her unconscious as he leisurely carried her back. The last one remaining, Chinase harbored no intentions of taking her life, that a living captive was far more valuable than a corpse. Although the Konoha clan could extract information from a deceased ninja's head, such intelligence would inevitably be flawed, in contrast, a living captive presented no such issues. Stepping over the body of Jin Kunshingsing, Chinase cast a glance before gathering the puppets, from a safety perspective. Chinase should have refrained from tampering with these puppets. For unless one was a puppeteer of exceptional skill, it was often difficult to detect whether these puppets concealed hidden mechanisms, which could lead to unforeseen consequences. However, Chinase had no such reservations. Mechanical creations, at Chinase's level, were far superior to those of the sand shinobi puppeteers. These trinkets were, in his eyes, mere child's play. After examining the puppets lying on the ground and finding their craftsmanship mediocre, Chinase stored them away in a scroll. Then, dragging the corpse with one hand and holding the sand shinobi woman with the other, he returned to his original position on the barren plains. Hondo and her companions had just managed to tend to their injuries, gazing at Chinase, who had swiftly dispatched the enemy. They were utterly astonished, just how powerful was their teacher, when they had fought alongside her. She had engaged them with a single shadow clone for an extended period. Given that scenario, Chinase's prowess had seemed unremarkable, lacking any significant disparity. During their encounter with Orochimaru, most of what they witnessed was attributed to Chinase's summoned beasts. Thus, they had assumed their own abilities were quite commendable. Being a ninja was not so daunting after all. But now, Chinase had effortlessly vanquished 3 sand shinobi, while they had struggled against a single sand shinobi woman, who had left them battered and bruised. It became evident that they were still far from adequate. What's wrong? Noticing the trio's lack of enthusiasm, Chinase wondered if something had occurred. Nothing. With thick bandages wrapped around her shoulder, the wound inflicted by the wind technique had temporarily ceased bleeding. Yet Uchiha Ling's spirits remained low. An ordinary sand shinobi had cornered her to the brink. She had employed every tactic at her disposal: ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, and even various stratagems. Yet before that sand shinobi woman, all her efforts proved futile. No matter what she attempted, that woman could preemptively discern her intentions. For the first time, she felt so powerless, so small before an adversary. Had it not been for Yun Jifeng's timely intervention with his insect manipulation technique, she might have truly lost her arm to that wind technique. Yet, such an opponent, in the presence of Chinase, was rendered utterly inconsequential. Gazing at the figure Chinase was dragging, Uchiha Ling suddenly raised her head and inquired, "Teacher, I wish to know what sword technique you employed just now. Could you teach me?" Recognizing her own inadequacies, she was determined to strive for strength. Meanwhile, Yusue Hondo, overhearing this, also expressed interest. Chinase's earlier display had struck her as exceptionally impressive. Such a magnificent technique was not to be missed. "Indeed, teacher, could you teach us?" With her head wrapped in bandages and covered in dirt, Yusue Hondo eagerly approached Chinase, clinging to one of his arms and playfully pouting. A swift strike of the blade landed on Yusue Hondo's head. As Chinase addressed the trio, such sword techniques are not easily learned. It is no wonder that the 3 young ones do not recognize the swordsmanship employed by Chinase, ever since the demise of Konoha's White Fang. Such exceptional techniques have not graced the presence of Konoha ninjas. As for Kakashi, his current abilities fall significantly short, far from reaching the zenith achieved by White Fang in his prime. This situation is compounded by the fact that, following the events surrounding White Fang, the entire Konoha ninja community has chosen to remain silent about him. Consequently, these freshly graduated ninjas are utterly unable to discern that this is the swordsmanship of Konoha's legendary White Fang. Of course, this has nothing to do with Chinasi's refusal to teach them the art of the sword. Mastery of such techniques demands extraordinary talent. Swordsmanship and the transformation of lightning-based chakra require one to attain a pinnacle of skill. Moreover, this is merely the foundational prerequisite for learning the art to elevate this swordsmanship to its utmost potential. One must ensure a flawless fusion of both elements, while also possessing exceptional reflexes and control. Failing to do so could result in one's own life being forfeited before taking that of the enemy. Alas, individuals who meet these stringent criteria are exceedingly rare, in fact, during the past. Not a single candidate was identified within the entirety of the route, and within Konoha, only the son of Hatake Tsukumo, Hatake Kakashi, possesses the potential to truly revive this swordsmanship. As for Chinasi, his abilities are purely a product of extraordinary talent. The qualifications of the world's greatest swordsman are not merely a matter of words. Chapter 31. Journey to the frontline camp as Chinasi declined. The two young women appeared profoundly dejected. It is understandable. Such formidable techniques are not easily imparted, especially since, strictly speaking, Chinasi is merely their instructor. However, the unyielding Uchiha Aya displayed a flicker of dissatisfaction on her face, just as she was about to speak when she noticed Chinasi shaking his head in resignation. Very well, Chinasi discerned their intentions, recognizing their desire for strength. Such ambition is commendable among students. He finds satisfaction in their determination, as it is far superior to weakness and timidity. Thus, after a moment's contemplation, Chinasi addressed the trio, saying, "We shall discuss this matter upon our arrival at the destination. For now, this place is not entirely secure. The enemy may launch another attack." Seeing that Chinasi had not dismissed the topic entirely, Uchiha Aya temporarily set aside her thoughts. Subsequently, Chinasi directed the three young ones to tidy up the battlefield, gathering all the puppets, after which he instructed Uchiha Aya to incinerate the corpses of the two puppet masters with fire release. Once all matters were resolved, and it was ensured that no useful information would be left for the Sand Ninjas, Chinasi seized the Sand Ninja woman, hastening towards their destination with the three young ones in tow. Not disposing of the Sand Ninja woman was a calculated decision, although she was aware of Chinasi's mastery of White Fang's swordsmanship. Unlike the Sand Ninjas, who might pursue Chinasi with a vengeance upon learning of this, Konoha would remain largely unaffected by this revelation. After all, White Fang has become a forbidden topic in Konoha. And with his own son, Hatake Kakashi, standing at the forefront, even if Konoha's ninjas and high-ranking officials were to discover this, they would merely express a sentiment regarding Chinasi's remarkable talent for swordsmanship. In the eyes of the higher-ups, the title of White Fang would ultimately revert to Hatake Kakashi, Konoha's prodigy, who graduated at 5 and became a Seichinin at SIX, AS for Danzo. He is currently in league with Orochimaru, and given that Chinasi has intentions to completely extricate himself from Danzo's grasp, it is time to reveal more of his capabilities, traversing the vast expanse of the desert. Chinasi and his companions arrived at a wide-open field, where lush green grass swayed in the wind. Interspersed with sparse patches of shrubbery, at the edge of the wilderness stood a formidable military camp, its tents erected within a high stockade, forming a robust defensive line. Within the camp, numerous Konoha ninjas moved about, and a palpable atmosphere of tension and solemnity enveloped the area. Surrounding the perimeter, countless traps were meticulously laid out, intermingled with ninjas, sentries, and mechanisms, creating a series of tightly knit defensive barriers. Furthermore, the camp was fortified with sealing barriers. Should an enemy approach, alarms would immediately sound, and their attacks would be thwarted. Additionally, the ninjas within the camp were well-trained and coordinated, divided into various squads that took turns patrolling and guarding every corner of the camp to ensure its safety. Each squad was equipped with an array of weapons to handle any potential threats. The overall defense of the camp was nothing short of impeccable. This was indeed Konoha's frontline camp, located in the Land of Rivers. After being halted by the outermost Konoha sentries, a series of inspections ensued, culminating only when Chinasi instructed Uchiha Aya to reveal her Sharingan, which allowed the Konoha ninjas to conclude their seemingly interminable interrogations. Everything else could be replicated, but the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit. The Sharingan, which can be activated and deactivated at will, was something no one had ever heard of anyone outside the Uchiha clan mastering perfectly. It was truly remarkable. Finally, the four of them traversed all defensive lines and entered the frontline camp, where Chinasi felt a sense of relief. The defenses were indeed stringent. The Sand Ninja captive in his possession was taken away by Konoha ninjas before entering the camp. After all, Konoha's main forces had not been present for long, and intelligence regarding the Sand Ninjas was exceedingly scarce. Thus, a captive from the Sand Ninja clan was an invaluable asset for the intelligence department. As for Chinasi, he also garnered considerable merit from this encounter. A valuable asset for future promotions. Only with sufficient status could he obtain what he desired. This was also the reason behind Chinasi's decision to keep the Sand Ninja woman alive. Accompanied by the three young ones, Chinasi made his way to the logistics section of the camp, where, after handing over the mission, they discovered that due to their encounter with the Sand Ninjas, their task level had been elevated to A rank. Upon receiving the reward from the Konoha ninja, Chinasi rarely displayed a hint of a smile, for he was indeed in dire need of funds. The three young ones, upon receiving their share from Chinasi, leapt into the air with joy. Aside from the reward, their excitement stemmed primarily from the fact that this was their first successful completion of such a high-level ninja mission. Prior to this, they had only undertaken trivial D-rank tasks like catching cats and walking dogs, which hardly qualified as true ninja missions. "Oh yeah, teacher, let us go celebrate with a nice meal," exclaimed Yusuji Anko, raising her hands filled with money. "I'll treat you all. Let us celebrate our first genuine ninja mission accomplishment." "What do you say?" "Not a chance," Chinasi replied, tucking the bills into his pocket as he doused Yusuji Anko's enthusiasm with cold water. "This is a battlefield. Have you forgotten the gravity of our situation, you fool?" With just a few words, Chinasi dampened the excitement of the three young ones. He clapped his hands and said, "All right, you've all been working hard for quite some time. Let us find a place to rest properly, that we can discuss everything after we've recuperated." Without further ado, Chinasi intended to lead the three young ones in search of a place to rest, considering they had gone without sleep for an entire day and night. However, before they could take more than a couple of steps, a ninja approached them. "You are Chinasi, correct?" "I am," Chinasi replied, though he did not recognize this unfamiliar figure. "Hello, is there something you need? Orochimaru-sama is looking for you." Without further ado, the ninja relayed the message and beckoned, "Follow me." The ninja then turned and proceeded forward, prompting Chinasi to glance back at the three young ones before gesturing for them to follow. Thus, under the guidance of this ninja, the four of them navigated through the camp, weaving between numerous tents until they arrived at a colossal tent. Inside the spacious tent, a group of Konoha ninjas, donned in J-nin vests and bearing solemn expressions, sat in 2 rows without a hint of noise, the oppressive atmosphere pervading the entire tent. Each individual present was far from ordinary. They were acutely aware of the gravity of the situation that was about to unfold. War was indeed imminent, and they were destined to step onto the battlefield. At the rear of the tent, a man clad in a Konoha J-nin vest, appearing to be in his mid-20s and sporting a scruffy beard, stood upon a platform holding a stack of documents. Behind him hung a large, detailed map of the Land of Rivers. According to intelligence received from an undercover agent in the Wind Country, it appeared that the entire Sand Village had mobilized. On the stage, the ninja displayed several portraits, suspending them beside a map. Renowned for his mastery of puppet techniques throughout the ninja world, he is hailed as the foremost puppeteer of the present era, excelling in medical ninjutsu while also being among the elite in the art of poison. This is Chiyo, the chief advisor of Sunigakure. Below the stage, numerous Konoha ninjas gazed at the familiar faces on the images, stirred by a wave of emotion. Unlike the ninjas led by Jiraiya to the front lines of the Land of Grass, who primarily consisted of newly matured ninjas due to the defensive nature of the rock ninja in that region, this contingent was predominantly composed of the younger generation. Leading figures included the likes of Minato Namikaze, Choji Akimichi, Hayashi Yamanaka, and Shikakanura. In contrast, the front lines of the Land of Rivers aimed for a swift resolution against Sunigakure, seeking to thwart their espionage against Konoha. Thus, the ninjas here were largely veterans of the Second Shinobi World War, regarded as the backbone of the current Konoha village. Under the leadership of Orochimaru, who had earned the title of Sannin during that war. They were joined by the renowned trio of Ino Shikicho from the previous generation, along with the might of the Sarutobi, Shimura, Yamanaka, Inazuka, and Kurama clans that to top it off, a contingent from Konoha's Umbu and Root, alongside a plethora of vigorous civilian ninjas, formed the entirety of the forces present in the current camp of the Land of Rivers. This was the reason behind the reaction from the ninjas in attendance upon hearing news of Chiyo. Having participated in the Second Shinobi World War, no one understood the formidable nature of that old woman and her puppet army better than they did. They were akin to machines of slaughter on the battlefield. Merely contemplating the sight of a regimented group of puppeteers commanding emotionless, weapon-laden puppets in direct combat was daunting to an ninja's body was made of steel, aside from the power of tailed beasts. Few could withstand a frontal clash with a puppet brigade. These soulless constructs, devoid of pain, often coated in poison, posed a lethal threat, even if one were to emerge victorious in a brutal struggle. Mere contact with the poison smeared on the puppets could prove fatal, and as long as the puppeteer remained unscathed, those puppets could be repaired eventually. Even during the Second World War, Konoha's White Fang had to tread carefully when confronting such a well-organized puppet division. Yet, in contrast to them, the White Fang, leading a small elite squad, frequently penetrated enemy lines, persistently harassing those puppeteers. Should he spot an isolated puppeteer or a suitable opportunity, he would swiftly dispatch them with his terrifying blade techniques. It was this very strategy that had led to the disarray of Sunagekyu's puppet forces back then. However, that was a bygone era. Now, Konoha's White Fang was no more, and with the absence of the village's foremost medical ninja, Tsunade, the question remained. How would they contend with this puppeteer's poison? The battle had yet to commence, and such apprehension was unacceptable. Sitting at the forefront, Orochimaru surveyed the assembly before urging the ninja on stage. Shinobu, please continue to AT this command from Orochimaru. Sarutobi, Shinobu bypassed Chiyo and pointed to the next individual, eyes out as a senior advisor of Sunagakure and Chiyo's brother. He was not only a master puppeteer, but also excelled in intelligence and espionage work. Currently, we have suffered significant losses among our undercover agents within the Wind Country and Sunagakure, making future operations quite challenging. Another old acquaintance, Orochimaru, remarked with a heavy chuckle as he regarded Ai's image. Leave the matters of espionage to me. I will arrange for the re-establishment of our network. Those present did not press further, fully aware that Orochimaru had already redeployed some members from Root. Next in line was the newly appointed 4th Kazekage, Raza. Pointing to another portrait, he had short brown hair and donned a black ninja outfit with a mesh undershirt, the ASA direct disciple of the 3rd Kazekage. He possessed the rare bloodline limit of magnet release, allowing him to manipulate metallic substances and control gold within sand. He was a formidable adversary. Concurrently, Shinobu presented another portrait, his newly wedded wife, Karura, who also possessed the magnet release bloodline limit and commanded the wind release division of Sunagakure. As for the tailed beasts, removing all previous images, Sarutobi Shinobu reinstated 2 portraits AT present. We cannot ascertain the specific status of the one tail, particularly regarding its Jinchuriki, which remains shrouded in ambiguity, based on the circumstances from the Second Shinobi World War. Considering the age of the monk Fuku, we cannot determine whether he is still alive or if the one tail has been transferred to another host. This was the current situation at the front lines of Sunagakure. As for the scorching release user, Yakura, reports indicated she was not stationed at the front, and her whereabouts were temporarily unknown. Observing Shinobu hanging the final images, the Konoha ninjas exhibited solemn expressions, though the 3rd Kazekage was no longer present. The strength of Sunagakure was not to be underestimated. Very well, Orochimaru announced as he rose, surveying the assembly of ninjas below. Where shall we direct our focus first? Does anyone wish to voice their opinions? Konoha's objective was to defeat Sunagakure. Thus, proactive engagement was essential. As he scanned the gathering, all eyes converged upon one individual, dressed in a Konoha Jonin vest, sporting a wild, spiky bun hairstyle, seated at the forefront. Opposite where Orochimaru had just been, Nara Shikahiro, the current leader of the Nara clan and a member of the Ino Shikicho trio, served as the chief strategist of the Land of Rivers frontline. Members of the Nara clan were renowned for their exceptional intelligence and calm demeanor, celebrated for their strategic prowess that if such an individual remained silent, who else possessed the right to speak? Chapter 33. tactical arrangements seated in contemplation. Nara Shikihiro supported his chin with one hand, intently studying the large map of the land of rivers within the tent. He then turned to Tsurutobi Shinobu, who stood nearby, inquiring, "What is the current disposition of Sunagakure's forces?" As of now, the Sunagakure forces appear to be arrayed in a triangular formation at the front. Shinobu replied, approaching the map. He picked up a wooden stick and indicated, "First, the Wind Release Division commanded by Karura is stationed to the south of the land of rivers. Next, the Puppet Brigade led by Chiyo occupies the northern part." Moving the stick further, bypassing the elongated terrain of the land of rivers, we arrive at the Wind Country, where the main Sunagakure forces, led by the 4th Kazakage Raza, are positioned at the junction of the Wind and River countries. Currently, none of the three factions are exhibiting any movement. Gazing at the triangular distribution of Sunagakure's forces depicted on the map, Nara Shikihiro shook his head with a grave expression. "This is troubling." "What? Have you identified an issue?" Orochimaru inquired, noticing the seriousness etched on Nara Shikihiro's face. Redirecting his gaze to Orochimaru, Nara Shikihiro surveyed the assembly before speaking in a low tone. "Based on the current situation, Sunagakure does not seem to be in a hurry to launch an offensive." Pointing to the distribution of Sunagakure on the map, he continued, "This formation is clearly defensive. The positioning of the Wind Release Division and the Puppet Brigade resembles two outstretched hands. Regardless of which side we assault, the other can provide support or initiate a counterattack that if we were to strike the main camp of Sunagakure, these two hands would swiftly converge, encircling us." Listening to Nara Shikihiro's analysis, many ninjas displayed expressions of realization, yet among them, a few astute individuals wore increasingly grave expressions. Why was Sunagakure, which had instigated war and sought to invade Konoha, adopting a defensive posture? "Shinobu, have there been any reports regarding the movements of the Rock Ninja from the Land of Grass?" Orochimaru asked, his countenance becoming serious. Sunagakure and the Rock Ninja were currently in an alliance. If the Rock Ninja became involved, it would indeed pose a significant challenge. Not yet, that we must ascertain the movements of the Rock Ninja as soon as possible. Orochimaru regarded the situation with utmost seriousness, aware that the forces the Rock Ninja could mobilize were beyond comparison to those of Tsunade as for Sunagakure's intentions. A trial would reveal all. With a sly smile, Orochimaru announced, "Perfect. That is there anyone willing to accompany me tonight to meet with that old woman Chiyo?" Without prior reconnaissance of the seemingly weaker Wind Release troops led by Karuro, although Chiyo's puppet army may be deemed an elite force, it is precisely due to their elite status that their formidable strength is underscored. Moreover, the recent reaction of the Leaf Ninja, who displayed feelings of apprehension and fear towards Chiyo and her puppet battalion, is certainly an ominous sign. That Chiyo falter before the battle has even begun is utterly unacceptable. Given this situation, let us three also make an expedition. Without waiting for the others' responses, Nara Shikihira and his two companions stood up promptly in affirmation. Ino Shikacho, the heads of the three great secret technique clans of Konoha, echoed in unison, and with the esteemed reputation of Orochimaru, no one dared to voice dissent. Consequently, the ninjas present were soon assigned their respective missions. Just then, a Leaf Ninja rushed into the camp and handed a stack of documents to Tsurutobi Shino. Upon casting a swift glance, a look of delight illuminated Tsurutobi Shino's eyes. "Lord Orochimaru, I bring good news. This is the defense distribution map of the Sand Ninja Puppet Division." After passing the documents to Orochimaru, the latter meticulously scrutinized each page with his serpent-like eyes before handing it over to Nara Shikihira, remarking on the serendipity of receiving intelligence just as operations were set for tonight. Flipping through several pages, Nara Shikihira inquired of the ninja, "How was this intelligence obtained? Is it credible?" "It was extracted from a captured Sand Ninja." The ninja standing at attention explained, detailing the circumstances surrounding the capture, the interrogation process, and all pertinent specifics, even mentioning that the Yamanaka clan had employed their mind-body switch technique to verify the reliability of the information. At present, it does not appear to be a ruse. Upon hearing that the Yamanaka clan had confirmed the information, Nara Shikihira set aside his concerns but, adhering to a principle of caution, asked one more question. "Was the captured Sand Ninja interrogated by a Leaf Ninja?" The ninja hesitated momentarily at this query. "That you am? You didn't follow protocol to interrogate him." Upon witnessing the ninja's reaction, Nara Shikihira reprimanded, "How could such a lapse occur in the frontline combat unit?" Do you not realize the gravity of this location? Nara Shikahira's ire was not unwarranted. Even a minor error on the battlefield could lead to catastrophic consequences. Reporting to you, my lord, the ninja responded hastily. We have confirmed the identity of that squad of ninjas. They are the recently established Team 9, under the guidance of a Jonin. The ninja, head bowed, cast a sidelong glance at Orochimaru, the implication clear. Upon learning it was Team 9, Orochimaru finally connected the dots and said, "All right, I understand this matter. You may leave now." Team 9, after all, was under the temporary guidance of Chikage, with Orochimaru's name still recorded in all of Konoha's documents as the Jonin leader. Understanding Orochimaru's reaction, Nara Shikahira realized he had heard that Orochimaru was overseeing a class. It turned out to be this Team 9. Thus, the matter was temporarily put on hold at AS for Orochimaru's people. He, as the commanding officer, would naturally take responsibility. Inside the tent, the ninjas commenced their respective tasks as per Orochimaru's directives, departing one after another. Eventually, when Sarutobi Shino completed the final arrangements, the tent was left with only Orochimaru. Outside the tent, after a lengthy wait, Chikage and his three companions were finally able to meet with Orochimaru. Navigating past Sarutobi Shino, Chikage led Akane and the others forward. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Shino cast a half-turn glance at Chikage's retreating figure. "What is it, boss?" A nearby leaf ninja, observing Shino's behavior, asked with confusion. Following Shino's gaze towards Chikage's silhouette, he queried, "Is there something special about him?" "Not particularly, nothing of note," Sarutobi Shino replied curtly, evidently unwilling to elaborate. However, within the stack of intelligence he had received, one line clearly stated that the captured sand ninja bore a resemblance to Hitaki Sakomo's swordsmanship. The mastery of White Fang's sword techniques, aside from Kakashi Hitaki, had apparently been possessed by another. Although in some respects, this was a positive development. The individual in question happened to be a root ninja that is the son of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Shino was somewhat aware of his father's ambivalent stance towards the root leader, Danzo Shimura, balancing trust and favor with suspicion and suppression that if the roots of Konoha were to turn against the village, it could spell doom for the great tree of Konoha. These were words his father had imparted to him. Chapter 34. Task assignments with his three companions in tow. Chikage finally lifted the curtain of the tent, revealing the scene within this moment. The once bustling tent was occupied solely by Orochimaru, who stood fixated on a massive battle map, lost in contemplation. "Your speed of action is commendable," Orochimaru remarked, his back turned to the newly arrived Chikage and the others. "Thanks to Lord Orochimaru, after completing my duties in the village, I hastened to bring them here," Chikage responded solemnly, taking in Orochimaru's elongated figure and dismissing Chikage's flattery. Orochimaru momentarily redirected his focus from the map, turning to Chikage and continuing his inquiry. "Where is the item?" Retrieving a scroll from his ninja tool pouch, Chikage presented it to Orochimaru. This scroll represented the culmination of Chikage's lengthy endeavors in the village. Prior to this, Orochimaru had been preoccupied with an experiment that required completion before heading to the front lines, which led to Chikage being entrusted with finalizing the experiment in his absence. Now, Chikage was delivering the results and all compiled data pertaining to that experiment, ignoring the presence of others, except for Chikage. Orochimaru unfurled the scroll, revealing a wealth of encrypted experimental data meticulously organized within. Without concern for anything else, Orochimaru stood atop the platform, decrypting and reviewing the information as he progressed from the opening segment of the scroll to its conclusion. The expression on Orochimaru's face grew increasingly somber, and an inadvertent aura of chill emanated from him, causing those present to shiver involuntarily, especially Akane, who cast a worried glance at Orochimaru, her hands tightly clasped, her body trembling slightly. Stealing a glance at Chikage's back, Akane's mind raced with uncertainties. What exactly had Chikage entrusted to Orochimaru? It seemed as though Orochimaru was incensed. Could it possibly pertain to us? A sudden flash of realization struck Akane, her eyes wide with incredulity as she gazed at Chikage's back, her expression betraying her disillusionment, internally lamenting, "I never suspected you to be this kind of person, Chikage-sensei, that I thought you were a true friend." Fortunately, Orochimaru eventually finished perusing the contents of the scroll, his demeanor returning to its previous state as he rolled it up and stowed it away. "Let this matter rest here. It seems my line of thought was mistaken." Producing another scroll from his person, Orochimaru tossed it to Chikage, instructing, "This is your next task. Complete it promptly and present it to me." Understood. Chikage accepted the scroll, nodding earnestly. Observing this exchange, Akane finally set aside her errant thoughts. Thank goodness. It's not a report about us that I always knew Chikage-sensei wasn't he that petty, with a sigh of relief. She turned her attention to the scroll nestled in Chikage's embrace, curiosity bubbling within her. Alongside her, Uchiha Aya and Aburame Shikafa shared in the intrigue. What kind of mission had Orochimaru assigned to Chikage? Were they about to embark on some significant operation? Oh yes, the ninja mission. We have returned once more. It is evident that these three little rascals have once again strayed from the path. Yet Sen does not concern himself with this. He remains oblivious to the situation of the trio. Even if he were aware, he certainly would not offer them any words of caution. Such matters are hardly suitable for discussion. On the stage, after Orochimaru concluded the handling of the matter, he turned slightly to gaze once more at the map behind him. He had affairs to attend to this evening. Chiyo's puppet brigade was not to be trifled with. He needed to deliberate carefully on whether there were any oversights in the operational plan for tonight. However, just as Orochimaru was about to dismiss Sen and the others, a thought struck him. Turning back, Orochimaru looked at Sen with keen interest, recalling an unexpected piece of intelligence within the stack of reports. "Whom did you learn your swordsmanship from, Sen?" The previously departing Sen, upon hearing Orochimaru's inquiry, halted his movements and replied reluctantly, "Swordsmanship? To answer Lord Orochimaru, I am self-taught. Lord Danzo once had us train in swordsmanship for a time, but I was rather dull and failed to grasp it then. However, I am diligent by nature, and after much hard practice, I have indeed made some progress that's so." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru grinned slightly, and he was well aware of Danzo's initiative to train his subordinates in the White Fang's swordsmanship. It was an attempt to cultivate a new White Fang, given that he could not control Kakashi Hatake. Yet, mastering the White Fang swordsmanship was no simple feat, having finally produced a result, and it being pushed onto my side. "What can I say to you, Danzo?" At this moment, Orochimaru could already envision Danzo's furious expression upon learning of this news, that if that is the case, may I inquire to what extent you have mastered your swordsmanship? Sen? Now, as they were preparing to confront the Sand Ninja's puppet brigade, Orochimaru naturally desired a sharp blade. In response to his question, Sen did not mince words, stating, "Lord Orochimaru, I have only recently begun to grasp it, and am not yet proficient." This was not a fabrication on Sen's part. In truth, he had only learned this swordsmanship days prior. Despite his swift dispatch of the two puppet masters, which appeared effortless, they were not particularly formidable opponents. Even so, Sen had still made a misstep once or twice. Currently, Sen understood the theory of the swordsmanship completely, but his execution lagged behind. His body had yet to reach the level of mastery required for the technique. Thus, he could not infiltrate enemy lines and wreak havoc as the White Fang once did. Sen was no fool. Aware that he was wielding the White Fang's swordsmanship and faced with the Sand Ninja's puppet brigade ahead, he could naturally deduce the implications of Orochimaru's inquiry. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru too had come to a realization. The White Fang's swordsmanship was indeed well known to him, if one did not master it to perfection. Employing it recklessly on the battlefield was tantamount to courting death, especially against the Sand Ninja's puppet brigade, where one misstep could lead to fatal consequences. For Sen, Orochimaru certainly would not permit him to walk into danger. Such a promising experimental assistant, whom he had only recently acquired, could not be allowed to throw his life away. Observing Sen and the trio behind him, Orochimaru dismissed the thought and said, "Very well. That will be all for today. You may depart." Without further regard for Sen and the others, Orochimaru turned his back and resumed studying the map. Chapter 35. Daily life on the battlefield. The moonlight bathed the wilderness. A gentle breeze stirring as clusters of grass danced gracefully, accompanied by the occasional flicker of fireflies, adding a touch of vitality to the otherwise solemn and guarded encampment. Yet, regrettably, the distant sounds of commotion shattered this brief tranquility. The rapid footsteps disrupting the stillness, that a flurry of fireflies took flight in a panic, their faint glow illuminating the surroundings. The camp, which should have been on high alert, was instead unusually agitated, with hundreds of ninjas bustling about in haste. At the very heart of the encampment, hundreds of Leaf Village ninjas had already gathered, at the forefront. Orochimaru, fully equipped and ready for action, surveyed the scene before him. a sinister smile creeping across his cold visage. "Chio, I hope you appreciate the grand gift I have prepared for you." As the moonlight and dawn intertwined, a multitude of leaf ninjas prepared to march forth. For Sen, however, this held little significance. Outside one tent, he shooed away the heads of the trio peeking in, before retreating to another tent to prepare for rest. There were matters to attend to tomorrow, so it was wise to retire early. After tidying up his belongings, Sen, seated cross-legged, opened the scroll that Orochimaru had entrusted to him, illuminated by the dim light. The lengthy scroll detailed the various experiments Sen was to conduct for Orochimaru. How tedious! As he casually perused the scroll, most of the contents appeared rather mundane and inconsequential to Sen. Yet, towards the end, a particular piece of experimental information caught his eye. Realizing something was amiss. Sen brought the scroll closer, and several prominent characters became clear. Regarding the extrapolation of the soul's manifestation upon a vessel, Edo Tensei. In that moment, Sen's eyes widened in shock. Has Orochimaru already commenced research and modifications on Edo Tensei? Edo Tensei, developed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, is a summoning technique that extracts a certain quantity of a deceased individual's flesh and utilizes a living body as a vessel for the deceased soul. It summons the spirit from the realm of the dead to the present world, allowing the deceased soul to attach itself to the vessel, shrouded in earth to assume the appearance of the deceased in life. However, due to certain reasons, Senju Tobirama did not fully develop this technique. Instead, it was Orochimaru who would later perfect it, and under his assistant, Kabuto Yakushi, it would shine brilliantly during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Earning Kabuto the title of Master of Dreams. It is regarded as the finest dream-manifesting technique in the ninja world. Having meticulously reviewed all the information, Sen confirmed that this indeed pertained to the latter aspects of Edo Tensei. Originally, the latter part of Edo Tensei researched the methods of applying the summoned souls to human vessels. Yet, adhering to the scientist's penchant for exploring multiple avenues, Orochimaru would not limit himself to human vessels alone. Thus, he was investigating the possibility of other vessels capable of housing a soul. Gazing at the prominent seal symbol in the center of the scroll, Sen felt intrigued. This item represented Orochimaru's latest creation in his research on Edo Tensei. Containing the sealed soul of a deceased individual, Orochimaru's task for Sen was to collect as many materials as possible, subjecting them to experiments to observe their reactions, and compiling a report for Orochimaru. How fascinating! As someone privy to the unfolding events, Chinase naturally understood that aside from humans, the only viable vessel for the impure reincarnation technique would undoubtedly be Baiju. However, from a certain perspective, Baiju could also be considered human, given that these beings were fundamentally transformed biological weapons derived from humans. Thus, it stands to reason that the vessel must indeed be human. It is likely that after a prolonged series of experiments, Orochimaru would ultimately abandon this line of inquiry upon failing to yield any significant results. Nevertheless, despite knowing the outcome, Chinase remained fervently enthusiastic. Science, after all, is the art of turning the impossible into the possible. Since Chinase had yet to personally verify the phenomenon of the soul, how could he simply abandon the pursuit? Intrigued by the concept, he hastily organized all his materials. Subsequently, as he lay down, his consciousness drifted back into the laboratory, where he busied himself once more. In his secluded little building, he was undeterred by the changing seasons, and time passed slowly amid the clamor of the outside world and the tranquility within. As the moonlight faded and the sun began to rise, Chinase, having toiled throughout the night, awoke in the morning. He did not linger in the camp, though he could ascertain from the laughter and merriment within the encampment that Orochimaru likely achieved considerable success the previous night. Yet, this bore little relevance to Chinase. Considering his current affiliation with Orochimaru, any good fortune would certainly include him in the share. Therefore, he resolved to focus on his own tasks. After receiving a new assignment from the logistics department, Chinase set off for Konoha village with 3 small companions in tow. The temporary workers in the logistics and transport department operated on an irregular schedule, shuttling between the frontline camp and Konoha village, transporting various supplies. This was their duty. The morning dew fell from the blades of grass as the warm sunlight dispelled the chill of the wilderness. Accompanied by his 3 small companions, each carrying a sealed scroll, they hurried back. Through wind and rain, from sunrise to sunset, Chianesi and his companions spent 3 months in the logistics department. Each day was spent either on the road, transporting supplies, or training the trio during their downtime in the village. In the shadows, he busied himself with his own experiments as well as those of Orochimaru. He also regularly reported intelligence concerning Orochimaru and Uchiha Aya to Danzo, while occasionally facing scrutiny from the Uchiha clan. Life was indeed quite abundant for Chianesi, who reveled in the interstices of various powers. However, this seemingly tranquil existence was destined to be disrupted today. Hey, have you heard about that yellow flash? You mean the incident at the front lines with the rock ninjas? Exactly. I hear that person swiftly dispatched dozens of elite rock ninjas in an instant. It's simply unbelievable. I know about that. Apparently, that individual is a disciple of Lord Jiraiya and uses the Flying Thunder God technique of the second Hokage. Flying Thunder God? I've heard of that technique. It's an exceptionally unique space-time ninjutsu. And no wonder it could annihilate so many rock ninjas in a heartbeat that as Chianesi entered the camp, he overheard the rising tide of gossip among the surrounding ninjas and finally grasped the situation. The illustrious wave of the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, had begun to reveal his brilliance to the ninja world. Chapter 36. Change's time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye. 3 months had quietly elapsed amid the intense and stalemated confrontation between Konoha, Sunagakure, and Iwagakure. During this period, the battlefields in the land of grass and the land of rivers were thick with smoke, and cries of battle echoed incessantly. Each faction exerted their utmost efforts to gain the upper hand, yet none could easily break the deadlock that had emerged on the battlefield of the land of rivers. The Sand Ninja had taken an unusually defensive stance, holding their ground for a full 3 months without budging, as steadfast as a fortress. The entire Sand Ninja defense was akin to a turtle retracting into its shell, enduring Konoha's relentless assaults for 3 months. Regardless of the tactics employed by Konoha, be it probing, ambushing, or harassing, the Sand Ninja remained immovable, resolutely defending their position. This led to Orochimaru achieving little beyond initial successes during his assaults on the camp. Meanwhile, in the land of grass, the rock ninjas were fervently attacking Konoha's defenses. Just days ago, the elite Jonin, Dong Shuren, led a force of approximately 50 elite ninjas to assault Konoha's defenses, successfully tearing a massive gap in the front line. In that sector, the Konoha defense unit led by Yememura was reduced to a dire situation with only 4 members remaining in a moment of crisis. Fortunately, Minato Namikaze arrived just in time to provide support. He directed the remaining 4 Konoha ninjas to continuously launch Flying Thunder God Kunai at the enemy and utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to swiftly eliminate the invading 50 rock ninjas, including Jonin Dong Shuren. Thus, the moniker of the Golden Flash began to resonate throughout the ninja realm. Much like the legendary Konoha ninjas of yore, such as the hero of Konoha and the legendary 3. Minato Namikaze's name was no longer confined to Konoha village. It began to officially appear on the desks of leaders from various ninja villages. Inside the camp, as Chianesi listened to the news, his face bore a smile of joy, yet a flicker of anxiety stirred within him. It seemed that the tides had indeed begun to shift. The Golden Flash, destined to lead Konoha to victory in the Third Great Ninja War, had finally revealed his prowess. Yet for Chianesi, currently under Orochimaru's command, this development was not necessarily a boon. The position of the 4th Hokage was a significant dilemma. The principal reason Orochimaru had yet to decisively sever all ties was this very position of Hokage. Oh, look who it is! The illustrious Team 9, TSK. TSK Tisk, truly deserving of the elite title. You've managed to complete your mission and return so swiftly. I expected it would take quite a while. As Chianesi arrived at the logistics department of the frontline camp with his 3 small companions. He was greeted by this rather nonsensical praise. Before a modest wooden table sat a Konoha ninja, who, with paper and pen in hand, observed Chianesi and his companions with a mischievous grin. Unfazed, Chianesi placed the sealed scrolls he carried onto the table and jested with the Konoha ninja. After 3 months of transporting supplies, Chianesi had certainly made some acquaintances. Yamashita Tetsuya, a chunin of Konoha and a staff member of the logistics department, had initially astonished Chianesi when he first heard the name. Chianesi had later inquired about him, but regrettably, Yamashita had no connection to Ambi. Quite imperfect indeed. The capable do more work. I'm just an ordinary person, so this is all I can do. Yamaha Tetsuya chuckled sardonically before proceeding to check the scrolls China-C and his companions had placed on the table. After a customary inspection, Yamashita handed the completed documentation back to China-C and continued, "Another successful mission completed. To be honest, I'm not just flattering you. Your Team 9 has been transporting supplies for 3 months. With a perfect completion rate for all tasks that I haven't encountered a team quite like yours in the entire logistics department that, of course." Uchiha Aya chimed in proudly. "Just look at who we are." "All right, what exactly are you trying to say?" China-C interjected, cutting off Uchiha Aya's exuberance as he addressed Yamashita Tetsuya. Yamashita Tetsuya, recognizing the significance of Team 9's flawless mission completion, would not have brought it up without cause. Sensing this, he stood up, leaned over the table, and quietly remarked to China-C, "You should be cautious. I've heard there might be major movements coming up." "Where did you hear that?" China-C questioned, incredulous that if there are upcoming movements, how could someone like you, who is close to Orochimaru, be unaware of them? "Are you foolish? Have you forgotten what my role in the logistics department is?" Yamashita Tetsuya retorted with a smirk, "That I oversee the collection and distribution of supplies. Recently, there's been a noticeable increase in the number of people collecting supplies. Kunai, explosive tags, you name it, they're taking them in droves. More importantly, it seems that your transport department is undergoing a reduction, especially among temporary workers like you. The last person who submitted a mission report here mentioned receiving transfer orders to the combat unit. Given your capabilities and mission completion rate, it's likely that you'll also be reassigned to the combat unit." With a nudge to China-C's shoulder, Yamashita Tetsuya returned to his seat, adding, "So just be careful. That's the front line." Upon hearing these words, China-C fell into an unusual silence, her expression betraying a palpable concern. Being reassigned to the combat unit was certainly not a favorable development. That in stark contrast to China-C's troubled demeanor, the 3 little ones behind her exchanged glances upon receiving this news, their faces immediately lighting up with delight. Finally, they were no longer burdened with the monotonous task of transporting supplies back and forth, a duty they had long since grown weary of, observing their animated reactions. China-C let out a helpless sigh. What was there to be so pleased about? Shaking her head, she turned to Yamamoto Tetsuya and smiled, saying, "Regardless of the circumstances, I must thank you for bringing me this news." "There's no need for gratitude," Yamamoto Tetsuya replied, waving his hand dismissively from his seated position. "Ultimately, this is all I can do for you. Just be cautious. After all, no orders have been issued, yet that I might be mistaken in my judgment." "That's all right. After all, this is a kind gesture on your part." China-C reassured him that I'm not one to be ungrateful. "Thank you for this matter today as for the Anbei tea I mentioned last time. I will surely gift you one when the opportunity arises. You are bound to appreciate it." With that, China-C waved goodbye to Yamamoto Tetsuya and led the 3 little ones away to another location. Ultimately, this matter would fall under the jurisdiction of Orochimaru. However, from another piece of information revealed by Yamamoto Tetsuya, it seemed that Orochimaru, or rather, all the ninjas on the front lines of the Land of Rivers, were likely to stir up considerable activity. Yet, according to the intelligence China-C had received, launching a comprehensive offensive at this juncture was hardly a prudent course of action. The movements of all the IWN ninjas from the Land of Grass were now quite clear. But what of those within the Land of Rain? Chapter 37. The challenge. Bright sunlight streamed down from the heavens, illuminating a broad street in the capital of the Land of Iron, where a duel of swordsmanship was unfolding. The spacious dojo occupied an impressively vast area. It must be noted that this was indeed the capital of the Land of Iron. Every inch of land here was worth its weight in gold, exceedingly precious. Yet this dojo managed to command such a grand space in this highly coveted location, which was nothing short of astonishing. From a distance, the dojo's majestic silhouette was clearly visible, resembling a towering castle standing amidst the bustling city. Exuding an air of solemnity and dignity, as one approached, the overwhelming scale of the dojo was even more striking, with its smooth, expansive floor capable of accommodating hundreds of practitioners simultaneously. Tall walls encircled the premises, forming an impregnable barrier that effectively shut out the clamor and chaos of the outside world. The CHJ Dojo, the foremost dojo within the Land of Iron, it was well known that the strength of the samurai dominated within the borders of the Land of Iron, and thus there were numerous dojos dedicated to teaching the way of the sword to samurai. The vast majority of samurai in the Land of Iron hail from various dojos. Consequently, this place as a sanctuary for imparting martial skills. naturally amassed substantial resources, wielding power and status that placed it in a position of prominence within the Land of Iron. Under normal circumstances, the dojo could be described as tranquil and orderly, with virtually no one daring to cause a ruckus within its hallowed grounds to the ordinary citizens. The first dojo of the Land of Iron was undoubtedly regarded as the most revered and untouchable place. However, in an unexpected turn of events, today, the first dojo of the Land of Iron found itself besieged. Outside the dojo's entrance, a multitude of samurai lay sprawled, while a large crowd gathered, their eyes fixed in astonishment on the solitary figure at the center. Their gazes filled with disbelief. Whispers flitted through the crowd as they struggled to comprehend the scene before them. How could such a small child possibly defeat so many samurai? With raven black hair, eyes sharp as an eagle's. Wielding a fruit knife and standing on one foot atop a samurai's back, the child gazed imperiously at the figures gathered at the dojo's entrance. It seems your so-called Tishai Ri is not as formidable as you claim. Eagle remarked, disappointment etched across his face as he gazed at the signboard of the CHJ dojo. Beneath the sign, a young man clad in a samurai uniform pointed an accusing finger at Eagle. Indignation swelling within him. Not underestimate us, you brat. Just wait. As he prepared to rush back into the dojo to summon help, a throng of individuals began to pour out from within. The forefront was an elder. His youthful visage contrasting with his white hair, clad in a brown robe, wooden clogs at his feet, and a long blade in hand. The CHJ expert, initially expecting a formidable opponent, was taken aback by Eagle's appearance. A child? How could this be possible? Regardless of his internal disbelief, the sight of the samurai groaning on the ground left no room for skepticism. Master, the young samurai beside him stammered, but the CHJ expert took a step closer. Fixing his gaze on Eagle's youthful form, and spoke with a rare warmth. Child, where do you hail from? Would you be interested in joining our CJ dojo? Faced with such a prodigious talent in swordsmanship, the CHJ expert was unusually amiable in his approach to Eagle at such a tender age, around 7 or 8. To single-handedly overturn so many samurai was a testament to remarkable potential that left the CHJ expert elated. However, in stark contrast to the CHJ expert's enthusiastic demeanor, Eagle regarded him coldly and replied, I am not interested. The CHJ expert's expression shifted dramatically. He never anticipated such a blunt refusal. He urged Eagle, child, do you not understand the esteemed position of our CHJ dojo within the Land of Iron? If you join us, you are destined to become a top-tier swordsman. Even the generals of the Land of Iron could one day be yours. A raucous laughter erupted from the side, causing the CJ expert to turn his head. That a young rascal clad in a pink plush cloak was doubled over with laughter, surrounded by dozens of henchmen wielding swords. All of them mockingly observing the CJ expert. Old man, what are you joking about? Who do you think you are, becoming a general of the Land of Iron? That's a given, isn't it? No need for you to bark here. Meanwhile, Eagle's gaze remained icy as he regarded the CJ expert, stating, I do not require the endorsement of a dojo to prove my prowess as a swordsman, that I am here to challenge your dojo. With a swift motion, he gripped the fruit knife and slashed it fiercely, forcing the CJ expert to retreat repeatedly. Such arrogance! The CJ expert bellowed enraged that if you refuse to join us. Do not blame me for being impolite. The dignity of the CJ dojo would not permit any transgression. Then let us trample upon it. What can you do? Firebird retorted, hands tucked into his pockets. Swaggering forward with an exaggerated smirk that dripped with mockery. Steadying himself, the CHJ expert looked at Firebird and Eagle, his expression grave as he inquired, Who exactly are you? The earlier attack had made him acutely aware of Eagle's exceptional capabilities. Destined to stand tall at the pinnacle of martial prowess. Withdrawing his hand from his pocket, Firebird accepted a piece of paper handed to him by an accomplice and presented it to the CHJ expert, declaring, You may refer to us as the Don Quixote family, and you may call me Joke. Joke? Don Quixote. Upon hearing these names, the CHJ expert's realization struck him. He turned to Eagle and spoke in a low tone. So you are the fabled blade of the Don Quixote family. The eagle, 2 months prior, an enigmatic force had emerged within the borders of the Land of Iron, its origins and intentions shrouded in mystery. This group had begun by rallying ruffians, steadily growing in power by swallowing up gangs and suppressing merchant associations, all while expanding their commercial empire. They had also set their sights on the samurai dojos within the Land of Iron. Frequently, they challenged dojos under the pretense of dueling, claiming ownership of any dojo that lost the wager, seizing their land and assets. Such behavior was utterly detestable. Moreover, should a dojo refuse to engage in a duel, they would spread rumors throughout the Land of Iron, accusing the dojo of having subpar swordsmanship and lacking the courage to compete. For a dojo, its reputation was foundational. If word spread that a dojo was too timid to engage in duels, it would spell doom for that establishment, that is, for seeking outside assistance. It was futile. The goods produced by the Don Quixote family were exceedingly popular among the nobility of the Land of Iron, with rumors suggesting even the daimyos were utilizing their products. Legally, no one could impose restrictions on the Don Quixote family. Chapter 38. I have no smaller knife than this. Don't make it sound like I'm one of his subordinates. Standing aside, S-Eagle retorted in a deep voice. The Don Quixote family is entirely his doing. I have no connection to it. All my actions are solely for the path of the sword, and you swordsmanship Venus are merely the first step in my ascent. Ascent? Hearing this, the Chudio master displayed a look of skepticism, eyeing S-Eagle warily, and asked in a low tone, "It seems you intend to tread upon us to ascend to the position of commander." Ah, the commander of the Iron Nation? With a piercing gaze sweeping over Chudio master, S-Eagle sneered contemptuously. How dull that my ambition is to become the greatest in the world, that I in the entire ninja realm. My sword reigns supreme. His words flowed with an unflinching calmness, as if such a claim were a matter of course, leaving Chudio master utterly astonished. Such grandiose talk, you little brat, that you'll be the best in the ninja realm, is utterly impossible. You need not concern yourself with matters that do not pertain to your obsolete existence. Meanwhile, S. Firebird stepped forward, extending the swordsmanship dual contract with a grin, saying, "Come on, old man, sign this, since you're already aware of our Don Quixote family. It's best to do it quickly to don't make me resort to other means. That would be quite troublesome." That a smug smile adorned his face, inciting considerable ire in Chudio master. How dare a mere merchant bully them? The blade was swiftly drawn from its sheath, and with a readiness akin to a Aido stance, Chudio master lunged forward. The sword light flashed, and with a gentle breeze, S. Firebird's swordsmanship contract was effortlessly sliced into 8 pieces. As the wind stirred, the paper fragments danced gracefully in the air. Chudio master slowly sheathed his sword, lifting his brown robe with one hand, standing tall before S. Firebird, declaring, "Brat, our Chudio school is Chudio. Reswordsmanship is not something you ignorant fools can tarnish." The decades-long legacy of the Chudio school had long been ingrained in the hearts of the people. Rumors might work against smaller schools, but against us they would not suffice. With a proud stance and an air of superiority, bolstered by the display he had just shown, he presented himself as a master from another realm. Onlookers gazed with admiration at Chudio master, some even flushed with excitement, their hands clenched unconsciously, their eyes sparkling with adoration, as if beholding a long-cherished idol. The prestige of the Chudio school, built over decades, was not easily toppled. Chudio was widely recognized as the strongest swordsmanship in the Iron Nation, a sentiment deeply rooted in the public's consciousness. However, to S. Firebird, none of this mattered. Prestige, the strongest swordsmanship, the vanquished have no right to rebut. Observing the remnants of the paper, S. Firebird lowered his head, a sinister smile spreading across his face, with veins bulging on his forehead. His low laughter laced with boundless fury. His subordinates, witnessing S. Firebird's demeanor, were filled with panic. Having worked under him for some time, they knew well the terrifying power and brutality contained within that small frame. "Those who follow me flourish. Those who oppose me perish." This saying perfectly described their young master. "It seems you are truly courting death." With fingers outstretched in a grotesque smile, S. Firebird was about to unleash his line manipulation abilities when S-Eagle intervened, saying, "Wait, my business is not yet concluded, that I'll grant you some leeway. But do not make me wait too long." That S. Firebird momentarily halted, for fundamentally, it was S-Eagle who had initiated this. Challenging the dojo, testing the world of swordsmanship. This was S-Eagle's true purpose. The subsequent wager was merely an addition from S. Firebird, as they were already kicking the dojo. Why not earn a little extra? After all, these dojos were overflowing with wealth. Hence, S. Firebird was willing to wait for S-Eagle to finish his affairs. Stepping forward, holding a fruit knife, S-Eagle approached Chudio Master and inquired, I have heard that your dojo possesses a remarkable sword. May I have the honor of witnessing it? The once serene Chudio Master, stroking his beard with an air of wisdom, narrowed his eyes, realizing, so you seek that sword, do you not even think about it, brat. That is our dojo's treasured possession. Anticipating this response, S-Eagle chose not to argue further, knowing that ultimately he would have to fight to obtain it. Then let us proceed. Gripping the fruit knife, S-Eagle beckoned to Chudio Master. Show me what your so-called Chudio Ri is truly capable of. I shall not stoop to your level, little brat, be gone. Chudio Master, gazing at S-Eagle, was unwilling to be labeled as one who bullies the weak. Should he lose, it would be unnecessary to elaborate. Should he win, it would be a hollow victory. Such a loss would be intolerable. Thus, Chudio Master had no intention of engaging with S-Eagle and continued, besides, you, a swordsman, lack even a proper sword. Little brat, you should return home and practice for a few more years. And do remember to tell your guardian to find you a decent sword. Do not disgrace yourself like this. Ha ha! The dojo disciples behind him erupted in mocking laughter. Indeed, how can you, a little brat without a sword, dare challenge our dojo master? Perhaps your guardian is unaware of what a sword even is. Would you like me to procure a sword for you, little brat? Huh. Various scornful remarks echoed from afar, and the raucous laughter ignited a flicker of anger within S-Eagle. Gripping the small knife tightly, he sneered, how unfortunate. I have no smaller knife than this. Raising the small knife before him, his eagle-like eyes scanned Chudio Master and those behind him, his piercing gaze sending chills through the onlookers, akin to a drawn divine sword radiating a chilling brilliance and pressure. How could this fellow? The wind, an unseen force, swept past, and a sharp blade sliced through the air, revealing an endless gleam on the seemingly toy-like fruit knife. The strike, a severing blow, soared like a majestic eagle, noble and awe-inspiring. The azure slash departed from the fruit knife, aimed at Chudio Master and the entrance of the Chudio dojo. This left Chudio Master with no escape, for behind him lay the very face of the dojo. The keen blade was instantly drawn, targeting the azure flying slash, enveloped in chakra, with decades of honed swordsmanship coalescing into one decisive strike. Chudio Ri, water severing. This renowned sword technique could slice through flowing water with an incredibly swift draw. However, regrettably, such swordsmanship could not withstand even a fleeting moment. The azure flying slash effortlessly severed Chudio Master's blade, bearing down upon him with immense force, propelling him towards the entrance of the Chudio dojo. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the long-standing, dignified Chudio dojo was brought to its knees. Spectators gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding at the dojo's entrance, their expressions filled with shock that a massive crack ran through the door, splitting it in two, while debris and shattered wood pinned Chudio Master and the dojo's disciples beneath. Above the ruins, the dojo's sign hung askew, fractured and reduced to half, as if proclaiming that the Chudio dojo had officially become a thing of the past. The future belonged to one who, like an eagle, would soar high. Chapter 39. The Fall of Chudio Under the Refracted Sunlight. Minute particles of light cascaded down upon the ruins, lifting Chudio Master, who lay on the brink of death. As Firebird, observing his pitiful state, couldn't help but chuckle. Look at this sight. It's utterly pathetic. Coughing violently, blood gushed forth from Chudio Master's throat as he glared at Firebird, trembling with indignation. You bastards! How dare you? Our Chudio dojo's warriors will not let you go. Firebird, now reveling in his victory, laughed heartily. Are you a fool, old man? We have WONDAS for your so-called warriors. Do you think they dare defy the orders of the daimyo? You lot have long been my playthings, you. The resentful gaze fixated on Flamingo, and Zhongqiao Darren now comprehended the terrifying nature of Flamingo. How could such a diminutive child possess such malevolent temperament and cunning? His eyes darted towards S-Eagle, and coupled with that child's swordsmanship, the future of the Iron Kingdom would inevitably undergo a drastic transformation, renowned as it was. Yet, Zhongqiao Darren found himself powerless to alert the world. With a mocking grin stretching across his lips, Flamingo extended a finger towards Zhongqiao Darren that a thread of energy coalesced into a projectile, shooting forth from Flamingo's fingertip, piercing directly through Zhongqiao Darren's skull. Blood cascaded down his head, signaling the finality of Zhongqiao Darren's fate. Master. In the dojo, a chorus of students beheld the lifeless form of Zhongtiao Darren, their cries of indignation and sorrow echoing through the heavens. Yet regrettably, none dared to seek vengeance on his behalf. That as they surveyed the scene, sorrow was etched on their faces, but their tear-filled eyes betrayed their sheer terror. Stepping over the remnants of what was once a grand entrance, Eagle brandished a fruit knife, his voice resonating with gravity. "Where is your treasured artifact? Hand it over." The emotionless inquiry sent chills down the spines of the gathered students, drenched in cold sweat. Could this individual, who delivered such a decisive blow to their master, truly be human? Was he even wielding a sword technique? Faced with the one who had vanquished their master with a single strike, the crowd felt no inclination to resist. The terror was overwhelming. However, not all were paralyzed by fear. Who were they? They were students at the dojo, there to learn the art of the sword. Why had they come to Zhongtiao Dojo? It was because they recognized it as the foremost dojo in the Iron Kingdom, and that Zhongtiao Ichiru was among the most formidable sword techniques in the land. Yet now, before them stood a swordsmanship that surpassed Zhongtiao Ichiru by an unfathomable magnitude. What was there to hesitate about? Among the students, several exchanged glances, and then, without hesitation, sprang forth from the crowd, kneeling before Eagle. "Sir, we know where it is." The sycophantic smiles elicited hearty laughter from Flamingo, who remarked, "You lot are truly amusing. Your master has just perished at our hands." "Returning to you, he was not our master," they replied without a hint of remorse, their laughter devoid of guilt, that we merely learned swordsmanship from him. It was simply a standard commercial transaction, so you wish to learn the sword from him? Indeed. The group nodded eagerly, their eyes brimming with anticipation as they looked up at Eagle. Observing their eager expressions, Eagle coldly rejected. "I have no interest. You are unworthy to learn the sword today." As he stepped past them, Eagle advanced into the dojo. The kneeling individuals exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of how to proceed. "Haha, it appears you have been rebuffed." Flamingo approached, his not particularly imposing stature exuding a sense of oppression as he surveyed the kneeling students. "Then come follow me. From this day forth, you shall manage this dojo." Currently, Flamingo's influence was rapidly expanding, and he was in dire need of manpower. Therefore, he was recruiting individuals on site to oversee the territories he had conquered. These students were ripe for the picking, as for whether they might rebel or scheme against him. Flamingo was unconcerned. As long as he stood firm, all matters were negotiable. His subordinates could engage in various activities, provided they did not infringe upon his bottom line. However, should they cross the line, Flamingo would ensure they understood the true meaning of hell, with 5 fingers pressing down on one student's head. Flamingo demanded, "Give me an answer." Sensing the frenzied aura emanating from Flamingo, coupled with the cracking sounds and the students' agonized cries, the others hastily replied, "Yes, sir, we understand, but we will certainly handle our duties well." "Excellent." With a flick of his wrist, Flamingo hurled the individual aside, his fingers forming claws as he slashed through the air, conjuring 5 luminous threads. Slicing through flesh, the sharp lines drew blood from their chests, staining their garments crimson. Overcome with excruciating pain, the individuals collapsed to the ground. What manner of technique is this? What just transpired? They turned, clutching their wounds in horror as they gazed upon Flamingo, faced with his maniacal grin. They could not help but retreat, realizing that following such an individual was fraught with peril. Yet, they had no choice in the matter. Remember, the consequences of betraying me are usually 1,000 times more brutal than this. After issuing his final warning, Flamingo reigned in his imposing presence. That moment, an underling rushed in from a distance, reporting, "Young master, the so-called Akatsuki organization has sent more people to," with his hands once again tucked into his pockets. Flamingo mused in astonishment. How intriguing. They have indeed come. Surveying the area and finding it devoid of significant issues, Flamingo contemplated his departure, just as Eagle approached, wielding a large blade. Gazing at the sword in Eagle's hand, Flamingo inquired, "What do you think of this blade?" "Not bad," Eagle replied, hefting the sword. "Taunt Kiri Yank, a fine blade, but insufficient that I must forge one myself." With arms outstretched, Flamingo expressed his exasperation. "I have already dispatched individuals to seek skilled blacksmiths, but regrettably, none meet my standards. You may have to wait a bit longer." "Not an issue." Drawing forth the sword, the 80-centimeter blade gleamed, adorned with crimson serrated patterns, exuding a malevolent aura that sent chills down the spine. A cursed blade, S. Flamingo remarked solemnly, sensing the ominous energy radiating from it. Merely a cursed blade, a seagull dismissed it nonchalantly. Sheathing the weapon to it is of no concern. Then, let us return. There is nothing pressing here. Allow the subordinates to manage it. I have long awaited an encounter with the Akatsuki organization. Chapter 40. The first meeting with Conan in the capital of the Iron Kingdom, within a merchant's residence. Several ninjas clad in black robes and adorned with rain ninja headbands stood vigil. Among them, two individuals led the group. One boasted light blue-purple hair styled in a bun, with a pale blue paper flower adorning the right side of his head, his eyes a soft orange-yellow, and his visage strikingly delicate, accented with light purple eyeshadow. The other had long red hair that obscured much of his face, rendering his features indistinguishable. Having just returned from Zhongqiao Dojo, S. Flamingo paused at the sight of the two. Interesting point: two remarkable individuals have arrived. That a mischievous smile crept across his face as he approached, courteously greeting. What a rare visit. Welcome to I am Joker, the leader of the Don Quixote family. Due to his diminutive stature, S. Flamingo had to look up at Conan and Nagato. As Conan and Nagato gazed down at S. Flamingo, surprise flickered across their faces. They had long heard tales of the Don Quixote family's founder being a child of no more than 10 years. But witnessing it firsthand was astonishing. Is he truly so young? A child under 10 has established such a vast commercial empire in a mere 3 months. Truly preposterous. Nevertheless, they were here on business, and such matters were not to be discussed now. Exchanging glances, Conan stepped forward and addressed S. Flamingo. Hello, I am Conan. Extending her slender hand from her robe, she offered it to S. Flamingo. S. Flamingo, recognizing the gesture, smiled slightly and extended his own hand. Their sizes contrasting as they shook. It seems your Akatsuki organization has accepted my proposal. With the pleasantries concluded, S. Flamingo cut straight to the chase. Has the Akatsuki organization agreed to your terms? Indeed, Conan confirmed without hesitation. The Akatsuki organization has agreed to your conditions that we will gather intelligence on the sand, rock, and leaf ninjas within the land of rain in exchange for the material support of your Don Quixote family. In contemporary times, the Akatsuki organization has only recently been established, finding itself in the nascent stages of development with a scarcity of resources and supplies. Unfortunately, misfortune compounded their plight, as this fledgling organization, situated in the Rain Country, a realm in dire need of revitalization, was abruptly thrust into the chaos of the Third Great Ninja War. The lands of the grass and river countries have become battlegrounds, while the wind, earth, and fire countries are embroiled in conflict as well. This triad of warring factions has resulted in the Rain Country, positioned at the confluence of these three nations, becoming a hotbed of turmoil. The inhabitants of the Rain Country, already struggling to find peace, have once again been displaced, transforming into homeless refugees. The entire region resembles a hellscape, echoing with the sounds of anguished moans and desperate cries. Although the Akatsuki is but a mercenary organization, its ideals are rooted in the pursuit of peace, aspiring to establish harmony without resorting to extreme violence. Thus, in light of the dire circumstances within the Rain Country, they seek to extend a helping hand. However, providing aid necessitates the procurement of food and various supplies, which they find themselves lacking. Just as despair began to set in, one day, a member returning from a supply run brought news of a potential benefactor. The Don Quixote family, a newly emerged commercial powerhouse from the Iron Country, expressed a willingness to sponsor them. After some deliberation, they decided to pursue this opportunity. Firebird heard Shao Nan agree. He erupted into laughter. Initially, when he encountered the supply personnel from the Akatsuki and proposed this idea, he had merely intended it as a casual maneuver. Establishing a connection with the Akatsuki, an organization poised to stir the winds of change in the ninja world, would be advantageous. If not, it was of little consequence. Now that they had arrived, Firebird was not inclined to dismiss them. Very well, can you provide me with the items I requested? Although he did not place great importance on them. Being a transaction, it was prudent to inspect the goods. Upon hearing this, Xiaonan turned to Nagato, who stood nearby. With his crimson hair obscuring his face, he reached into his robe and produced a scroll, handing it to Firebird. However, as Firebird reached for it, Nagato withdrew his hand, momentarily startling Firebird. What is the meaning of this? May I ask you a question? What do you intend to do with the intelligence on sand? Rock and Leaf Ninja. It struck S. Firebird as strange that a trading company would seek information on battlefield ninjas. What do I intend to do? S. Firebird casually replied, pulling his hand back and regarding Nagato. Of course, it is for business. The course of the war will directly impact the sales of my merchandise. You must understand that the most lucrative aspect of our Don Quixote family business at present is arms dealing. While establishing a connection with the Akatsuki was S. Firebird's primary objective in acquiring intelligence, he indeed had ulterior motives for laying down an information network to observe frontline developments. The Grass Country, being adjacent to the Iron Country, was accessible for their own inquiries, while the River Country had the Thousand Grain Bureau. Thus, only the Rain Country remained, although large-scale conflicts had not erupted within the Rain Country. Small skirmishes among ninjas from the three nations persisted. The Akatsuki could conveniently help him fill this gap, allowing S. Firebird to gain comprehensive insights into the war front across the three major nations, thus facilitating better planning for his next commercial strategy. Arms dealing? Nagato exclaimed in surprise. So those new weapons that appeared in the hands of the rock ninjas recently were sold by you. Why was he asking this? Although puzzled by Nagato's intentions, S. Firebird waved his hand to summon a peculiar kunai, which he presented. Is this what you mean? An explosive kunai. The explosive tag was embedded in the specially designed kunai, allowing it to launch iron fragments in an explosion, inflicting damage upon enemies. It is one of the most popular weapons sold by our Don Quixote family. What, do you wish to acquire it as well? Are you saying that you truly manufactured this? Nagato retorted, producing a fragment of a kunai from behind him and angrily chastising S. Firebird. Life is already fragile enough. Why do you create such deadly weapons? Seeing the explosive kunai fragment in Nagato's hand, S. Firebird realized, it seems one of your men fell victim to this. As for your inquiry, S. Firebird tossed the kunai fragment back to Nagato and countered. Young man, are you blaming the farmers for your man's misfortune? This is entirely different. Nagato shouted, overwhelmed by S. Firebird's obstinacy. In response to Nagato's rare outburst, S. Firebird spread his arms and erupted into laughter. What is the difference? Humanity is a remarkably brutal species, ruthlessly employing any means necessary to eliminate their own kind. Is this not also true of humans? I simply provide a useful tool. Pointing at Nagato, his flamboyant pink coat billowing, S. Firebird mockingly declared, even if it were not me, others would surely provide the means. Your subordinate perished. That merely indicates his weakness. The weak cannot even choose their manner of death. S. Firebird's raucous laughter echoed in the ears of the Akatsuki members, who could no longer contain themselves and were about to step forward, only to be halted by Xiao Nan in an instant. They had not come seeking trouble. Although they had inadvertently uncovered some intelligence, as S. Firebird stated, it was the rock ninjas who had slain their comrade, not the Don Quixote family, having emerged from the Second Great Ninja War. Xiao Nan was not so irrational. The Don Quixote family's rise in the Iron Country was no small feat. Given their current circumstances, it would be unwise to provoke them. Moreover, they were there for trade. The refugees within the Akatsuki were awaiting this crucial supply. With this realization, a composed Nagato glanced at Xiao Nan, then at the kunai in his hand, and finally addressed S. Firebird, if we were interested in acquiring a batch of such arms. What would be the terms? Since they could not prevent others from acting, they might as well fortify themselves. Upon hearing this, S. Firebird donned a sly grin, fixating his gaze on Nagato's face. That if you desire them, it is quite simple. All I require is a sample of your blood, and we can discuss the rest. S. Firebird had been seeking an opportunity to acquire something from Nagato, and now, Nagato had presented it to him willingly. My blood. Upon hearing this condition, Nagato was taken aback. What do you need my blood for? Xiao Nan trembled at the side, her eyes fixed on Nagato's concealed gaze, urgently interjecting, no, that condition is unacceptable. Nagato's Rinnegan exposed. Yet Nagato had already made his decision to this moment. The Akatsuki was indeed in dire straits, with little to offer in trade with S. Firebird. He was not asking for the Rinnegan, merely blood, which was inconsequential. Pulling Xiao Nan back, Nagato nodded firmly at S. Firebird agreed. It is settled. Xiao Nan, who had been holding Nagato's wrist, was about to protest, but sensing the resolve and determination radiating from him, she ultimately held her tongue. The Akatsuki indeed needed arms to bolster their members' strength and ensure the survival of the refugees within their ranks. Thus, the initial collaboration between the two parties was forged, after exchanging the intelligence. Firebird drew a significant amount of blood from Nagato, subsequently dispatching the required supplies to Xiao Nan and Nagato. How they would transport these supplies back to the Rain Country was no concern of Firebird's. Outside, as he watched Nagato and Xiao Nan hastily depart for the Rain Country with their supplies, Firebird couldn't help but chuckle. What extraordinary fortune! Tossing the glass vial containing Nagato's blood, he had not anticipated acquiring it today. However, mere blood would not suffice to harness the power of the Rinnegan. Nearby, Eagle observed Firebird's grin and bluntly remarked, "Don't get ahead of yourself." In response, Firebird remained undeterred. "Of course, I am aware. But it will still prove useful. The Rinnegan has resided within him for so long. It must have some influence on his bloodline and genes that one of the three great dojutsu. The Rinnegan is revered as the eye that governs life and death." In his youth, Nagato was forcibly implanted with the Rinnegan by the ambitious Uchiha Madara. From that moment, these eyes, imbued with boundless mysteries and immense power, began to take root within Nagato's body as time passed. Despite the Rinnegan often lying dormant, its power incessantly eroded Nagato's cells, enhancing the compatibility between him and the Rinnegan. Perhaps even Nagato himself was oblivious to these subtle changes, yet they gradually manifested their influence over time. Until one fateful day, Nagato would fully master the Rinnegan, wielding its unique abilities. This was also Madara's intention. After Nagato could wield the Rinnegan's innate techniques, he envisioned a future where Nagato would resurrect him to fulfill grand ambitions. However, that was a matter for another day. Though Uchiha Madara had reached an advanced age, he was still very much alive, making the prospect of peering into the Rinnegan utterly impossible. Eswalil did not wish for an elderly man to dance once more before his demise. That would be courting death. Thus, Eswalil had to resort to indirect strategies, attempting to glean a fragment of the Rinnegan's power through the study of Nagato's flesh, even if only a trace. As for why Eswalil was so certain that Nagato's flesh contained the power of the Rinnegan, it was because during the Fourth Great Ninja War, when Kabuto used Edo Tensei to revive the deceased Nagato, the reanimated Nagato possessed the Rinnegan. This indicated that the power of the Rinnegan had already infiltrated Nagato's soul and flesh. Otherwise, how could the resurrected Nagato possess the Rinnegan originally belonging to Uchiha Madara? Therefore, it was highly likely that Nagato's blood not only contained his own Uzumaki lineage, but also the power of the Rinnegan. Indeed, such matters would surely pique the interest of the original body. Not wanting to undermine Eswalil, Eslauing unfurled the intelligence reports in his hands and gravely stated, "In comparison to that uncertain matter, this issue is far more troublesome. The large-scale appearance of the rock ninja in the Land of Rain. Why hasn't Konoha noticed this? The original body is in deep trouble now, the frontline camp in the Land of Rivers." Chinasi gazed at the deployment orders before him, and the atmosphere within the tent felt as if it had drained his very soul, leaving him in a state of despair. It was a disaster. Chapter 42. Pre-battle actions. At this moment, the operations tent at the frontline camp in the Land of Rivers was filled to the brim with people. The atmosphere was exceptionally tense, and everyone remained silent, their gazes fixated on Orochimaru at the forefront. Standing on the platform, Orochimaru surveyed the crowd below, his serpentine eyes scanning the surroundings. He then turned around and pointed at the map behind him. Issuing the upcoming battle orders, Sarutobi Shino, Shimura Takahisa, Kurama Kayamura, the cold and emotionless voice echoed throughout the tent, and as Orochimaru continued to call out the names of various ninjas, the tension in the room escalated. The Konoha Jonin, whose names were called, silently began to gather forward, and at last, a familiar name echoed in Chinasi's ears. Chinasi. Hearing his name, Chinasi let out a wry chuckle in resignation. As expected, he could not escape his fate. But the next three names uttered by Orochimaru left Chinasi momentarily stunned. Uchiha Aya, Mitakeru Azuki, Oil Girl Shirfong. To send such young genin to the front lines was tantamount to sending them to their deaths. Staring incredulously at Orochimaru, who showed not a shred of hesitation, he pointed to the target on the map and gave them their orders. "Your objective is singular. At all costs, delay the Sand Ninja's puppet troops for one day. I do not care how you achieve this. You must hold them for 1 day to secure ample time for the approaching forces. With a hand striking the map, a chilling aura emanated from Orochimaru. His narrowed eyes glinting with a cold light as his pale lips curled into a sinister smile. The resolute and ruthless demeanor he exuded sent shivers down the spines of those present. Understood. The ninjas responded in unison, gathering together, while Chinase cast one last glance at the excited expressions of Azuki and the others behind him, shaking his head slightly. Delaying the Sand Ninja's puppet troops for a day. Easier said than done. Yet, no matter how daunting the task, Chinase found himself without the leverage to oppose Orochimaru's battle strategy. Although the Land of Grass had recently enjoyed victories under the leadership of Minato Namikaze, this did not alter the overall predicament of Konoha's forces on the battlefield. The overwhelming rock ninja troops continually unleashed frenzied assaults on the Konoha forces in the Land of Grass, exacerbating the pressure on the front line day by day. Faced with this mounting pressure, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was compelled to issue orders for a decisive outcome in the long-stalled campaign in the Land of Rivers, which had dragged on for nearly 3 months without significant results. Even if they could not deal a crushing blow to the Sand Ninja forces, weakening them sufficiently to allow Konoha's troops to divert some support to the Land of Grass was imperative. Thus, Orochimaru was forced to go all out and engage in a significant battle, with his ultimate goal being to take down the weakest faction among the Sand Ninja, the Wind Release troops. On the platform, Orochimaru again pointed towards the Sand Ninja camp within the Land of Wind and solemnly declared, "Roshin, I entrust the Sand Ninja's ration to you, pig, deer, butterfly. You must delay them for half a day at all costs. And be wary of the tailed beasts." Beside him, Nara Roshin slowly rose, and behind him, Yamanaka Inka, representing the pig, and Akimichi Toru, representing the butterfly, stood to respond. "Leave it to us. Roshin and the One Tail won't pose any threat during that half-day." "Good. The rest of you, follow me directly to the Sand Ninja's Wind Release troops, that we shall leave no enemy behind." A sinister smile crept across Orochimaru's pale visage, his hoarse voice announcing the inevitable fate of their foes. But could events truly unfold as Orochimaru anticipated? Standing at the foot of the platform, Chinase wore a grave expression as he scrutinized the battle map before him. From the perspective of Orochimaru's overall battle strategy, barring any external factors, there was a significant chance of success. After all, the disparity in strength between the Sand Ninja and Konoha Ninja was considerable, with the full mobilization of Konoha's ninjas and Orochimaru personally leading the charge. The Wind Release troops under Kururo would likely not even last half a day. As for Roshin and the One Tail, dealing with Roshin's vast magnetic sand power was made more manageable with the Nara clan's shadow imitation technique combined with the Yamanaka clan's mind transfer technique, allowing them to bypass his sand and strike at his core. Regarding the One Tail, the Akimichi clan's multiplication techniques and butterfly transformation were no laughing matter. Delaying them for a time would be sufficient. As for the puppet troops, Orochimaru likely had his sights set on them. The combination of summoning beasts and the White Fang's sword techniques would enable Orochimaru to place that heavy burden on them for a trial. Truly, he held them in high regard. Yet this was not the primary concern for Chinase. The pressing issue was the possibility of other forces becoming embroiled in this war. The movements of the Rock Ninja seemed to elude Konoha's grasp, particularly regarding the Land of Rain, that in such circumstances, a full-scale mobilization could easily lead to calamity, and this concern was not solely on Chinase's mind. After hearing Orochimaru's entire battle plan, Nara Roshin pondered for a moment before offering a word of caution. "If that's the case, won't the main camp be left unguarded? Shouldn't we consider leaving some forces here for defense?" Remember, the Rock Ninja. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru shook his head and replied, "I have confirmed that the Rock Ninja have not made any significant movements in the Land of Grass. Within the Land of Rain, only a small number of Rock Ninja are active, posing no substantial threat. Therefore, swiftly and decisively weakening the Sand Ninja is of utmost importance," with the highest commander on the front line asserting this. Nara Roshin could not argue further. The remaining ninjas were even less likely to voice their concerns. After all, Orochimaru had directly sent the third Hokage's biological son and his nominal disciple into battle. Facing the perilous puppet master troops, who would dare harbor doubts? This course of action effectively quashed any lingering apprehensions, leaving only the resolve to fight to the death. Everyone, I detest death, declared Orochimaru, his serpentine gaze sweeping over the crowd below. Calm and composed. But where Konoha flourishes, the fire shall burn ever brighter. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and nurture the budding leaves of the future, for the sake of Konoha's tomorrow. Let us strive together to in the spirit of mutual encouragement. Under the fervent call of the will of fire, all the ninja of Konoha seem to be ignited by an inferno deep within their hearts. Their gazes transformed into unwavering determination, brimming with a steadfast belief in the will of fire. Each breath quickened and grew powerful, as if they could feel the intense heat surging forth from within. Like flickering flames, an inexhaustible aura of killing intent radiated from every individual. Meanwhile, Chinase stood in astonishment, gazing at Orochimaru on the stage, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the third Hokage. Were it not for his knowledge of Orochimaru's clandestine dealings, he might have genuinely believed it. What a splendid actor. Chapter 43. Full mobilization within the Grand Tent. After Orochimaru had orchestrated all necessary arrangements, the Konoha ninjas clad in green vests and wearing forehead protectors swiftly sprang into action. Exiting the tent, they began to rally their subordinates and troops, readying their weapons and supplies for an imminent assault on the Sand Ninja. That in an instant, the previously bustling camp fell into a hushed calm. And after Orochimaru dispatched Uchiha Aya and others, only Chinase and Orochimaru remained within the tent. Observing Chinase's upright figure, Orochimaru grinned and inquired, "Do you know why I have assigned you to the front lines?" "Indeed," replied Chinase, maintaining composure as he met Orochimaru's gaze. "The puppet brigade of the Sand Ninja poses a considerable threat. You must ensure that their operations do not disrupt our battle strategies." "Good to know," Orochimaru replied, stepping down from the platform and approaching Chinase. "Now, how confident are you in accomplishing this task?" 60%, under conditions free from external interference. There was no false modesty in his words. After 3 months of honing his abilities, Chinase had come to a clear assessment of his own strengths. While he may not be sufficient alone, the utilization of his other avatars would certainly tip the scales in his favor. Of course, summoning the flamingo and the eagle was out of the question, but the bear and the shark were precisely prepared for this moment. Orochimaru nodded in approval. 60% was a respectable figure. As for external influences, rest assured, those 3 little rascals will not interfere with your plans. I have made my arrangements. He turned his gaze away from Chinase and walked toward a corner of the tent. Watching Orochimaru's retreating figure, Chinase hesitated to speak. His reference to external influences was not aimed at those 3 children, but rather at the situation with the Iwa and ninja from the Land of Rain. Although he could not ascertain if it was his detestable former superior's doing, Konoha had indeed made significant misjudgments regarding the conditions of the Iwa ninja. But how could Chinase articulate this? Should he directly inform Orochimaru that the intelligence regarding the Iwa ninja in the Land of Rain was flawed? The intelligence from the root stated that everything was normal, yet Chinase had received reports from the Akatsuki indicating a rapid increase in the number of Iwa and ninja activities within the Land of Rain. Moreover, there were sightings of elite Iwa forces and explosive release units that a renowned ninja brigade, making its presence known in the Land of Rain, could hardly be a mere coincidence. But how did Chinase come by this knowledge? How could he explain it? To speak the truth, preposterous. That was utterly out of the question. Moreover, to shift the blame onto the Root or Danzo was even less feasible, as the intelligence regarding the Land of Rain was the responsibility of the Root. Now, a former Root operative claiming that the Root's intelligence was erroneous. On what grounds? What evidence could he provide? Without evidence, it would merely be slander, and would he not be accused of disrupting Konoha's battle plans and undermining the morale of the frontline troops? Might he be branded a spy? This awkward predicament rendered it impossible for Chinase to voice his concerns. Even if he disregarded everything and adamantly insisted that the intelligence from the Land of Rain was flawed, Orochimaru would not halt his plans. Orders had been issued. How could they be rescinded? Ultimately, it boiled down to Chinase's insignificance that as a special jonin of Konoha, had Orochimaru not treated him with particular regard. He would not even have been permitted entry into this tent, let alone contribute to the operational plans discussed earlier. Given the circumstances, Chinase had no means to prevent any of this. Thus, it would be more prudent for him to take matters into his own hands, to personally venture to the front lines and seize control of the situation. Special Jonin. He had held this position long enough. This operation presented an excellent opportunity to accrue merits, that for Chinesi's safety. The power possessed by the bear ensured that he could retreat unscathed from any danger he might encounter. Therefore, he made his decision. He would enter the battlefield. With his resolve solidified, Chinesi dismissed any further considerations. It was time for him to reveal his brilliance to Konoha and indeed the entire ninja world. At that moment, Orochimaru returned from the corner of the tent, carrying 2 items. Let us see how this suits you. Upon receiving the short blade offered to him, Chinesi was taken aback, but accepted it nonetheless. The blade was a short dagger, roughly the length of a forearm, but as he drew it forth, the gleaming edge shone brilliantly in the dimly lit tent that a single-edged, straight blade adorned with snowflake-like patterns on its silver surface, shue by shue. It was specially prepared for you, Orochimaru stated, returning the blade to its sheath. Chinesi bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru, but there's no need to rush to thank me. Waving his hand, Orochimaru unfurled another item. What is this? Chinesi exclaimed, astonished at the scroll inscribed with names written in blood. Orochimaru nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is the summoning scroll of the Dragon Cave that I previously mentioned, that as long as you provide me with the blood of your summoning beast, I would allow you to inscribe your name upon it. But now, you can sign it directly. The Puppet Brigade is now entrusted to you, sir. Gazing into Orochimaru's earnest eyes, Chinesi momentarily lost his focus. Truly, Orochimaru's methods of winning hearts were extraordinary. Just a hair's breadth away, he almost felt compelled to kneel. Rest assured, the Sand Ninja's Puppet Brigade will not impede you in the slightest, without hesitation. He bit his finger and inscribed his name upon the scroll. Subsequently, he shouldered shue by shue and turned to exit, that he departed with a sense of solemnity, reminiscent of the poignant verse. The wind whistles coldly at the Yi River. A valiant warrior departs, never to return. Stepping out of the tent, he dared not glance back at Orochimaru, fearing he might truly lose his composure. With shue by shue secured on his back, and with nothing else to gather, Chinesi made his way to the assembly point, where a group had already gathered to the expansive campsite. Numerous Konoha ninjas stood ready, led by the elite Jonin, Sarutobi Shino, the biological son of the 3rd Hokage. With such dual identities, this operation naturally revolved around him, and he commanded the troops. However, Chinesi was not bound to heed his orders. Orochimaru had granted him the autonomy to act independently from among the gathered ninjas. Chinesi first extracted the 3 small ones, and then he spotted a familiar face. Yamamoto Tetsuya. This unfortunate fellow had been summoned and assigned here, destined to serve as cannon fodder. Given the circumstances, it would be better to stick with him. Thus, without hesitation, Chinesi pulled forth a dozen ninjas from the throng, all of whom he had become acquainted with during his time in the transportation department. Admittedly, while their abilities were somewhat lacking, these were comrades he knew well. That to seek out those stronger than them might not guarantee their cooperation with Chinesi. Internal conflicts on the battlefield could easily cost everyone their lives. Therefore, Chinesi preferred to rely on those familiar faces. Moreover, who said these individuals were all weak? Did they not understand the true worth of Konoha's lower ninjas? Ahead, a Konoha ninja, standing beside Sarutobi Shino, observed Chinesi's actions with great ire. Did he not notice the commander was addressing the troops? What was he trying to pull? Was he attempting a rebellion? However, just as the ninja was about to voice his outrage, he was halted by Sarutobi Shino. Observing the figure with the short blade slung across his back, Sarutobi Shino unusually restrained his temper. As the son of the 3rd Hokage, he was a figure of significant standing within Konoha. Yet that did not grant him the liberty to act recklessly. Having a modicum of understanding regarding Chinesi's background, he comprehended Orochimaru's intentions. However, the question remained. Could he truly become the second White Fang? Chinesi. Chapter 44. The plan to attack the Sand Ninja, that on the arid expanse of the Land of Rivers. Chinesi silently led his comrades forward with great urgency. Without lingering in the main camp, he promptly set off towards the direction of the Sand Ninja puppet troops after assembling everyone. For speed in warfare is of paramount importance. However, despite the aggressive nature of their mission, recklessly charging ahead was not in Chinesi's character. In a patch of grassland, Chinesi came to a halt. The numerous leaf ninjas trailing behind him followed suit, turning to gaze at their newly appointed commander. Having previously established a good rapport with Chinesi, their attitude towards him remained quite favorable, devoid of any semblance of insubordination. Although they were unaware of the reasons behind Shinase's favor with Orochimaru, the mere fact that he could wield Orochimaru's orders and, in broad daylight, redirect them in front of the third Hokage's son ensured that these lower-ranked ninjas could not afford to provoke him. Yet, among them were not solely those of lower ranks. Beside him, Uchiha Ling looked at Shinase's halted figure, puzzled, and inquired, "Sensei, what is the matter? The sand ninja should be just ahead, and I can hardly contain my excitement." The inexperienced youth, untouched by the harsh realities of war, harbored a peculiar fascination for the battlefield. Driven by a thirst for victory and honored, in truth, it was not only Uchiha Ling. The other two, despite their physical tension, could not conceal their eagerness. Their expressions of excitement and impatience left Shinhase at a loss. With their meager abilities, should they accompany him, it would not be long before they found themselves in dire straits, even with protection. Shinhase glanced at one figure beside Uchiha Ling and subtly shook his head. Ignoring Uchiha Ling, he retrieved a map from his pocket, pointed to a specific location, and spoke in a solemn tone. "Here, Yamashita Tatsuya." With a mix of despair and confusion, Yamashita Tatsuya slowly stepped out from the ranks. What had he done to deserve this? First, he had been unluckily transferred from the logistics division to the combat unit. He had initially felt relieved that his superior was a familiar face. But it seemed this acquaintance was leading them to the most perilous front, directly facing the Sand Ninja. And now, with Shinhase summoning him, it was evident that no good awaited him. Was he to be the first to serve as cannon fodder? He would rather stay with the larger troop, where he could at least blend in. "What kind of expression is that?" Shinhase remarked, unable to suppress his sarcasm, "that I'm giving you a commendable assignment. Here, you will lead all the lower-ranked and sensory ninjas to garrison at this location, Dada." Yamashita Tatsuya, who had anticipated a death mission, suddenly realized he had misunderstood. His gaze shifted to the spot on the map. That was the Chri Gorge. What are we going there for? In truth, he was not alone in his confusion. All the Leaf ninjas wore expressions of bewilderment. What was the purpose of that location? On the map, the three Sand Ninja camps and the Leaf's main base formed a rough rhombus in the Land of Rivers. The northernmost Sand Ninja puppet troop and the easternmost Leaf camp were connected by a diagonal route. The Chri Gorge was situated further northeast along this line, quite close to the Land of Rain. The gorge had formed due to the erosion from the water flowing from the Land of Rain. If one were to connect the positions of the Land of Rain, the puppet troops, and the Leaf's main base, the Chri Gorge would lie at the center of this triangle. Yet this central location seemed to serve no purpose at the moment. Would the Sand Ninja really take such a long detour to attack the Leaf, given those who had cowered for 3 months? It was laughable to think they would dare to do so, that in an instant, disdain for Shinase's decision arose among the crowd, that if they were retreating, why go so far? The disdainful glances passed over Uchiha Ling and her companions. To them, it seemed Shinhase had issued this order specifically for these 3 individuals. Although they did not agree with sending these youngsters to the battlefield, once involved, there was no reason to act as deserters. How dare you? The Uchiha clan has never fled the battlefield. Before Uchiha Ling could speak, a short-haired man in a leaf vest, with spiky hair, interjected sharply. His blood-red eyes, adorned with the 3 Tomo Sharingan, emanated a terrifying aura that rendered others unable to meet his gaze. In that moment, all those who had previously looked down upon the command fell silent, unable to face the might of a Uchiha clan member with 3 Tomo. This was Uchiha Daotai, a member of the Leaf Security Division, who had been dispatched by Orochimaru to explain why Shinhase didn't need to overly concern himself with the 3 youngsters. When Orochimaru decided to send the 3 youngsters in a battle, he had already relayed the message back to the Leaf Village. The outcome, Uchiha Daotai, representing the Uchiha clan, had been sent forth. This also illustrated the Uchiha clan stance. They never shied away from the battlefield. It seemed this Uchiha was primarily there to safeguard his own. However, Shinhase had no time to engage in disputes. Stowing the map away, he continued in a grave tone, "Your mission is singular. Closely monitor the situation in the Land of Rain. Should there be any signs of movement, even if it's merely a hint of stone ninja presence, retreat without hesitation and relay the information back. That is your only task. Understood?" Shinhase could hardly believe that the stone ninja would remain idle upon witnessing the situation here. Whether it was a premeditated move or mere coincidence was inconsequential. Once the Stone Ninja became aware of the Leaf's actions in the Land of Rivers, they would undoubtedly mobilize to launch an assault on the Leaf's garrison from the Land of Rain. The Chri Gorge would be a necessary passage to that juncture. Whether the Stone Ninja attempted to storm the Leaf's main base alone or converge with the Sand Ninja, it would pose no problem. The Leaf would find itself in dire straits. Being utterly annihilated was no joke, in the absence of verbal intelligence. Chinasi had only one path: to intercept all Sand Ninja and potential Stone Ninja that might appear. Even if it meant buying Orochimaru half a day's time, it would be sufficient. Before that, while the Stone Ninja had yet to act, depleting the strength of the Sand Ninja puppet troops as much as possible was Chinasi's foremost priority. To ensure everything proceeded smoothly, absolute obedience to his commands from his subordinates was essential. A chilling aura radiated from him, an overwhelming pressure that descended upon all present like a fierce tiger descending a mountain or a dragon emerging from the depths, rendering every ninja in attendance motionless. For a moment, all eyes were fixated on Chinasi at the center, stunned by the intensity of his presence. This was the first time Chinasi had fully unleashed his aura before others, a sharpness only previously felt from a handful of renowned figures in the Leaf. Chapter 45. The dazzling blade light, the do you understand? The cold voice echoed from Chinasi's lips, startling Yamashita Tatsuya into a realization. I understand. Very well. Does anyone have questions? His bespectacled gaze swept across every individual like two icy beams of light, rendering all unable to lift their heads. Without further delay, Chinasi commanded, Song-yun, lead the way. The rest of you follow me. Yes, that a graceful Leaf Kunoichi responded from a distance. Arima Song-yun, a member of the Arima clan, though lacking the clan's bloodline limit, possessed heightened senses, making her exceptionally skilled in genjutsu and sensory techniques. Unfortunately, like many of her clan members, her physical capabilities were rather limited, which is why she remained a nin to this day. Senior Gujia, I leave the rear guard to you. A middle-aged man donned in a fishnet shirt, carrying a field cooking pot on his back, nodded with a smile. Maruxing Gujia, a lower-ranked ninja of the Leaf, had personally received tutelage in water release techniques from the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, and also learned ninjutsu from the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. In this era, prior to the birth of notable figures, possessing the strength of an elite J-nin, Maruxing Gujia was undoubtedly one of the strongest lower-ranked ninjas in the Leaf. As for the other one, the fellow clad in a green spandex suit was likely busy catching cats back in the Leaf village. Yet no one could have anticipated that this individual, often looked down upon and ridiculed in the Leaf village, would soon rise to prominence by single-handedly transforming the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist into a legendary trio. Thus, one could grasp the true worth of the lower-ranked ninjas in the Leaf. With the battle prowess of a nin, a total of over 10 ninjas, Chinasi led them hastily towards the Sand Ninja puppet camp. Meanwhile, on the other side, the remaining Konoha genin exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to follow Yamashita Tetsuya towards the Chonlu Grand Canyon. As for Uchiha Daitai, his purpose for being here was to protect Uchiha Ling. With that root operative out of the picture, things had conveniently become simpler. The earlier display of might had indeed startled Uchiha in his estimation. Should a confrontation arise, he might not possess the confidence to prevail. Thus, after careful consideration, he deemed it unwise to remain close to Chinasi. The complications of dealing with one individual were already considerable. If other root personnel were to appear, it would spell disaster. Consequently, he firmly grasped Uchiha Ling, who wished to follow and match Yamashita Tetsuya's pace. In light of this, Akado and Surefoam found themselves with no other option but to tag along with Yamashita Tetsuya as well. In an instant, Chinasi's group had split into two, each commencing their respective endeavors. Gripping the blade Shuyuki behind his back with one hand, Chinasi surged forward, accompanied by Amat Song-yun, who maintained a hand-sealed state. Suddenly, with her eyes shut, she abruptly gazed ahead. Warning, Lord C. I sense 3 sand ninjas ahead. They appear to be puppet masters. Should we circumvent them? The presence of the sand puppet masters indicated that their puppet troops were not far behind. Disturbing the puppet masters' forces would be catastrophic. Their mission was to delay the puppet troops' movements, not to engage them directly. After all, they were but a handful. Yet, Chinasi's rapid advance seemed to signal an intent to firmly capture the attention of the sand puppet forces while simultaneously exerting maximum effort to weaken them. And what could be more detestable and effective in diminishing the Sand's strength than a massacre? Nothing. Slaughter was the simplest method to resolve all issues. With that in mind, let the bloodshed commence. Without a word, Chinasi's grip on the blade trembled slightly, chakra coalescing in his hand and flowing into the blade concealed within its sheath. Observing Chinasi's apparent disregard for evasion, Onma Tsongyun's expression turned grave. What on earth did her superior intend? Did she genuinely believe they could confront the entirety of the Sand's puppet forces with just their small contingent? Even if Orochimaru himself led them in a battle against the puppet troops, victory would be improbable. This was no way to court death. Lord S.I. in the distance, three figures cast their shadows as they approached, and seeing that evasion was no longer an option, Onma Tsongyun gritted her teeth. Along with the numerous Konoha ninjas behind Chinasi, drawing their kunai with weary smiles, that if they failed to neutralize these three Sand ninjas, their exposed whereabouts would spell doom. Were they truly here to meet their end? How absurd! Yet in the next moment, azure lightning erupted at the forefront, akin to the herald of spring, with a thunderous roar reverberating in everyone's ears, sending shivers down their spines. Behold, Chinasi, enveloped in azure lightning, charged towards the puppet masters ahead. The dazzling lightning surrounded his short blade, and before anyone could react, the lightning had already surged past the three puppet masters, with a swift and decisive with a white cloth wrapped around his head, and his long eyebrows drooping from his eye sockets. The black-robed Hai Lao Zong stood firmly in front of Chiyo. For 3 long months, the Sand ninjas had endured in silence, waiting for this splendid opportunity. At such a critical moment, how could they afford any missteps? In fact, the plan to launch a joint attack on Konoha had been proposed personally by the 3rd Tsuchikage, Oinoki, 2 days prior, anticipating that Sarutobi Hiruzen would adopt a strategy of strong offense against the weak and a defensive posture against the strong. As it turned out, Konoha had indeed mobilized heavy forces to swiftly crush the Sand ninjas, while the Grass Country adopted a defensive stance. Thus, Oinoki resolved to act contrarily, that he ordered the Rock ninjas to launch a reckless and fervent assault, hoping to provoke Sarutobi Hiruzen into ordering the ninja forces from the Land of Rivers to attack with full force, thereby exposing their vulnerabilities. Simultaneously, he secretly stationed troops in the Land of Rain, waiting for the opportune moment. Now, at last, the moment had come. Konoha had set their sights on the relatively weaker wind-style units. Thus, it was the perfect time for them to strike. They had waited so long precisely to coordinate with the Rock ninjas and annihilate the Konoha forces in one fell swoop. However, the infuriated Chiyo was not easily swayed. Glancing at Hai Lao Zong, she coldly retorted, "You are still here. Sister, I have other matters to attend to. The puppet troops require your command." Although Hai Lao Zong was indeed proficient in the art of puppetry and capable of commanding the puppet troops, he had other responsibilities as well. Yet Chiyo was unconcerned. Casting a glance back at the enormous puppet cage she had constructed, she replied, "Funfu won't lose control so easily. Did I leave this to you for now? I'll be back shortly." She then bypassed Hai Lao Zong, leading several already assembled puppet masters towards the distance. Seeing this, Hai Lao Zong could not pursue her directly. After all, the tailed beasts could not be neglected. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to oversee the tailed beasts while simultaneously commanding the puppet troops to prepare for an assault on Konoha. Meanwhile, not far from the Sand Ninja's puppet troop camp, a small stream lay before Chiwasi and his companions, who stepped across the water and reached the stony shore on the opposite side. Chiwasi looked back and inquired of his companion, "Karamatsu Sojin, how many have followed us?" 12, replied Karamatsu Sojin, who was already panting heavily, letting out a sigh of relief. Chiwasi glanced at him and subtly shook his head. "Did I in less than half a day?" Although they had been engaged in high-intensity combat, and Karamatsu Sojin had been utilizing sensory ninjutsu extensively, the Karamatsu clan's constitution was indeed somewhat frail. Fortunately, the rest of the group was holding up well. Within half a day, Chiwasi had single-handedly dealt with numerous patrol teams of Sand Ninjas, thanks to his exceptional swordsmanship. As long as they were not overwhelmingly outnumbered, he could swiftly eliminate them. Consequently, the Leaf Ninjas he had brought along had yet to suffer casualties. However, this would not last. Such slaughter would certainly attract the attention of the puppet troops stationed at the camp, and the puppet masters pursuing them would undoubtedly be numerous. But this was precisely the outcome Chiwasi desired. With the puppet masters concentrated in the camp, he had no means to counter them. Only by drawing them out and systematically eliminating them could he effectively weaken the Sand Ninja forces. Gripping the hilt of his sword with one hand, he observed the approaching Sand Ninjas across the stream, a cold smirk escaping his lips. That I end your next life. Do not be so impulsive. Chapter 47. Dark Secret Technique. 9 treasures of power on the small stony beach, scattered with rubble. A dozen Sand Ninja puppet masters rushed toward them. Crossing the clear stream, the 3 foremost puppet masters, upon seeing Chi-Wa-Si poised to strike, felt their pupils constrict as they realized he was the target of their pursuit. The group halted at the stream's edge, gazing at the Konoha ninja across from them, and they all broke into grins. At long last, they had caught up that a gentle breeze stirred, lifting dust from the stony beach, while the gentle flow of water continued to meander between the two sides, a heavy atmosphere of tension rapidly enveloping the battlefield. Without a moment's hesitation, the 3 puppet masters unleashed their puppets. One master controlled 3 uniquely shaped humanoid puppets, totaling 9 puppets now facing Chi-Wa-Si. Konoha's White Fang. Come forth. We have awaited this day for an eternity. The 3 puppet ninjas charged forward in unison, disregarding the other Konoha ninjas entirely, intent on attacking Chi-Wa-Si. Hearing their words, Chi-Wa-Si chuckled lightly, unconcerned with the others. In a flash, he surged forward with incredible speed, the blade of his sword glinting ominously in the stream's reflection. That he had no interest in wasting breath on the dead. However, as the saying goes, learn from experience. The Sand Ninja puppet masters, having suffered greatly at the hands of Konoha's Shikamaru, had certainly devised methods to counter the White Fang's sword techniques. The 3 Sand Ninja puppet masters subtly moved their fingers, triggering a preset mechanism in the 9 humanoid puppets. Instantly, the 9 puppets arranged themselves into a massive circle, centered around one puppet. Combined attack, Dark Secret Technique. 9 treasures of power. Dozens of sealing runes materialized in midair, and a colossal chakra shield appeared before the Sand Ninja puppet masters, effectively barring Chi-Wa-Si from entry. The blade, crackling with lightning, struck the chakra shield. Yet this time the invincible sword met its match, failing to penetrate the shield as it robustly absorbed Chi-Wa-Si's assault. That we have not been idle all these years. Now prepare to witness our prowess. Dark Secret Technique. Gale Cutter. Without delay, the 3 puppet masters launched their counterattack. Their fingers danced in unison. The wooden heads of the 9 puppets opened wide, unleashing a torrent of chakra energy. A tremendous gale erupted, propelling Chi-Wa-Si backward. The howling winds unleashed an unending storm from the mouths of the 9 puppets, with swirling air currents laced with razor-sharp blades slicing toward both Chi-Wa-Si and the Konoha ninjas. The wind blades, sharp as steel, cleaved through the water's surface, splitting the stream and sending up great splashes. Countless boulders on the stony beach were severed by the wind blades, and as the tempest raged, dust and debris filled the air, engulfing both Chi-Wa-Si and the Konoha ninjas. Observing this, the controlling puppet master erupted into laughter, reveling in the long-awaited moment. Haha, how do you like my technique? Not so impressive. Came the unexpected whisper of death from behind. Did no one ever tell you that your defense is far too rigid? When facing such defensive techniques, if one strike fails, simply maneuver around it with lightning speed. Of course, these ninjas could adjust the direction of their chakra shield, but alas, their reflexes could not keep pace with Chi-Wa-Si's speed. With a flash of his gleaming blade, Chi-Wa-Si struck before the Sand Ninja puppet master could react, severing his head from his body. Thud! The head fell into the stream, splattering crimson water. Only then did the remaining 2 puppet masters realize what had transpired. Damn it! They exclaimed, hastily attempting to reposition their puppets in defense. However, with 1 puppet master dead, the 3 puppets under his control plummeted into the stream, causing the massive chakra shield to collapse and dissipate. Seizing this opportunity, the Konoha ninjas launched their assault on T upon hearing that title once more. Kiin-Hisi shook his head in resignation. Allow me to introduce myself properly. My name is Kiin-Hisi, not Hitaki Sakumo. While I may have mastered his swordsmanship, I am not Konoha's White Fang. You may bestow upon me another name if you wish. I have no interest in the title of White Fang. No one desires to be a mere substitute for another, not even Kiin-Hisi himself. Just because I wield Hitaki Sakumo's sword techniques does not mean I must inherit his reputation. Rather, I yearn for a title that is uniquely my own, Therefore, I do not mind demonstrating some of my other abilities. With a swift motion, he sheathed the blade on his back and gestured to the two puppet masters. Come forth. The two puppeteers exchanged glances, their fingers dancing deftly as they released a series of lethal mechanisms from their 6 puppets. Since you seek your demise, I shall oblige. They bore no thoughts of retreating. For them, the memory of kin lost to Hatake Sakomo haunted their dreams, and today, it would be either his death or theirs. Hearing that title again, Kianhisi shook his head in exasperation. How utterly incomprehensible, he declared. Prepare to meet your end. The sharp, poisoned blades lunged towards him without any hint of mercy, as the two puppeteers commanded their puppets to strike. Yet instead of retreating to create distance, Kianhisi boldly advanced into the forest of steel blades. The air around him swirled as he attuned himself to the currents of wind. The critical moment. Just as a poisoned sword was about to pierce his shoulder, he deftly evaded it with a casual twist of his body. Not just one blade, but all of them. Despite their prior peril, each blade was deftly avoided as if by instinct. Amidst the rapid, deadly rain of sword strikes, Kianhisi moved with the grace of a leisurely stroll, untouched by any attack. This display left the two puppeteers utterly dumbfounded. How is this possible? What manner of technique is this? Chapter 48. 6 Styles. Revision. Witnessing that such attacks could not harm Kianhisi, the two puppeteers forcefully retracted their puppets, creating distance. The 6 puppets, under their control, began to emit ominous mechanical sounds. Suddenly, several holes appeared in the airborne puppets, unleashing a flurry of shurikens at high velocity. Black secret technique, Shuriken Rain. The 6 puppets unleashed a downpour of shurikens upon Kianhisi, resembling a torrential iron rain. Behind the puppets, the two puppeteers grinned at the impending doom about to befall him. Let us see how you evade this. Yet faced with such an onslaught, Kianhisi had no need to dodge. That as he observed the black iron shurikens, he remained still, not even flinching, while chakra surged through his body. Iron block. Under the influence of chakra, Kianhisi's physique instantaneously swelled with power, granting him an iron-like resilience. The shurikens struck him as if they were colliding with a steel wall, ricocheting off harmlessly. The sound of clattering echoed as the two puppeteers stared in disbelief. What in the world is this? One moment, he is as weak as clay, the next, as hard as steel. That a monster. Seeing the two puppeteers frozen in shock, Kianhisi chuckled lightly. What? Have you never seen body techniques before? You call this a body technique? Nonsense. It must be a trick. What kind of body technique allows one to withstand steel? Do not jest. The puppeteers clearly did not believe his words. Kianhisi had anticipated such skepticism. Indeed, few in the ninja world could withstand steel with mere flesh. The current generation of ninjas had yet to experience the evolution of body techniques that would come in later eras, leading them to hold those who only practice physical techniques in disdain. However, this did not diminish the strength of body techniques. Having foreseen certain future circumstances, Kianhisi had secretly developed a unique system of physical techniques. The 6 styles of formidable martial art from the pirate world comprise 6 special techniques: shave, iron block, paper drawing, moonwalk, gale foot, and finger gun. Unlike the robust physiques of the denizens of the pirate world, ninjas were generally weaker. So Kianhisi infused chakra into these techniques, adapting the 6 styles for the ninja realm, allowing them to unleash their full power in the hands of other ninjas as well. The technique he had just used to evade the puppet steel blades was paper drawing, which enabled him to release all his strength, maximizing his sensory perception through chakra, allowing him to detect the subtle changes in the air caused by his opponent's movements. This rendered his body as light as paper, enabling him to effortlessly dodge incoming attacks. Moreover, the iron block no longer required rigorous physical training. Instead, it directly infused chakra into his muscles, accelerating their movement to grant his entire body an iron-like hardness. Impervious to blades, without elaborating further, Kianhisi stood firm, extending his index fingers toward the puppeteers. Today, you shall witness, shave. Empowered by chakra, Kianhisi dashed forward, effortlessly bypassing the defenses of the 6 puppets to reach the puppeteers. Finger gun. With precise chakra control, he concentrated his chakra at the tip of his index finger, hardening it while simultaneously enhancing its striking power to that of a bullet. Before the puppeteers could react, Kianhisi's finger pierced one of their shoulders, blood gushing from the wound as he sent the puppeteer flying. With a crash, The hurled puppeteer skidded across the rocky ground before colliding violently with a massive gray boulder. The force of the impact caused him to spit blood, his body crumpling as if it had been dismantled, leaving him unable to rise. The other puppeteer gasped in shock, Mingsha, after a fleeting glance at his comrade. He turned to face Qian Hisi, fury igniting in his eyes. "You wretched scoundrel." With hands deftly manipulating the puppets, he launched an attack. "I shall see if your body truly is as hard as steel." A massive windmill shuriken emerged from the puppet, spinning furiously as it bore down upon Qian Hisi like a steel saw. However, Qian Hisi had no intention of foolishly attempting to endure such an assault. With a powerful thrust of his feet, he leapt into the air, employing the moonwalk technique. Unlike the later eight-gate state exhibited by Might Guy, it should be noted that he was only able to achieve effects akin to the moonwalk by utilizing the eight-gate state at that time. However, through the research conducted by China C, it has become evident that one does not necessarily need to reach the extreme level of Might Guy opening the 8 gates to harness the power of chakra to such an extent. With precise manipulation of chakra, it is indeed quite feasible to attain similar feats. The reason Might Guy cannot achieve this in his everyday practice is likely due to his inadequate chakra control, which limits him to relying on sheer quantity to reach the level of aerial movement. In the world of ninjas, taijutsu encompasses both techniques that do not utilize chakra and those that do. The former requires no elaboration, while the latter can be further classified into two distinct categories. Point 1 type, akin to Might Guy and his comrade's 8 gates technique, involves completely removing the body's limitations regarding chakra to enable a temporary and explosive release of chakra. This force disregards the body's tolerance, resulting in a frenetic stimulation that allows the physical body to unleash its maximum potential. However, the consequence of such a release inevitably leads to significant bodily harm, as evidenced by the plight of Li. This enhancement of taijutsu through chakra is epitomized by the concept of overwhelming power. Conversely, where there exists the representation of overwhelming strength, there also exists a form of precise control. Within the entire Konohagakure, none are more renowned than the formidable strength series of Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, and the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan. Through meticulous chakra control, they concentrate chakra in various parts of the body to substantially amplify the power of their taijutsu. Although this method may lack the explosive capabilities of the 8 gates, it excels in safety and imposes minimal strain on the body. Similarly, Chinesi's 6 styles employ principles akin to Tsunade's, using precise chakra control to enhance one's physical condition and execute the 6 styles. While such techniques demand exceptional chakra control, Chinesi acknowledges that formidable techniques inevitably come with certain limitations. Strength is not easily attained. Chapter 49. Ninja Taijutsu on the small rocky beach. Chinesi, airborne, lifted one leg, gazing down at the puppets with narrowed eyes. Gale foot. This powerful kicking technique unleashed a potent light blue vacuum slash that descended upon the 3 puppets below. The immense slash, akin to the blade of a guillotine, severed the 3 puppets at the waist with an unmatched force, utterly obliterating their internal structures. The scattered remnants of the puppets plummeted from the sky, no longer retaining their former integrity. This taijutsu. Witnessing his puppets reduced to mere wreckage, the puppeteer stared in disbelief at the airborne Chinesi, his expression filled with incredulity. Yet, Chinesi would not show mercy simply due to the enemy's reaction. With his leg curling once more, he descended from the air to continue his assault on the puppeteer. Gale foot. Thunder slash. Unlike the previous vacuum cut, this strike was infused with lightning chakra, emanating a dazzling radiance of thunder. The blinding lightning, coupled with a rapid slash, left the stationary puppeteer no time to evade. All that met his gaze was a tempest of lightning. Crack. The thunderous slash cleaved through the puppeteer's body, bisecting him at the waist while simultaneously carving a deep gouge into the ground behind him. The residual lightning flickered intermittently within the chasm, and the lifeless body of the puppeteer fell backward, plummeting into the abyss. Well, that simplifies matters. There's no need to dig a grave. Upon returning to the ground, Chinesi surveyed the destruction he had wrought and nodded in satisfaction. The power displayed was commendable. His arduous efforts to combine lightning chakra with these taijutsu techniques had begun to bear fruit, with the aspiration of evolving into ninja taijutsu. Ninja taijutsu, built upon the foundation of taijutsu, fully harnesses the transformative properties of chakra to achieve even more astonishing power and effects. Among the most renowned ninja taijutsu in the entire ninja world is the lightning release chakra mode inherited from the village of the Reikage. This formidable lightning envelopes the body for both offense and defense, granting the user remarkable speed and resilience to damage. Furthermore, taijutsu attacks in this state are imbued with lightning, rendering them significantly more powerful than ordinary taijutsu strikes. Thus, after completing the standard development of the 6 styles, China-C sought to advance further by incorporating the nature transformations of the 5 elemental chakras into the 6 styles. Thus far, he has begun to see results that in fact, the Gale Foot technique, augmented with wind chakra for optimal cutting power, would have been the superior choice. Unfortunately, China-C had not mastered the nature transformation of wind chakra as proficiently as that of lightning, thus settling for the current state of affairs. Glancing around, China-C noted that all the Sand Ninja puppeteers had been dealt with. After the strongest 3 puppeteers confronted him, the remaining ones posed little threat. While the average Chunin of Kanagacore may be inadequate, against the prowess of Marahoshi Kogai, it was an overwhelming victory. After surveying his surroundings, China-C turned his attention to the last puppeteer. Leaning against a gray rock, the Sand Ninja puppeteer was too exhausted to stand. His body limp as he glared at China-C with eyes full of resentment. "Come on, kill me, since you wish for death so eagerly." China-C drew his white snow blade from behind, aiming it at the puppeteer, then declared, "I shall grant you your wish. Finger gun, Thunderblade." Lightning coiled around the short blade as China-C thrust it forward, unleashing a blade-shaped slash imbued with thunder towards the puppeteer. In response to this assault, the puppeteer resolved to make one final stand, but he hastily pulled a puppet in front of himself, activating its mechanisms as a flurry of shuriken rained down upon China-C. Yet such an attack was utterly futile against the overwhelming force. The blue slash effortlessly sent all the shuriken flying, shattering the puppet into fragments, and continued its relentless advance towards the puppeteer. Seeing this, the puppeteer could only chuckle bitterly to himself. Truly, leaning against the boulder, he closed his eyes, awaiting his impending demise. However, a sudden, deafening sound erupted before him, prompting the puppeteer to open his eyes and witness several puppets, adorned in white robes, blocking all the slashes. What is this? The Jinmatsu 10, crafted by the illustrious puppeteer ancestor, Wenzamon. Each of these 10 puppets possesses unique weapons, ninja tools, and offensive capabilities. More crucially, the puppeteer controlling them was none other than Chiyo, the foremost puppeteer of the Sand Village. The Konoha ninjas across from them recognized this immediately. "Be careful, Lord China-C," an alarmed Konoha ninja shouted, realizing the gravity of the situation. Yet it was too late. From the ground, 2 steel wires suddenly emerged, ensnaring China-C's legs. "Now, let us see how you escaped," that a voice, aged yet filled with a chilling aura, echoed from above. China-C looked up to see shadows cast down upon him by the sunlight. Puppet technique. Assault. A female puppet with a red bob haircut brandished 2 large blades, crossing them as they descended towards China-C. "The agony of having my head severed is something I have longed for you to experience." White Fang. The blade sliced through China-C's neck, while the female puppet landed behind him down on the small rocky beach. All the Konoha ninjas were momentarily rendered speechless, gazing in disbelief at the unfolding scene. How is this possible, Lord China-C? However, Chiyo, who was operating the puppets from the ground, wore a puzzled expression. The sensation just now fell off. Suddenly realizing something, Chiyo yanked her puppets closer, positioning them for protection. Bang! As the blade cleaved through the head of the bull-headed puppet, China-C's figure emerged. How resilient! Truly worthy of being the proud creation of the puppeteer ancestor, Wenzamon. It is certainly not so easily dealt with. Having failed to land a blow, China-C swiftly retreated, increasing the distance between himself and Chiyo's puppets while analyzing the structure of these 10 puppets in hopes of identifying their weaknesses. Meanwhile, the Konoha ninjas also regained their composure, turning their gazes towards China-C, who was still ensnared by Chiyo's puppets that in the sunlight. China-C's body began to dissolve like a soap bubble, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors as it caught the light. Paper drawing. Water shadow clone, that be why merging the powers of paper drawing and water chakra. China-C could evade the enemy's constraints while leaving behind a water shadow clone that differed enough to confuse the adversary. As the enchanting bubbles dissipated, the Konoha ninjas beheld Shinase confronting Chiyo, who was commanding the Jamatsutanda. Just then, over 20 puppeteers leaped before them, controlling their puppets. This was indeed troublesome. Chapter 50. The calm before the storm, traversing the rocky path strewn with debris. Sarutobi Shinazuke led a contingent of Konoha ninjas onward into the distance. Halt. Standing at the forefront of the ranks, Sarutobi Shinazuke gazed intently into the distance, his brow slightly furrowed as if sensing an unusual occurrence. Simultaneously, the Leaf Ninja beside him understood the unspoken cue and swiftly advanced, confirming that there was no imminent danger. Following this, Sarutobi Shinazuke leaped forward. Upon closer inspection, on the somewhat desolate Gobi, 3 headless corpses lay scattered across the ground. The puppets appearing unscathed, with no signs of battle etched into the terrain. These myriad details indicated that a devastating confrontation had indeed taken place at that moment. A Leaf Ninja approached the corpse of the Sand Ninja puppeteer. Examining the wounds, such techniques, without the slightest hesitation, he merely glanced at the injury and instantly recognized the sword style that had inflicted it. The fierce swordsmanship, the cut left by an unsheathed blade, and the residual damage caused by the transformation of lightning chakra. All of these have been deeply engraved in his memory, enabling him to effortlessly discern the origin of this technique. Lord Shinazuke. This is... Before he could elaborate further, Sarutobi Shinazuke waved his hand, signaling the Leaf Ninja to cease, that he was already well aware of the situation. The white fang sword technique appearing at the side of the puppeteer's corpse indicated that this was the work of Chihokushi. Gazing into the distance, Sarutobi Shinazuke inquired of the nearby Leaf Ninja, "We must be close to the puppeteer's main camp." "Yes?" "Indeed, Lord Shinazuke," replied one sensing ninja who had completed his reconnaissance. "Not far ahead lies the puppeteer's main encampment. But what is rather suspicious is, in my perception, there are no signs of Sand Ninja patrols in this vast area," that he continued, "logically speaking, even if one squad of patrolling Sand Ninja has perished, there should be traces of others nearby. Unless they are all dead at this moment." Sarutobi Shinazuke concluded the operational plan of Chihokushi. Did he intend to use himself as bait to delay the Sand Ninja? A commendable thought, but regrettably, I am not you. Lacking any intention to engage in a contest with Chihokushi, Sarutobi Shinazuke's temperament was far from impulsive. His assigned task was merely to impede the Sand Ninja puppeteer for a day. As long as he fulfilled this objective, the means to achieve it were inconsequential. Has action commenced at the main camp? He sought confirmation from the Leaf Ninja once more, to which an intelligence ninja nodded and responded. The main base has begun its operations. Lord Orochimaru and Lord Narashikaru have already departed with their teams. Very well, Leaf Ninja. Heed my command. From this point onward, all personnel must exert their utmost to establish a defensive line, remaining vigilant until we receive orders from the rear main camp. Remember, not a single Sand Ninja must pass through here. His voice resonated like a bell, his sharp gaze sweeping over the surrounding Leaf Ninja as Sarutobi Shinazuke continued to exhort. We must defend this line with our lives, using courage and determination to thwart the enemy's advance. If we can hold our ground here, we will secure more time for our comrades in other directions, laying a solid foundation for the ultimate victory of the Leaf. Yes, the assembled Leaf Ninja encircled Sarutobi Shinazuke, their resounding cries echoing their resolve. Thus, this contingent of ninja commenced fortifying their defenses, setting explosive tags, wire traps, and various other devices, crafting an array of obstacles at this crucial juncture for the puppeteers, whether they sought to advance southward for support or assault the Leaf's main camp. Gazing into the distance, Shinazuke had no intention of rendezvousing with Chihokushi. Their respective troop sizes varied significantly, with Chihokushi leading only a small contingent of ninja. His own strength, coupled with fewer personnel, allowed for more agile strikes and disruption of the Sand Ninja forces. In contrast, Shinazuke commanded a considerable number of troops, making swift maneuvers akin to Chihokushi unfeasible. Consequently, a stationary defense suited his strategy far better for the eventual outcome of Chihokushi and his team. It was of no concern to Sarutobi Shinazuke. After all, Chihokushi was acting under Lord Orochimaru's orders, and it bore no relevance to him. Thus, Sarutobi Shinazuke could only offer a silent prayer, hoping that Chihokushi possessed the abilities of Hatake Tsukumo. Otherwise, he would be unable to retrieve his remains, Meanwhile, such a significant mobilization on the Leaf's part did not go unnoticed by the Sand Ninja. Within the Sand Ninja puppeteer's main camp, Hai Laotsong listened to the reports of his subordinates and could not help but smile broadly. The time for action had finally arrived. It was worth our prolonged wait. Glancing back at the puppets confined behind him, Hai Laotsong gently patted the cage's wall, wishing that the Leaf would appreciate the grand gift he had prepared for them. Turning around, the normally composed Hai Laotsong issued battle commands with a calm demeanor to go, inform the Rain Country that the lumbering operation has commenced. Yes, replied a Sand Intelligence ninja kneeling before Hai Laotsong. Following this, Hai Laotsong surveyed the prepared Sand Ninja puppet troops and declared loudly, "Now, advance on all fronts. The target is the Leaf's main camp. Leave no Leaf ninja alive." The long-suppressed bloodlust erupted like a volcano, surging forth from the depths of their souls. 3 months, 3 long months, had passed, allowing the Leaf to bask in their victories. Even a tortoise would be enraged beyond measure, let alone these Sand Ninja, who harbored deep-seated animosities against the Leaf. Old grudges and new grievances would all be settled. Leaf. The Sand Puppeteers released their puppets, and in an instant, the sky above the Sand Ninja camp was filled with a chaotic dance of puppets. A sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Observing this spectacle, Hai Laotsong not only refrained from intervening, but nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely the fervor he desired. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to a Sand Ninja and inquired, "Where is my sister currently?" With the operation about to commence, the absence of the puppeteer's sole figure was far from acceptable. "Replying to you, my lord, according to the ninja who accompanied Lady Chio. She is situated precisely on our route to the Leaf's main camp. That so?" Upon hearing this, Hai Laotsong smiled. "Then that is fortuitous. I am quite eager to meet that man who has inherited the white fang sword technique of the Leaf." For this lifelong bachelor, his nephew was as dear as a son. Chapter 51. The actions of the rock ninja. Endless sheets of rain poured from the overcast heavens, forming delicate, unbroken silver threads that cascaded down to the earth. The seemingly unending downpour fell mercilessly upon every inch of land, transforming it into a vast, inundated expanse. The once dry and solid soil had become thoroughly soaked, rendering it a quagmire, as far as the eye could see. The world lay cloaked in this relentless rain, shrouded in a haze that obscured the distinction between land and water. Yet, in this inhospitable realm, traces of humanity could still be found beneath the surface. Within the dimly lit passage, a rock ninja donned in a crimson hat and tight-fitting red combat attire, embellished with brown jounin armor, with a red long sleeve on his left arm and his right arm bare, was venting his frustrations that we've been here for nearly 3 months now. When do you suppose we'll take action? I'm about to reach my limit. He performed the earth release technique, slapping his palm against the tunnel wall. And in the blink of an eye, the soil path, nearly saturated by rainwater, regained its firmness and dryness. Another rock ninja glanced upward at the now drip-free ceiling, nodding in satisfaction, and then turned to the disgruntled ninja to offer some reassurance. "Just hang in there a little longer. This isn't the land of Earth. It's perfectly normal." After reinforcing the passage, the rock ninja stepped over a small puddle on the ground and continued onward. However, having taken only a few steps, he turned back, scanning the surroundings before addressing the complaining rock ninja. "But I've heard that it won't be much longer." "Really?" The moment he heard this, the previously disgruntled rock ninja appeared quite elated. "How do you know?" "Well, you wouldn't know. I'm quite good friends with Lord Suchikage," he replied casually. "Is that true? I had no idea you had such connections." The mention of Suchikage Inoki, the third of the Rock-Hidden Village, who was also the commander of the upcoming operation in the Rain Country, was indeed significant. Such a status was impressive, and anyone who could claim friendship with Lord Suchikage was undoubtedly remarkable. Contemplating the prospect of attaching himself to someone influential, the previously discontented rock ninja quickly donned a smile, engaging in amiable conversation. Within the dim tunnel, the two rock ninjas conversed jovially, while at that moment, their conversation subject was in a state of utter disarray. "Lord Jiraiya, please endure for a few more days. I have received word that the Leaf will undoubtedly act within this time frame in a rather bright stone chamber." It was the time of youth, with a figure adorned in a red ninja hat, possessing a pronounced nose and a chin barely beginning to sprout a beard. This towering individual was clad in a snug red combat suit, complemented by brown upper ninja armor. With a red long sleeve on his left arm and his right arm exposed, he was fervently attempting to reason with the irate individual before him. As the son of the third Suchikage, Huangtu found few in the rock village who dared to provoke him, yet among them stood the very person before him, clad in purple attire and armor. With fiery red hair tied in a ponytail and a bushy red beard, this was the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Oji. This man, who even the third Suchikage, Anoki, dared not confront, was certainly not one to be trifled with. Get lost, Huangtu, how many times must I tell you before you understand? It's always the same tired argument. My ears are about to develop calluses. Oji stood his ground, eyes wide with fury, veins bulging on his forehead. Hands planted firmly on his hips as he bellowed at Huangtu. His voice reverberated like thunder, filling the entire space with his wrath. 3 months. I've been stuck here for nearly 3 months. Why hasn't Inoki come to see me himself? Just a few words from him, and I'm confined here for 3 months, unable to step outside this room. How is that even conceivable? As the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Oji, who commanded the power of lava release, loathed the damp environment of the Land of Rain, especially being treated like a prisoner by the rock ninja. Thus, Oji, with his fiery temperament, was eager to leave this place. Were it not for Huangtu's occasional humanity and the fact that this was for the sake of the rock village, he would have long since used his lava release to break free. Upon hearing Oji's outburst, Huangtu could only force a smile. After all, what could he do as the son? It would be absurd to let his father be berated. Thankfully, in this moment of awkwardness, a figure arrived to his rescue. A rock ninja, dressed in a black robe with a spiky hairstyle, entered the chamber. Lord Huangtu, Lord Oji, we have received news from the Sand Ninja. Konoha has begun their operations. The logging plan is ready to commence. Ha! Upon hearing this, Oji, who had been seething with anger, erupted into laughter. Finally able to escape this wretched place, that he brushed aside Huangtu and strode towards the exit. Observing this, Huangtu made no effort to stop him. After all, the upcoming operation would require Oji and the power of the Four-Tails within him. Then let us proceed. After waiting for 3 months, it is time for a grand endeavor. Turning to the newly arrived rock ninja, Huangtu inquired, Sho, how is the explosive release unit prepared? Always ready, replied Sho, the commander of the explosive release unit, endowed with the bloodline limit of explosive release. Then let us mobilize. This time, we shall ensure that all Konoha ninjas in the Land of Rivers meet their demise there. Understood. The highest command was issued from the mouth of the commander, and the rock ninja forces swiftly gathered. In the dimly lit passage, numerous rock ninja converged in a single direction. After 3 months of preparation, the rock ninja troops had already excavated their underground passage into the territory of the Land of Rivers. They were now just one step away in a spacious stone chamber. A multitude of rock ninja assembled, led by Huangtu, facing a colossal wall of yellow earth and rock, confronting this seemingly insurmountable barrier. Dozens of rock ninja took a collective step forward. United with Huangtu, these rock ninja executed the earth release technique. Earth release. Earthquake core. The dozens of rock ninjas struck the ground forcefully and under the influence of the earth release technique. The thick, wall-like rock barrier shattered. Subsequently, brilliant sunlight streamed in from beyond the mountain, and the rock ninja beamed with pride at the sight. Huangtu raised his head to behold the unobstructed mountain path ahead and shouted, Rock ninja, advance! Yes, the roar echoed from the mountain, reverberating like the growl of a demon from the depths of hell, sending chills down spines. This terrifying roar shattered the tranquility of the forest, sending flocks of birds scattering in flight. Simultaneously, this deafening sound signified that Konoha was on the brink of an unprecedented crisis, with the invading rock ninja joining the battlefield of the Land of Rivers. Chapter 52. The Power of the J-Mon Clan on the Stony Beach. Sunlight cascaded like water over countless pebbles, casting a faint silver glimmer. The surroundings were eerily silent, as if the air on the beach had solidified, creating an inexplicable sense of oppression. Recently emerged from battle, the Konoha ninjas looked gravely at the Sand Ninja reinforcements, especially the figure at the forefront, Marahoshi Kokai, who glanced back at his disheveled comrades, his eyes betraying a hint of melancholy at this moment. In such circumstances, the disadvantages faced by the Konoha ninjas led by Chihoko were becoming evident. The combat prowess of the Chunin was still somewhat lacking, particularly as most among them hailed from civilian backgrounds and had previously served in logistics, rendering their combat capabilities even less noteworthy. That I end the earlier battle. Many had sustained injuries despite having the upper hand. Moreover, the longer they lingered here, the more reinforcements from the Sand Ninja would likely arrive, making it unwise to engage in a protracted struggle. Somewhat akin to the Konoha ninjas, the Sand Ninja nearby were also not in a rush to initiate an attack, unlike the already wounded ordinary Konoha ninjas. The new Konoha White Fang was of utmost importance. As long as they could capture him and prevent his escape, it would not matter if the rest of the Konoha ninjas fled. Thus, both sides, each with their own calculations, rarely engaged in a full-fledged battle. All ninjas at this moment turned their gaze towards Chihoko, awaiting his next move. Should they retreat or fight? Should they engage or pursue? All eyes were on this individual. However, unlike the grave expressions of the Konoha ninjas, Chihoko had no intention of retreating. He had exerted considerable effort to arrive here. Wasn't it his aim to lure the Sand Ninja into attacking him, only to take advantage of the opportunity to strike down the assailants and thereby weaken their forces? Ideally, he would incapacitate the Sand Ninja entirely. That if that were the case, the Rock Ninja's arrival would be a non-issue. Should the Rock Ninja truly assault, he could then turn around and confront them with full force, avoiding being caught in a pincer attack. Now was the optimal moment to achieve his first strategic objective. Chiyo, the foremost puppet master of Sunagakure and the supreme commander of the puppet army, must die. Once she was gone, the Sand Ninja's puppet forces would take a considerable time to reorganize, if they could manage it at all. Otherwise, they would be rendered immobile. Thus, Chiyo had to perish to in an unspoken agreement. Chiyo's initial impression of Chihoko was that this young boy must be eliminated. He was far too young, even younger than the legendary Hatake Tsukumo. And coupled with the skills he had just displayed, Chiyo was now certain that if she allowed him to live today, Sunagakure would face a far greater disaster, with skills rivaling the White Fang's swordsmanship, surpassing the White Fang's taijutsu, and even beginning to form a foundation in ninjutsu. Along with his mastery of chakra transformation, Chiyo resolved that for the future of Sunagakure, he could not be spared. Driven by personal vendetta and the weight of responsibility, Chiyo hesitated no longer. With a subtle movement of 3 fingers, 3 similarly shaped puppets leaped forward. Like a human tower, one puppet stood atop the shoulders of the other 2. And the 3 puppets crossed their arms, their mouths slightly ajar, revealing a mechanism inscribed with the characters for Buddha, Law, Monk, Puppet Technique, 3 Treasures Absorption. In an instant, a powerful vortex of suction emanated from the 3 puppets, drawing towards Chihoko. This is bad. The sudden pull caused Chihoko to stumble, nearly sending him flying. Thankfully, he reacted swiftly, planting 1 foot down and retreating. Yet Chiyo would not allow him to escape so easily. The chakra threads connecting to the puppets glowed brightly, and a surge of chakra flooded into them, amplifying the suction force of the 3 Treasures Absorption technique. The unexpected, overwhelming suction felt like an invisible giant hand, dragging surrounding debris and dust into the air, forming a colossal vortex at the center. All matter being absorbed would be crushed under the immense pressure, and if a person were to be sucked in, they would undoubtedly be obliterated. Chihoko felt the oppressive force and tightened in alarm, realizing he needed to escape quickly. The consequences of failure would be dire. However, the suction was relentless, pursuing him wherever he fled. Proving to be quite troublesome that in light of this, he gazed at the 3 puppets with a wicked grin. You enjoy sucking, do you? Then let us see how much you can handle. With a swift lateral kick, merging lightning chakra with his Gale Foot technique, Chihoko unleashed an attack towards the 3 puppets. Gale Foot, Thunderbird. The colossal, thunderous Thunderbird charged at 3 skeletons and the formidable Chiyo standing behind them. Observing the situation, Chiyo deemed it unnecessary to employ her puppets to counter such a lightning-infused assault, especially after struggling to capture Chiyo. With a deft motion of her hand, the 3 puppets swiftly dispersed, evading the Thunderbird's wrath. Undeterred by her initial failure, Chiyo launched another attack. The 2 puppets, connected by 5 chakra threads from her hand, swung their arms toward Chiyo. Between the 2 claw-like puppets, a brilliant blue light flickered, and they clenched together. From one puppet, adorned with a yellow spherical head, an abundance of chakra erupted, forming a spinning blade reminiscent of a windmill. Simultaneously, the other puppet extended a long chain, hurling the wind blade puppet directly at Chiho. The windmill blade, a formidable force, surged toward Chiho, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, shattering nearby boulders into fragments. Dust and debris swirled about, creating a tempestuous scene, while the ground bore deep gashes from the onslaught. Filling the air with the acrid scent of pulverized earth, Chiho narrowly dodged several strikes, but as the wind blade approached once more, 3 puppets materialized behind him. With a resounding crash, the sword, Shiroyuki, intercepted the wind blade. Faced with the impending threat of the puppets, Chiho swiftly executed a series of slashing attacks, Rasengan. The attacks aimed at the puppets, but Chiho, anticipating his moves, skillfully maneuvered to evade them, her puppets lunging toward Chiho with lethal intent. Yet, Chiho was far from an easy target. Releasing a surge of lightning chakra from his hands and the blade of Shiroyuki, he unleashed a torrent akin to thunder in a tempest, swift and azure. In the blink of an eye, Chiho launched a barrage of strikes, severing all blades in his path, including the chakra-infused windmill blade. The tremendous recoil propelled the surrounding puppets away from him, affording him the chance to retreat a short distance. Onlookers, both from Konoha and Sand, were left in awe at the display of power from the newly appointed Konoha White Fang. The Sand ninjas, however, felt an escalating desire for Chiho's demise, but regrettably, their strength was insufficient to bring their wishes to fruition. Relying instead on Lady Chiho, Chiho stood firm, her expression grave as she assessed the situation, realizing that Chiho was indeed a formidable adversary. 5 puppets were simply inadequate to subdue him. Nonetheless, she refrained from deploying all her puppets. Fully aware of the dangers of leaving herself unguarded against the renowned swordsmanship of the White Fang, Chiho, equally troubled by this predicament, recognized that facing the 5 remaining puppets head-on was futile. Resolutely, he bit his fingertip, allowing blood to drip onto the ground. Summoning technique. With 5 puppets surrounding him, he would not hesitate to call for reinforcements. With a loud bang, a towering S-Shark materialized before Chiho, ready to assist in the fray. Without delay, S-Shark, adorned in wooden sandals, assumed the stance of Fishman Karate. Fishman Karate. Tang grass tile punch. As the punch surged forward, it manipulated the moisture in the air, unleashing a shockwave from the blue fist that sent the surrounding puppets flying. Seizing this opportunity, Chiho, enveloped in a radiant aura of lightning, charged toward Chiyo's core. The deal you wish to take the old woman's life. Chiyo, sensing Chiho's intent, chuckled softly, declaring it would not be so simple. Manipulating 8 puppets, she directed them toward Chiho and S-Shark, challenging them to reveal the true capabilities of the summoned beast. However, both Chiho and S-Shark had no interest in answering her query. Their figures became ensnared by the 8 puppets, as lightning crackled and torrents of water surged. The puppets, each uniquely designed, unleashed a myriad of mechanisms upon Chiho and S-Shark as the battlefield transformed into chaos. Filled with flying debris and toxic mists, this scene sent shivers down the spines of the Konoha ninjas. Would Chiho be all right? Fortunately, after a brief tumult, the chaotic situation began to clarify. Water strike to AT last. Seizing the opportune moment, S-Shark swept his palm across the water's surface, launching a torrent of droplets toward the puppets. Like a downpour, the droplets struck the 8 puppets with the force of boulders. After several skirmishes, Chiho had discerned the structural weaknesses of these puppets. Though they were the proud creations of the legendary puppet master, Bunzoman, Chiho's ingenuity allowed him to exploit their vulnerabilities. The water droplets pierced the puppets' fragile mechanisms, and in an instant, the 8 puppets became completely incapacitated. Seizing the moment, Chiho, radiating with lightning, gripped Shiroyuki firmly at his back, positioning himself in a stance ready to strike. Lightning flash. With a fierce thrust, Chiho surged forward toward Chiyo. Slash, as his rapid advance caught everyone off guard. He lunged toward Chiyo, his electrified blade aimed at her neck, showcasing the full extent of his lethal intent. Yet, Chiyo, well-versed in the ways of battle from her extensive experience in the ninja world, quickly sensed the peril befalling her puppets. Without hesitation, she commanded the 2 remaining puppets to form a chakra shield. The mechanized light shield. Though the blue chakra shield had not fully materialized, it momentarily blocked Chiho's blade. The strike intended for a fatal blow was slightly delayed due to Chiyo's intervention. Thus, she narrowly evaded the lethal encounter, yet not without consequence, as her left arm was caught in the onslaught. Diana flash. The sharp blade carved through the air, slicing through the chakra's shield, and with an unmistakable sound, Chiyo's black robe was severed, the fabric swirling in the air. Moments later, the blade pierced flesh, accompanied by a dull thud as her left arm, along with the torn sleeve, flew into the air, tracing a crimson arc in the sunlight. Lady Chiyo, realizing the gravity of the situation, the sand ninjas, previously in disbelief, rushed to her aid. However, the Konoha ninjas were relentless, obstructing their path with unwavering resolve, despite some of them being in dire straits themselves, for the sand ninjas were notorious for their use of poison. Nevertheless, any rational individual would recognize the significance of the moment. If Chiyo fell here, it could very well cripple the sand village that if Chiyo succeeded in slaying her, their retreat would be assured. Yet Chiyo was not so easily vanquished. Observing Chiyo's precarious state, Chiyo intended to capitalize on her weakness and finish her off. With his blade raised, he aimed once more for her neck. However, the alert Chiyo commanded her sole remaining puppet to stand guard before her, its chakra shield fully deployed to protect both itself and her. The forceful strike collided with the chakra shield, propelling both Chiyo and the puppet away, creating distance between them and Chiyo. Cunning old woman. Witnessing Chiyo's resilience, Chiyo cursed under his breath. Coughing, Chiyo, one hand pressed against her wound, struggled to rise from the ground. Blood dripped from her throat, yet a faint smile of relief graced her lips. Boy, taking this old woman's life won't be so simple. With bravado, she proclaimed, "Look at the present circumstances. Today you shall not survive." Chapter 54. The coming assault by the edge of the pebble shore. Chienesi gazed upon the dying struggle of Granny Chiendai, a slight, cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With a decisive motion, he sheathed his blade once more, adopting the stance for a lethal strike. This blow will seal your fate. Without further ado, lightning surged once again from Chienesi. Meanwhile, to the side, S-Shark, standing upon the flowing creek, raised a hand as if grasping something tangible, hoisting a stream of water into the air, preparing to unleash it in a parabolic arc-tooth flash. Fisherman-esque gentle technique. Over-the-shoulder throw. With a sudden thrust of lightning, the water column shot forth. Two assaults converged from distinct directions upon Granny Chiendai, intent on entombing her here. Not far away, the sand ninjas bore witness to this grim scene. Their hearts filled with profound anxiety. They understood that Granny Chiendai, gravely injured, could scarcely withstand any further onslaught. Should these two deadly strikes land, even if she managed to utilize her remaining puppet to block one direction, the other would undoubtedly claim her life. Each sand ninja present could foresee the tragic fate awaiting their elder, yet they were helpless to intervene, mere spectators to her impending doom. The Leaf Ninjas, at this juncture, would sacrifice their lives to ensure that not a single sand ninja, nor a puppet, would pass. Now was the time for utmost effort. Bang! The snow-white sleeve struck against the chakra shield, halting Chienesi momentarily. Yet, not a flicker of anger crossed his gaze. He was evidently unfazed by the thwarted attack. "You blocked my strike, but what of the assault looming behind you, old woman?" A triumphant glint swept across his eyes as he surveyed the water column rushing towards Granny Chiendai. Hidden behind her puppet, laughing heartily, he declared, "Safe travels, old woman." However, Granny Chiendai exhibited neither panic nor fear in the face of her impending demise. That a faint, bitter smile graced her pale visage as she looked directly at Chienesi. Chuckling softly, "You wish to take my life? It shall not be so simple. Little brat, accompany this old woman to the afterlife." With a fierce tug on the chakra thread, the defensive puppet transformed instantly, its arm reaching out towards Chienesi, shifting from defense to offense. Suddenly, a blaze erupted from the puppet. What is this? Explosive tags. The multitude of explosive tags concealed within the puppet emitted a cloud of white smoke, startling Chienesi, who, realizing the impending explosion, swiftly sought to free himself from the puppet's grasp. Paper drawing body technique. By manipulating his body, hair, and internal organs with chakra, he compressed his form, reducing mass while enhancing speed. This technique enabled Chienesi to escape the puppet's restraints and roll backward. Boom! The explosive tags detonated en masse, while simultaneously, the water column crashed into the stationary Granny Chiendai, under the dual barrage. A thick cloud of dust enveloped the area, obscuring Chinasia's view of the situation. In an instant, all sounds and movements dissipated, leaving the sand ninjas frozen in place, their expressions filled with terror as they gazed into the dust-laden scene. It cannot be. It cannot be. Lady Chiendai will not come to harm. In stark contrast to the fearful sand ninjas, the leaf ninjas wore expressions of eager, and it is evident that the sand shinobi had long orchestrated this scheme. And to fulfill their objectives, they discreetly relocated the Jinchuriki of one tail. At this moment, Qianxi had fully grasped the situation. Initially uncertain, he had believed that the rock shinobi from the land of rain merely appeared there by coincidence, fearing that they might come here to engage in battle after acquiring intelligence from the land of rivers. However, it now seemed that from the beginning, the sand shinobi maintained a defensive formation for 3 months, alongside the hidden rock shinobi from the land of rain. All of this appeared to be a prelude to today's events. It was infuriating. The current predicament was beyond the capacity of Qianxi to resolve alone. He was but a solitary figure leading a handful of chunin, ill-equipped to confront the vast armies of the sand and rock shinobi. This was no trivial matter. At present, Qianxi had grown weary of pondering where the issues on the Konoha side lay. The sand and rock shinobi had dug such a deep pit, and Konoha had not even sensed it. Not only that, but they had also jumped headlong into it. Truly, how incompetent were the intelligence personnel in Konoha? Or perhaps someone had deliberately orchestrated this point. One must remember, the hostile intelligence concerning the land of rivers was managed by the Root organization. Did his former superior truly possess such audacity? Perhaps yes, perhaps no. Qianxi was uncertain, as this was merely speculation on his part, devoid of any evidence to make matters worse. He currently lacked specific intelligence on the rock shinobi. Had they even made any moves? There had been no word from the likes of Yamashita, which was quite troubling. This left Qianxi at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. Should he flee or stay, being caught in this predicament? Every passing moment heightened the danger. Logically, he ought to retreat directly to the rear. However, if he did so now, it would be tantamount to fleeing from the battlefield. His mission was to impede the sand shinobi from interfering with Konoha's operations. If he withdrew now, leading to a disastrous failure for Konoha, he would undoubtedly face repercussions, whether from Orochimaru or those from the Root organization. Konoha, as the foremost village in the shinobi world, would certainly not let him off easily. If he wished to avoid death, he would have no choice but to become a rogue shinobi. Although Qianxi bore no psychological burden regarding the prospect of becoming a rogue. Had it truly come to this, he still had plans within Konoha. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he did not intend to sever ties with Konoha just yet. With insufficient intelligence, Qianxi was also ill-informed about the current state of the battlefield, leaving him unable to make a decisive choice. Damn it, in the future, he must gather more individuals to scout for intelligence. This blindness was exceedingly frustrating. Fortunately, his prior arrangements had finally borne some fruit. Ahead, a familiar figure emerged before Qianxi and his companions. "What brings you here?" A ninja who recognized Yamashita approached him. However, before Yamashita could respond, Qianxi swiftly shoved the Konoha ninja aside and firmly grasped Yamashita's collar. Inquiring in a low voice, "What is the status of the rock shinobi?" Sensing Qianxi's cold intensity, Yamashita, who had been panting, hastily replied, "They have crossed the Chri Gorge and are heading this way." Upon hearing this, all the ninjas present exchanged incredulous glances with Qianxi. The rock shinobi were indeed coming. Internally, they harbored some dissatisfaction regarding Qianxi's decision to send those lower-ranked ninjas to the leisurely Chri Gorge. However, Qianxi's prowess had quelled their sentiments. But now, all prior grievances and doubts evaporated in an instant. Was it foresight, or had Qianxi received some intelligence beforehand? Such considerations became trivial. The pressing matter at hand was what to do next. With the sand shinobi at their rear and the rock shinobi above, it was a situation fraught with peril. The ninjas present were engulfed in shock and unease. Some instinctively clenched their fists, palms glistening with cold sweat. Others began to murmur anxiously amongst themselves, their voices laced with tension and concern. The atmosphere was thick with a palpable sense of apprehension, as if it could erupt at any moment. Yet, Qianxi had no time to console these individuals. grasping Yamashita-Chiya's collar. He pressed on with his questioning. Which rock shinobi are approaching? I do not know. Yamashita-Chiya scratched his head with one hand, offering a sheepish smile that we were merely following your orders, master. Upon detecting the presence of the rock shinobi, we hurried back to inform you. Did I ask that so? Though Qian Hixi was dissatisfied with this response, he did not take it out on Yamashita-Chiya. Sending those lower ninjas to engage the rock shinobi and ascertain their troop movements was akin to sending them to their deaths. It was likely that many would perish at the Re-Gorge at this point. Qian Hixi realized he needed to reflect on the path Yamashita-Chiya had taken to arrive. Where are the others? He queried, looking at Yamashita-Chiya with confusion. In response. Yamashita-Chiya quickly explained. We encountered Lord Shino and his ninjas on our way back, that I instructed those lower ninjas to return with them to report to Lord Shino. Observing the faint smile on Yamashita-Chiya's face, Qian Hixi felt a flicker of appreciation. Sending the lower ninjas to safety while a Chunin risked danger to seek out their elusive group was indeed commendable. Releasing his grip on Yamashita-Chiya's collar, Qian Hixi commended him. Well done, Yama. After this, I shall advocate for your commendation to Lord Orochi. It's nothing really. Then lead the way, as Qian Hixi's appointed commander for scouting at the Re-Gorge. He had not provided Yamashita-Chiya with contact information. However, Uchiha Aya and a few others certainly possessed means to notify Qian Hixi in this context. Why had Yamashita-Chiya personally come to find them? Was it not to prevent them from lingering here in ignorance of the situation at the rear, ultimately falling into peril? Of course, the most crucial aspect was that this presented an excellent opportunity for face-to-face interaction. Nevertheless, Qian Hixi had no intention of turning hostile over this matter. He recognized the underlying motivations without voicing them, in a sense. This was the second time Qian Hixi owed Yamashita-Chiya a favor. Since Yamashita-Chiya had taken the risk, Qian Hixi was not one to be parsimonious. Favors must be acknowledged and reciprocated. Chapter 56. The Wrath of Sarutobi Shino. What do you mean by this? We have urgent matters to report to Lord Sarutobi Shino, that if this delays critical issues, can you bear the responsibility? On the Gobi, Yuzuki Akane stood with one hand on her hip, shouting at the Konoha ninja blocking her path. The Konoha ninja, who stood in front of Yuzuki Akane and Uchiha Aya, cast a cold glance at her, a sneer of disdain curling his lips. Who do you think you are? What significant intelligence could you children possibly possess? Are you trying to fabricate some importance to cover for your retreat? He scanned Yuzuki Akane and the recently returned Konoha Chunin with a derisive gaze, his tone dripping with contempt, as if he were regarding a fool who overestimated their worth. He held these individuals in considerable disdain. Previously, these ninjas had followed that young punk Qian Hixi without question, completely disregarding Lord Shino. They had departed in such a huff, and now they returned inexplicably, claiming to possess vital intelligence that in his view, they had likely encountered danger ahead and were using the pretext of important intelligence to retreat in disgrace. Now, these lower ninjas had returned, and soon that young punk would undoubtedly follow suit. Hearing the mockery from this Konoha ninja, Uchiha Aya, standing beside Yuzuki Akane, lost her temper and retorted, "You're the one who fled. We discovered the presence of the rock shinobi and specifically came to report. If you lose the opportunity for battle due to your negligence, I will hold you accountable." However, the Konoha ninja blocking their path only deepened his look of disdain upon hearing Uchiha Aya's words. He scoffed derisively, raising his chin in a provocative manner. "The Uchiha clan, others may fear you, but my Sarutobi clan does not care. The rock shinobi's presence. Don't think you can just concoct some excuse and get away with it. I am not that easily fooled." He stepped forward, fixing a scrutinizing gaze on Uchiha Aya, his tone dripping with clear derision. "The rock shinobi situation has already been arranged by Lord Orochimaru. The intelligence department has already gathered information." His words were laden with distrust towards both Uchiha Aya and Yuzuki Akane, clearly doubting their capabilities. In his eyes, these individuals, including that young punk Qian Hixi, were merely seeking an excuse to evade responsibility. By saying this now, are you questioning the competence of the intelligence department or even the battle orders of Lord Orochimaru? Faced with the scorn of the Konoha ninja, Uchiha Aya found herself momentarily at a loss for words. After all, Orochimaru was not merely her mentor, but also the supreme commander of all Konoha ninjas from the land of rivers. To question the orders of the highest commander on the battlefield could lead to her immediate subjugation. and none would dare speak against it. Observing Uchiha Aya's flustered demeanor, the ninja from the Sarutobi clan let out a disdainful huff, thinking, "To challenge me, little one, you would do well to grow for another couple of years." Just as Uchiha Aya and Mitarashi Anko were rendered speechless by the ridicule from the Sarutobi ninja, the commotion caught the attention of Sarutobi Shinizuke, who was patrolling the defensive installations nearby. Approaching, he spoke in a deep and authoritative tone, inquiring, "What has transpired here?" Upon seeing Shinizuke approach, Uchiha Aya was about to step forward to report, but unfortunately, the Sarutobi ninja interjected first. "Lord Shinizuke." The obstructing Sarutobi ninja immediately retracted his derisive expression, replacing it with one of feigned respect, claiming that these lower-ranked ninjas had important intelligence to report, though I suspect they are fabricating excuses. "You dare to turn the tables?" Upon hearing this, Mitarashi Anko erupted in anger, exclaiming, "Lord Shinizuke, this individual is speaking nonsense. We have crucial matters to report to you." However, before Anko could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by the Sarutobi ninja. That's so. A group of lowly ninjas who have been absent for only a short while. What significant intelligence could you possibly have uncovered? Are you implying that Konoha's intelligence operatives are mere idlers? Enough! Silence! Sarutobi Shinizuke furrowed his brow, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the disputants, clearly displeased with the situation at hand. His voice was low and commanding, resonating like thunder, instantly silencing everyone present. The authority of Sarutobi Shinizuke among the Konoha ninjas was not to be underestimated. His eyes roamed over Mitarashi Anko and Uchiha Aya before settling on the obstructing Sarutobi ninja, ultimately landing on the Konoha lower-ranked ninjas trailing behind Uchiha Aya. Shinizuke was aware that these individuals had also accompanied Chihoko on their mission, evidently returning alongside these three young ones, with a piercing gaze. He addressed the Konoha ninjas, demanding, "Tell me what occurred." The Konoha ninjas exchanged glances, and finally, an elder ninja stepped forward to report. He recounted in detail everything from their departure with Chihoko to the detour they took towards the flowing canyon, and their subsequent discovery of the traces of rock ninjas. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Shinizuke's expression grew serious as he pressed further. How many rock ninjas were there? And what was the specific situation? Caught off guard by the question, the Konoha lower-ranked ninja stammered, unable to provide precise intelligence. Noticing the hesitation of the Konoha ninja, Sarutobi Shinizuke's countenance darkened, his brow knitting tightly as an aura of authority enveloped the atmosphere, rendering it stagnant. His voice, heavy with anger, thundered, "You dare return to report without having ascertained concrete intelligence. Do you understand what this implies?" His words struck like a heavy hammer, reverberating in the hearts of all present. The Konoha lower-ranked ninjas bowed their heads, avoiding the piercing gaze of Sarutobi Shinizuke, feeling the searing heat of his wrath. "Intelligence is one of the most crucial weapons on the battlefield," he continued, his tone unyielding. "Without accurate intelligence, what do you expect me to do? In a certain sense, you are merely sowing discord among the ranks, akin to deserters." His sharp gaze swept around, seeming to pierce through each individual. Even Mitarashi Anko, Uchiha Aya, and Yunyu Shifeng felt the weight of this pressure, their hearts tightening involuntarily. It was no wonder that Sarutobi Shinizuke was so enraged. Such a reality could not allow for even the slightest misstep. If he were to act on this information, only to later discover it was a false alarm, with no rock ninjas present, merely a coincidental encounter with a few, who would bear the responsibility for the failure of Orochimaru's entire strategic plan due to an unguarded position against the Sand Ninjas? However, to remain indifferent was equally impossible. Sarutobi Shinizuke could not afford to gamble with such matters. Thus, he found himself in a dilemma, his anger boiling over. Feeling the intensity of Sarutobi Shinizuke's fury, the Konoha lower-ranked ninjas knelt on one knee, trembling as they confessed, "Lord Sarutobi, it was our oversight. We are willing to make amends that we will now ascertain the specifics regarding the rock ninjas." Left with no choice, the tremors of their conscience weighed heavily upon them. They could not afford to resist. Unlike Uchiha Aya and her companions, who held the status of Orochimaru's disciples, these ninjas had nothing to back them. The risks of going on such a mission were dire, and refusing would lead to certain doom. Sarutobi Shinizuke's gaze remained sharp, yet upon witnessing the sincerity of these ninjas, his fury subsided slightly. However, as he turned his attention to the figures of Uchiha Aya and her companions, A sense of irritation welled within him. What a nuisance. He knew that Uchiha Aya and her companions had acted alongside these ninjas. If he were to dispatch only them, what would others in Konoha say behind his back? Yet if he sent these three young ones on such a perilous mission, and something were to happen, he would have no explanation to offer Orochimaru. Another dilemma arose. Truly vexing that at this moment, Sarutobi Shinnezuke was exceptionally agitated. And he even began to harbor some resentment towards Chihoko, for most of these troubles stemmed from her actions. Chapter 57. Convergence in the Open Space. Sarutobi Shinnezuke pondered for a moment, ultimately concluding that given the abilities of these lower-ranked ninjas, even if they were to go, they might not return with the intelligence he required. You are no longer needed. With a wave of his hand, he instructed the guards beside him, take these individuals away. We shall discuss this later. Not in a hurry to punish these ninjas, he decided to wait until after the operation concluded. Lord Shinnezuke, the Konoha ninjas, still kneeling, attempted to plead their case, but the guards surged forward to block their path. Seeing this, everyone lowered their heads in resignation. They had no power to resist. Not only they, but Uchiha Aya and her companions were also swept into this predicament. The Sarutobi ninja had approached Uchiha Aya's trio, roughly pushing them along. Come now, you three little cowards. At a single shove nearly sent Uchiha Aya tumbling to the ground, but she managed to steady herself. Turning around in indignation, she glared at the ninja, retorting, I'm not a coward. Who are you to decide that, little Uchiha? The Sarutobi ninja, reveling in his triumph, taunted, What, do you wish to fight me? Come on, come at me, bang. A solid fist struck the Sarutobi ninja squarely in the face, sending him flying, rolling across the ground several times before colliding with a rock and losing consciousness. What, is the Sarutobi clan so weak? Dusting off his hands, the suddenly appearing Uchiha Itai observed the scene with a mocking glint in his eyes. Turning to Sarutobi Shinnezuke, upon witnessing this spectacle, several ninjas beside Sarutobi Shinnezuke moved to intervene, but he raised a hand to stop them. Itai, you have no authority here. You are merely a temporary ninja assigned to this location. You hold no position here. Sarutobi Shinnezuke recognized Uchiha Itai, having been rivals since their days in the Ninja Academy. The little kite from back then certainly has grown bold, a vein throbbing on his forehead. Sarutobi Shinnezuke managed to restrain himself, stating, I won't engage with you now, but understand that this is under my command. Desertion on the battlefield is met with the harshest of military laws. Even a mud doll retains some measure of anger. What more can be said of Sarutobi Shinnezuke? He had initially hoped to downplay the situation due to Orochimaru's involvement, but now it was imperative to teach Uchiha a lesson. Yet upon hearing his words, Uchiha Itai retorted with derision, Look at you, all worked up? Are you not simply angry because these ninjas failed to gather specific intelligence on the rock ninjas, which in turn affected you? Same old temper. Getting flustered at the slightest issue. But fear not, little kite, considering our long-standing relationship, I shall inform you. After such a prolonged period, Daidai finally arrived here, and it was evident that he was not being idle. In the rear, he seized the opportune moment to ascertain certain circumstances. Although this nearly cost him his life, he ultimately managed to escape, bolstered by his own strength and the assistance provided by Uchiha Shana. On the side of the IWA shinobi, the third Tsuchikage, the son of Yakike-do, commanded the forces, with the renowned explosive release unit at the core of their ranks. Moreover, I also discovered the presence of the Four Tails Jinchuriki. Most critically, they were converging towards the Sunigakure forces that if they gathered together, I fear that your defensive line might not withstand even a quarter of an hour. His voice, though not raised, reverberated through the hearts of all present. What had he just uttered? IWA Shinobi K-Do, the explosive release unit, and the Four Tails. The Four Tails. How could this be possible? It was no wonder that the Konoha shinobi reacted so dramatically. After all, that was a tailed beast. A true weapon of war. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, with all eyes fixated on Sarutobi Shino and Uchiha Daitai, pondering their next course of action, with a brooding gaze fixed upon Uchiha Daitai. Sarutobi Shino inquired solemnly, Are you certain of what you say? Teach, if you don't believe me, then so be it. Uchiha replied disdainfully, for he had no inclination to lie if anyone else had made such a claim. Sarutobi Shino likely would not have believed them, but Uchiha Daitai was different. He understood this man well, but he never spoke falsehoods, and his words carried weight. Just recalling the time, he boldly proclaimed in front of the entire ninja academy that he would send Shino soaring into the sky like a kite. He actually followed through with it. He was indeed a reckless individual, yet he never resorted to deceit. Damn it. With the situation clarified, Sarutobi Shino cursed aloud. The circumstances were now painfully clear. But given their current strength, how could they possibly withstand the combined forces of IWA and Suna? Yet they had to put up a fight. Sarutobi Shino was no fool. Anyone could surmise the catastrophic consequences of the Suna and IWA forces breaching the Konoha stronghold. The lives of all ninjas on the front line now rested upon Sarutobi Shino's shoulders, and this immense pressure nearly left him breathless. His legs weakened, and he swayed dangerously close to collapsing. His guards rushed forward in a flurry, exclaiming, "Lord Shino, are you all right?" "I'm fine," he waved them off and stood upright again, taking a deep breath to steady himself. Observing Shino's distress, Uchiha Daidai couldn't resist a mocking remark. "Tisich, still as anxious as ever when faced with trouble. You're even worse than that guy." Following Uchiha Daidai's pointed finger, they noticed Chiyayashi leading a group of ninjas at the perimeter. Given the distance, it was likely that Chiyayashi had overheard the information Uchiha Daidai had just relayed. And indeed, Chiyayashi, standing at the forefront with a grave expression, was deep in thought. First, regarding the Suna forces. Although Chiyo had been incapacitated by him, the presence of the One Tail, along with the Puppet Brigade, made the Suna's strength formidable. Then, on the IWA side, Keidu, the Four Tails, and the Explosive Release Unit were brimming with morale. The combined might of both factions instilled a profound sense of pressure in Chiyayashi. As for Konoha, aside from him, there was scarcely anyone capable of halting the advance of those two-tailed beasts. However, if one disregarded the power of the tailed beasts, they might still possess the ability to fight back. First, in terms of top-tier combatants, Keidu could be countered by Sarutobi Shino, and Uchiha Daidai could take on the challenge posed by the One Tail. The remaining combat units would need to rely on their own valor in battle. IT was fortunate that Chiyo had been incapacitated. Otherwise, the situation would have been even more troublesome. With this in mind, Chiyayashi resolved to give it a try. For now, there was no need to retreat. Moreover, even in battle, he did not necessarily need to defeat the Two Tails, that he merely needed to delay them long enough for the Konoha main camp and the units engaged in combat to retreat safely. This objective was not insurmountable for him, as the power of his two shadow clones was sufficient. Yet, the most challenging aspect was not this. He scanned the surroundings, taking in the figures of everyone present. To achieve this goal, he required the full cooperation of those here. Chapter 58. Troop consolidation. The midday sun was somewhat oppressive, yet even bathed in such light, the Konoha ninjas felt no warmth. Instead, they were enveloped in an icy dread. An eerie chill clung to them, making the environment feel like a frozen abyss. Although their combat units were not without strength, it all depended on whom they faced. One Puppet Brigade from Suna was already enough to drain one's spirit, and if joined by the Explosive Release Unit from IWA, the situation would undoubtedly grow increasingly dire, perhaps even to a point of despair. It is crucial to understand that the explosive release technique of the IWA shinobi is a fearsome and devastating power. When these IWA ninjas unleash their explosive release simultaneously, the overwhelming explosive energy could instantly engulf the battlefield, reducing everything in its path to ruins. Neither sturdy defenses nor densely packed crowds could withstand the onslaught of such ferocious might. Yet, the most perilous aspect was the power of the Four Tails. That was beyond what the ninjas here could contend with. Its cataclysmic destructive force, akin to a natural disaster, would likely incinerate everything in its wake. If misfortune had not already struck, the anxious Konoha ninjas were soon met with further grim tidings. After surveying everyone present, Chiyayashi stepped forward and addressed Sarutobi Shino. "I have ascertained the situation regarding the Suna forces that in addition to the Puppet Brigade, the One Tails Jinchuriki, Fuku, and the Suna Advisor Kairo are also among them." Expressions akin to being struck by lightning appeared on the faces of all Konoha ninjas, who stared at Chiyayashi in a mechanical daze. What had he just said? Kairo, no, the One Tails. The combined forces of Suna and IWA contained only three-tailed beasts, yet they had deployed two of them here. This was clearly an attempt to ensnare them all. The Konoha ninjas were not fools. The current situation was all too clear. The Suna and IWA forces were intent on directly breaching the Konoha stronghold, subsequently severing the retreat routes of Konoha ninjas engaged in other battles. They aimed to capture them all in one fell swoop, and they were the only force capable of thwarting this insidious plot, risking their lives to hold back the combined Suna and IWA armies, buying crucial time for the main forces to regroup or retreat. But could they truly succeed with just their numbers? Sarutobi Shino's gaze swept across the Konoha ninjas, Uchiha Daitai, Chiyayashi, and others that a growing sense of panic began to radiate from him. This was utterly impossible, seeing the expression of Sarutobi Shino and the plummeting morale of the surrounding ninjas. Chiyayashi decided to dispense with any pretense. He stated plainly, "I propose we gather all ninjas and prepare for a counterattack." Indeed, Chiyayashi had no intention of waiting for the Suna and IWA forces to come knocking. Based on his deductions, once the Suna and IWA united, they would act like a clenched fist, no longer to be split apart. They would strike with unwavering precision towards the Konoha stronghold. Dividing their forces or taking detours would only waste time and energy, given the disparity in strength between Konoha and the Suna and IWA forces. It seemed likely that, as Daitai had stated, they would not last even a quarter of an hour before being overwhelmed. If that were the case, it would be better to consolidate their strength and face the Suna and IWA forces head-on. At least this way, they could maximize their chances of halting the enemy's advance. However, such a strategy was not universally accepted. The gap in strength was already vast. Gathering together might lead to their swift demise. One ninja beside Sarutobi Shino stepped forward, voicing his dissent. "I oppose your suggestion that we are facing the power of two-tailed beasts. Gathering all Konoha ninjas to confront them seems utterly reckless." His words trailed off, but everyone understood his implication. Indeed, considering the destructive capability of the tailed beasts, gathering in one place would spell disaster for them. "What do you propose then?" Before Chiyayashi could respond, Uchiha Daitai, standing nearby, scoffed derisively. "With this defense, we won't even last a quarter of an hour. If the Suna and IWA armies breach this point and reach the Konoha stronghold, what reason would remain for the survivors to defend anything? Or do you plan to flee when the time comes?" Enough. Sarutobi Shino, unable to contain his frustration, directed his ire towards the leaf ninjas beside him, exclaiming, "What time is it now? And yet you're still bickering." Indeed, as Chihosai had pointed out, they had no better options at this juncture. That it was far more advantageous to remain united than to scatter. Only together could their strength be fully realized for retreating. He need not mention others. He, the son of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, had no choice but to face death on the battlefield for the sake of the entire Leaf Village. Fleeing was not an option. Presently, he found himself devoid of alternatives. Having made his decision, Sarutobi Shino steadied his mind and calmly inquired of Chihosai, "We may attempt to mobilize the troops for now, but what of the formidable foes among the tailed beasts and the rock and sand ninjas?" The presence of a top-tier expert could decisively alter the course of a war in the ninja world. And regarding the rock ninjas, he mused that he could perhaps contend with Yoko. But what of the others? Who would lead the explosive release troops to hold the line? Sarutobi Shino refrained from glancing at the individuals beside him, well aware of their limitations that moment. Marahoshi Kukiai, standing behind Chihosai, stepped forward, saying, "If Lord Shino does not mind, I can give it a try." Senior Kukiai. While others might be unfamiliar with the lower-ranking ninjas of the Leaf, Sarutobi Shino certainly was not. Having known that Kukiai had once been taught ninjutsu by his father. Though possessing the rank of a mere Leaf ninja, his true prowess was undoubtedly on par with that of an elite jonin. "Then I entrust this to you without a moment's hesitation," Sarutobi Shino continued. "What of the Sand Ninjas' puppet troops, and the likes of Chio and Eyes? Is there anyone willing to attempt it?" Although he posed the question to the group, his gaze remained fixed on Chihosai, aware that Orochimaru had dispatched Chihosai here for precisely this purpose. However, Chihosai had already formulated a plan, turning slightly to address Uchiha Itai, who stood not far off. The power of his three-tomo Sharingan was sufficient to engage Eyes in battle. Victory was not the objective. Merely stalling would suffice. That I wonder if Itai-senpai would be willing to test the strength of the Sand Ninjas' puppet troops. Chihosai spoke earnestly to Itai, noting, "Chio, that old hag, has lost an arm at my hands, so she should be incapable of taking the battlefield now. Surely, a proud Uchiha would not shy away from confronting even Eyes." Upon hearing this, Itai cast a sidelong glance, muttering, "Do not attempt to provoke me. Such tactics are futile." It was worth noting that someone had previously remarked that he held no position here. His eyes darted towards Saratobi Shino. The implication clear. Meanwhile, Saratobi Shino was jolted back to reality by the news of Chihosai severing Chiyo's arm. While he marveled at Chihosai's strength, the time for such discussions had long passed, and as for the veracity of the claim, he held no significant doubts, for such matters could be easily verified. The most pressing concern was his rival. Gazing at Uchiha Itai, Saratobi Shino inquired solemnly, "Speak. What are your conditions?" "Not difficult. Simply allow me one more chance to unleash my power," came the reply, with no additional demands made. Itai was no fool. He understood that Saratobi Shino could not single-handedly dictate matters concerning the political landscape of the Leaf Village, as for aiding Uchiha Aya in fleeing. That was out of the question. The position of Hokage would never be granted to a coward, especially when the Uchiha clan had never feared warfare, that on the contrary, a competent Uchiha was always forged in the crucible of battle. With a teasing gaze fixed upon Saratobi Shino, Uchiha Itai awaited his response. Realizing he had no other reliable candidates, Saratobi Shino took a deep breath and, with resolve, declared, "Very well, it is settled." "Excellent," pointing decisively at Saratobi Shino. Uchiha Itai let out a hearty laugh. "Eyes and the puppet troops will be led by me to hold the line. Now, young one, can you withstand the onslaught of the four tails and one tail?" Turning his attention to Chihosai, Uchiha Itai asked with keen interest. All eyes turned to Chihosai, for facing a tailed beast, let alone two, was akin to confronting a natural disaster. Could this individual truly manage it? In response, Chihosai offered a faint smile, stating, "I can give it a try, as there are no other options available." Chapter 59, Confrontation with the Sand and Rock Ninjas on the desolate expanse of the Gobi. A gentle breeze stirred the sands, as Chihosai sat cross-legged upon a massive rock, meditating in preparation for the impending battle. Inside the laboratory, an experiment had just concluded, and as Chihosai opened his eyes, he surveyed the somewhat flustered but still efficient leaf ninjas below. Letting out a slow breath, he noted that he had already notified Orochimaru via a summoning snake that in his estimation, these ninjas could only hold off the advancing forces of the rock and sand ninjas for half a day at most. There was little choice. Perhaps top-tier experts had already been dispatched to delay the onslaught. However, the ordinary leaf ninjas here stood little chance against the puppet and explosive release troops. Half a day, what Orochimaru could achieve in that time would have to rely on him alone. As for the central combat zone, Saratobi Shino had already sent word. All that remained was to leave it to fate that a dry gust from the distance approached, stirring the sands as Chihosai sensed an unusual aura ahead. Rising to his feet, he exclaimed, "They're coming." Gazing towards the horizon, he beheld the figures of a blue and a red silhouette gradually materializing before them. It was the one-tailed Jinchuriki and the four-tailed Jinchuriki. In the distance, observing the flurry of activity among the leaf ninja forces, the four-tailed Jinchuriki, Aji, burst into laughter, finding it amusing that they had not fled in panic. "Since that is the case, I shall incinerate you all." Turning to the one-tailed Jinchuriki, Bunpuku, Aji grinned and asked, "What do you think, old monk? Care to join?" With hands clasped together, Bunpuku recited a Buddhist chant, his beads swirling rhythmically in his grasp. Quite dull," waving his hand dismissively. Aji retorted, "If you're not willing, then I shall take the lead." With a resounding clap of his hands, a torrent of fierce, crimson chakra erupted from Aji's form. Tailed beast transformation. 1 tail, 2 tails. Before long, Aji had fully transformed into his tailed beast form. His limbs no longer humanoid, but resembling a wild beast devoid of reason, emitting a chilling roar that echoed through the air. Yin and Yang chakra coalesced in the void, exuding an imposing aura. Tailed beast bomb. Opening with such a powerful move, he truly held them in high regard. Chihosai swiftly formed hand seals, striking the massive rock beneath him, summoning a surge of summoning runes that flared to life. With a resounding boom, 2 towering figures appeared beside Chihosai. The S-Shark and S-Bear stood at his flanks, their imposing forms instantly capturing the attention of all leaf ninjas. Yet, Chihosai had no time to elaborate on their presence. With his black gloves removed, he pressed his bear-like palms against both himself and S-Shark. The meatball fruit allowed its consumer to generate soft, bear-like meatballs in their palms, capable of deflecting any force. This included solids, liquids, gases, fatigue, pain, harm, heat, souls, slashes, shockwaves, energy, and more. All matter and energy could be repelled. Furthermore, it could send living beings flying in an instant. Chihosai and S-Shark found themselves hurled before Bunpoku and the now partially tailed beast Aji. How swift! Just as Bunpoku regained his composure and prepared to act, he saw Chihosai descending from the air. His feet moved rapidly, each step igniting visible shockwaves, with lightning crackling beneath him, producing a cacophony of electric sounds. Stormfoot, Thunderbird Rampage. With a thunderous shout, Chihosai unleashed a barrage of electric slashes that erupted from beneath him. These strikes took the form of birds, glowing with a dazzling blue-white radiance. Slicing through the air with piercing shrieks, akin to a flock of furious thunderbirds diving towards Bunpoku. Realizing the impending threat, Bunpoku swiftly raised his hands, his fingertips trembling in an instant. A torrent of sand surged from all directions, coalescing above him to form a sturdy sand wall. The wall unfurled like a flowing curtain, impenetrable and steadfast before him. As the thunderbird slashes collided with the sand wall, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air. Lightning and sand clashed violently, sending countless grains flying, creating a golden sandstorm in the sky. Meanwhile, against the partially tailed beast Aji, S-Shark unleashed his full strength, gathering water into a sphere in his palm as he prepared to strike. Fishman martial arts, ultimate technique, Wu-Rai Pass. His single, mighty punch, though it did not physically connect with Aji's form, unleashed a shockwave that slammed into him directly. Boom! The shockwave radiated from S-Shark's punch, propelling the tailed beast Aji away, causing the nascent tailed beast bomb to dissipate in the process. So powerful. Witnessing this scene, Funfu couldn't help but feel a sense of introspection that he had previously encountered the formidable S-Shark, yet he still underestimated the prowess of this spiritual beast. Just at that moment of distraction, a chilling voice resonated behind him that if you wish to travel, where do you intend to go? A towering figure suddenly materialized behind Funfu, observing the humanoid being as it raised its arm. A sudden tremor coursed through Funfu's heart, and sensing impending danger, he pointed with one hand, causing a sandy hand to emerge from the ground, seizing S-Bear's arm. Though I am unaware of your methods, your recent actions suggest they are likely related to what you wield. Spear technique. Thunderstrike in an instant, a finger, gleaming with lightning, pierced through Funfu's sandy armor, the force of the thrust propelling him backward. Following in the footsteps of Old Z, as he was sent flying by Qianhesi to be cautious. These old-timers possess remarkably high skill and combat acumen. Having rescued S-Bear, Qianhesi imparted this warning. Although Qianhesi's clones were modeled after the Shichibukai, sharing striking similarities in personality, they remained clones, inherently different from the originals. The Shichibukai had been seasoned by countless battles at sea, honing their combat quality to a high degree. Conversely, Qianhesi's clones had yet to mature, and their performance in battle still left much to be desired, particularly S-Bear, that S-Shark had been created earlier, having undergone some experiences, while S-Flamingo and S-Eagle had the opportunity to train over the past 3 months. However, S-Bear had spent the last 3 months confined to the laboratory, marking this as his inaugural battle. Thus his combat proficiency was undoubtedly lacking, that I understand. Casting off the remaining granules from his arm, S-Bear nodded expressionlessly, and the trio subsequently turned their gazes forward. As they did so, a tide of enemies surged forth, a dense mass of figures nearly blotting out the sun. Unable to contain themselves any longer, the rock and sand ninja armies decided to join the fray. Chapter 60. Arta's explosion on the Gobi Desert. The sun blazed like a furnace, scorching the cracked earth while heat waves distorted the distant horizon. 2 well-prepared ninja armies faced off on this desolate land, the air thick with tension and gravity. The eyes of the opposing ninjas burned with intensity, weapons poised and ready, with their objectives clear. Neither side was willing to retreat. The rock and sand ninjas aimed for the Leaf Village encampment behind the Leaf Ninjas, prepared to slay anyone who dared to obstruct their path. The Leaf Ninjas were equally aware of this. For the sake of the Leaf, they could not afford to yield an inch. Suddenly, a shrill whistle shattered the silence. Like a dam bursting, both armies erupted into thunderous battle cries, charging toward one another. Dust and sand billowed beneath their feet, creating a wave of brown hues. Amidst the flashing blades, chakra glimmered erratically. The dazzling display of ninjutsu illuminated the battlefield, as fire, water, and earth techniques intertwined into a grand, yet perilous tapestry. The ground erupted with craters, rocks were sent flying, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of burning. The battle had commenced, obliterating the tranquility of the Gobi Desert, replaced by fierce clashes and the relentless discharge of ninjutsu. This barren land had become a stage for the two ninja armies to grapple, every inch soaked in blood and sweat. Meanwhile, the highest commanders of both sides immediately clashed, without holding back. Sarutobi Shinojo summoned his contracted Monkey King. Clad in a white fur coat, long white hair billowing in the wind, the Monkey King, with his arms crossed and a leaf headband adorning his head, appeared remarkably youthful, as a member of the Sarutobi clan's ancestral summoning lineage. Although the number of Monkey Kings was relatively scarce, Sarutobi Shinojo had undoubtedly contracted one uniquely. His OW. It seems you have found yourself in quite a predicament, Shinojo, without needing to inquire further. The youthful Monkey King surveyed the surrounding carnage, grasping the situation. Your strength is needed now. Rising to his feet, Sarutobi Shinojo called out, Suro, transform. Adamant staff. Possessing an indestructible physique, the Monkey King could morph into a diamond staff. This transformed staff not only possessed the hardness of the Monkey King, but also boasted the ability to extend and retract freely. Without uttering another word, upon receiving the command, Suro leaped into the air, transforming into a staff about the thickness of a young man's wrist, with golden ends and a black middle, landing firmly in Sarutobi Shinojo's raised hands. Gripping the adamant staff, Sarutobi Shinojo swept it toward the advancing Tsuchi. The black staff elongated with a sweeping motion, akin to a steel whip striking towards Tsuchi. Yet as the son of the third Tsuchikage, Tsuchi was not so easily subdued. Unyielding in the face of the fierce assault, Tsuchi formed hand seals and promptly unleashed an Earth-style jutsu. Earth-style, Rock Fist. Taught by the third Tsuchikage, this technique allowed him to transform his hands into hardened rock fists, increasing their density and weight. Capable of delivering a powerful strike. Arms crossed, Tsuchi's stone fist slammed down upon the adamantine staff, the immense force halting Sarutobi Shinojo's advance, as expected of the third Hokage's son. You possess considerable skill, Tsuchi remarked, grinning. Mutual acknowledgement, Sarutobi Shinojo thought, having gauged Tsuchi's strength through their initial exchange, recognizing him as a troublesome adversary. Hearing this, Tsuchi no longer held back, completing his preliminary assessment as he leaped forcefully, launching his fist downward towards Sarutobi Shinojo. Since you are the son of Sarutobi Hisashi, prepare to meet your end. Bang. The forceful punch struck beneath Sarutobi Shinojo, causing the solid ground to fracture under the impact of Tsuchi's rock fists. Debris flew from the shattered ground, striking Sarutobi Shinojo as he dodged, causing him some discomfort. Yet, as the third Hokage's son, he would not retreat. Gripping the adamantine staff once more, he charged at Tsuchi again. Given both their strengths, this battle promised to be exceptionally fierce. Meanwhile, on another front, a battle even more intense was unfolding. The explosive release, a bloodline limit, endowed its wielders with the capacity to generate explosive power from their chakra. The most basic application, whether attached to other objects or concentrated within body parts, would result in an explosion upon impact with a target. Thus, few would dare to engage in close-quarters combat with an explosive release unit, as it was a surefire path to death. For this reason, Marahoshi Kogen had no intention of confronting the explosive unit head-on. Instead, he sought to maneuver around the defensive traps previously established by the leaf. After all, while he could explode, he was not invulnerable, and injuries from explosive tags, senbon, or shurikens would still affect him. Various traps encircled the explosive ninjas. Hidden wires lay beneath the rubble, explosive tags intertwined above, and an array of mechanisms concealed deadly surprises. Moreover, the Leaf Ninjas, led by Marahoshi Kogen, continued to harass and ambush, transforming the battlefield into a trap-laden maze that impeded the advance of the Rock Ninjas. "Damn it!" shouted a member of the explosive unit as he struck a boulder with his fist, causing chakra to explode upon impact, sending the trap-laden rock, which concealed a senbon launcher, soaring into the air. "These bastards are insufferable eels. Enough with the complaints. Clear a path quickly. We can't afford to waste time here." The spiky-haired Shika, observing Marahoshi Kogen luring them from a distance, resolved to disregard him and focus on clearing the obstacles. The various mechanisms along this defensive line had to be dismantled. Otherwise, their rear forces would be unable to advance with confidence that in truth, this task should not have fallen to the explosive unit. With the power of the tailed beasts, a few tailed beast bombs would suffice. However, all tailed beasts had been temporarily detained. Meanwhile, the Sand Ninjas' puppet troops could easily dismantle these lethal traps, yet the Leaf Ninjas were well aware of this and fought tooth and nail to prevent them from advancing. Thus, to avoid wasting time, Sheikah had no choice but to lead the explosive unit forward. At this juncture, the situation for both sides was clear. The Leaf's objective was to hold them off at all costs, while the Rock and Sand Ninjas aimed to break through the defenses as swiftly as possible to seize the Leaf encampment. Consequently, the explosive unit, typically unsuited for trap clearing, had to take the lead. Otherwise, would they fall for the Leaf Ninjas' bait? No, their target had always been the Leaf encampment behind. All explosive unit members assemble, target the Leaf encampment. Everyone attack with full force. Even if we must explode, let us carve a clear path. With a decisive wave of his arm, Sho proclaimed loudly, "Let us proceed," resolving not to waste any more time. The explosive release squad swiftly assembled in a line, each ninja adopting a stance of concentration. Their hands were tightly clasped as chakra coalesced around their fists at the commander's signal. Dozens of ninjas simultaneously struck the ground with their fists in an instant. The earth quaked violently, that a cacophony of deafening explosions erupted in succession, resonating like thunder across the barren expanse. The shockwaves generated by the blasts radiated outward at an astonishing speed, stirring up clouds of dust. The ground was instantly riddled with countless craters of varying sizes, debris scattering in all directions, while concealed traps were obliterated in the chaos. The aftershocks of the explosions triggered a web of fissures that rapidly spread like spider silk. Scorching waves of heat, mingled with dust, surged skyward. The entire battlefield was enveloped in a shroud of confusion, visibility plummeting. The tremors from the explosions persisted for several seconds, the ground still trembling slightly, as if the very earth quaked in response to this momentous impact. Advance! The numerous IWA ninjas trailing behind began to move forward, following the explosive release squad towards the Konoha encampment, paying no mind to the other Suna ninjas or the remaining IWA forces. Sho had received orders to break through this defensive line at all costs and head straight for the Konoha camp. The presence of Lord Tuchu and Lord Laozi ensured that everything would be resolved as per usual. On the other side, mirroring the situation of the explosive release squad, the Suna puppet forces were experiencing the madness of the Uchiha clan for the first time. There was no finesse involved, pure, unadulterated bombardment. Explosive tags and ninjutsu were unleashed incessantly upon the puppet forces, gathering a substantial amount of explosive tags, along with fire and wind release ninjas. Uchiha Daidai was in no mood to engage in a head-on battle with the puppet masters. Traps were out of the question. Only a fool would attempt to use such tactics against a master of mechanisms like a puppet master. Thus, Daidai's sole strategy was to detonate, and no matter how resilient the puppets were. A flurry of explosive tags would reduce them to mere fragments. As for whether there would be enough explosive tags, Konoha had an abundance of resources, and Sarutobi Shino had brought an ample supply to defend against the puppet forces of Suna. Half of the explosive tags in the Konoha camp had been procured by Sarutobi Shino. It was a necessity. Given that their ninjas were somewhat lacking in combat prowess, they resorted to alternative measures. As for what to do once the explosive tags ran out, that could be addressed when the time came. This moment, Daidai found himself inexplicably envious of those explosive release ninjas that he hurled 10 kunai, each adorned with explosive tags, into the fray, and for the first time, he experienced the exhilarating thrill of destruction. Meanwhile, the Suna puppet forces, forming an impenetrable wall of puppets, watched the explosive tags hurtling towards them with grim expressions. Although their tightly knit puppet battalion managed to intercept most of the explosive tags, their losses amounted only to puppets, with minimal casualties among the puppet masters. However, they had come here for a purpose. Having endured 3 months of bullying from Konoha, compounded by the recent injuries inflicted on their leader, Chiyo, the puppet masters were seething with anger. They had initially intended to teach the Konoha ninjas a lesson, but instead found themselves on the receiving end of relentless assaults. This was utterly vexing. Lord Ebisuzawa, perhaps, A puppet master beside Ebisuzawa, observing the unfolding scene, could no longer contain himself and attempted to voice his concerns. Yet, before he could finish, Ebisuzawa gently shook his head, signaling that no further words were necessary. As a shrewd strategist, Ebisuzawa was acutely aware of the situation. Although the Konoha ninjas appeared formidable at present, the explosive tags would eventually deplete, and their chakra would run dry. When that moment arrived, these individuals would merely be lambs to the slaughter. As for the Konoha camp, the IWA ninjas, led by the explosive release squad, were not to be underestimated. Based on intelligence received from the rear, it was evident that the reinforcements from Konoha were lagging significantly, and defeat was inevitable. There was no need for them to incur greater losses in exchange for a victory that was rightfully theirs. Chapter 61. The difficult war of attrition with a powerful push. The pressure cannon unleashed a shockwave in the form of a bear paw towards the Jinchuriki, Funboku, engaging in fierce combat. Sand and gravel flew as relentless assaults crashed down upon the sand curtain before Funboku. The violent currents of attacks stirred up vast clouds of sand, completely obscuring Funboku's figure, rendering the situation unclear to observers nearby. In the distance, certain specialized Sunin ninjas watched the scene with growing concern. Such a powerful assault. Would Funboku be all right? Although Funboku had long mastered the control of the one tail sealed within him, his advanced age raised alarms that prevent any unforeseen incidents. Sunagakure had assigned dedicated personnel to monitor him, ensuring prompt action in case of any issues with the one tail. Not at all. You underestimate him. The leading Sunin ninja, bearing a massive scroll, contemplated the obscured figure of Funboku. That individual had perfectly harnessed the power of the one tail. From within the sandstorm, the sand curtain surged skyward, resembling a colossal wave, churning the clouds. Then it came crashing down upon S-boom. Funboku no, the one tail, was finally making its move. Flowing sand waterfall, sand burial. The waves of yellow sand rolled forth, engulfing the earth and burying everything in their path, obliterating stones and tufts of grass, leaving only golden grains of sand in their wake that a gentle breeze stirred, ruffling Funboku's white beard and long brows as he clasped his hands together, softly reciting a Buddhist chant, his squinted eyes gazing skyward. Their S floated, encased in a massive, bear-paw-shaped air bubble, swaying gently with the wind. He observed Funboku below with an impassive expression. As expected that I end the distance. Chika's sure, who had refrained from immediate action, analyzed Funboku's condition, confirming his final hypothesis that a perfect Jinchuriki. Most Jinchuriki are at odds with their tailed beasts, risking their consciousness being eroded, and occasionally facing the danger of losing control. That in such circumstances, they could not fully unleash the power of their tailed beasts. However, when a Jinchuriki and their tailed beast come to mutual understanding and acceptance, they can master the chakra of the beast perfectly, earning the title of perfect Jinchuriki. Such individuals can completely release the power of the tailed beast within them and utilize it flawlessly, making them far more troublesome than ordinary tailed beasts. This moment, the wound inflicted on Funboku by Chika's sure not long ago had healed entirely under the influence of the tailed beast chakra. Standing atop the sand, Funboku calmly turned his head towards Chika's sure, his aged voice resonating as he remarked, though unsure whether this individual could be considered a summoning beast, the ability he displayed was indeed a first for him. Air cannon, accelerate your own movement speed, float in mid-air. Quite an impressive ability. The words of admiration flowed from Funboku's lips. To be honest, at his advanced age, he had never witnessed such a capability before. Yet, such formidable power did not belong to Sunagakure. What a pity. Though he was not fond of battle, Funboku understood the purpose of his assignment to this location. Therefore, when it came time to strike with lethal force, he would do so. With his hands clasped together, he forcefully brought them apart, and then slammed them together, spreading his legs as he unleashed the full extent of the power within him. Fiery red chakra surged from his abdomen, enveloping his entire being, transforming him into a hybrid of Buddha and beast. His right arm morphed into the sand demon hand, while beneath his monk's robe, a yellow-brown tail adorned with peculiar patterns emerged. However, despite his visage now resembling that of a tanuki, Funboku displayed no signs of distress. Finally, you intend to utilize my power. Old man Funboku, two different faces on one head, emitted distinct voices. creating an unsettling spectacle. Da-da. I must rely on you once more. Sand hands, that is, if the hands of the sand demon had reached forth, dozens of sand hands emerged from the vast desert, resembling the claws of malevolent spirits, reaching skyward towards S-. Simultaneously, the tanuki's tail seemed to possess a will of its own, lashing through the air as it manipulated the sand toward Chaka's shore. Continuous sand bullet rain. The tail of sand unleashed a barrage of spherical sand bullets, akin to a machine gun, targeting Chaka's shore with deadly intent. Damn it. With a quiet curse, Qin Si and S Xiaoxiong did not remain idle. They immediately sprang into action. Suspended in midair, S Xiaoxiong thrust his hands in various directions, propelling air cannons that caused him to maneuver like a nimble sphere, deftly evading the perilous grasp of the sand. Faced with the relentless sand bullets capable of piercing through rock, Qin Si realized that he could no longer hide after witnessing a massive boulder shatter into fragments. He needed to devise an alternative strategy. With a firm stomp, Qin Si stood his ground, eyeing the half-tailed beastified Fanfu on the sandy terrain and the incoming sand bullets once more. He swiftly formed hand seals, inhaled deeply, and unleashed water release. Water barrier. Chakra coalesced in his throat, and he expelled a torrent of water that spiraled into a protective wall, encircling him with an impenetrable defense. This special water barrier, derived from the second Hokage Senju Tobarama, was employed by Qin Si for the first time. After all the hard work he'd done for Danzo over the past 3 months, he deserved a sweet reward. Yet, he feared that this might be the last sweet reward he would receive from Danzo. The sand bullets struck the water barrier, their penetrating force seemingly thwarted by the barrier's rapid rotation, which reduced the bullets to mere grains of sand. The damp sand, now mixed with water droplets, fell to the ground, losing its former menace. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Si fixed his gaze on Fanfu, once again altering his hand seals. An unleashed water release. Water-severing wave, he expelled a high-pressure jet of water towards Fanfu, slicing through the remaining sand bullets in its path with astonishing power. However, Fanfu did not flinch, his twin tails extended, plunging into the sand before the water column. Shield of Shika, a massive surge of chakra erupted from his tail, compressing high-density minerals from the ground into the sand, forming a colossal and sturdy statue of Shikaku to intercept the water column. Chapter 62. The Clash with the Tailed Beast. Driven by immense chakra, the Shikaku statue shimmered in the sunlight, as if imbued with life. The water column surged forward like a roaring steel blade. Yet the Shikaku statue stood resolute, its massive form akin to an immovable mountain, firmly positioned in the path of the water column. Boom! The water column collided with the Shikaku statue, producing a deafening roar. The water, akin to a sharp blade, attempted to slice through the surface of the statue, but the mineral-infused sand, under the influence of chakra, had become exceptionally resilient. The water blades were forced apart, scattering into countless droplets, creating a fleeting curtain of rain. Despite the powerful impact, the Shikaku statue remained unyielding, silently proclaiming its invincibility. Though the water column was formidable, it could not penetrate the barrier forged from chakra and hardened sand. As time passed, the power of the water column gradually waned, ultimately dissipating into feeble ripples before the statue. Ah! Fanfu, now half-tailed beastified, emitted a voice reminiscent of Shikaku, his single yellow cross-eyed gaze fixed on Qin Si, who was still shielded by the water. Kid, your attack is utterly feeble. Let me show you my might. Having been cooped up within Fanfu for too long, Shikaku's restless spirit could no longer be contained. Now perish! The sharp shriek echoed through the sky as a massive, hardened spear materialized from the gaping wound in the Shikaku statue's abdomen, coalescing into the Shikaku spear. The spear, intertwined with earthy brown and sandy hues, shot towards Qin Si, its crimson patterns resembling blood, exuding an aura that sent shivers down spines. Upon witnessing this, Qin Si did not dare to underestimate it. He swiftly altered his hand seals, mobilizing a considerable amount of chakra, and unleashed a torrent of water. The spiraling water enveloped him at an accelerated pace, forming a dense water curtain in an attempt to withstand the approaching Shikaku spear. However, the crimson patterns on the spear seemed to imbue it with boundless strength, saturating the air with a chilling aura. The spear lunged towards the water curtain with lightning speed, piercing through it in an instant, causing the water to splash and scatter. The spear, relentless, penetrated layer upon layer of water, ultimately bearing down on Chinasi. Sensing the spear's overwhelming force, Chinasi's heart raced, prompting him to hasten the alteration of his hand seals, striving to channel more chakra to reinforce the water curtain. Yet, the already aggressive spear was further empowered by Shikata's feline tail adorned with violet patterns shot forth from behind the Shikaka statue, darting to the spear's handle. The tail coiled around the handle, transmitting immense power to the spearhead. Thus, the already fragile water curtain found itself utterly incapable of halting the spear's advance. Sizzle. Like steel slicing through fabric, the menacing spearhead pierced the water curtain, driving straight into Chinasi's shoulder. Blood erupted from the wound, splattering onto the already red-patterned spearhead, intensifying its lethal aura. Chinasi felt a searing pain in his shoulder, causing him to lose balance. He was struck by the tremendous force. Hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, the air whistled past his ears, and his vision blurred. In the midst of his tumbling, Chinasi concentrated, attempting to summon chakra to stabilize his body. However, Shikaka's techniques were far from simple. Sand bullet. Bind. While rolling through the air, Chinasi felt a jolt as his body suddenly stiffened, rendering him immobile. Ultimately, he crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Struggling to rise, the wounded Chinasi found himself dizzy from the pain in his shoulder, compounded by the disarray in his body. That moment, he realized what had transpired. He had fallen into Shikaka's trap. The sand from the Shikaka spear had seeped into his body through the wound on his shoulder, thereby restricting his movements. In the Fourth Shinobi World War, Shikaka had also employed wind release sand bullets to embed sand within Uchiha Obito's body, inhibiting his mobility. Compared to the method of enhancing the sand bullet's offensive power to penetrate the opponent's flesh and subsequently burying the sand within their body, Shikaka's current approach was to conceal the sand within the Shikaka spear. Yet the ultimate goal remained the same. Gritting his teeth, Chinasi understood that he must swiftly regain his mobility. Otherwise, he would face even greater peril. Alas, the enemy ahead granted him little respite. An air of tension enveloped the surroundings as Finfu, with the half-faced visage of Shikaku, revealed a triumphant grin at the sight of Chinasi sprawled on the ground. Now, I'll send you to your demise. On the sandy ground, Shika's tail coiled around the Shikaka spear, aiming directly at Chinasi. The bloodthirsty spearhead was poised to pierce his body when, in a split second, a figure teleported in front of Chinasi, with fleshy pads on both hands inching toward the spearhead. The once unstoppable Shikaka spear lost its former potency. The sharp tip not only failed to penetrate the bloodied hands, but was instead deflected away. The immense power of the Shikaka spear struck the ground beside Xiaoxiu, creating a deep crater and engulfing both him and Chinasi in a cloud of dust. Realizing something was amiss, Shikaka shouted at Finfu, "What are you doing, old monk? After all this time, you still haven't captured that guy. And instead, you've let him interfere with my battle." Above the sea of sand, the myriad hands of sand descended from the heavens as Finfu retracted his grasp. Be cautious. That guy's speed is extraordinary. Logically, one would expect such a large creature to possess slightly slower movement, but during their recent confrontation, he had demonstrated unparalleled evasive agility, and no matter how Finfu reached out to grasp him, the figure always managed to evade, executing each maneuver with remarkable ease. Who exactly is that creature? As the dust began to settle, Finfu felt a flicker of uncertainty within. Chapter 63, Gaining the Power of One Tail and Four Dash Tails. As the dust gradually cleared, the towering Xiaoxiong stood beside Chinasi, his paw gently resting on Chinasi's shoulder, activating the ability of the meatball fruit. Healing Bullet. The ability of the meatball fruit can expel all pain and fatigue from its target's body. A red bear paw balloon slowly floated out from Chinasi's physique, within which grains of sand floated and danced, while yellow granules revealed traces of earthy brown chakra emanating from it. This is the chakra of Shikaku. The One Tail. White smoke billowed from the wound on his shoulder. The torn flesh, now adorned with protruding granulation tissue, had remarkably healed in a short span of time. This was not merely the effect of the meatball fruit. It was the supreme essence of the Rokushiki, life restoration, augmented by some medical ninjutsu, that it bore similarities to Tsunade's creation rebirth technique, albeit not as comprehensive, with some disparity in efficacy, yet it did not demand excessive chakra. Shaking off his shoulder, the fully restored Shin-Hasi gradually rose to his feet, casting a glance at the red bear-paw balloon suspended in midair, along with the chakra of the one tail contained within. This was indeed a splendid boon. The power of sand was precisely what he had been pondering how to acquire. It was like a gift delivered right to his doorstep. Nodding at Esper, who received the signal, he extended his hand forward. With a swift motion, he sent the target flying. The target was enveloped by a bear-paw-shaped shockwave, soaring towards the destination selected by S-Bear, .as for where that destination was. It was, of course, the Land of Iron. The colorless bear-paw shockwave, wrapping around the red bear-paw balloon, vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Such an act left both Shikaku and Finkafu in astonishment. To be frank, having lived for over a millennium, Shikaku had never encountered such an ability. How on earth could that fellow expel his sand along with chakra, as if inflating a balloon from that little brat's body? It seemed the old man had truly underestimated him. Another facet emerged, healing. This ability was almost excessively versatile, amalgamating attack, speed, defense, and healing. Such power was terrifying. However, the hero of the enemy was but a thief to me. Finkafu resolved that these two must be retained here, that we have lingered too long. It is time to act with full force. With determination, Finkafu addressed Shikaku. Upon hearing this, Shikaku burst into hearty laughter. "Ah! Finally, I can break free." Full force action meant Shikaku could be temporarily released entirely. A cause for great joy for one who had been confined within Finkafu's body for so long. He was finally free to wreak havoc. Maintaining half of his human form, Finkafu raised a finger with one hand, preparing to unleash the techniques that would liberate Shikaku from all restraints within him. However, suddenly, something resembling a shark swam beneath his feet. Like a fish leaping over the dragon gate, S-Shark's figure erupted from the ground. The water fruit granted its user the ability to swim freely through walls and floors, effectively allowing objects to behave like water. Originally, Shin-Hasi had intended to refine this fruit thoroughly before allowing S-Shark to utilize it, as it was not a natural-type fruit. The intricacies of elemental transformation and the underlying aspects of natural fruits, such as awakening, had eluded Shin-Hasi thus far. Currently, his research on natural-type fruit abilities remained somewhat lacking, and delaying any further would simply waste time. Furthermore, this battle required S-Shark's full strength, so the water fruit was temporarily consumed by S-Shark in a superhuman manner. Of course, this did not signify an end. Shin-Hasi speculated that these abilities could still be perfected in the future. After all, this fruit was a chakra version of the water fruit, and Shin-Hasi could harness chakra to enhance it on S-Shark. Thus, he had permitted S-Shark to consume the fruit recently. Yet even so, S-Shark's condition was far from ideal. The power of the four tails and its lava release was not easily dealt with blue skin marred by extensive burns and hands charred black. S-Shark gasped for breath, appearing quite disheveled. More critically, a fist mark radiating a searing aura on S-Shark's chest continued to vaporize the droplets of water clinging to him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, S-Bear stepped forward and cast the healing sphere again. The red bear-paw balloon slowly floated out from S-Shark's body. Unlike Shin-Hasi's, S-Shark's red balloon was filled with chakra as hot as magma, the power of the four tails. Just as Shin-Hasi gasped in astonishment, a blazing red light shot up into the sky from the distant mountains. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the figure of the four tails, Old Purple, appeared before them. His entire body was enveloped in high-temperature lava, and as he approached the battlefield, the sand beneath his feet melted away in an instant. The fiery tail, wrapped in magma, dragged across the ground, leaving a trail of molten rock in its wake. Lava release chakra mode. Enveloped in high-temperature magma, this mode not only enhanced defense, but also possessed lethal and protective qualities. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Old Purple in this state could withstand even Naruto's Rasengan with ease. And the lava on his body had previously burned Naruto's skin through the power of the Nine Tails. Dead fish. You really can run. Huh. You think you can contend with me with that paltry ability? You're not even worthy, the arrogant voice of the lava man roared. Meanwhile, Shin-Hasi, observing the convergence of the one tail and the four tails, wore a grave expression. Although the relationship between Old Purple and the Four Tails was not as perfect as that between the One Tail and Finkafu. The sealing techniques perfected by Awagakure allowed Old Purple to directly seize a portion of the Four Tails' power. Additionally, Old Purple himself was a wielder of the Kekiai Genkai lava release, enabling him to maximize the utilization of the Four Tails' strength. Even in his half-tailed beast form, Old Purple could harness the lava release chakra mode without being influenced by the Four Tails. The situation was indeed precarious, in contrast to the tense atmosphere surrounding China Sea. The hosts of the tailed beast seemed to have reunited like long-lost friends, engaging in light banter. Ah, is that not the stinky monkey? The One-Tail, Shikaku, instantly recognized Old Purple as his old friend, the Four Tails. However, due to the more potent sealing techniques of Awagakure compared to those of Sunagakure, the Four Tails, Sun Wukong, could not burst forth from Old Purple's body like Shikaku had done. Of course, Sun Wukong could still sense Shikaku through their host. But even so, he did not wish to acknowledge him. After all, what good words could come from that foul-mouthed raccoon? Unsurprisingly, noticing Sun Wukong's lack of response, Shikaku began to shout loudly. "Hey, stinky monkey, why don't you respond? Look at me. Now look at you. Are you envious? Don't you feel stifled being stuck in there? Come out, come out. Oh, I forgot, you can't come out, can you?" No way, Shikaku's tone dripped with mockery. Striking at Sun Wukong's sore spot, the Four Tails, imprisoned within Old Purple, was incensed by Shikaku's taunts. Clenching his powerful fist tightly, flames ignited in his eyes, as if he intended to incinerate all obstacles in his path. You filthy raccoon. Chapter 64. Complete tailed beast transformation. A furious and ferocious aura exploded from Old Purple's body, and upon sensing the raging chakra of the Four Tails within the sealing space, Old Purple's expression twisted into one of agony. Damn it, quiet down. The tumultuous chakra of the Four Tails ignited an inferno of rage within Old Purple. His consciousness was gradually eroded by the Four Tails, and even the lava release chakra mode was affected. Scalding lava continuously poured from his form onto the sand, while vicious fangs began to protrude from his lips. The power of the Four Tails was wildly corroding Old Purple's body. However, unlike the One Tail, Shikaku, and Finkafu, there was no genuine camaraderie between Old Purple and the Four Tails. Thus, Old Purple would not relinquish his body so readily. With hands forming seals, he fervently activated the sealing technique affixed to himself. Black runes spread from his abdomen throughout his body, gradually suppressing the excess tailed beast chakra. Soon enough, a relieved Old Purple exhaled deeply, turning to Finkafu with a warning. "Old monk, keep an eye on the One Tail. Don't let him cause any more trouble." Hey you, Shikaku, who had initially intended to continue taunting the Four Tails, immediately shifted his focus upon hearing this, just as he was about to hurl more insults at Old Purple. Finkafu intervened. Gazing at the now-recovered China Sea and his companions, Finkafu clasped his 5 fingers over the sealing mark on his abdomen, stating, "No more bickering. I leave the rest to you, from this moment forth. This shall be your arena." Finfu has lifted the seal that binds Shoha, unleashing a torrent of immense tailed beast chakra that erupts forth from its being. Simultaneously, an endless cascade of sand pours forth from Finfu. 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters that a colossal mound of sand rises from the ground, swiftly reaching a staggering height of nearly 50 meters. Following this, like titanic waves crashing against the shore in a tempest. The immense sand waves surge from the mound, rolling outward to engulf everything in their path. Ah! At last, it emerges. The piercing, shrill cry of the tanuki reverberates through the heavens, revealing a brown raccoon adorned with ethereal indigo seal patterns standing resolutely amidst the boundless sandy expanse. Shoha has officially made its entrance. Without a moment's hesitation, under Finfu's command, Shoha directs its focus upon China Sea, its massive brown palms crashing together with ferocity. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Though it possesses the fewest tails among the 9-tailed beasts, this does not imply that Shoha is the weakest of them all, in addition to the inherent might of sand. Shoha is equally adept at employing wind release and magnet release sealing techniques. A colossal sphere of wind, infused with a vast reservoir of chakra, is expelled from Shoha's mouth, hurtling fiercely towards China Sea. Meanwhile, sensing the imminent danger, China Sea swiftly unveils his own capabilities, like a fish leaping into water, empowered by the abilities of the water fruit. S-Shark plunges into the earth as if diving, while S-Bear strikes both Chin-A-Si and himself with a hand. In an instant, the figures of the three vanish, and a tempestuous gust of wind whirls past, carving deep rifts into the ground where the wind sphere traverses, sending flying sand and stones. A truly formidable sight. How utterly extravagant. Hovering in the sky, Chin-A-Si gazes upon the colossal silhouette of Shoha, his expression grave, truly as a tailed beast. Even a casual strike possesses such overwhelming force. At this moment, Chin-A-Si genuinely comprehends the formidable essence of the tailed beasts. Aptly dubbed as mobile natural disasters. Indeed, during the forthcoming Fourth Great Ninja War, these tailed beasts will be manipulated like mere pets by their masters. However, one must not forget who commands them. The likes of Uchiha Obito wielding the Rinnegan to control the Ten Tails. And the peak power of Uchiha Madara, one after another. Presently, Chin-A-Si finds himself unable to compare with such formidable figures, and moreover, he lacks the means to exert control over a fully unleashed tailed beast. He possesses none of the super-scale techniques capable of restraining a tailed beast, such as the advanced sealing arts, the Mangeki Sharingan, Senju Hashiramas would release, or even sage techniques. These abilities remain beyond Chin-A-Si's grasp. The disparity in strength is glaringly apparent. Yet fortunately, Chin-A-Si is not without his own merits. Defeating Shoha may be an impossibility, but delaying its advance is still a possibility worth attempting. In mid-air, Chin-A-Si forms hand seals, once again invoking the summoning technique. Unlike before, however, he does not summon his other clones, but instead calls forth the serpents of Richi Cave. After all, with Shoha's immense size, Chin-A-Si certainly requires a creature of equal stature to be effective. Boom! A billowing cloud of white smoke erupts from the heavens, revealing a serpent nearly 70 to 80 meters in length plummeting from the sky. Its body is a deep brown, adorned with swirling black patterns, and its flickering tongue gives it a somewhat vacant appearance. Indeed, upon the first summoning, no formidable serpent has answered his call, despite having established a summoning contract with Orochimaru and Richi Cave. This does not guarantee obedience from all the serpents within. While those of lesser intellect may comply, the more intelligent serpents, capable of human-like speech, are unlikely to respond to a novice who has only just signed a contract. To genuinely summon such beings, one would need to journey to Richi Cave personally and negotiate terms with them. As he lands atop the serpent's head, Chin-A-Si gazes down at the creature. Choosing not to dwell on the matter, he has little room for complaints. With such a size, it should prove somewhat useful. Dodge. Observing the wind sphere barreling toward him once more, Chin-A-Si commands the serpent beneath him with urgency. Responding to the command, the sluggish serpent emits a roar, coiling its lengthy body and swiftly undulating across the ground, nimbly evading Shoha's wind sphere before surging toward it. Meanwhile, below, the ever-vigilant Oji, in a state of lava release chakra mode, faces a dual onslaught from S-Bear and S-Shark. The pressure cannon launches relentlessly against Oji, the shockwaves from the bear's paws bombarding him, attempting to shatter his lava armor. Yet alas, Oji's lava armor boasts more than mere hardness. Though S-Bear's relentless assault may leave cracks, an unending flow of chakra continuously emanates from Oji, transforming into lava to instantaneously repair the armor. After such an extensive battle, it is finally my turn. Enduring S-Bear's ferocious pressure cannon, Oji remains steadfast in his position, forming hand seals as he channels his chakra to its fullest. Lava release. Scorching river rock technique. Chakra gathers in his mouth as Oji unleashes multiple spheres of lava toward S-Bear. Witnessing this, S-Bear hastily retreats, for in terms of speed, Oji holds a slight disadvantage. Chapter 65. The defensive barrier. The cries of battle rend the air above the Gobi Desert as the dry winds whip up clouds of dust, obscuring vision. Amidst the flashes of blades and the clashing of steel, each collision sparks a brilliant flare. Kunai whistle with the breath of death, tracing lethal arcs through the air. Among them, a leaf ninja narrowly evades a descending broadsword. Leaning back just in time to avoid the blade's edge, seizing the moment, he delivers a sweeping kick that topples the rock ninja before him. Yet, before he can land a finishing blow, a shuriken hurtles in from the side. Grazing his cheek before embedding itself in the ground, he rolls away just as an explosive tag detonates at his previous location, sending a shower of debris into the air. The thunderous roars of the explosive tags echo like muffled thunder across the Gobi. Each explosion accompanied by screams and the splintering of stone. The air is thick with the metallic scent of blood and the acrid tang of gunpowder that a leaf ninja is struck in the abdomen by a blade. Blood staining his garments crimson. Staggering backward, he expends his last ounce of strength to hurl a shuriken at his foe. The rock ninja, caught unawares, is pierced in the throat by the shuriken, emitting a final, anguished gasp before collapsing to the ground. The battlefield is littered with dismembered limbs and scattered weapons, the sand stained a dark red with blood. This conflict is brutal and intense, akin to a meat grinder, consuming the lives of all who partake. Yet, even in such chaos, neither side exhibits any signs of yielding. Boom! Explosion release. Landmine fist at a fist charged with explosive chakra strikes a leaf ninja with tremendous force. The violent detonation shattering his body into fragments. Blood mist wafts through the air, remnants of a leaf ninja tumbling to the ground as the wielder of explosion release, Sho, retracts his fist, glancing around. The dire state of battle around him casts a shadow of concern upon Sho's countenance. These leaf ninjas are truly unyielding. For nearly 3 hours, they have fought relentlessly, from noon until the afternoon. Although the rock ninja forces have managed to breach the defenses set by Sarutobi Shin, thanks to the path cleared by the explosion release battalion, their ultimate objective remains unfulfilled: to seize the Leaf's main camp. Serving as the Leaf's stronghold in the Land of Rivers, it is also the most formidable line of defense against the Sand Ninja. Despite the withdrawal of significant forces from the Leaf camp due to Orochimaru's strategic maneuvers, rendering the defenses seemingly lax, capturing it is no simple task. The remaining support personnel, along with individuals like Maru Hashikage, have utilized the camp's fortifications to once again thwart the rock ninja's advances. Gazing ahead, a vast, purplish-black ceiling barrier obstructs the path of the advancing rock ninjas, which stands as the primary reason for Sho and his comrades' setbacks that is the largest village in the ninja world. Following the annihilation of Yuzushio village, it would not be an exaggeration to label the Leaf as the foremost village in sealing techniques that a formidable and numerous sealing squad had long since established various sealing barriers around the Leaf camp. These very barriers have thus impeded their assault. After all, dismantling these sealing barriers is no simple feat. Without expertise in sealing arts, one can only resort to brute force to achieve such power, aside from the tailed beasts. One would need to gather a substantial number of ninjas to unleash collective ninjutsu. However, the Leaf ninjas are well aware of this, which is precisely why they are fighting with their lives against Sho and the rock ninjas, striving to prevent the latter from employing large-scale collective ninjutsu. This shared understanding among the Leaf ninjas is to sacrifice their lives to delay the rock forces, in hopes of buying time for the main Leaf forces led by Orochimaru to return to their aid. A decisive punch sends a presumptuous Leaf ninja flying, as Sho contemplates his next move, retreating to a more secure position. There, he finds several rock ninjas awaiting his arrival. How are things in the rear? Casting a sidelong glance at the ceiling barrier, akin to a dome, Sho inquires of the rock ninjas. Has Lord Oji withdrawn? The power of the tailed beasts is required here, given that the ninjas of Konoha have valiantly held back the Anina army to prevent them from fully assembling. It seems that we must resort to harnessing the strength of the tailed beasts. After all, the longer we delay, the greater the risk that Orochimaru and his cohorts will arrive in time to reinforce their forces, which could lead to a troublesome situation. Utilizing the defensive capabilities of the Konoha encampment itself, it is conceivable that what could have been a decisive victory for the Nin could turn into a scenario of mutual destruction. Such an outcome would be unacceptable to either the IWA or Suna sides, as both have invested 3 months of effort and countless resources for an overwhelming triumph. Returning to the matter at hand, there has yet to be any conclusive updates from Lord Aji. The abilities of that Konoha ninja's summoning beast are exceedingly peculiar. The IWA intelligence ninja, tasked with conveying messages from the rear, reported to show that, although those individuals cannot harm Lord Aji, they have nonetheless managed to hinder him due to their strange powers. Upon hearing this, Sho's expression grew increasingly grim. If they failed to capture the Konoha encampment in a timely manner, how could he, the frontline commander, expect to fare? And what are the Suna forces? Reluctantly, Sho began to inquire to AS for the Suna, The Jinchuriki of Shikaku has completely unleashed the power of the tailed beast. Yet that Konoha ninja proves to be exceedingly troublesome. The most critical issue is that it appears Shikaku is somewhat out of control, that IT seems unwilling to conclude the battle promptly, as if it is toying with its foes like a cat with a mouse. What is going on? Did not Suna claim that Fubuki could perfectly control the actions and powers of Shikaku? Sho, agitated, shouted in frustration, realizing that the absolute main force of this operation had been sidetracked. With the two-tailed beasts being held up by a single individual, had even one of them been present, the Konoha encampment would have long since fallen. However, regardless of Sho's fury, he lacked the courage to confront the Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts. As for the Suna puppet troops, with the tailed beast's power now unreliable, Sho was compelled to redirect his focus towards the Suna puppet forces. Utilizing the strengths of the puppet army to swiftly eliminate the Konoha forces and then collaboratively break through the barrier is now the only viable strategy. Fortunately, this time Sho was not disappointed. The Suna puppet troops have already breached Konoha's defenses and are en route to assist. Excellent, that at last. A piece of good news. Sho exclaimed loudly, simultaneously issuing orders to the Idaho ninja. Relay a message to the Suna forces, instructing them to launch a separate assault on the Konoha ninjas in order to aid IWA in swiftly clearing this area of Konoha ninjas. Understood. The IWA ninja, having received the command, instantly vanished. Heading towards the direction of Suna. Chapter 66. The perilous autumn of survival, within the encampment shrouded in a violet-black ceiling barrier. The once vibrant atmosphere has vanished, replaced by a chorus of wails and cries of despair. The remaining logistical and medical personnel hurriedly attend to the multitude of injured ninjas. Yet, even in their efforts, their numbers pale in comparison to the Konoha ninjas being rescued from the outside with each passing moment. Surveying the scene of anguish, Sarutobi Shino, who had just retreated, felt his chest heave violently, beads of sweat soaking the forehead protector as they trickled down his sharply defined cheekbones that he blinked forcefully, attempting to dispel the hellish sight before him. Gritting his teeth, he clenched his fists tightly, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing in the air, continuously sending Konoha ninjas out, sacrificing their lives to buy precious time. He felt a knife twist within his heart at the thought that this decision was his to make. Yet for the sake of all of Konoha, he had no choice but to act. Turning away, unable to bear the sight any longer, Sarutobi Shino inquired of a nearby Konoha ninja. What is the current situation? Despite having personally led the team in fierce combat for several hours, he ultimately could not halt the advance of the IWA forces. Forced to retreat to the encampment, Sarutobi Shino could only hope that the defensive barrier of Konoha would withstand the Iwa's assault. Reporting back, the situation appears dire, that a Konoha intelligence ninja informed Sarutobi Shino. We have just received word that the Suna puppet army has also breached our defenses and is about to join forces with the IWA explosive unit. What, upon hearing this news, Sarutobi Shino exclaimed in alarm. Given the current circumstances of the Konoha encampment, if the Suna puppet army truly arrives, it would be impossible to hold out for much longer. Where is Uchiha Itai? He is currently in surgery. The intelligence ninja gulped nervously under Sarutobi Shino's furious gaze. Continuing, the Konoha ninjas assigned to intercept the Suna puppet army are engaged in battle with the puppet troops. Suffering heavy casualties, that in particular, the leader, Uchiha, seems to have sustained severe injuries while attempting to protect 3 lower-ranked ninjas, even losing one of his Sharingan. Like a bucket of cold water, dousing his head. Sarutobi Shino's anxious heart was instantly chilled. What more could he possibly say under such circumstances? And what of Lord Orochimaru and the 3 esteemed figures of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi? Changing the subject, Sarutobi Shino asked wearily. They are currently on their way back, with Lord Orochimaru commanding you to defend the encampment at all costs, with a slap to his forehead adorned with a forehead protector. He knew this all too well. Yet he felt utterly powerless at this moment. Thank goodness for Chihosai, who has managed to stall Shikaku and Son Goku single-handedly. Otherwise, Sarutobi Shino could hardly imagine the chaos that would ensue. Speaking of the tailed beasts, what is happening with Shikaku and Son Goku? There have been no incidents. That individual has managed to hold off Shikaku and Son Goku by himself. Prior to this, the Konoha ninjas were unaware of Chihosai's name. But after this incident, it is likely that his name will echo throughout Konoha, becoming a legend in his own right. Finally, hearing a piece of good news, Sarutobi Shino felt a burden lift from his shoulders. So, as long as we can hold off the impending assault of the Suna puppet army, there is still hope. With renewed vigor, Sarutobi Shino surveyed his surroundings before resolutely turning to charge towards the battlefield outside the Konoha encampment. The fate of Konoha now rests upon him. Yet unbeknownst to Sarutobi Shino, due to his and Itai's misstep, Chihosai has encountered dire misfortune. Across the vast sea of sand, dozens of colossal sand hands are desperately reaching for the floating S-bear. The completely tailed beast-formed Shikaku is a force that the giant serpent from the Dragon Cave cannot contend with. Once Shikaku abandoned the power of wind for the strength of sand, Chihosai's serpent was driven back to the Dragon Cave. Thus, Chihosai was compelled to redirect S-bear, initially meant to assist against Son Goku, to deal with Shikaku. Leveraging the abilities of the Machi Machi no Mi, Chihosai finally managed to restrain Shikaku's movements. Yet this has left S-Shark to fend for himself against Son Goku, a burdensome task indeed. Lava Release, Flower Fruit Mountain. The half-tailed Old Purple, enveloped in crimson-tailed Beast Chakra, with four tails swirling behind him, pressed his hands against the ground. Shortly thereafter, vast quantities of magma began to erupt from beneath him, rapidly creating an expansive sea of lava. Die, fish, this time I shall roast you thoroughly. Roaring like a volcanic eruption, torrents of magma spewed forth from beneath Old Purple, forming a wave of lava that surged towards the S-Shark, half submerged in the earth as a user of the water fruit. S-Shark can transform the ground beneath him into flowing water, thus utilizing it to his advantage that in theory, S-Shark should have a significant advantage over the lava-wielding Old Purple. Unfortunately, at this moment, S-Shark cannot hope to rival the formidable Kisame, who possesses the power of the shark skin. While S-Shark is not lacking in water techniques, he lacks the ability to directly consume tailed beast chakra for his own use. Kisame grows stronger with each confrontation against Old Purple, especially with an opponent possessing the Mangeki Sharingan, known for its tailed beast-slaying capabilities, at his side. Thus, S-Shark can only rely on his own strength to confront Old Purple head-on, not daring to dive deeper. S-Shark could sense that the ground below was already saturated with Old Purple's magma. As for escaping to other locations, that was out of the question. Glancing back, the violet-black ceiling barrier was now clearly visible. Retreating any further would indeed lead him straight to the Konoha encampment. His original orders were to prevent Son Goku from approaching the Konoha encampment at all costs. In light of this, it seems time to test my limits. The power of the water fruit surged forth like a flood unleashed, destabilizing the solid ground beneath him, creating violent ripples as if a massive stone had plunged into a tranquil river. The earth trembled, fissures spreading like a spider's web. As the soil heaved like boiling mud, a shark stood steadfast upon this tumultuous ground, his legs anchored firmly as if rooted, his form unwavering despite the ground's upheaval. Drawing a deep breath, he flexed his muscular arms, channeling a formidable surge of power within. Fishman Karate, Water Heart, Ocean Current Shoulder Throw. S-Shark emitted a low growl, and the swirling earth and water around him seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, swiftly converging towards him. Under his command, the muddy mixture gradually lifted off the ground, forming a vortex that spun rapidly before him. The vortex expanded, its hue darkening until it transformed into a spiraling column of deep blue water, akin to a roaring water dragon, surging forth with a devastating momentum towards the distant sea of magma. The surface of the water column shimmered with glimmers of light, concealing within it an immense energy, as if it intended to devour everything in its path. That S-Shark, entwined with the torrent, burst forth like a true shark, crashing violently into Old Purple. That the scorching magma met the water. A sizzling sound erupted, and a cloud of steam billowed, obscuring the sky. In the heart of the boiling sea of magma, a colossal water column shot skyward, forcibly carving a path through the molten rock, the apex of the water column. S-Shark's figure flashed by, imbued with a tremendous force, crashing heavily against the magma body of Four Tails Old Purple. Boom! A thunderous roar resonated as water and fire clashed violently, unleashing astonishing energy. Magma splattered, steam enveloped the air, as if the very heavens were trembling. Under the impact of this blow, Old Purple's massive body briefly faltered, revealing a significant crack in its tail, beast exterior, and molten armor. exposing the flesh beneath. Utilizing the fisherman empty-handed technique. Secret art. Wulai Guan, seizing the moment, S-Shark raised a cerulean water orb, suffused with chakra, and launched an all-out assault on the sealing mechanism of Old Purple. This battlefield is not suited for you. Better retreat far from here. Chapter 67. Breaking camp, the waves crashed, and the magma roared, as China Si, feeling the sensations relayed back from his clone, gradually withdrew to a position not far from the Konoha camp. His head filled with concerns. However, he was now preoccupied with the matter at hand. Due to the disconnection of Sarutobi Shino and Uchiha Dato, China Si was compelled to confront their adversaries. The dual onslaught from Tsuchi and Kaizoku left China Si struggling to cope. The rock fist slammed violently into the ground, as China Si, wielding the snow-white sleeve, narrowly evaded, only to be confronted by 4 cloak puppeteers charging at him. The Gale Foot technique executed a single-footed slash, warding off the 4 puppets, and China Si landed on the ground, panting heavily, casting a disheveled glance at Tsuchi and Kaizoku, who manipulated 8 puppets with ease. Due to China Si's prior provocation, Kaizoku had rarely left his puppet army, for there was no need for large-scale command at this juncture. Thus, with old grudges reignited, Kaizoku had come seeking trouble with China Si. "That you've got some skill, kid," Kaizoku sneered, narrowing his eyes as he retracted the puppets. "Thank you for the compliment, old man," China Si retorted, standing firm. Observing this, Kaizoku remained unfazed, stating, "But it matters little. While you may momentarily hold off 1 tail, 4 tails, and us, ultimately, you cannot avert the inevitable. The Konoha camp will fall. And you shall perish here. That will see about that." Despite his bravado, China Si was acutely aware that the situation had reached a critical juncture. If Orochimaru did not return soon, he would truly be unable to sustain this fight. At that moment, China Si persisted solely because the defenses of the Konoha camp had yet to be breached, that as long as Orochimaru's reinforcements arrived in time. Utilizing the camp's defensive structure, they still had a chance to maintain their front in the Land of Rivers. Let's see then. Manipulating the puppets, Kaizoku was disinclined to engage in further verbal sparring with China Si. Just as he prepared to launch an attack alongside Tsuchi, a deafening explosion suddenly captured everyone's attention. Super enlargement technique. Towering nearly 50 meters high, clad in armor, with fiery red spiky hair dancing in the wind, Akimichi Shisui had finally returned as he watched the towering figure crash into one tail. China Si exhaled a sigh of relief. Finally, reinforcements have arrived. That a sinister black shadow slithered across the ground like a creeping serpent, targeting Kaizoku and Tsuchi. Shadow tendrils. The dark shadow startled Kaizoku and Tsuchi into immediate evasive maneuvers. "You're not what you used to be." Behind them, Naruto sighed in resignation as his attack bore no fruit. His body was riddled with wounds, and his exhausted visage reflected his dire condition. Following a long-distance sprint and pursued by the Sand Shinobi, the commander appeared in a perilous state, indicating that the entire Middle Army was faring poorly. Observing Naruto's plight, China Si felt his momentary relief evaporate. Glancing sideways, he noted that Akimichi Shisui, once brimming with vigor, now exhibited signs of fatigue. After repelling one tail with a single punch, Shisui leaned heavily on his knee, gasping for breath. "How are we supposed to fight like this?" China Si inwardly lamented. "Humph, that you've finally returned, pig deer butterfly." Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the deer and butterfly before him, Kaizoku displayed no signs of panic. The arrival of the pig deer butterfly indicated that the fourth Kazekage was soon to follow. Sure enough, in the next moment, a dazzling torrent of sand surged from the distance, like a golden dragon roaring towards Akimichi Shisui. Tiny golden particles spun rapidly through the air, creating a sharp whistling sound as they clashed with the atmosphere, exuding a formidable presence that instilled fear. Just as Shisui took a step forward, he was met head-on by this golden deluge. Initially, he merely paused, seemingly unaffected. However, as more and more golden grains converged, the force of impact multiplied. Under the relentless assault, Shishui's massive frame could no longer withstand the onslaught, being forced to retreat repeatedly, his gigantic feet carving deep furrows into the ground, in midair. A figure with short brown hair, clad in a black ninja uniform and wearing a netted undershirt, stood atop a mound of gold, arms crossed, gazing down with icy scrutiny. Scanning over China Si, Nara, Shihara, Tsuchi, and S-Shark. His gaze finally settled on the distant violet-black barrier of the Konoha camp. From above, it was evident that some of the Konoha ninja returning from the middle had begun to withdraw into the camp, while many others engaged in fierce combat with sand and rock shinobi surrounding Konoha's defenses. This shift had transformed what was once a decisive battle into a perplexing stalemate. This simply cannot continue. Without questioning Kaizoku and Tsuchi regarding their failure to breach the Konoha camp thus far, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, turned his attention to one-tailed Shikaku and commanded, "Fukuro, utilize the tailed beast ball. Target the Konoha camp." "Ha! You bastard Raza. Who do you think you're ordering around?" Before Fukuro could respond, Shikaku immediately voiced his discontent. Shikaku harbored a deep-seated disdain for Raza, who had previously been his caretaker before ascending to the position of fourth Kazekage. Given that Raza's magnetic powers effectively contained Shikaku's sand, their relationship had soured significantly. Now that Raza commanded Shikaku to perform tasks, the animosity had only intensified. Nevertheless, Fukuro, despite his resentment towards Raza, had no choice but to intercede on Shikaku's behalf. And ultimately, swayed by Fukuro's intervention, Shikaku grudgingly acquiesced. Crouching with his bulky form, he opened his mouth wide as ominous yin-yang chakra began to gather before him. Upon witnessing this, not only Akimichi's sway, but also S-Shark sprang into action. Previously, Shikaku had not refrained from using the tailed beast ball, but the technique required time to accumulate power, and each time Shikaku began to gather energy, S-Shark would disrupt him with an attack. This time, however, Raza would not allow anyone to thwart his plans. Magnet release. Sand gold cube. A multitude of sand gold cubes were conjured, hurtling towards S-Shark, while a portion of the sand gold congealed into a drill shape. Piercing towards Akimichi, ch sway. Magnet release. Sand gold spear. The golden sand surged forth like a boiling liquid, swiftly coalescing before S-Xiaoxiong into dozens of massive cubes, each edge gleaming with a metallic luster. These cubes, accompanied by a muffled yet fierce howling, collided with S-Xiaoxiong like cannonballs. The colossal form of S-Xiaoxiong was driven back repeatedly by the impact of the golden cubes, which crashed to the ground in droves, stirring up clouds of dust. Meanwhile, another portion of the golden sand spun rapidly in the air, the tip of a gigantic golden drill flickering with a chilling, heart-stopping gleam that in the blink of an eye. The drill lunged toward Xiudao Chishui, piercing through the air with a sharp whistle that resonated across the battlefield. Xiudao Chishui's expression changed abruptly, and he hurriedly sidestepped, narrowly evading this lethal strike. The golden drill grazed his body, whipping up a fierce wind that carved a deep trench into the ground behind him. Not only he, but even Qianixi and Nara Luwan found their advance halted by Hai Laotsong and Huang Tu. This resulted in the monstrous mouth of Shohei, before which a black sphere brimming with destructive energy swelled ominously. The tailed beast ball, as it expanded, an oppressive sense of suffocation enveloped the area. The surrounding air seemed to solidify, the branches of trees bending under an invisible weight, while the ground trembled slightly beneath their feet. The surface of the tailed beast ball churned with ominous black chakra, reminiscent of boiling tar, occasionally erupting in arcs of black lightning that crackled ominously. The powerful energy fluctuations distorted the light around it, rendering the tailed beast ball even more sinister and terrifying. Ninjas observing from a distance, whether from Sunagakure or Kanehagakure, acutely felt the destructive force emanating from it. Their pupils constricted suddenly, their faces drained of color, as if an invisible hand was gripping their hearts tightly, making it difficult to breathe. "This is bad," someone gasped, shattering the suffocating silence. This exclamation acted as a catalyst, triggering a chain reaction. All the ninjas recognized the terrifying power of the tailed beast ball and hastily retreated, fearing being caught in its catastrophic explosion. Some of the weaker ninjas even buckled at the knees, collapsing to the ground, their eyes filled with dread and despair. The tailed beast ball, the paw of a bear, surged forward. In the next moment, the tailed beast ball roared forth from Shoei's mouth, while simultaneously, a transparent, high-pressure air paw emerged from the spot where the golden cubes had fallen. Regrettably, time was too short, and the compressed air was insufficient. The explosive air paw could merely nudge the tailed beast ball slightly off course. Ultimately, the tailed beast ball still struck the barrier of the Kanehagakure camp. A deafening explosion resonated through the heavens and the earth, as the moment the tailed beast ball collided with the barrier, and blinding white light erupted, as if a miniature sun had detonated on Earth. The sturdy barrier trembled violently, rippling like the surface of a tranquil lake disturbed by a massive stone. After merely holding for a moment, the barrier succumbed to the strain, shattering with a crisp crack, akin to glass breaking apart. The black chakra surged into the Konohagakure core camp like a flood bursting through a dam, wreaking havoc upon everything within. Tents were instantly torn to shreds, reduced to fragments. While the ground was blasted into a colossal pit, thick smoke billowing upward, obscuring the sky. The shockwave from the explosion acted like an invisible giant hand, toppling and crushing everything in its path. The dazzling white light swiftly consumed all, as the immense shockwave surged forth like a tsunami, sending tents, supplies, and even ninjas who could not escape flying into the the epicenter of the explosion. A vast pit formed, the charred earth emitting thick, rolling smoke, the air filled with a pungent, acrid smell. The once orderly Konohagakure camp had transformed into a nightmarish hellscape. Looking around, a full third of the camp had vanished, and the entire defensive system was utterly obliterated. Thus, everything had reached a foregone conclusion that I end this battle. Konohagakure had lost. To clarify the current events, let us first address the title of this work as of now. It has yet to reach 200,000 words. Once it does, the title will undoubtedly change. Writing in the style of pure behind-the-scenes narratives tends to yield a rather mundane plot. Therefore, I have temporarily abandoned that approach. Although I shall retain it, as the Iron Country and future storylines will continue to unfold. After all, writing a purely behind-the-scenes narrative inevitably necessitates suppressing the protagonist's circumstances, which can be quite stifling. Furthermore, if you have any suitable title suggestions, feel free to leave them here. Another point of inquiry you raise pertains to why this war could still be lost despite the presence of the protagonist. Firstly, it is crucial to note that this war was not depicted in the original work. Rather, I extrapolated elements from the Third Great Ninja War, based on my deductions regarding the outcome, even without the protagonist's involvement. The forces of Konohagakure would have still lost this battle in the Land of Rivers. Why do I say this? It is necessary to reference the Battle of Jeking Mountain, which is unequivocally located within the Fire Country and not far from Konohagakure. Given this context, why would the ninjas of Konohagakure allow the Sand Ninjas and Stone Ninjas to invade the Fire Country, even reaching this location? The only plausible explanation is that Konohagakure suffered a significant defeat on the front lines, leading to the unfavorable outcome of the war, which directly facilitated the invasion by the Sand and Stone Ninjas. Secondly, a key point regarding the Third Great Ninja War is the coordinated siege of Konohagakure by the four major hidden villages: Sand, Stone, Lightning, and Mist. However, the timing of their assaults was not prearranged for a simultaneous onslaught. Therefore, what prompted the Lightning and Mist villages, previously content to observe from afar, to enter the fray? It was nothing more than the considerable losses suffered on the front lines. A significant defeat for Konohagakure gave the Lightning and Mist villages the opportunity they needed to in the case of the Lightning village, there was the engagement involving Namikaze Minato and the Fourth Reikage. While for the Mist village, it was the mobilization of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans from Konohagakure. Lastly, we must consider Orochimaru in the original work. While there are few scenes depicting Namikaze Minato ascending to the position of Fourth Hokage, it is evident that he garnered considerable public support. Whether among the ordinary citizens of Konohagakure, the common ninjas, or even the elite jonin and higher-ups, there was overwhelming consensus in his favor, with little consideration for other candidates. Only Danzo put forth some opposition, but it bore little weight. This situation raises a question. How could a figure renowned in Konohagakure post-Second Great Ninja War, such as Orochimaru, be defeated by an upstart like Namikaze Minato? It is important to note that at this juncture, Orochimaru's nefarious activities had not yet been exposed. Only Danzo was aware of them, and perhaps Sir Toby Hiruzen had some knowledge, but the ordinary populace and common ninjas of Konohagakure were certainly oblivious. What, then, led them to forsake Orochimaru? The answer is clear: defeat, a failure in war. This explanation suffices to resolve this query, that a war that nearly plunged Konohagakure into an abyss of despair left Orochimaru in a dire state. The original work also depicted that, towards the latter stages of the Third Great Ninja War, The illustrious Sannin still had time to hide in their laboratory with their student, Mitarashi Anko, conducting experiments and undertaking mundane tasks despite the urgent circumstances. Sarutobi Hiruzen, amidst the siege, had yet to deploy Orochimaru, a top-tier combatant, to the battlefield. The reason for this is plain. He was sidelined in the end when Namikaze Minato displayed his prowess on the battlefield. It led to his reputation within Konohagakure surpassing that of Orochimaru, ultimately securing him the position of 4th Hokage. In summary, this war, which was never portrayed in the original work, was destined to be a significant defeat. As for the role and purpose of the protagonist, as well as matters related to them, I shall refrain from elaborating further, as my subsequent writing will delve into this. This also serves to clarify these matters and analyze the original work. Representing my personal views. Chapter 68. Orochimaru's final stand, not enough. Hovering in midair, Luo Sha surveyed the devastation of the Konohagakure camp, feeling dissatisfied. With a flourish of his hands, he manipulated the golden sand to evade Chiodao Chishue's attacks. Continuing to call out to Shohei, "Continue, Funfu." The corpulent Shohei flicked its tail in annoyance, its fierce gaze directed at the airborne Luo Sha, wishing fervently to unleash a tailed beast ball upon him. Yet, Funfu would not permit such an action. And thus, regardless of Shohei's impatience, it ultimately restrained its fury. Remaining in place, its massive maw slightly ajar, it began gathering chakra once more. Seeing this, the ninjas of Konohagakure could hardly sit idly by. Had it not been for that air cannon earlier, the entire camp would likely have been reduced to ruins. This was unacceptable, as many ninjas still remained within the camp. "Kid, hold off Hai Lao Tsong and Huang Tu for me," Nara Luhuan instructed Qianxi before swiftly darting toward Chiodao Chishui. The strength of a mere butterfly was far from sufficient. Meanwhile, on another front, Yamanaka Ki was relinquishing command of the retreating Konohagakure forces to Sarutobi Shino and hastening toward Chiodao Chishui as well. The tailed beast could not continue its rampage. However, in the current battlefield conditions, how could the sand and stone ninjas possibly acquiesce to Konohagakure's wishes? Stop them. Do not let them approach the One Tail. A sand village jonin roared, as the wind blade in his hand tore through the air, striking down a leaping leaf ninja with ferocious force. This cry acted as a catalyst, instantly igniting the battle fervor of the sand and rock ninjas, who surged forward like a torrent of steel toward the leaf ninjas attempting to close in on the Jinchuriki. Kunai rained down like a tempest, while the flickering light of explosive tags illuminated the chaos, their detonations resonating with deafening roars that a leaf jonin attempted to maneuver past the sand ninja's defenses using the body flicker technique, only to be abruptly struck midair by a protruding rock, crashing heavily to the ground and coughing up blood. Another leaf ninja found himself ensnared by a rock ninja's earth release. Earth prison technique, rendered immobile and forced to watch helplessly as the sand ninja's wind blade consumed him. "Damn those leaf scum," a rock ninja bellowed, delivering a punch that sent a leaf ninja flying into a massive tree, splintering it upon impact that on the battlefield, the cacophony of battle cries echoed through the air, and blood stained the earth. Meanwhile, Senjikid was obstructed by Kuratsuchi and Kaibutsu, while Shion, having previously failed to unleash the full power of the tailed beast bomb, found himself unable to escape this time as Raza would not let him go unscathed. Magnet release. Sand Gold funeral. The surging sand gold swept toward Shion like a tsunami, determined to bury him completely. Seeing this, Shion, having just ascended into the air using the bouncing ball fruit, was struck by the colossal hand of sand gold. Although the frenzied attack did not injure Shion, it forced him to evade relentlessly, leaving him unable to address the situation with the One Tail. Meanwhile, the sand gold cascaded down like a waterfall, rapidly coalescing in the air into a massive cube, accompanied by a deep, resonant howl as it plummeted toward Akimichi Choji. The intense wind pressure caused his hair to stand on end, the air thick with the unique scent of sand gold. Drink! The enormous sand gold cube crashed down, colliding with Akimichi Choji's sturdy palm, producing a thunderous, muffled sound. The hard sand gold met the softness of his flesh, erupting into fine grains that scattered like golden dust. Despite Choji's robust physique and the activation of his expansion technique, the tremendous force pressed down upon him, bending his legs and fracturing the ground beneath him into a spiderweb of cracks. Though he gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, beads of sweat trickled down his cheeks. Trembling, he gradually rose to his feet, but this singular strike had severed his opportunity to halt the One-Tail. As the tailed beast bomb before the One-Tail swelled ever larger, a shadow of dread enveloped the hearts of the Leaf Ninjas. The forming sphere of energy radiated a destructive aura, as if it could consume them all in the next heartbeat. Some young ninjas even forgot to breathe, staring vacantly at the growing energy ball, their eyes filled with despair. The atmosphere of fear spread like a plague. Even seasoned jonins felt a wave of helplessness wash over them. A number of ninjas began to flee recklessly, desperate to distance themselves from the impending catastrophic energy. The battle cries on the battlefield gradually gave way to whimpers of terror as the shadow of death loomed over every soul present. Just as the situation reached its direst moment, the earth suddenly trembled violently. A powerful chakra surge sweeping through, dissipating some of the fear that hung in the air. The crowd looked up in astonishment to see a colossal figure descending from the sky. Landing heavily before them and kicking up a cloud of dust as the dust settled, a massive serpent, comparable in size to a small mountain and covered in purple scales with black stripes, emerged before them. That it was none other than the legendary Manda.